Chapter 1. Arrival. Moon Star. Beneath the ocean's depths, several hundred meters down, the water exuded a disquieting dark red hue. Where sunlight could scarcely penetrate thus, the environment here was akin to perpetual night. Yun Hao Yu lay concealed beneath a massive reef, where the water temperature had plummeted. Despite the thermal regulation of his double-layered diving suit, he could still feel a bone-chilling cold, not merely a sensation of the body, but rather an inner turmoil. In this dim, underwater realm, danger lurked at every turn. Within a 50-meter radius of his hiding place, no fewer than 10 fearsome creatures prowled. Only 2 meters to his left, a serpent-scaled starfish buried itself partially in the sand to the right. Several deer crystal vines feasted upon an unfortunate thorny sturgeon. Above him, a crimson-hued moon cloud jellyfish languidly unfurled its robust tentacles, reputed to possess the ability to effortlessly tear through the high-strength alloy shell of a diving pod. With a slight turn of his head, he could spot a serrated centipede, the size of a small hill, dozing 40 meters away, alongside a python as thick as a thigh. Numerous nameless entities surrounded him, each capable of claiming his life with ease. During his hours of lurking, he even caught sight of a moray shark's trail. It was baffling how such a formidable deep-sea predator would venture into this relatively shallow depth of 300 meters. It was said that these apex predators, ranked among the top 10 fearsome creatures of Moon Star, usually roamed only in waters 1,000 meters deep. He had remained patient in his vigil for 6 hours, his objective being a creature known as the reed sea urchin worm. This organism, no larger than a fist and resembling a sea cucumber, bore a blood-red tentacle akin to an eye at its center, from which it derived its name. Its rarity lay in its bodily fluid, an essential ingredient for formulating anti-aging serums. Capturing just one would afford him a year of comfortable living. However, acquiring such a specimen was no simple feat, as it dwelled in territories guarded by numerous deep-sea monstrosities. To succeed without alarming these predators was a challenge that could only be likened to extracting teeth from tiger. He cautiously moved his limbs, rechecking his equipment. A high-pressure oxygen tank, 2 bottles of compressed nutrients, a powerful tranquilizer gun, a sailor's knife, an ecological box roughly the size of a backpack, and a first aid kit. These constituted his entire inventory. Once, a companion had suggested he bring a ray gun, but he had declined in such perilous waters. Even a particle cannon would not guarantee survival if targeted by those lethal beings. At last, his quarry appeared to sea urchin worms sluggishly emerge from the seagrass, beginning their foraging. They were less than 15 meters away, yet he remained motionless. No longer a novice, he understood that the closer one approached success, the more patience was required. Any sign of excitement could reveal his position, leading not only to a botched mission, but also to being torn apart by those predators. He had witnessed a companion, careless and oblivious, disturb a horde of deer crystal vines, which ensnared him mercilessly. Their razor-sharp tendrils sliced through his diving suit like paper, leaving him to become a mere desiccated husk, while he could do nothing but watch helplessly from distance. As the prey drew near, he maintained his calm posture, the tranquilizer gun now firmly in hand. Its effective range extended to 40 meters. He had held off firing until now to ensure a decisive shot. The creature itself posed little challenge, yet it was exceedingly vigilant, quick to flee at the slightest disturbance. Gradually, one sea urchin worm drifted close, while the other was merely a meter away. He adjusted his aim and pressed the activation button, a tungsten needle less than 10 millimeters in diameter silently slicing through the water, piercing the creature in an instant. Following swiftly, he targeted the second one. In no time, both sea urchin worms lay motionless. Chapter 2. The tavern. He swiftly retrieved the ecological box, stowing away the spoils of his labor in less than 10 seconds. Once everything was settled, he let out a gentle sigh, only to realize he was drenched in cold sweat. Not far off, a moray eel stirred slightly, shifting its pose to continue its slumber, while other ferocious creatures pursued their own agendas, oblivious to the presence of this intruder. But on the deck, Flood ambled about, clutching a bottle of liquor, occasionally taking a swig. Having been in this profession for many years, he possessed no other passions but an affinity for drinking. It was said he even clutched a bottle while sleeping. "Captain," the first mate approached him from behind, noting that there was only an hour left until their shift ended. Understood. He mumbled incoherently, took another swig, and finally spoke. "Old friend, what do you reckon of the 40 souls who ventured down? How many will return?" "How many? Hard to say. Are you not usually quite accurate with your guesses? Why not place a bet? I wager 34. Deal. If I win, you must buy me drinks with this trip's earnings." 35. I knew it. "Well then, if I win, you must take me to Charming Night Bar for a night of revelry." Agreed. The captain downed the remaining contents of his bottle in one go, letting out a satisfied belch. "You know, the market for sea urchin has surged. Black market prices have skyrocketed to 50,000 each. And the ghost-faced pufferfish, blue-blooded starfish, and lava shark, that all are treasures indeed. And what of it? With our dilapidated vessel, can we even procure such rare finds?" The first mate interrupted his daydreaming that, "I merely speak in jest. Who does not know that such treasures come at the cost of one's life?" The captain sighed, aware that the first mate spoke truthfully. Those in this line of work lived perpetually under the watchful gaze of death. Harvesting red-eyed sea urchins was already a precarious endeavor. Each outing, there were always a few divers who would never return from that cursed abyss. The ghost-faced pufferfish thrived 500 meters below, cohabiting with the fearsome llama squid. The blue-blooded starfish only emerged in depths beyond 2,000 meters. As for the lava shark, its infamy on the planet of Twilight Cloud was well known, impervious to common weaponry, requiring high-level psychics for confrontation. Such aspirations were far beyond their current reach, beneath the waves. Yin Haoyu shifted position, continuing his concealment. The ecological box already contained 6 treasures. With a bit of time left before their shift ended, today's haul was quite satisfactory. Previously, he had never exceeded 4. The tranquilizer gun still held 14 tungsten needles, and he considered testing his luck once more. Was he being overly greedy? He often questioned himself. Yet it was human nature. No one ever complained of having too much money. Who could say if such fortune would grace him again on their next venture? How many times had he ventured out? 17 or 18? Each time had been fraught with peril, but since he made the choice to risk his life here, he had not enjoyed a decent night's sleep. Countless nights, he dreamt of various beasts claiming his life in unimaginable ways. Being devoured whole seemed the most dignified end, while dismemberment, fragmentation, slow torture, or suffocation from constriction, or being dissolved by corrosive acids, or even being drained into a desiccated corpse, myriad horrors beyond human comprehension. Awakening from such nightmares had become commonplace. Was this relentless struggle worthwhile? He pondered this question, but always endeavored to convince himself that just one more attempt would suffice. Just once more, just one last time. Yet each return, a mere week passed before he found himself repeating the cycle. Perhaps, to outsiders, he seemed utterly mad. What value was wealth if one's life was forfeit? Indeed, survival must come first before any other discussions could commence. He did not deny this fact, and had attempted more than once to persuade himself against further risks. Yet, the tenacity in his heart would not wane. For life itself is not solely about existing. Before the phrase to live, one ought to prefix it with notions of dignity, respect, and joy. To live with dignity, to live with grace, to live joyfully. Chapter 3. Rualan, this is nearly the dream of all. Yet throughout millennia, few have achieved this standard. To live with dignity. It sounds effortless, yet the execution is fraught with challenges. He was but a youth, born of the lowest strata, possessing nothing but his youth. Fervor and courage. Of course, he harbored dreams. Dreams of living with dignity, a humble existence, a humble aspiration. For that almost unattainable dream, he chose this perilous path. Regrets? Perhaps. Yet every time he returned from the brink of death, he would silently lick his wounds and adjust his mindset in his little haven that a week later, he would once again resolutely board the fishing vessel, striving to snatch sustenance from the jaws of those nightmarish creatures. Fighting for the unwavering determination within his heart. With a gentle lift of his hand, another tungsten needle was launched, this time aimed at a target nearly 6 meters away. The challenge of securing it was daunting, and he cautiously inched closer, moving with utmost care. Fate seemed to mock him, the specter of death lingering ominously nearby. Closer, just a bit closer. He was on the verge of capturing it. A dear, crystal vine drifted leisurely towards him. Barely a meter away, he could see the pale, tiny bone spines adorning its tentacles. Due to its recent feast, the once dark green, thick vine had transformed to a deep purple, adorned with dark red flesh. Writhing as it swayed, a wave of sinister terror washed over him. Yet he remained unmoved, patiently waiting, his body trembling within the confines of his diving suit. Finally, the dear crystal vine drifted 7 or 8 meters away. The grim gaze of death momentarily shifting from him, he reached out, grasping the prey and stuffing it into the ecological box. However, whether due to his excessive movement or the sensitivity of the dear crystal vine, it swiftly circled back towards him. What to do? To flee. That would only hasten his demise. Not fleeing, yet his weapon was inadequate for this creature. Gritting his teeth, he remained still, inwardly praying that it had not detected him. The menacing tentacles slowly extended, as if inviting him into the embrace of death. Fortune's favor watched over him with anxious eyes. Time was running short. Prepare to launch. Flood commanded his crew. He referred to a type of missile that, upon being launched into the sea, emitted a specific frequency of sound waves to drive away the deadly creatures lurking below, allowing divers to return safely. Yet, the effectiveness of this device was not as remarkable as one might hope. And it came at a steep price, thus he could only afford to deploy it twice. Once at the beginning and once at the end of their shift. At least it provided the young man with a greater chance of survival. Upon the surface, the sun of the twilight cloud was about to descend below the horizon. Unlike Earth, this planet's sun shone a brilliant blue. At this moment, a radiant orb appeared directly above that sun, streaking across the sky towards them with great speed. Flood opened another bottle, tilting his head back to take a hearty gulp, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the luminous object. What was that? A meteor? It hardly seemed so. He mused, intending to fetch a telescope for a closer look. Before he could move, the object hurtled towards them, plunging into the sea a mere 30 meters from the ship. Strangely, the surface remained undisturbed, as if nothing had occurred. What was happening? Was it merely an illusion? The drunken captain stared blankly at the sea. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the waves, chaos reigned supreme. Yin Haoyu had nearly succumbed to despair. The dear crystal vine slowly ensnaring him, tearing at his diving suit. Yet, unexpectedly, it ceased its assault, darting swiftly to the side. Not only it, but various deadly creatures seemed to have lost their minds, frantically fleeing into the depths. Including the infamous moray shark. What could possibly instill such fear in them? As he hesitated, pondering his next move, darkness enveloped him, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness crashing over him. Panic seized him. Succumbing to slumber in such a place could only yield dire consequences. A thought easily conjured. Alas, the unfolding events were beyond his control, and soon he lost consciousness. Chapter 4. Optimization. Unbeknownst to him, a chaotic orb of light hovered above his head. Under the overwhelming pressure, the surrounding seabed became a desolate realm. The young divers surfaced one by one, each returning with varying degrees of spoils. It appeared they were all in good condition, emerging from such a perilous place. They all shared a sense of rebirth. The first mate directed the crew in tallying the prizes, while Flood, liquor bottle in hand, squinted to count heads. 16, 17, 18 to 29, 30 to already 32, with the remaining few possibly lagging behind or perhaps having met their maker. Such occurrences were commonplace. Those who chose this profession must be prepared for the risks. After a brief wait, 2 more surfaced, bringing the total to 34. Captain, it seems you will be losing this round. The first mate declared triumphantly. Don't be absurd. How could I possibly lose? Flood scoffed, glancing at the time. Let us wait a little longer. I refuse to believe my instincts are mistaken. The blue sun had dipped below the horizon, and the 3 moons of twilight cloud began to reveal themselves in the night sky. 2 larger ones gleamed blue, while the smaller one shimmered a purplish red, appearing rather otherworldly. It's time to head back. Captain, the first mate reminded him. Ah, very well. Freud replied somewhat gloomily. Could it be that my instincts have truly failed me? Damn it, after so many years of reputation, today it crumbles, just as he was preparing to concede defeat. A crew member suddenly shouted, Captain, there's another one. What? Both the drunken captain and the first mate exclaimed in unison. 20 meters off the starboard side, a figure slowly emerged from the water. Ha ha ha. It's that kid. Freud tossed aside the bottle and rushed over to retrieve him. Damn it, this wretched drunkard has succeeded again. It was now the first mate's turn to feel dejected. Yin Haoyu appeared to be in decent condition. At least he could still stand. albeit with a somewhat pale complexion, as he forced a smile at the gathered crowd, handed the ecological box to the captain, and said, "There was a bit of an incident, so I returned a little late. Sorry to worry everyone. How was your haul today, Brother Yin? Your luck has always been good. I trust it continues to be so." The drunken captain chuckled as he opened the ecological box. But when it was fully revealed, everyone present gasped in shock. Inside the box lay 20 neatly arranged sea urchins and 2 jade butterfly conchs, which could fetch a handsome price, found only in the layers of the dear crystal vines. How did this kid manage to acquire them? Finally, it was the first mate who broke the silence, smiling as he said, "Brother Yun, it seems your luck today is indeed extraordinary. Will you treat everyone to a drink later?" Naturally, Yin Haoyu responded with enthusiasm. He had every reason to be delighted. According to their prior agreement, capturing 1 sea urchin would yield a reward of 20,000 credit points. 20 would amount to 400,000. A considerable fortune for him. As for the jade butterfly conchs, the drunken captain offered a price of 100,000 each, totaling an income that equaled that of his previous 7 or 8 ventures combined. The fishing boat returned to port, where the distant lights shimmered brightly. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Yun Haoyu stood on the deck, lost in thought. At last, he had returned alive, and the starry sky above had never appeared so beautiful. The night breeze swept in gently, carrying a familiar briny scent that tea be alive. What a joy! Muchuan Port is one of the most bustling areas in Muchuan City and is among the largest ports on the Muyun Star. As night fell, the business in various bars, nightclubs, and clubs began to flourish. The bar was already filled with patrons, merchants, mercenaries, and idle ruffians, though the majority were sailors who earned their living at sea. Additionally, there were women of all kinds, including natives, bio-enhanced beauties, and even robotic women clad in synthetic skin and muscle. As long as one could afford the price, the proprietors could even procure extraterrestrial women for you. Chapter 5. Roommates Yun Haoyu and his companions occupied a spacious private room, reveling in their libations. Today, Brother Haoyu is treating everyone, so drink freely. The drunken captain, while embracing a lightly dressed young woman, called out to the group. The dangers of their profession were unimaginable to outsiders. Underwater, safety was always a relative concept, and one could find themselves lost to the depths at any moment. Regardless, returning safely was always a cause for celebration. Thus, the young men who ventured out to sea often spent their time on shore indulging in pleasure. For none knew when they might have such an opportunity again. The fear of uncertainty made it a matter of course to seek enjoyment, relinquishing their stress in alcohol and the company of women. After being urged to drink by his companions, Yun Haoyu found himself somewhat overwhelmed and looked for an excuse to slip away. Leaning on the balcony, he gazed at the night scene. Outside, the streets bustled with traffic and throngs of people. After over 70 years of immigration and development, this planet had become quite prosperous. Along the coastline, more than 20 cities had emerged, each boasting populations ranging from millions to tens of millions. The rapid accumulation of such a populace within a few decades was primarily due to resources. Muyun Star, though small, produced hundreds of rare resources essential to the empire, predominantly marine biological specimens, many of which were unique to this planet. For humanity, nothing excited them more than the prospect of wealth. Eager for a chance at sudden riches, people flocked here aboard various immigrant vessels. However, opportunities and risks have always been two sides of the same coin. This planet contained but a single continent, covering less than 15% of its surface area. The remainder was comprised of islands and ocean. For known or unknown reasons, the creatures on this planet were predominantly fierce. In the initial years of development, these creatures regarded humans with indifference. As long as they were not provoked, all was well. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Once humanity established cities and began large-scale resource extraction, essentially slaughter, the indigenous creatures revolted. They initiated frequent attacks against humans, even staging a version of a monster siege worthy of the interstellar era. Naturally, humans were not easily defeated, and both sides engaged in a protracted tug-of-war for nearly a decade, resulting in the loss of hundreds of thousands of Imperial soldiers, including thousands of psychic warriors. In the end, the Imperial military took decisive action, deploying the main fleet to thoroughly cleanse the powerful creatures from the continent, even employing prohibited weaponry. At last, humanity claimed dominance over the land. While significant resources were derived from the oceans, The creatures of the sea were no less formidable, and many perished beneath the waves each day. However, the military could not utilize the same methods to cleanse the oceans. Doing so would lead to a collapse of the marine ecosystem, unless the empire intended to forsake its resources. Therefore, everything produced here came at the cost of lives. Powerful companies, equipped with advanced protective gear, could afford a slightly lower casualty rate, whereas small operators like the drunken Freud relied on a single ship and a handful of crew members with basic diving tools. The high casualty rates were daunting. Divers on Muyun Star were considered to have one of the most perilous professions in the entire empire, to the extent that no insurance company was willing to extend services here. The bosses bore no responsibility. The relationship between divers and owners was merely one of temporary employment. The owner provided diving equipment, and the divers sold their catch to the owner at a pre-agreed price, settling accounts after each outing. Though the prices were steep, the transaction channels were in their hands, leaving the divers with little choice. Furthermore, should a diver encounter misfortune, the loss of equipment was no small matter, and the owner needed to earn a living as well. Yun Haoyu was a freshman in college. When he was 12 years old, his parents tragically passed away in an accident, and his uncle raised him. This childhood experience rendered him somewhat introverted, with few friends, and he had taken up this perilous profession due to a heartbreak over half a year prior. Chapter 6. Setting sail at that time. He nervously confessed his feelings to an upperclassman he admired. Surprised by his courage, the beautiful upperclassman accepted his affections that he felt a sense of pride in his charm, believing that pursuing women was not as difficult as he had imagined. However, fate has a cruel sense of humor. It often offers a glimmer of hope only to deliver a devastating blow, shattering both pride and dignity. That day soon arrived, at the school's recreational center. The upperclassman led him to the physical training area. In that moment, he realized he should not pursue a girl with a level 2 genetic enhancement point. One of the tests in the training area involved lifting a 400-kilogram alloy block to the 30th floor and back down again, a feat impossible for him, possessing only level 1 genetic enhancement. The upperclassman gracefully ascended and descended, while he could only watch from the sidelines. The charming upperclassman said nothing, instead using this subtle method to convey to the valiant junior, "Do not become infatuated with me. I have trained. Genetic enhancement levels not only manifested in physical prowess. In terms of lifespan, level 1 genetic enhancement grants a lifespan of 200 years, with each subsequent level adding an additional 100 years. The Empire's genetic enhancement levels are divided into 4 tiers, with each advancement significantly boosting intelligence, physical strength, immune systems, and longevity. However, since the inception of humanity, such advantages have always been the privilege of a select few. And this reality remained unchanged even in the interstellar age. Level 1 genetic enhancement drugs are relatively affordable, accessible to the general populace of the Empire. Level 2, however, is considerably more expensive, costing 1 million credit points, equivalent to a civil servant's income over 40 years without food or drink. Level 3 costs 8 million, while Level 4 is reserved for a mere handful at the top of the hierarchy. Yun Haoyu's first love thus met an untimely end, yet he was not one to easily concede defeat. If he lacked other virtues, he possessed a fierce determination. 1 million was no small sum, and he could not seek help from others. He had to devise a way on his own. Thus, over the past half year, he tried various jobs, ultimately choosing to abandon them all due to their meager pay, realizing he would have to wait a lifetime to amass 1 million. After much deliberation, he approached Freud, and after a brief training period, became a diver under the drunken captain, venturing out to sea every weekend. During this time, many familiar and unfamiliar companions were lost to the depths, and he had witnessed the horrific demise of comrades consumed by those ferocious creatures, narrowly escaping death himself on several occasions. Nevertheless, he persevered. Wealth has become abundant, and there is even excess. Tomorrow, I shall visit the hospital. Yun Haoyu contemplated. After enduring numerous hardships, he had finally achieved his goal, experiencing an indescribable sense of exhilaration. However, today's gains were not limited to this. He recalled the radiant orb. As midnight approached, the revelry came to a close. Some guests departed, while most sought the company of women to continue their merriment. The next day, they would brave the sea once more. This was the life of the majority. Brother Hao, why not find a woman for yourself? You hardly drink. Why hoard so much wealth? You never know when you might meet your maker. Enjoying life as it comes is the only sensible choice, slurred the drunken captain, clapping him on the shoulder. Perhaps I could introduce you to a few? Rubbish. I'm not interested. Yin Haoyu replied, Oh, who would have thought you had such discerning taste? If you desire something better, I can arrange it. The captain was invigorated. Let's talk about it later. I'm tired today and wish to return for some rest. Yin Haoyu mumbled, having been here before, yet he still found their lifestyle disconcerting. Perhaps, he thought, he was simply not one of them. Yin Haoyu was yet unaware that from this day forth, his destiny would diverge from that of the ordinary. Chapter 7. School Luhua Academy, the most esteemed institution in the city and the pinnacle of education on Muyu Star, welcomed him. Strolling through the campus, the pathways were paved with light blue stones, and the buildings gleamed in soft white hues. Under the glow of the street lamps, a gentle radiance enveloped the surroundings. In the night sky, a trio of moons hung high, their contrasting luminescence cascading down and transforming the academy into a palace of enchantment. Arriving at his apartment, he extracted his identification card and swiped it on the reader. A warm voice greeted him. Welcome back, Yin Haoyu. This was the robotic guardian of the residence. The door slid open silently, and a 2.5-meter-tall robot stood at the threshold. Noticing his arrival, it added, You are a bit late today. This may hinder your rest. Please be mindful in the future. Yin Haoyu chuckled in response, impressed by the robot's intelligence. The academy's accommodations were quite satisfactory, with each apartment housing 4 individuals, each enjoying a spacious 70-square-meter room with private bathrooms. While the living room and kitchen were shared, as he entered his room, all his roommates' doors were shut. He could not tell if they were already resting or out seeking entertainment. After washing up, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. He was indeed exhausted. Though his body lay asleep, his mind was not idle. In the depths of his consciousness, a communication beyond the realm of ordinary understanding transpired. Yin Haoyu found himself in a peculiar space, where light abounded and chaos-colored luminescence swirled freely. He himself became a flickering shadow of light, feeling detached from his physical form. Strangely, he felt no fear. It was as if this was the natural order of things. Before him floated a golden silhouette, the very presence he had encountered in the depths of the SET. This moment, they had been conversing for quite some time. Elder Roland, this is the general state of the world. It appears that it is indeed not the same time and space you once knew. Roland was the name of this enigmatic being. After a brief silence, a gentle yet authoritative voice resumed. It appears this is beyond doubt. Who would have thought a remnant soul could endure? Initially believed to have perished in the chaotic void. Pausing, the voice continued with a hint of disappointment. Yet what use is it? I have explored this space, and there are none of our kind here. Not even the laws of heaven have remained unchanged. I'd hoped to heal my wounds and continue my existence. But it seems that is impossible. This space lacks the spiritual resources I require. My various mystical techniques have also diminished in power. That may not be the case. The vastness of the cosmos may hold wonders beyond your imagination. Just because it's not here does not mean it cannot be found elsewhere. Yin Haoyu asserted, If I ever have the opportunity to leave this planet, I shall seek out the treasures you desire in other star systems. He felt a kinship with this being. Had it not been for its intervention in the depths of the sea, he would not have had such fortune today. It seems we must proceed in this manner. You are not without merit, little one. Alas, if only I had my powers intact, I would bestow some benefits upon you. Roland sighed, reflecting on her past existence at the pinnacle of life in her former time. How had she fallen to such a state? But I still do not understand. Is that world truly as miraculous as you describe? Yin Haoyu found it hard to comprehend what Roland spoke of. While flying and leaping through the air was one thing, high-level extraordinary beings could manage such feats, and ordinary people could do so with tools. However, moving mountains and filling seas, grasping stars and plucking moons, stealing the sun and changing the day. How could a person attain such power? I have no need to deceive you, little one. Roland replied coolly, You cannot fathom the wonders that exist. These are but trifles. A true master can create worlds from nothing with ease. Had I taken the final step, I too could have done. Let us not dwell on that. Chapter 8. Level 3. Perhaps I can search the database for related records in this world. Yin Haoyu rose and activated his portable holographic device. Connecting to the Academy's library, in his mind, he inquired, You can see the outside world, correct? No problem. I never expected the civilization to have produced so many peculiar tools. It is quite fascinating. Thus, a solitary individual and an unknown existence engaged in their inquiries until dawn.by morning. They had scoured every accessible database on Muyu Star concerning this matter. 99% consisted of myths and legends, with numerous films and novels available, while the remaining 1% was vague. Yet one thing was nearly certain. At least many years ago, immortals had indeed existed. Otherwise, how could so many tales of extraordinary feats have been passed down, indicating that during a certain period, the civilization of the immortal path thrived? But for reasons unknown, it had all been lost to the annals of time. It does not seem so dire, Roland remarked. Perhaps there remains a chance for restoration. Very well. I shall keep an eye out for information regarding this in the future. Today, I must visit the hospital. I am quite eager for the secondary gene optimization. Yin Haoyu concluded, shutting off the holographic device, and heading to the kitchen. He prepared a bowl of lean meat porridge, made from Muyu Star's local specialty, snail horn beef. It was quite delicious. He still found it difficult to adapt to synthesized nutritional supplements, which, while capable of satisfying all dietary requirements and available in various flavors, simply did not appeal to him. Unless there were no other options, such as when at sea, he typically preferred natural foods. This habit, however, had doubled his monthly living expenses. Yet now, such trivial amounts no longer concerned him. After finishing breakfast and changing his clothes, he stepped outside. He hailed a taxi on the roadside, set the destination, and the vehicle silently commenced its journey. These cars require no human driver. Passengers select their routes, and everything is autonomously controlled. Upon arrival, he paused at the curb, intending to send a message to his uncle, but ultimately decided against it. Resolving to inform his family once everything was settled, he had kept his seafaring endeavors a secret, as he knew that if his uncle and aunt learned of his perilous profession, their first reaction would be to confine him for his safety. From the age of 12 until now, his uncle's family had treated him well. Although they had never explicitly stated it, Yun Haoyu understood that he was not related to them by blood, making their affection all the more precious. This world is a practical one. Aside from your parents and relatives, no one is obligated to treat you kindly. Should he ever achieve success, he would repay this family generously. Oh, is that not Yun Haoyu? A mocking voice echoed in his ear. Turning around, he saw several men in dark clothing surrounding a handsome young man, Yang Feng. Frowning, he recognized him as his nemesis, someone he typically avoided. Yet today fate had conspired against him. Yang Feng feigned warmth, draping an arm around his shoulder, and with an insincere grin, said, "What a coincidence to see an old classmate today. You rarely show your face. I thought it would be difficult to reconnect. When will you repay that money?" "Money? Have I borrowed money from you?" Yun Haoyu retorted coldly. "What? You're still unaware." Yang Feng clapped his forehead dramatically, his expression exaggerated. "Oh dear, I suddenly forgot. Your parents are no longer with us. You are now a forsaken child, unloved and unwanted." Such words were deeply hurtful. Yun Haoyu's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched, but he remained silent. "Your father borrowed 2 million credit points from my family when he was alive to treat your mother. Do you not recall? Though they are gone, the debt must be repaid. That is only proper. Previously, my father did not press the matter due to your minority, but now you are 18, yes? That debt, with interest, amounts to nearly 10 million. Yang Feng sneered and said, "I wonder when you plan to repay?" Chapter 9. Abilities. Yun Haoyu struggled to suppress the fury within him and calmly inquired, "Do you have any evidence for your claims? Even if you do, according to relevant laws, after the death of the debtor, this debt should automatically be nullified. Is that so? Perhaps it is, but you must understand what my family does." Yang Feng said ominously, "One can owe my family money and not repay it. Do not expect the so-called law to protect you. My father has said that within a year, if you cannot repay this debt, your life will no longer belong to you." As he spoke, he secretly exerted force, a surge of violent energy coursing through Yun Haoyu's body. Following his meridians, a piercing pain struck, and soon half of his body lost sensation. His nails dug deeply into his flesh. Yet he still gritted his teeth to refrain from making a sound. Seeing this, Yang Feng was somewhat taken aback. "Oh, you really are tough, just like your deadbeat father." He increased his pressure. "Tell your old man that I will be repaid." His voice was as cold as ice shards. "Really? What will you use to repay? In a year's time, with your meager abilities, can you earn that much money? Unless you go out to sea to fish. But with your physique, you would barely suffice as bait for those fierce creatures." Yang Feng ruthlessly mocked him. However, you do have a decent face. Perhaps you could consider working in a nightclub. Those older women would surely be delighted to cater to your business." His words were so vicious that even the few imposing figures in black behind him wore expressions of disdain. This young master was cruel and narrow-minded, merely a hired hand. They naturally wouldn't voice their opinions, only harboring contempt in their hearts. "Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. I have a date to attend. You should think hard about how to make money, and your ex-girlfriend is now our boss woman. Stay away from her in the future, and take a good look at your own worth." Yang Feng laughed heartily as he strode away. A cool energy surged at Yun Haoyu's shoulder, flowing through his meridians to his palm, alleviating the pain and visibly healing his external injuries. The voice of Rulon echoed in his mind. "Your body is still too weak. There's truly no method in this world to strengthen oneself." "There should be, but is beyond my reach. I am merely an ordinary citizen," he replied with a bitter smile. After a brief silence, Rulon said, "This is not a solution. Once I familiarize myself with the laws of this world, I shall create a suitable technique for you to prevent you from being bullied by those insignificant creatures." Yang Feng and his enmity were not new. This spoiled rich kid had once harassed a classmate, and Yun Haoyu had seized the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Back then, his father was still alive, and there was some camaraderie between their families, which deterred the boy from retaliating. However, after his parents passed away and his family fell into decline, this person became arrogant, frequently seeking trouble, especially after becoming an ability user. "I will not forget. One day, I will reclaim everything with interest," he vowed silently, a fierce crimson flashing in his dark eyes. He glanced at the sky one last time before stepping through the hospital doors, knowing that when he emerged again, he would be a completely new person. In the distance, the blue sun had already risen above the horizon, heralding another brilliant day. The Gene Optimization Center's reception hall was divided into 4 distinct areas. From level 1 to level 4, the first level was the most crowded, with doctors bustling about. The second level had significantly fewer individuals, only about 10% of the first. The third level was even less populated, with fewer than 10 people at AS. For the fourth level, there was not a soul in sight. It seemed that the wealthy were scarce on this planet. Yun Haoyu mused. With differing levels, the treatment also varied greatly. The first level was equipped with very ordinary facilities, with tables and chairs made of cheap imitation wood. The second level was much better, featuring a natural mahogany counter, elegant crystal chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, and amiable nurses. Chapter 10. Testing. The third and fourth levels were invisible from the outside, separated by a bright yellow jade screen that obstructed all views. However, just by observing the few nurses standing in front of the screen, who possessed figures and faces comparable to supermodels, one could imagine the luxurious conditions inside. Seeing the reception area arranged so splendidly, one could not help but marvel at the pervasive disparities in treatment. As Yun Haoyu settled onto the sofa, a charming nurse approached and greeted him. "Good day, sir. Are you here for gene optimization surgery? Wasn't that obvious? If one came here, would it be to discuss life aspirations?" Yun Haoyu silently scoffed, but politely replied, "Indeed, I would like to review the relevant informational materials." A virtual light screen appeared before him, detailing the components of the gene serum, its effects, surgical details, and precautions. He had already been somewhat informed, and now he was merely confirming his knowledge. "All right, I've reviewed it. Can we proceed now?" Yun Haoyu inquired. "Once the payment is settled, we can begin," the nurse replied with a smile. The total cost for the serum, including surgery and post-operative care, amounts to 1 million credit points. Yun Haoyu retrieved his identity card and swiped it on the terminal. After entering his password, the banking system quickly processed all the formalities, transferring the funds into the hospital's account. The nurse could not help but be surprised. 1 million was no small sum, and judging by his attire, he hardly appeared to be wealthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be coming for optimization surgery at such an age, suggesting that this amount had been earned by him. But what profession could yield 1 million in just a few years? He looked to be barely 20. Could it be that he won a lottery? Or perhaps, the nurse's mind wandered. She led him to the second-floor surgical area. Watching as Yun Haoyu entered, she stared at his departing figure for a moment before heading downstairs to resume her duties, aware that idleness could lead to reprimands. Contrary to expectations, the surgical area consisted of semi-independent compartments, each about 50 square meters in size, containing a single-person medical pod. The procedure itself was exceedingly simple. The doctor conducted a brief examination, retrieved a set of syringes from a safe, and administered them in 3 doses. He was then instructed to undress and lie down in the medical pod. Have a good sleep, and in 5 hours, you will be reborn, the doctor assured him. Yun Haoyu had intended to say something, but the lid of the nutrient pod closed automatically. A colorless, odorless anesthetic gas enveloped him. And soon he lost consciousness. A pale blue liquid poured forth, enveloping his body. He dreamt of his form being disassembled by an unknown force into countless fragments. Countless silver droplets emerged from the void, swiftly merging with the fragments, causing his genes to tremble and rejoice. The double helix structure undergoing an indescribable transformation. His consciousness floated nearby, silently observing the spectacle. Unbeknownst to him, Rulon was also present, yet remained silent. 5 hours passed swiftly. When Yun Haoyu opened his eyes, the world appeared clearer than ever. Not only his vision, but all his senses had become sharper. His brain reacted more quickly, and his thoughts were more agile. He felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. This was the benefit of gene optimization. He had experienced something similar once before. During his first level optimization, when his parents had brought him, he was too young to remember much of it now. Glancing in a mirror, he saw a person with pronounced features, his physique now more balanced and robust. He was growing more handsome, yet he wondered how he would look after 3rd or even 4th level optimization, if that day ever came. In truth, he was aware of the effects of 4th level gene optimization. It was one of the highest aspirations shared by all his peers on the internet and television, government officials wielding national power. Immensely wealthy business magnates, military leaders, and dazzling superstars all possessed near-divine beauty and physiques, along with lifespans extending up to 500 years. Yet for ordinary people, all of this seemed so distant, far enough that the vast majority would never see their dreams realized in a lifetime. Chapter 11. Job application, 2nd level gene optimization was already the limit attainable by the average citizen. When gene optimization serums were first introduced, their impact on the societal structure was undeniably profound, fundamentally altering human relationships. Previously, regardless of the disparity in social status, the essential differences among individuals were not glaringly apparent. An emperor and a beggar shared a similar physical existence. In theory, everyone had the opportunity to ascend the social ladder. If fortune favored them, even a beggar might reach the pinnacle. Although the odds were slim, it remained a hope, and this served as motivation for the vast majority of ordinary people to strive for a better, more dignified life. However, with the advent of gene serums, even this minimal semblance of equality vanished. The advantages of those who underwent advanced gene optimization became glaringly evident, leaving ordinary people with no chance to compete. Here is a simple example. 2 individuals committed a crime and were each sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Point 1 is an ordinary person, whose lifespan is less than a century, thus rendering his prime years utterly wasted. The other, having undergone a 4-tier genetic optimization, boasts a lifespan of 500 years, making 20 years merely 1/25 of his existence, an inconsequential setback. The stark societal disparity wrought by genetic optimization is vividly illustrated in this scenario. Initially, the authorities enacted certain laws and regulations to safeguard the interests of the vulnerable groups. However, as time progressed, this trend intensified to an uncontrollable extent. Wealth became increasingly concentrated in the hands of a select few. Even within government and military sectors, where those with advanced genetic optimization found it easier to ascend the ranks. Wealth, power, and social status. Previously, ordinary individuals still had a chance to strive for something greater. Yet now, genetic hierarchy seems to dictate everything. Yun Haoyu comprehended the choice made by his senior at the outset. He will engage in a romantic relationship with someone whose anticipated lifespan is destined to be only 2/3 or even less of one's own requires not only courage, but also an acknowledgement of the social status gap. Only those who have undergone secondary genetic optimization can hope to secure respectable employment, let alone consider the implications for future generations. Even among those with similar genetic enhancements, disparities in physical constitution persist, stemming from the inherent quality of their foundational genetics. Offspring produced by higher-tier genetic optimizers, although requiring further optimization to attain the same physical constitution and longevity as their forebears, undeniably enjoy a significant advantage in their foundational genetics, ensuring superior optimization outcomes. This further extinguishes the possibilities for ordinary individuals to elevate their status, extending even to their descendants. After undergoing another examination, The surgical procedure was deemed complete. Rest well upon returning. And avoid strenuous activities for at least a week, the doctor advised. Understood, Yun Haoyu replied as he donned his clothes and stepped outside. The sun shone brightly. Nearly noon, he found a seemingly decent hotel, ordered several dishes, and requested a bottle of wine, indulging in solitary enjoyment. The road ahead remained long, and the goals distant, yet diligence promised hope. After meandering for the afternoon, he returned to school just in time for dinner. Upon entering, he was surprised to find several of his typically elusive roommates present at IU. "You've returned today," called out a slightly frail, bookish boy named Su Shanqing, one of Yun Haoyu's few friends. "IU's back? We'll need to add a couple more dishes then," came a hearty voice from the kitchen. "Jinyu." After exchanging pleasantries, Yun Haoyu slipped on a pair of slippers and collapsed onto the sofa. The projection screen in the living room was broadcasting news. The Empire's exploration fleet has discovered 2 new habitable planets in the outer galaxy, with preliminary ecological assessments rated as B. Rich in resources, suitable for large-scale development, an unidentified infectious disease has emerged in the Molin star domain, with hundreds infected, exhibiting loss of autonomy and signs of genetic instability. All infected individuals have been isolated, and investigations are ongoing. Chapter 12. Zhan Ying, due to the rapid economic development in the Mungung star domain in recent years, signs of energy shortages have begun to emerge. The Empire's energy department has decided to construct 20 large energy bases in the Mungung star domain over the next 5 years. To meet the energy demands of economic growth, the new generation of military space mechs has successfully passed military tests, demonstrating outstanding performance, and the military has decided to procure them in bulk. IU, where have you been these past few days? I actually needed your assistance with something, a boy with curly hair and a somewhat stern demeanor. Bernard Belgrande entered and sat beside him. "You, the young master, seeking help? That's rare." Before Yun Haoyu could respond, Jinyu emerged with a platter of braised fish. "And what of it?" Bernard scoffed. Jinyu dismissed the comment, placing the dish on the dining table and calling, "Dinner is ready. Su Shanqing, come help serve the food." The long rectangular table was laden with dishes as the 4 boys settled down to eat and converse. Although they lived together, their differing personalities and fields of study meant they rarely crossed paths, and upon returning in the evenings, they typically retreated to their own rooms. Opportunities to share a meal together were indeed scarce. "How did you fare in the recent exam?" Yun Haoyu inquired of Jinyu. "Need I say? It was a breeze," Jinyu replied with a sense of pride, being a design major with consistently stellar grades. "IU, you seem different somehow," Su Shanqing observed. "In what way?" Bernard questioned, soon realizing the source of the change. "Indeed, you seem even more handsome." "Wait, I just thought of a possibility. Could it be that you have already undergone the secondary genetic optimization procedure?" Bernard asked uncertainly. Instantly, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him as if to say he would face dire consequences should he not confess. Yun Haoyu sighed inwardly. He had hoped to keep his secret for a while longer. But these astute individuals were not easily fooled. "Yes, I just had the surgery today," he admitted candidly. Though prepared for their reactions, his classmates were still taken aback. "How did you manage to gather the funds?" "That is quite a sum," Su Shanqing queried, a question echoed by the other 2. Simple enough. A wealthy heiress took a liking to me and covered the surgical expenses. Yun Haoyu fabricated. "Nonsense. Who do you think you're fooling?" "It seems you want to confess without a bit of coercion." Observing the eager expressions of the 3, Yun Haoyu hastily surrendered. "I confess, I went out to catch fish at sea. You know what I mean? Are you satisfied now?" This revelation astonished them even more. They were well aware of the perils of fishing at sea, understanding that the dangers often exceeded the psychological limits of most individuals. "I never would have guessed you were so reckless," Bernard said incredulously to you. "I know you've been through a lot, but was it really worth risking your life?" Jinyu expressed his shock. "Exactly. That place may yield quick cash, but no amount of money is worth your life," added Su Shanqing. "Enough, no matter how dangerous. I made it through all right. Here I am, sitting well today," Yun Haoyu remarked, touched by their concern. Now that the surgery was complete and his wish fulfilled, he vowed never to return to such places. "That is how it should be," the 3 echoed. The conversation soon turned to genetic optimization agents. "Bernard, you finally have a companion now," Jinyu remarked. Bernard had also undergone secondary genetic optimization, coming from a relatively well-off family, and had his procedure at the age of 15. "I wonder when I'll be able to gather enough for the surgery. If only I could be like IU, then I might have a chance to pursue our department's beauty." Su Shanqing lamented. Chapter 13. Lufon Bernard's comments shattered his dreams. I had the same intention. But alas, even I have no opportunity now. I heard she underwent a tertiary genetic optimization surgery not long ago, elevating her status. He took a sip of his drink and continued. Moreover, I've heard she is showing signs of awakening latent abilities, potentially becoming an extraordinary individual. Following tertiary genetic optimization, there exists a minuscule probability of genetic mutation, with cellular affinity for energy reaching unprecedented levels. Should it surpass a specific threshold, latent abilities may be triggered, leading to the emergence of a formidable, extraordinary individual. Of course, the probability is exceedingly low, less than 0.5, with fourth-tier optimizers having slightly higher odds, yet still not exceeding 2. Because of this, extraordinary individuals hold a very high social status. The principle of rarity holds true in any era. As far as I know, her family's financial situation is merely average. How could they suddenly come up with such a sum? Su Shanqing questioned. Puzzled, Zhan Ying shot him a sidelong glance, saying, hasn't she found herself a wealthy man? It's that fellow who financed her. For someone to willingly spend so much on her, she must possess some considerable charm. A silence enveloped them. After a moment, Su Shanqing spoke gloomily. I'm tempted to take a risk like you. Could you perhaps speak to your benefactor? Zhan Ying exclaimed in alarm. You mustn't do anything foolish. This is no trivial matter. Yin added. Indeed, you were just criticizing me. Now you're the one being impulsive. After much persuasion, they finally dissuaded him from the idea. The 4 tiers of genetic optimization have distinctly divided society into 4 clear-cut classes, with the advantages of each level over the one below being glaringly apparent. Ordinary individuals, without extraordinary circumstances, may toil their entire lives, yet only attain a secondary level, while tertiary status remains a distant hope. And 4th-tier optimization is a privilege reserved for an elite few. Disregarding that, even though they seem to be faring well now, if Su Shanqing and Zhan Ying cannot swiftly resolve the financial requirements for secondary optimization, it will be impossible for them to secure ideal employment after graduation. In 10 or 20 years, they will inevitably sink to the lowest rungs of society, laboring in the most arduous jobs for meager salaries, struggling even to make ends meet. This is the stark reality of our society. After dinner, Yun Haoyu retreated to his room, habitually activating his light brain to review his course schedule. He is studying planetary ecological environment transformation, a field that is currently quite popular as the Empire's territory continues to expand. An increasing number of life-bearing planets are being discovered, yet very few are suitable for human habitation. This necessitates a comprehensive transformation of the planetary surface's ecological system to make it suitable for colonization. His aspiration is to secure a respectable job in a newly developed alien system after graduation. It appears that this goal is no longer unattainable. So, should he set a more challenging target for himself? While he was lost in thought, Ruolan interjected. Is this the effect of genetic optimization you mentioned? It seems rather unimpressive. Yun Haoyu was momentarily taken aback and asked, why do you say that? I feel quite well. My physical condition has never been better. We practitioners, upon entering the field, utilize secret methods and elixirs to refine our bodies and strengthen our foundations. Ruolan responded dismissively. For those with good aptitude, elders from their sect may even expend their own spiritual energy to perform a marrow wash. I am uncertain about the effects of the 3rd-level optimization you mentioned, but given the current circumstances, it cannot be significantly stronger. Compared to our methods, it is truly negligible. What she said might not be entirely incorrect. Do you have any better suggestions? Yin Haoyu asked hesitantly. I do have ideas, but your current foundation is still too weak. It would be wise to optimize to the 4th level first. You make it sound easy. That requires over 100 million credit points, Yin Haoyu replied, feeling somewhat troubled. Don't you have avenues for making money? Just visit that place a few more times, and the funds will come. Before he could respond, Ruolan continued. I know what you're worried about. As long as I am here, those petty nuisances won't dare to trouble you. Rest assured. Chapter 14. Unexpected joy. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Yin Haoyu recalled the situation beneath the sea. When Ruolan appeared, those ferocious creatures fled at great speed, and after regaining consciousness, he seized several prey that couldn't escape. If he could replicate that every time, not only could he cover the costs of 3rd-level optimization, but 4th-level optimization could also become a feasible target. With this thought, his eyes sparkled. He could try tomorrow. It wouldn't be long before he realized his wish. A night passed in silence until dawn arrived, after hastily washing up and grabbing a bite to eat. He eagerly dashed out the door, hailing an autonomous taxi headed for the port to the dock. The drunken Fred was directing his crew to board the ship, making the final preparations before setting sail. The crew, invigorated despite a night spent indulging in alcohol and women, showed no signs of fatigue, and one had to admit their energy was astonishingly robust. "Is everyone here?" the captain inquired of his first mate. "Today, we only have 34 divers. The first mate replied. Point 2 were injured yesterday and won't be able to come for a few days, and several others have been poached by other captains. They say our offer is too low." "Let them go. We'll recruit some more when we return," the captain replied nonchalantly. The sailors stowed the anchor, and the ship gradually set sail. That moment, a handsome young man with short black hair dashed over, exerting himself slightly to perform a front flip, landing neatly on the ship, his movements crisp and decisive. The ship was already 7 or 8 meters from the shore. This feat immediately captured everyone's attention. "Ying, what brings you here today?" Someone recognized him. "Of course. I'm here to go fishing. What else would I be doing?" Yun replied with a smile. Fred also spotted him and chuckled. "Aren't you usually only here on weekends? What is the exception today? Are you short on cash? I recall you made quite a profit last time. Probably spent it all on women." Someone teased nearby, and the sailors erupted in laughter as the ship sailed out of the port. It ventured into the vast sea on the surface of the water. The blue sun had begun to rise, the deep blue sky gradually transitioning to a lighter hue, while the 3 moons sank near the horizon, heralding a new day. Today, the sea was calm, and the ship glided smoothly. Each day, countless vessels set out to sea, all with the same goal, to harvest various scarce resources from the ocean floor. Since the large-scale development of the Mightiest star, it has become a unique sight across the entire star system. The reason is simple. The planet's creatures are ferociously resilient, to the point where most conventional weapons of the Imperial Army are rendered ineffective. Collecting resources in such an area evidently cannot be automated. Ordinary robots are merely fodder, while utilizing advanced ones incurs prohibitive costs. The Empire's scientists have attempted to clone these creatures, but for some unknown reasons. Cloning technology has proven ineffective here. Cloned individuals invariably exhibit defects, failing to meet the requirements. Left with no choice, human lives have become the currency for resource extraction. For decades, countless lives have perished beneath this planet's seas. Some estimates suggest the number exceeds 8 digits, but this is inconsequential. As long as sufficient resources are obtained, it matters little. In the eyes of the Imperial elite, these low-grade genetic citizens are merely expendable commodities, and their losses evoke no sympathy. Soon, they arrived at the target sea area. The first mate directed the crew to commence various preparations, distributing equipment to the divers. This moment, one could discern the nature of interpersonal relationships. Those who know how to ingratiate themselves with the equipment managers aboard the ship would receive the best gear. Conversely, the unwary might find their equipment fraught with issues. For instance, an oxygen tank that appears full yet may only contain 3/4 of its capacity, or a communication device that might malfunction at critical moments. Chapter 15. The governor, of course, they would assure you with fervent oaths, even invoking their grandmother's names to guarantee that the equipment would not fail. However, whether you encounter mishaps underwater due to these issues, or even fail to return at all, is of no concern to them. That is merely a matter of bad luck on your part, unrelated to them in the slightest. Yun conducted a final check of his diving suit before donning it. He understood the underlying corruption. Thus, every time he went to sea, he discreetly offered a sum of credit points as a token of gratitude. As a result, he received some of the best equipment available on the ship. Life is precious, and even if he felt dissatisfaction, he preferred not to stir trouble over such matters. The high-frequency sound wave bomb was deployed. A minute later, the divers began entering the water one by one. He took his place in the middle, and when it was his turn, the first mate patted his shoulder and said, "Ying, we are eager to see what surprises you will bring us this time." Yun smiled, saying nothing. Releasing his grip on the iron railing, he immersed himself in the water. The world beneath the surface was enveloped in tranquility. Far removed from the intrigues above, his mood began to lighten, that he adjusted his posture and gradually descended towards the ocean floor. The quality of this double-layer pressure-resistant diving suit was commendable, allowing for free movement in waters up to 500 meters deep. provided one was not targeted by the lethal creatures lurking below. Finally reaching the seabed, he paused briefly to acclimate his body before surveying his surroundings for suitable targets. Although sunlight barely penetrated to such depths, numerous bioluminescent organisms thrived in the ocean, and with his enhanced vision, observing the environment posed no difficulty. One must admit, the underwater scenery of this planet is quite magnificent, if not for its inherent dangers. It could easily be developed into a tourist destination. A plethora of creatures, some familiar and others not, wandered leisurely about. Transparent coral-like organisms were abundant, while azure stones and vibrantly colored shells adorned the landscape. Amidst the towering seaweed, faint blue glowing points emerged, produced by a pearl-sized organism known as mirror sand, extremely precious. It can be utilized to create expensive energy potions, and wealthy tycoons often use it for decorative purposes. Naturally, these creatures are exceedingly difficult to capture. If one rashly reaches out to grab them, they will instantly unleash countless crystalline strands to ensnare you, binding you like a giant dumpling. These hair-thin strands possess an unimaginable tensile strength. Experts have conducted experiments demonstrating that even under hundreds of tons of pressure, the structure of these strands remains stable. Being ensnared leaves little hope of survival. Two striped shrimp were frolicking beside a massive rock. The rock was riddled with man-sized holes, several of which intermittently emitted plumes of red gaseous mist, occasionally revealing a long, slender tongue flickering in and out of sight. That was the lair of the blue-backed, blood-patterned python, ranked 9th among the 10 most ferocious creatures on Mightiest star. Slowly approaching, he produced a metal tube the diameter of a finger and pressed the activation button from several meters away. A crimson projectile shot forth with great speed, transforming into a dense metallic net that ensnared the two small creatures before they could react, rendering them immobile. After securing his prize in the ecological box, he turned to see a grotesque snake head, roughly the size of a bowl, coldly fixated on him from the depths of a dark hole. The snake's head was adorned with vivid crimson patterns, and its elongated eyes were devoid of pupils, encircled by a ghastly white, exuding an ominous aura. Being scrutinized by such a monstrous entity was far from comforting. He cautiously maneuvered the thrusters, swimming away as swiftly as possible, relieved that the creature did not pursue him. Thanks, perhaps, to Roald Land's presence, in truth, Roald Land's mere existence ensured that these creatures would not actively seek trouble. However, should he foolishly provoke them, the consequences would be dire. Currently, he could only target creatures of lesser strength, such as the red-eyed sea urchins and other similar beings like silver filament algae, tiger-lion sea flowers, and striped shell shrimp. Chapter 16. Origin. These creatures were generally weak, having previously avoided attention due to their proximity to more formidable beasts. Now, he felt no fear and could scour without hesitation. On the surface, the drunken captain was engaged in conversation with the first mate. With the end of the month approaching, they needed to prepare tributes for the influential figures. The captain lamented about the costs involved. Such was the nature of their trade. To thrive in this perilous profession, one must inevitably shed some blood. The first mate, equally resigned, understood the unspoken rules of their line of work. The high-risk nature of their industry made casualties a common occurrence if they did not keep the various officials and underworld leaders satisfied. Trouble could easily arise, as long as they maintained proper relations. Even in the event of a death, a mere token compensation would suffice to pacify concerns. This was a tacit understanding among all captains who sought to make a living at sea. While outsiders viewed these captains as living the high life, with no need to dive into the water themselves, merely providing basic equipment and hiring a crew to count the profits, the reality was starkly different. The spoils they collected were sold to designated buyers at prices below market value, and the captain had to pay wages to his crew. The casualty rate among divers was alarmingly high, and the loss of equipment was staggering, necessitating constant investment in new diving gear. Furthermore, the upkeep of the vessels added to the expenses, resulting in a captain's income being far less than perceived. After years at sea, the captain had only managed to acquire 4 villas, marry 2 wives, and cover the cost for genetic optimization for himself and his spouses, leaving little in savings, despite their daily struggles and fears. The true beneficiaries of their labor were not the captains or the various officials and gang leaders, but rather the large pharmaceutical companies. Each sufficiently sized company had its own fleet of fishing vessels, research facilities, and processing plants on this planet, along with their clandestine armed forces. Daily, The spoils from their fleets were sent to factories to extract valuable components, which were then processed into various expensive medications for sale across the empire, and even to extraterrestrial civilizations. The biopharmaceutical industry had become the economic backbone of Muyu Star and the entire Hengluo's star domain. Fleets like Captain Flood's, often seen as a ragtag group, ultimately sold their bounty at low prices through various channels, contributing to the larger companies that outperformed them in daily output. Without these smaller fleets, the annual performance reports of these corporations would be dismal. The prosperity of Muyu Star was upheld by the lives of the most marginalized, with every credit tainted by the blood of divers. Yet, in comparison to their sacrifices, their earnings were negligible. The true power over the economic lifeblood of this planet lay in the hands of the executives of major corporations. Yun Haoyu was currently exploring underwater, with his ecological box already filled halfway with his bounty. The fearsome creatures that he usually avoided now disregarded his presence, all thanks to Ruolan. Although her magical powers were waning, the aura of a quasi-saint rendered him an entity that was utterly untouchable in the eyes of these predators. Thus, he felt at ease, allowing his thoughts to wander as he searched for prey. Perhaps next time he should bring a camera. The scenery here was quite splendid. If edited into a documentary, it could sell well. Maybe he should discuss with media companies about producing some underwater exploration television programs. The viewership would likely be substantial. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the communication channel, likely another unfortunate soul ensnared by something deadly. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against investigating. It was not that he was heartless. Rather, such actions would serve no purpose. Once a diver entered the sea, they would each select a designated work area, maintaining distances of at least 100 meters, often even more by the time he arrived at a location. He would likely only witness a predator finishing its meal and leisurely strolling away. After a moment of silent tribute for the unfortunate companion, he resumed his hunt. In this environment, sympathy was futile. One must be grateful to merely protect oneself. Chapter 17. Cultivation. With 2 hours remaining before the end of the shift, his ecological box was already full. He could have surfaced to deliver his haul before diving again. But he wished to avoid drawing too much attention. The creatures within the ecological box have been deliberately selected to ensure their total value did not exceed 1 million credits if he acted on impulse. It was likely that the combined loot of all his companions would pale in comparison to his own, potentially draining the captain's funds in one fell swoop. Such an outcome was unpredictable. Perhaps envious crew members could lose their sanity and toss him overboard to feed the fish. Even the captain might entertain thoughts of murder and robbery. Therefore, maintaining a low profile was prudent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the scheduled return time arrived. Out of 35 divers, 33 returned, marking a relatively fortunate day. When it came time to tally the spoils, despite being mentally prepared, the drunken captain was taken aback by Yun Haoyu's impressive results. 10 tiger lion sea flowers, 15 striped shell shrimps, and 20 red-eyed sea urchins, worth over 1 million credits. This young man was exceptionally lucky, indeed. Yun Haoyu regretted his earlier display. The entire crew regarded him with the eyes of a monster. Perhaps he had been too ostentatious? He resolved to be more discreet next time. It was no surprise that everyone reacted this way. Even the most experienced divers typically only brought back around 100,000 credits worth of spoils in a single trip. On a bad day, they might only net 30 to 50,000 or even return empty-handed. Of course, there were those whose luck was so dire they lost their lives, while examples like Yun Haoyu existed. Such feats were reserved for those with extraordinary abilities. Ultimately, it was Captain Flood who calmly restored order, utilizing his authority to soothe the crew's emotions, announcing a celebratory evening of drinks, allowing Yun Haoyu to escape the scrutiny. With plans to dive once a week and earn 1 million credits each time, after 10 such excursions, he could afford a level 3 optimization surgery. However, the cost for level 4 would take 2 years to accumulate. And even then, there were no guarantees against unforeseen circumstances. Wasn't that rather slow? In the bar, as Yun Haoyu engaged in drinking contests, he pondered that perhaps he should seek a larger company. Even slightly increased earnings would go unnoticed, allowing him to reach his goals more swiftly. With his mind made up, he set aside his thoughts and began to focus on the dishes before him. In the morning, a melodious tune awakened Yun Haoyu from his slumber. After days at sea, he had nearly forgotten his primary duties. Today, he was to attend school. In this era, all educational processes could be completed within the virtual network, including examinations conducted from the comfort of one's home. However, this led to individuals becoming increasingly introverted and less adept at social interactions. To combat this issue, schools mandated a certain number of courses each semester that required in-person attendance, fostering face-to-face communication between students and teachers to develop social skills. After breakfast, he dressed and headed out, carrying only a light pen and a palm-sized portable holographic device, which he slipped into his pocket. This was a remnant of earlier financial constraints, as he had opted for cheaper options. More advanced models were now considerably smaller. Perhaps it was time to upgrade his holographic device, he mused, noting that he still had some time to spare. Deciding to take a detour, he headed toward the school entrance. Not far from the gate lay a large store where products catering to students of all backgrounds could be found. Upon entering, he was greeted by a mechanical sales assistant. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Not only did the tone of her voice sound human, but her appearance and demeanor were indistinguishable from that of a real person, were it not for the unique insignia on her chest. One might easily mistake her for a living being. This marvel of technology was indeed impressive. "I would like to see the latest models of holographic devices," he replied. "Certainly, please follow me." The robotic assistant led him to the display area for holographic devices. There were numerous models of various sizes and shapes, with personal versions ranging from the size of a book to tiny devices no larger than a fingernail, which could be worn as accessories. Chapter 18. Negotiation. It was said there were even smaller models that could be implanted beneath the skin, directly connecting with the brain's nerves. However, he did not see it here. The price differences were vast, ranging from hundreds to hundreds of thousands of credit points. Just as he was at a loss for choice, a voice rang in his ear. "Yin Hao Yu, you are here too." He looked up and saw two girls with bright eyes and white attire, both dressed in white dresses and knee-high socks, smiling at him. "I came to buy something and did not expect to see you here," he replied amicably. They were his classmates, one named Yang Shui and the other Tang Wei. "We were just wandering around too. Are you selecting a light brain? Would you like us to offer some suggestions?" Yang Shui said with a smile. "Sure, that would be helpful." Yin Hao Yu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The two girls exchanged glances and began to select items from the shelves. "I heard you have already undergone a level 2 gene optimization surgery." "Is that true?" Tang Wei casually inquired. Yin Hao Yu paused for a moment and replied. "It must have been Jin Yu who told you. This loquacious fellow. I'll have to deal with him later." He had only mentioned his surgery to a few individuals, and Su Shangqing and Bernard were both reserved and not prone to boasting. "So it must have been Jin Yu. That's a good thing. Why keep it hidden?" Yang Shui said cheerfully as she had already chosen several options. "Take a look. These are the best in this store. If you don't like them, we can go check out other places." In her fair hands lay 3 models of light brains, resembling a car key, a credit card, and a lapel clip. In terms of performance, they were quite similar. After comparing them, he chose the lapel clip design, although its price was quite steep. Over 200,000 credit points. He swiped his card to complete the transaction and attached the light brain directly to his collar. The smiles on the girls' faces grew even brighter. "It's getting late. Let us head to class," he suggested, and the two girls followed him out. Not far from the school gate, students and teachers were walking in groups towards their classes. Along the way, they occasionally spotted familiar classmates. Yin Hao Yu walked ahead, unaware of the complex glances exchanged between the two girls behind him. Upon arriving in the classroom, most of the students were already there, chatting in small groups. Yin Hao Yu found a spot in the middle and began to adjust his newly purchased light brain. The two girls exchanged a knowing glance and took their seats behind him. Continuing to gaze at his back, their thoughts unknown, he gently pressed the light brain's power button, and a virtual screen measuring 40 centimeters square appeared before him, displaying all operation menus clearly, with just a touch on the screen. The light brain would respond instantly, complete with sound and 3-dimensional images. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. What he initially found regrettable now seemed worthwhile. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent, and he curiously raised his head to find all eyes fixed on a single direction. At the entrance, a strikingly beautiful girl with almond-shaped eyes and a graceful demeanor walked in. She had a slightly voluptuous figure, donned in an exquisite pale yellow suit, tall leather boots, and held a handcrafted leather handbag, adorned with at least a 10-carat energy crystal ring on her middle finger. She strode in with an air of pride, as if she were attending a high-society gala rather than a class. Numerous gazes filled with admiration, fervor, and envy fixated on her. The boys' eyes were mostly filled with enthusiasm, while the girls exhibited jealousy, accompanied by an unmistakable sense of loss. "Womanly," a voice murmured. It was Su Shangqing sitting nearby. He stared blankly at the swan-like girl, unable to utter a word, clearly captivated, and it seemed she was the beauty he had previously mentioned. With a level 3 gene optimization, she had already stepped into the threshold of high society. Such a woman was destined to be beyond his reach. Yun Haoyu sighed, casting another glance at her, only to suddenly notice a small red metal badge on her prominent left chest. The badge depicted two purple five-clawed dragons entwined, with a blue star positioned between their heads, set against the backdrop of a spiraling galaxy. The Milky Way. Chapter 19. Past Events, Part 1. Was she already a bona fide ability user? He was secretly astonished. There was no need for words. Such a woman was undoubtedly from a different world. The stir caused by Wamonli quickly subsided, and the chatter resumed. What is so great about her? She is just lucky to have hooked up with a wealthy man. One girl muttered indignantly. Anyone who can land a rich partner must possess their own talents. Why don't you find someone willing to spend money on you? Another girl scoffed. What talent? It's just a matter of being good in bed. The previous girl's words were cut short when a faint pressure enveloped her, causing the temperature in the classroom to plummet. With a crack, her light pen snapped in two, her face turning pale as she bit her lip in silence. Seeing her subdued, the oppressive aura receded. Several girls fell silent, no longer daring to speak out of turn. In the front row, Wamonli did not turn around, merely caressing the ring on her finger elegantly. The gazes directed at her now carried a hint of trepidation. Was this the power of an ability user? Yin Haoyu's heart was unsettled, wondering if he too would one day awaken such abilities. Finally, class began, and the instructor, a young lecturer with an associate professor title, commenced teaching financial engineering that he spoke quite competently. And everyone appeared attentive, at least on the surface, that in truth, such lecture videos could be found in abundance online, and anyone not particularly lazy had likely seen some before. Attending class was merely a matter of school regulations. The morning classes passed swiftly, and as lunchtime approached, Yin Haoyu received a message on his light brain. Are you joining us for lunch? It was signed by Yang Shui. After a moment's thought, he replied, Are you treating? Wow, you're a guy, and you dare to say that? She responded with a teasing emoji. All right, I'll treat then, Yang Shui conceded with a smile. Yin Haoyu glanced back to see the two girls chuckling at his expense. When they noticed him looking, they quickly feigned seriousness, though their amusement was impossible to conceal. These two girls, he shook his head inwardly, without saying anything. As class ended, students left the classroom in droves. Yang Shui and Tang Wei pulled Yin Haoyu toward a restaurant outside the school. He could see the entrance. A luxurious black hovercar awaited them. Wamonli approached directly, and the respectfully uniformed driver opened the door for her. After she entered, the driver took his place in the driver's seat, and soon the hovercar ascended, disappearing into the sky within moments. What a grand display. This is the advantage of being wealthy. I wonder if I'll ever experience such a day. A group of students discussed enviously 60,000 kilometers from Muyun Star lay the third satellite of Muyun Star. It was a rocky planet with a diameter of over 4,000 kilometers, lacking in atmosphere, and its surface was riddled with craters of varying sizes. Yet life thrived on this planet. A purplish-red moss-like organism occupied more than 70% of the planet's surface, transforming its appearance from blue to an eerie purplish hue in the eyes of those on Muyun Star. However, these were not naturally evolved life forms. Rather, they were a somewhat unsuccessful creation of the Empire scientists. When the Empire began developing Muyun Star, a large-scale biochemical research base was established here to study these astonishingly ferocious organisms. Each month, newly discovered species were transported to this location by spacecraft, and over the years, as the Empire continued to invest heavily, the research base expanded significantly. Now, it housed over 10,000 researchers with a total number of personnel, including logistics and military, exceeding 20,000. Among the hundreds of research projects conducted here, several extreme confidential plans were directly overseen by the highest echelons of the Empire. Chapter 20. Past Events, Part 2. The research base was established within the largest crater, the bottom of which had been excavated to create a vast underground city. Inside the research base, in the central laboratory spanning thousands of square meters, a heated debate was underway. Major General Eridanus, the military head of the research base, appeared to be a very elegant gentleman, although his words now completely undermined his demeanor. What is going on? It has been a year, an entire year, and you have made no progress whatsoever. How could you assure us of success back then? In this year, how much funding have you requested? How many resources? The upper management has high hopes for you, as long as you make a request. Anything feasible would be met promptly. In fact, to accommodate your needs, many projects at the research base have been temporarily halted. All manpower and resources have been prioritized for you. Of course, that's fine. As long as you can show some progress, everything is worthwhile. But what have you accomplished? Sitting across from him was Dr. Ballot, the chief scientist of the research base, and its highest authority. That a somewhat frail middle-aged man stood before the ire of the Major General, his countenance reflecting profound distress. Yet he refrained from retorting, recognizing that the matter was not in his favor. He could only humbly explain, "General, we have indeed exerted ourselves to the utmost throughout this past year. The entire project team has not enjoyed a single restful night, and all leave has been canceled. However, the energy state of the test subject has transcended all known realms of understanding. We have exhausted every viable method. I, too, am disheartened by this outcome. This project has surpassed our capabilities." "Is that so? Is this your conclusion?" The general scoffed, his gaze fixated on the central laboratory. There stood a crystalline column, 2 meters in diameter and 8 meters high. Shimmering with transparency, within the column, a gem-like organism, roughly the size of a wash basin, floated in a pale blue liquid, its entire being radiating a deep azure hue. Above it hovered a black, cup-shaped object, emanating a soft red glow that enveloped the creature entirely. Surrounding the column, layers upon layers of energy shields rose to a height of 15 tiers. Scattered around were dozens of light cannons of varying calibers, while hundreds of heavily armed elite soldiers cautiously monitored the crystalline structure. At the outermost perimeter stood a group of individuals in civilian attire, seemingly indistinguishable from ordinary citizens, save for the metallic badges adorning their left chests, emblazoned with entwined dragons against a backdrop of stars, with 5 to 8 stars etched at the dragon's head, signifying the Empire's elite supernatural forces. Despite this, the military deemed the situation precarious and summoned 2 battleships to hover protectively over the base, with the ship's commander receiving strict orders to fire upon the entire facility should uncontrollable circumstances arise. This organism had been captured over a year ago from the depths of the Mightiest Sea by the Empire's scientific expedition team. Such discoveries were not uncommon annually, yet this particular specimen garnered attention due to its sentience. Although not unprecedented, numerous alien civilizations have been documented since humanity ventured into the cosmos. What truly warranted concern was its formidable power. In the attempt to capture this being, hundreds of accompanying supernatural agents had perished, all of whom were of 5th rank or higher. Only 2 of the 20 abyssal warships returned, while over 1,000 researchers and military personnel were lost to the ocean depths. Survivors recounted how the creature effortlessly reduced fully armed agents to mere pulp with the object it wielded, leaving no trace of their remains. Even the Empire's most advanced abyssal warships could not withstand its onslaught. The situation escalated when, after its capture, the military did not immediately relocate it, but instead secured it at a coastal base. Trouble ensued that very night, as the base was besieged by unidentified creatures wielding unknown powers, nearly razing the facility to the ground. The military was compelled to dispatch a space fleet to counter the assault, resulting in a standoff that lasted the entire night until the mysterious entities retreated into the sea. The subsequent tally of losses exceeded 10,000. Experts hypothesized that Mightiest was far more complex than previously imagined, suggesting the existence of a highly advanced alien civilization in the unfathomable depths of the ocean, with the captured organism possibly being a significant entity within this civilization. The incident was tightly sealed, and the Empire's higher-ups ordered substantial resources to be allocated for the study of this enigmatic being, dispatching even more potent supernatural agents to explore the ocean's depths. Yet despite a year of strenuous efforts, the military had gleaned not a shred of useful information. The strength of the energy shield surrounding the organism surpassed everyone's expectations. All conceivable methods proposed by scientists have been employed, yet to no avail. Thus, we arrived at the aforementioned scene. Since you acknowledge your impotence, I regret to inform you, the Major General stated coldly. Doctor, you are hereby relieved of your duties. Effective immediately, all your privileges are revoked. You are prohibited from entering the central laboratory again. A new appointee will be designated to oversee the affairs of the experimental base. As for you, you shall be returned to the imperial capital for a secret trial. The wastage of such resources without any returns must be accounted for. Dr. Barat's complexion turned pale as he weakly nodded, two supernatural agents approaching to politely escort him away. The laboratory fell silent as Major General Eridanus fixed his gaze upon the crystalline column, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. I shall see how long you can endure. Do not presume that because you possess that object, we are powerless against you. Within the column, an eye suddenly appeared on the creature, its indigo pupil locking onto him, revealing a distinctly human expression, one of disdain. Chapter 21. Ascension. After dining with two young ladies and accompanying them on a shopping excursion throughout the afternoon, Yin Haoyu returned to campus for dinner. His roommates were absent, leaving him to dine alone. Upon returning to his quarters, he began browsing online, but he checked his bank account and discovered that the expenses for the third-tier optimization were now within reach. An incredulous feeling washed over him. Once upon a time, he had doubted he would ever see such a sum of money, yet now it resided in his account. All of this was due to the mysterious Ruolin. Having spent several days in her company, he had gleaned some insight into her character. Unless prompted, she maintained a stoic silence regarding her affairs. He pondered how long it would take to locate what she required. Unfortunately, as a mere student, his access to resources was severely limited, compelling him to seek opportunities in the future. The events of the day had indeed been serendipitous. The two young ladies, with whom he had little prior interaction, had suddenly grown close to him. Initially dismissive of the notion, he later realized it was likely due to genetic status. In this era, it was a common phenomenon for young women to seek high-tier genetic partners. The ability to undergo second-tier optimization implied considerable economic power, which also benefited future generations. Since news of his surgical procedure had spread, it was probable that they had begun to take notice of him. The seemingly coincidental encounter earlier in the day was likely a fortuitous arrangement. In reality, he was not alone in this regard. Male students within the school who had undergone second-tier optimization found it easy to attract partners, while those with third-tier optimization had an even easier time, often pursued by many. Such scenarios had become commonplace. Previously, he had envied those fortunate individuals, yet now found himself enjoying similar treatment. It was not to say those young ladies were overly pragmatic. Rather, it was the harsh reality of society. Who could blame individuals for considering their own best interests? The following morning, he once again stepped into the hospital. As he approached the long-coveted screen, the nurse's smile momentarily captivated him. Although the procedures remained identical, the ambience felt entirely different. The opulence of the room was extraordinary. The tea table, crafted from a single piece of dill flame crystal, a specialty of the Kels-Rofi star system, was 10 times harder than diamond, worth millions per kilogram. The sofa, made from the hide of a Moro shark, could only be handled by over 10 individuals of 6th rank or higher, a true dominator of the deep sea. The crimson carpet, fashioned from the hides of star sand beasts hunted in the Malerian Empire, was sourced from mature beasts that had lived for centuries, fetching tens of millions per square meter. Even the seemingly trivial trinket on the silk cushion was the work of a renowned master artisan. As for the nurses, their beauty and poise were impeccable. How could such women merely be nurses? They were models hired by the hospital to enhance its prestige. Naturally, the costs incurred would ultimately fall to the patients. With several individuals ahead of him, the nurse asked him to wait briefly and even brought him a cup of coffee, a high-end product said to be imported from Earth, the ancestral home of humanity. After tasting it, he found it unremarkable. Suddenly, someone beside him initiated a conversation. "Excuse me, may I ask if you are?" He looked up to find a brown-haired, blue-eyed young man accompanied by a girl of about 7 or 8 years standing before him. The young man's face seemed familiar. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that this was the vice president of the student council, Randall Patrick, a senior and a prominent figure at the school. They had never interacted previously, so it was no wonder he struggled to recall his name. "You're Senior Randall, right?" "I mean, how you?" he greeted amicably. "Are you here for procedure as well?" "Ah, so you're Yin Haoyu. I have seen you before." Randall chuckled amiably. "I have already undergone my procedure. This time, I brought my sister." He presented the little girl, introducing her as, "This is my sister, Dolores." The girl shyly greeted him before retreating behind her brother. Anticipating a wait, the siblings joined him in conversation. Randall, whose father was a senior executive at a commercial firm, undoubtedly hailed from a well-off family. He had 4 brothers, all of whom had undergone third-tier genetic optimization. And this time he was accompanying his youngest sister for her procedure. Curious about Yin Haoyu's circumstances, Randall inquired, yet Yin Haoyu, wishing to keep his situation private, offered vague responses, not wanting to press further. Randall shifted the conversation to school-related matters. Soon it was Yun Haoyu's turn. He filled out the necessary forms and made the payment. The nurse then guided him to the surgical area on the upper floor. As he walked away, Randall's eyes glimmered with a hint of curiosity. Due to his position, he was generally aware of the more accomplished students at the school. Yun Haoyu, once an obscure figure, now possesses the means to amass a significant sum of money, yet remains reticent about his personal details, which is indeed perplexing. After pondering for a moment, he activated his personal holographic device and sent a message. This time, it was a female doctor. The surgical process was quite similar to the previous one. Following the routine examination, she administered an injection, though this particular medication appeared significantly more precious. The doctor entered a 6-digit code at the safe, unlocking 3 layers of security before retrieving the vial, all while a robust guard stood watch nearby. After spending several hours in a nutrient chamber, he awoke feeling invigorated, as if brimming with boundless energy. He found himself somewhat entranced by this sensation. Am I fortunate enough to awaken latent abilities? If so, the future is undoubtedly bright. He contemplated anxiously while gazing at his handsome reflection in the mirror. This post-operative examination was more intricate than before. Due to the tertiary genetic optimization, the affinity between cells and energy had increased, leading to a select few potentially awakening extraordinary powers. Consequently, the doctor's instructions were numerous. No vigorous exercise, no swimming, no skydiving. And it was advised to avoid natural foods in favor of specially formulated nutrient concentrates. Any bodily anomalies necessitated swift consumption of prescribed medications. The myriad restrictions left him feeling overwhelmed. The doctor even inquired about his romantic status, repeatedly warning him against any intimate contact with a girlfriend for a month. Noticing a subtle glimmer of mischief in her eyes, who could say whether she was teasing him? After a difficult ordeal, the hospital gifted him a set of designer casual wear, which felt rather pleasant. Clutching an array of medications, Yun Haoyu hastily exited the operating room, just as he stepped out of the hospital. Uncertain of his next move, his holographic device vibrated. Someone was seeking him. He found a spot in a street-side garden to sit down. Activating his device, a beam of light illuminated the ground, swiftly forming a life-sized, 3-dimensional projection. A charming young girl appeared before him, clad in a white school uniform, her skin as smooth as jade, with lustrous black hair and eyes. Upon seeing him, she exclaimed, "Brother, where have you been lately?" Over a month without contacting the family. This was his uncle's child, Zhan Ying. Hearing her voice snapped him back to reality. He had been so preoccupied with making money at sea that he had neglected to keep in touch with his family. I've been busy with schoolwork," he cautiously fabricated an excuse. The girl scoffed, "Can't you come up with a more clever excuse? Really, no matter how busy school gets, it shouldn't prevent you from contacting family. Such an excuse is an insult to our intelligence." Well, I recently got a girlfriend. I've been busy spending time with her." He shifted his narrative. This seemed to resonate more, as her expression softened. "You have a girlfriend? What's her name? Do you have a photo? Send it to me." "Her name is Yang Shui." "Oh no. Tang Wei." He thought triumphantly as he successfully diverted her attention to AS for the photo. "That I do have one. I'll send it to you shortly." He pondered, connecting with the 2 girls for a photo shouldn't be too difficult. "Where are you now?" The girl switched topics. "Of course. I'm with her," he replied readily. "Oh, so you are together now. Let her come over and speak to me. Well, it's not very convenient right now. She is in the shower." "Really? Have you 2 moved in together? That is quite the advancement." She expressed incredulously that of course. "You should consider who your brother is." His lies rolled off his tongue with increasing ease. "Brother, today I saw someone on the street who looks just like you." She abruptly changed the subject. "Really? He looks that similar?" he asked, confused. "Yes, just a bit more handsome than I was going to approach him. But it turns out he looks good, but his character is lacking." "What happened? Did he bully you?" "Yes." He took advantage of his looks to deceive others with a mouthful of lies. "Tell me, isn't that the most despicable kind of person? Absolutely despicable. Shouldn't he be punished?" "Of course." Wait, that by the time he finally comprehended the situation, it was already too late. That a small hand grasped his collar, and a flurry of punches rained down, that he could hear her gritting her teeth. "A month without seeing you, and your ability to deceive has only improved. I'll teach you a lesson. Good sister. I promise I won't do it again." Yun Haoyu pleaded with a pained expression. Perhaps exhausted from the exertion, the girl finally released him, her face slightly flushed, and after catching her breath, she asked, "All right, now will you confess the truth?" Looking up at the sky, Yin Haoyu said, "It's nearly noon. Let us find a place to eat." "My treat." "Yes, that's so. That works. But if you're trying to bribe me, this little treat won't suffice." She transitioned from annoyance to delight, smiling brightly. "Let us eat first, then we'll see." Yin Haoyu thought, knowing today as conversation would likely not end pleasantly, mentally preparing himself for the impending discussion. Zhong Qiaoying hopped ahead, while Yun Haoyu trailed 2 steps behind, silently observing her. The once little girl had unknowingly blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Her figure, accentuated by the school uniform, drew the attention of many eager gazes. He mused to himself, she must not be wearing a bra, as his thoughts began to wander. "Here we are. This must be the place." Zhong Qiaoying turned to him, her large eyes sparkling. "Yes, that's fine. I'm glad you like it," he replied, feeling slightly guilty. This was an upscale buffet restaurant. Upon entering through the crystal glass doors, robotic waitstaff greeted them, leading them to the VIP area, after swiping his card. The siblings piled their plates high with food before sitting down to indulge. "All right, now can we speak honestly? I should tell you that I came out today, on Mom's behalf. She's worried since you Haven T returned home or sent any messages in over a month. You need to give me a compelling reason to explain to our parents." After demolishing 1 plate of food, Zhong Qiaoying spoke up. "Also, you've changed a lot in appearance. You should explain that too." Before Yin Haoyu could respond, she added, "Don't give me any nonsense. While I may not be the brightest, your ability to deceive is really lacking. Just confess. Perhaps I can help you cover it up. As long as the benefits are sufficient." She couldn't help but laugh at this point. "All right, I never intended to keep it hidden for long. However, dear sister, you must be prepared for what I'm about to reveal," Yun Haoyu said anxiously. Zhong Qiaoying gazed at him with curiosity, asking, "From the way you're speaking, it sounds quite serious?" She swallowed her food and took a sip of juice, stating, "All right, tell me. My psychological resilience isn't as poor as you think." 1 minute later, Zhong Qiaoying's expression shifted drastically. Her gaze fixed on him, silent. "Sister, are you all right?" Yun Haoyu asked, his heart racing. After a long pause, she exhaled deeply, murmuring, "I had a feeling, but I never expected it to be even worse than I imagined. Come home with me. You're not allowed to stay at school anymore," Zhong Qiaoying declared firmly, leaving no room for argument. "Is there any room for negotiation?" he inquired cautiously. "Absolutely not." Zhong Qiaoying's stance was unexpectedly resolute. Her voice rose, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. Yin Haoyu felt a bit embarrassed, hastily finishing his meal and dragging her outside. "Sister, you haven't visited in a while. Let us go shopping this afternoon and pick out some beautiful clothes for you." On the street, Yin Haoyu sweetly suggested to Zhong Qiaoying, "Sure, but we can't take too long. We need to get home early," she readily agreed, having already decided to bring her troublesome brother back home regardless of his attempts to sweeten her up. "Sister, this outfit looks great. Why don't you try it on? If it fits, I'll buy it for you." "Okay, but we're running out of time. We can't return too late, sister. Your holographic device seems a bit outdated." "Let us find you a new one." "All right, I'll take it home and enjoy it." "Sister, you rarely wear jewelry. Let us choose some today." Yin Haoyu winced as he suggested this. "That sounds wonderful. Once we're done shopping, we'll head home. Mom and Dad will surely be pleased to see it." Zhong Qiaoying thought to herself gleefully, while her words remained unyielding. Unbeknownst to them, evening approached swiftly. The siblings stood by the roadside with numerous bags in hand. "All right, we've finished shopping. Now, shall we head home?" Zhong Qiaoying tilted her head, observing Yin Haoyu's gloomy expression, her smile radiant. She was determined to take her brother home. "Ah, I can't argue with you. Fine, let us go home. But..." Before Yin Haoyu could finish, his sister interrupted. "Since you've agreed, let us get in the car. We can discuss everything on the way. If we delay, we'll miss dinner." She waved her hand, and a taxi promptly pulled over. Efficiently placing their purchases in the trunk, she pushed Yin Haoyu into the back seat, climbed in beside him, and set the route, the vehicle swiftly taking off. Inside the cab, Yin Haoyu sighed in resignation. Remaining silent, he understood that today's affair was far from over. If their uncle and aunt were to find out, a scolding was inevitable, and he feared that he would not have the chance to step outside again, save for going to school. Nevertheless, he did not regret his actions. He was not one to settle for mediocrity. Since the conventional path proved arduous for achieving distinction, he felt compelled to take risks. The world beneath the sea, though perilous, held promise with the assistance of that enigmatic power. As long as he remained cautious, he hoped to avoid trouble. This path must be traversed, not only for himself but also for his family. Who deserved a better life? Brother, what are you thinking about? Asked Zhong Chaoing, shaking his arm. Nothing, he replied, though she persisted. You say that, but are you angry? Before he could respond, his sister softly added, I understand your feelings. But you don't realize how frightened I was when you spoke the truth. She suddenly embraced him. I just fear for your safety. Seeing her slightly reddened eyes, Yun Haoyu felt a pang of emotion. He understood that his sister cared for him, and with such a loving family always concerned for him, what was there to fret about? His earlier gloom dissipated without him realizing it. He comforted her with gentle words until she finally cheered up. The car sped along until it came to a halt at a residential complex near the city outskirts. Zhong Chaoing linked arms with her brother as they exited the vehicle, gathering their belongings before entering the complex. The robotic security guard at the entrance dutifully scanned their identification cards. The pair entered a residential building and took the elevator to the 15th floor. Exiting the elevator, they walked down a corridor and stopped before a silver security door. Zhong Chaoing pressed the fingerprint recognition device and swiped her car before the door finally opened. This was their uncle's home, where he had resided for several years, so it felt familiar. Upon entering, Zhong Chaoing excitedly called out, Ming Rue, Brother Haoyu is back. A calm voice responded from the study. Brother, you've been missing for over a month. The family has been worried about you. The study door opened, revealing a handsome young man in a red t-shirt, bearing a striking resemblance to Zhong Chaoing. This was Zhongming Rue, her twin brother, who was merely 10 minutes older than her, which was why she was reluctant to call him brother, always opting to address him by name. Are Mom and Dad back? Yun Haoyu asked anxiously. They won't be back for a few more days, Zhongming Rue replied. What? Really? So you were... Before he could finish, Zhong Chaoing interjected, I didn't deceive you. Mom texted me to tell me to find you. After a pause, she added with a mischievous grin, Isn't that good? A death sentence turned into a reprieve, perhaps even a life sentence. Yun Haoyu could only smile wryly, feeling utterly helpless against his sister's antics. After dinner, the three siblings chatted together. Zhongming Rue learned of Yun Haoyu's escapades, and amidst his astonishment, he couldn't help but express his grievances, prompting Yun Haoyu to fervently apologize and assure that he would not engage in such reckless behavior again. As for how credible that promise was, only he could know. Brother, you must stay a few more days now that you're back. You can attend virtual classes from home without needing to go out. Zhong Chaoing said with eager anticipation, It seems I have no choice. You've already coaxed me back. Yun Haoyu replied, somewhat resigned. But once Mom and Dad find out, I will surely face their reprimands. I genuinely fear it. Can't you help me cover this up? Zhongming Rue remarked. Hiding like this isn't a solution. They will eventually find out, so why bother? Yun Haoyu considered this and decided to abandon the idea. After all, the worst that could happen was a scolding. He wouldn't lose any flesh over it. However, going out in the future would require considerable effort, as they would undoubtedly keep a close watch on him, perhaps even leveraging his precious sister to their advantage. As night fell, Yun Haoyu roamed the virtual network for a while before shutting down his light brain and retiring to bed. Just as he closed his eyes, the usually silent Roland suddenly remarked, That little girl has feelings for you. Yun Haoyu was momentarily taken aback and replied, I think so too, but the path I am destined to tread will inevitably cause her worry. Can she accept my actions? I have already deceived her once. How many more lies might I have to tell? Can she endure it? That depends on how you treat her feelings. This is your own affair. Outsiders cannot assist you, Ruolan stated before lapsing back into silence. A gentle knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts that he rose to open it, finding Zhong Chaoing standing there. Her demeanor lively, she softly asked, Aren't you asleep yet? What are you thinking about? Nothing, just browsing online for a bit. Yun Haoyu replied, feeling somewhat awkward. His sister remained silent, merely gazing at him, causing him to feel uneasy. After a long pause, she asked, Brother, will you always treat me this way? Of course, I have always done so, and I will continue to do so. Yun Haoyu quickly assured her, That's good. Zhong Chaoing smiled, suddenly covering his eyes with her hands. Before he could react, a warm kiss landed softly on his cheek. When he opened his eyes again, she had already floated away, leaving him in a daze. Grappling with complex thoughts as he drifted into slumber, in the middle of the night, trouble struck, awakening him in agony. When he awoke, he felt a profound ache throughout his body. Strange waves of heat surged within him, as if countless insects were gnawing at his limbs. his skin turning a ghastly shade of blue. One moment, he felt as though he were burning, the next as if encased in ice. The discomfort was excruciating. Ruolan, disturbed, inquired, "What is happening?" "I am unsure. Perhaps it is a sign of awakened powers." He trembled in response. Ruolan ceased speaking, examining his body and releasing a gentle energy to soothe the turmoil within him. "What you do next is up to you. I am not well versed in this power system, so I cannot assist you further," she said. Yin Haoyu recalled the doctor's advice and quickly retrieved a handful of pills, taking several as instructed. Gradually, he managed to suppress the discomfort. After this ordeal, he had no desire to sleep and opened his light brain to research relevant information. The phenomenon known as power awakening, in simple terms, was caused by genetic mutations. After humanity entered the interstellar age, their frail constitution significantly hindered the advancement of civilization. Particularly when faced with the formidable alien civilizations, humanity paid a heavy price, with some even treating humans as food. To alter this situation, the human government mobilized resources to explore methods of enhancing human physical capabilities. After generations of effort, gene optimization technology finally emerged. Individuals who underwent gene optimization of level 3 or higher not only surpassed ordinary humans in physical strength, intelligence, and lifespan, but also had a probability of achieving a specific threshold of cellular and energy affinity, which could induce genetic mutations, granting them extraordinary abilities beyond normal human limits. After millennia of development, research on awakened powers yielded abundant discoveries, and the theoretical framework continually evolved, becoming a complex academic system with numerous branches. As powers awakened, various bodily functions underwent significant adjustments, so experiencing adverse reactions was to be expected. This reaction period could last from days to months, varying from person to person. If one persevered, their bodily functions would undergo a qualitative leap, resulting in changes even more powerful than the effects of progressing from level 1 to level 4 in gene optimization. Thus, individuals with awakened powers held a high social status. Once one became an awakened being, they would attract the attention of influential families and corporations offering generous rewards, or they could enter powerful national departments to serve the empire. Depending on their choices, becoming an awakened individual necessitated numerous changes. The primary concern was diet. The consumption needs of awakened beings were astonishing, as their bodies required far more energy than ordinary humans. An awakened person's food intake exceeded that of an average person by more than tenfold. Such immense consumption could not be satisfied with regular food. Only highly concentrated nutritional supplements specifically formulated for awakened beings could suffice. Thus, the monthly cost of merely keeping oneself fed was considerable. Additionally, lifestyle changes were inevitable. Unless one was content to remain at the first level, they would need to dedicate substantial time and energy daily to training for advancement. However, the most significant expense was the resources required for training one's powers. The annual cost for an awakened individual could be astronomical, with the most crucial resource being a substance known as source crystal. Symbolizing the source of power, this material was found only in the heart of star systems, typically alongside energy crystal mines, and was exceedingly precious. Any awakened being would inevitably engage with it, as it was essential for enhancing their capabilities. This resource was not only vital for humans, but also for many alien civilizations that compete for this resource. Various powerful human nations had historically engaged in several large-scale wars, with internal conflicts within the human camp and fierce battles against alien civilizations. Under the Empire's rule, there were over 1,700 administrative stars and trillions of inhabitants across countless resource-rich worlds. Yet, even today, annual production barely met the demand. After all, it is universally acknowledged as hard currency in interstellar trade, with major factions accumulating vast reserves akin to the gold reserves of Earth's era. Furthermore, many intricate industrial instruments require this wondrous crystal, and numerous affluent individuals utilize it to craft jewelry and various luxury items. Consequently, a considerable amount of clandestine smuggling is conducted annually to avert the dire predicament of financial shortfalls. Unbeknownst to them, dawn broke, and his sister approached a knock on the door, urging him to come out for breakfast. At the dining table, Yun Haoyu's behavior left the siblings utterly astonished. He consumed half a pot of lean meat porridge, devoured 3 baskets of crab meat buns, and indulged in 2 pounds of cake. He even polished off 6 large bottles of concentrated nutrient solutions, which constituted a week's worth of food for the siblings. Once he finished, it dawned on him that he had unwittingly devoured their share as well. With a hint of regret, Yun Haoyu chuckled and said, "I sincerely apologize. I didn't foresee this. Let's dine out today. My treat." Zhong Paying finally grasped the situation, incredulously asking, "Brother, have you awakened your abilities?" Indeed, Yun Haoyu had no intention of concealing this from them. Although they suspected as much, hearing it confirmed left the siblings quite taken aback. They had heard numerous rumors about those with special abilities, but to have one in their midst, especially a family member, was beyond their expectations. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Zhong Mingrue exclaimed excitedly, and Zhong Paying nodded in agreement. "All right then, let us have breakfast out and share the news with Mom and Dad." Such a significant event must be conveyed to them. Yun Haoyu was at peace with this decision. After the trio finished breakfast, they headed to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor prescribed some medication and advised him to rest well, suggesting that he register for testing with the Ability Association once his health stabilized. After leaving, they went to the supermarket, carrying several large boxes of concentrated nutrient solutions back home. Zhong Mingrue and Paying's parents were working at a research base on Satellite 3. And due to the implementation of a top-secret project, they had not returned home for 3 months. Although they were merely peripheral staff and had no access to core matters, their daily activities were severely restricted. Legal holidays were drastically reduced, and even rare home visits were under strict surveillance by security agencies. Communication with family at the base required cumbersome security procedures to gain approval. The only advantage was a slightly increased salary and bonuses. During a recent call with their 2 children, they learned that Yun Haoyu had been home for over a month, causing them considerable concern, which prompted Yu Paying to bring him back home. After resting at home for the morning, they noticed it was nearly noon, and Zhong Mingrue initiated a video call with their parents. Due to the security checks of the base's mainframe, they waited several seconds before receiving a response. The screen revealed a young couple who, although their children were adults, appeared to be under 30, their maturity evident in their demeanor. This exemplified the benefits of genetic optimization. In this era, it is challenging to gauge a person's age based solely on appearance. "Mom and Dad, it's been so long since we last met. How have you been?" Yun Haoyu greeted them with a hint of unease. His mother smiled on the screen and replied, "We are fine. But you, having not returned home or contacted us for so long, made us worry. That's why we asked Paying to find you. There are some matters. Perhaps it's best for my sister to explain," he said, pulling Zhong Paying over while retreating to his room. "Well, it's like this, Brother Haoyu. In a matter of moments." Zhong Paying succinctly recounted the events. However, the siblings were taken aback by their parents' reaction, which was not the anger they had anticipated. After a brief silence, their father spoke. "So, Haoyu has indeed awakened his abilities?" "Absolutely, without a doubt." Zhong Mingrue replied that, "In that case, do not interfere with his choices. This is his decision, and no one can force him." Their father sighed, acknowledging that what was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. This child was never meant to be just another face in the crowd. Zhong Paying, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Dad, I don't quite understand what you mean. Are you suggesting he should take such risks?" Their mother interjected, "Haoyu's biological parents are also individuals with abilities," before Zhong Paying could inquire further. She continued, addressing her daughter, "The bank savings are sufficient. When you return next time, I will arrange for your level 2 optimization surgery. As for Mingrue, just keep an eye on your sister and wait for another 2 years." Zhong Paying was baffled by her mother's sudden mention of genetic optimization, while Zhong Mingrue seemed to grasp the implications, nodding with a smile. After their mother offered a few more reminders, she ended the video call. 20 days later, Yun Haoyu sat quietly in his room, fixated on the table before him, where 5 teacups filled with water were arranged. After a while, one of the cups gently trembled and began to levitate, hovering 30 centimeters above the table. A moment later, 3 more cups joined in the air, yet the final cup stubbornly refused to rise, merely bouncing in place and spilling some water. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede defeat. The first tier of abilities primarily manifests as a physical enhancement. His psychic strength still required development, allowing him only to manipulate small objects for limited durations. In just this brief session, he began to feel a slight dizziness. He rose to eat something, then stepped outside onto the balcony. In the corner rested a pair of small dumbbells, crafted from the ultra-heavy metal harvested from the Kaiyang star domain. Each one weighed over a ton. Prior to awakening his abilities, lifting them was inconceivable, yet now he tossed them about with ease. After several weeks at home, Any adverse physical reactions had completely dissipated, progressing much faster than anticipated. The benefits of his awakened abilities began to manifest, rendering the surrounding scenery remarkably vivid. He could even discern the intricate patterns on a fly's wings from hundreds of meters away. Additionally, his physical stamina and reaction speed needed specialized environments for testing their limits, making a visit to the Ability Association inevitable. Chapter 24. A Decision. Part 1. The Ability Association is a semi-official organization that theoretically oversees all registered individuals with abilities. Its mission is to provide guidance and assistance to those who have recently awakened their powers, occasionally issuing bounty tasks. However, its primary function is to conduct business for profit, targeting individuals with abilities. The vehicle stopped in front of a towering black building in the city center. Yun Haoyu alighted and surveyed the centerpiece of the plaza, a striking sculpture of two golden five-clawed dragons entwined in a double helix, with a blue sphere suspended above their heads, representing the image of humanity's home, Earth. The plaza featured numerous statues of individuals who had made significant contributions to safeguarding human civilization since the advent of the interstellar era, with inscriptions detailing their lives and accomplishments nearby. Upon entering, the reception hall was adorned in deep-toned marble and metal materials, imparting a weighty, somber ambience. Although the probability of individuals awakening abilities is low, the unique circumstances of this planet ensured a steady flow of ability users frequenting the establishment each day. Most came to engage in trade or select from various lucrative tasks, and those facing challenges in their training could seek counsel. Though all services came at a cost, Yun Haoyu conveyed his intentions to the reception robot, which guided him to the testing area. The test was overseen by a third-tier ability user, a woman who appeared only a few years older than him, slender and graceful, clad in the association's black uniform adorned with delicate golden accents, simple yet elegant. Her nameplate bore an orange hue, with 3 stars depicted at the dragon's head. After minimal formalities, the testing commenced. The first test assessed physical strength. The method was straightforward. Carry a 5-ton hovering battle vehicle for 300 meters to pass. Gazing at the imposing 2-meter-tall, iron-gray contraption, he swallowed hard, calculating that it was within his limits. Approaching it, he grasped the handle on the exterior armor with one hand and the metal frame underneath with the other, exerting a sudden force to lift the massive object. After a few steps, his body adjusted, and he began to stride purposefully toward the destination. The tester followed him at a measured pace, prepared to assist in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Initially, it was manageable, but the last 100 meters proved taxing. Within 30 meters of the finish line, he was gritting his teeth, feeling as though a mountain pressed upon him. Fortunately, he persevered to the end without embarrassing himself before the beautiful tester. After a brief respite, the second test measured speed, requiring a 100-meter sprint in no less than 4.5 seconds, which he easily surpassed. The nerve reaction test involved navigating a 100-meter long hall filled with numerous half-meter-high, rapidly moving alloy pillars of various colors. His task was to step on a specific color while dodging a rain of rubber bullets fired from above, enduring the stipulated time without being hit by more than 5 bullets to pass. Although the rubber bullets were non-lethal, they could still inflict discomfort. Despite the challenge, he succeeded, albeit with 2 bullets striking him, causing him to gasp in pain. The psychic strength test involved manipulating 10 100-gram hollow metal balls using his psychic power, moving them into a box 3 meters away to pass. Somewhat laborious, yet he persevered and succeeded. The subsequent tasks were relatively easy. Once he passed the final assessment, the evaluator signed off with satisfaction, welcoming him into their ranks with a smile as she stored his information in the light brain. Moments later, a robotic server delivered his uniform, nameplate, and an internal identity card for the association. Of course, none of this was complimentary, including the assessment fee. It amounted to a staggering 100,000 credit points, a truly exorbitant sum. Once he donned the uniform, tailored to his physique, it fit him snugly. However, the intricate patterns were not as elaborate as those on the evaluator's attire, indicating his still modest rank. He had already seen the red nameplate, identical to Wamonli's, which he had envied just 2 months prior. And now he had attained it. Perhaps he could explore the trading area and purchase some useful items. The evaluator suggested, "It is your fortune to become an ability user, yet you still lack strength. If you aspire to stand out, you must continue to strive. Dedicate yourself to your training." Understood. Yun Haoyu nodded, turning to depart. The layout of the trading area differed slightly from his expectations. The grand hall was partitioned into small cubicles, each furnished with exquisitely crafted tables and chairs. Staffed by tall, uniformed bio-enhanced women, he casually selected one cubicle, and upon sitting down, the attendant opposite him stood and greeted, "Greetings, Service Staff 02113 at your service. How may I assist you? I require items that would aid in the cultivation of low-tier ability users." Yun Haoyu replied. The attendant smiled and activated the terminal on the table, revealing a vast holographic screen filled with an array of categorized items. "You may take your time to browse. Would you like a cup of coffee?" "Yes, thank you." He began to search for what he needed, only to discover that the expenses of ability users were beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Every item was priced above 5,000, with the cheapest concentrated nutrient supplement costing 10,000 credit points per bottle. Items priced in the hundreds of thousands and even millions were commonplace. The Vitality Source brand concentrated nutrient was reportedly one of the most popular among mid to low tier ability users, priced at 10,000 credit points for 100 grams. The Battlefield Emergency Recovery Potion was 50,000 credit points per vial. The Specialized Combat Suit for ability users, capable of resisting energy weapon damage, cost 300,000 credit points per set. The Advanced Nardus Lightbrain, with a capacity akin to that of a large library, could function under extreme conditions, priced at 850,000 credit points. The luxurious Voyager hovercraft, capable of reaching a maximum speed of Mach 4, could break the sound barrier in just 7 seconds. It was priced at 4,500,000 credit points. There were even more items, but he dared not continue browsing. As for the most crucial cultivation resource for ability users, source crystals, which could be exchanged at 1 million credit points per unit, equivalent to 1 gram. Glancing at his bank account, he realized that after his recent surgery, he had less than 1 million left. And with subsequent expenses, he now had only 200,000. Truly, money flowed like water. He bitterly smiled to himself. Realizing he must work harder to earn, he selected 10 bottles of Vitality Source nutrient supplements, swiped his card to pay, and after exiting, he contemplated visiting the port to seek employment with a reputable company. Mr. Glomman casually reviewed the day's meeting notes. The higher-ups had already hinted at plans for increased investments, intending to build 2 new factories, which he regarded with indifference. The company had always performed well, allowing him, as a senior executive, to live comfortably, merely needing to complete his assigned tasks daily. Leveraging his connection as the president's relative, few dared to confront him within the company. When boredom struck, he would summon his alluring secretary for some clandestine communication in the office's secluded alcove, or perhaps invite a few lovers for a leisurely drive. He had grown fond of this indulgent lifestyle. In life, what one pursues is often nothing more than this. As for other matters, those were the boss's concerns, irrelevant to him. The new secretary was quite impressive. Her skin was flawless, her physique commendable, and she knew how to please a man in bed. He thought, captivated, as the image of her voluptuous form danced before his eyes. What a temptress. Perhaps bringing her home would be a splendid idea, despite already having 3 wives. Yet, that was inconsequential. For a successful man like himself, it was entirely normal to have multiple women, was it not? Just as he was lost in these thoughts, a notification popped up on his light brain from the external secretary. A new ability user has arrived for an interview. Would you like to meet with him? He pondered for a moment and instructed, "Let him in." Typically, such trivial matters did not require his attention. They were usually handled by his subordinates. He only needed to sign off at the final stage. However, since this was an ability user and he happened to be free, he whimsically decided to have the secretary bring him in. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the handsome young man named Yun Haoyu, who stood silently before him. He appeared to be a decent lad, though applying here was hardly a wise decision. Given his good mood today, perhaps he should offer some advice. Taking a sip of water, the manager began, "Young man, have you thought this through? The depths are hardly a vacation destination. Although you are an ability user, with only first-tier powers, they will be of little use against those devilish creatures. Perhaps I can arrange another position for you. As a young ability user, many opportunities would be suitable for you." Yin Haoyu smiled, perceiving the corpulent, pale-faced man, clearly one who indulged excessively, yet his intentions did not seem entirely malevolent. "Thank you for your advice, but I have already made my decision." Glomman shrugged and replied, "Very well, since you insist, I shall not argue." He retrieved several contract documents from the light brain and inquired, "Our company offers 2 types of contract for divers. Which one do you wish to choose?" "I am all ears." "One option is a fixed salary, with a minimum of 10 sea outings per month. Regardless of yield, for a salary of 1 million credit points, the other offers a variable salary, with sea outings at your discretion, compensating based on your yield. The more you harvest, the higher your pay. With no upper limit, however, should you return empty-handed, you will not earn a single credit. This was the typical choice for ability users that I personally suggest you. Chapter 25, Resolution, Part 2, Yin How You interjected with a smile. I will choose the second option. It seems the most fitting for me. Glommen sighed. Then review the contract. If everything is satisfactory, you may sign. The contract was not lengthy, nor were the terms complex. He quickly finished reading and signed his name with the light pen. Meanwhile, surveillance equipment recorded the entire process. After completing the formalities, Yin How You stated, I have some matters at home, so I will need a few days before going out to SEIS. That an issue? Of course not. When you start work is entirely at your discretion, Glommen replied. Very well. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yin How You nodded, acknowledging, and opened the door to exit, observing his retreating figure. Glommen gently shook his head. This child, how long could he endure? A month? Perhaps a few months? What a pity! Yang Shui and Tang Weiya sat leisurely on the grass, engaged in idle chatter. Final exams are approaching, and after that, there will be a 2-month break. Do you have any plans? Yang Shui inquired. Not yet. Do you have any good ideas? Tang Weiya responded that I'm considering learning the Guqin. Or perhaps finding a temporary job would be nice. Yang Shui replied with a smile. Sounds good. Let us do it together then. Tang Weiya nodded. After a moment of silence, Yang Shui asked, have you been in touch with Yin How You lately? Tang Weiya shook her head, saying no. I've messaged him a few times, but he always claims to be busy. And you? Yang Shui sighed. Not much different. My hints have been quite obvious. Is he truly oblivious or merely pretending? Perhaps he simply does not find us appealing. Tang Weiya said, somewhat disheartened. Our qualifications aren't too bad, so why would he have any thoughts? Maybe we should be straightforward and see how he responds. Yang Shui insisted. Tang Weiya protested. That would make us seem desperate. With his background, he wouldn't have us in such a position. Yang Shui considered this and realized it was not a wise approach. So she ceased her insistence. After a brief silence, Tang Weiya remarked with a wry smile, we had more than one choice back then. It's just unfortunate we were too ambitious, thinking we could find something better. Now, those with better qualifications from our year have been snatched up, leaving us with the less desirable options that if we want to find someone, we'll have to look to the next year's juniors. With no other options, that was the only way forward unless you were willing to settle for those older men. Yang Shui muttered gloomily. 2 days later, school resumed. Yin How You left home early. During this period, he had been busy adapting to his abilities and had taken several days off. If he continued to be absent, he feared his performance evaluations at the end of the term would suffer. At the school entrance, groups of students walked together. Here, he remembered he was still a student. He reflected with a hint of melancholy. For in the future, such leisurely days would be a rarity. The cultivation of one's abilities is a challenging and protracted journey. It demands not only substantial material resources, but also an individual's unwavering determination and effort. If one refuses to settle for mediocrity, one must undoubtedly exert more effort than others. That a sleek, luxurious black vehicle gracefully descended at the school gate. The driver opened the door, and the dazzling, proud Huaman Li emerged from the car. Casually surveying her surroundings, she strode into the school. Her students looked on, their eyes brimming with envy, yet none dared to approach her. Only after she passed did they quietly discuss her retreating figure. Huaman Li walked unhurriedly, indifferent to the mixed gazes of admiration, jealousy, and complexity directed at her, that a wave of inexplicable superiority surged within her. Indeed, she had reason to be proud. Possessing a third-level genetically optimized physique and having become an ability user, she was destined to be part of the upper echelons of society, far beyond the reach of those around her. These individuals could only look up to her brilliance. Fantasizing in silence, the classroom door, a group of early arriving students gathered in small clusters, engrossed in conversation about topics of interest. Yin How You glanced around but did not spot any familiar faces. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Just as he reached the door, Huaman Li entered from outside. Hesitating briefly, he took a step back to allow the celebrity to enter first before he stepped out. Having just settled into a seat, Huaman Li suddenly sensed something amiss. After careful reflection, she recalled the male student she had spotted upon entering. She had cast him a fleeting glance. His handsome appearance was unremarkable compared to the many attractive individuals she had encountered. What truly captured her attention was the badge on his chest, identical to her own. Yes, it was the emblem of an ability user. Wait, how could he possess this? Could he also be? Yun Haoyu stood at the entrance, uncertain of his next move when a graceful figure burst from the classroom, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. Halting before him, it was Huamanli. Is something the matter? Yun Haoyu inquired, puzzled. Huamanli remained silent, her gaze scrutinizing him from head to toe. Being regarded in such a peculiar manner by a stunning woman was undeniably uncomfortable. Frowning slightly, Yun Haoyu subtly shifted his position, intending to walk away. However, as he moved, Huamanli stepped forward, blocking his path once more. After several exchanges of this nature, Yun Haoyu, exasperated, asked, "Miss, have I offended you? What do you want? You. This thing of yours, is it?" Huamanli hesitantly began, pointing at the badge on Yun Haoyu's chest. "How do you have this? Could it be that you're also an inability user?" Realizing the reason behind her inquiry, he exhaled in relief and replied teasingly, "Indeed, you are not mistaken. It is genuine." Huamanli's cheeks flushed slightly as she remarked, "I was presumptuous. Your name is Yun Haoyu, correct? I never expected you to have activated your abilities." After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly reached out towards his throat. The movement was silent and swift as lightning. It appeared that if she succeeded, she would shatter his throat. However, her intentions were thwarted. What seemed elusive to the untrained was mere triviality to Yun Haoyu. He tilted his head slightly, halting her hand just before it made contact with the skin. "Well, this confirms it, doesn't it?" Grasping her delicate wrist, he felt a slippery softness. Yun Haoyu found himself somewhat parched. She smiled, withdrawing her hand. Thus, the two engaged in a natural conversation. Huamanli expressed her curiosity about how he managed to gather the funds for the genetic optimization surgery. Without reservation, Yun Haoyu divulged everything he could. He was aware that it was only a matter of time before he attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Maintaining a low profile was futile. If this woman desired, she could utilize her connections to uncover his background in an instant. Why deceive oneself? "Yun Haoyu, you are quite early today." A voice, tinged with annoyance, interrupted their conversation. He turned to see Yang Shui and Tang Weiya, observing him with complex expressions from a few steps away. Accompanied by several familiar classmates. "Indeed. Aren't you all the same?" Yun Haoyu replied somewhat awkwardly. Huamanli ignored them, greeting them nonchalantly before turning back to Yun Haoyu. "Let us talk later," she stated before returning to the classroom. With the departure of the haughty girl, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Before Yang Shui could speak, Jin Yu interjected dramatically, "Oh my, you've managed to catch the eye of this young lady," before he could finish. Yun Haoyu silenced him with a fist, whispering, "What nonsense are you spouting? She has a man. Are you trying to get me into trouble?" Jin Yu fell silent. Those restraint lasted only a moment. Upon noticing the badge on Yun Haoyu's chest, he could no longer contain himself. "What is this? Heaven, you haven't activated your abilities, have you?" Jin Yu's loud exclamation drew the attention of those nearby. "What? An ability user? Has someone else activated their abilities? Who is it?" "Yun Haoyu. Impossible. I recall he only had a first-level genetic physique. Perhaps he won the lottery. Wake up. Are you dreaming?" The gathered classmates whispered amongst themselves. Yun Haoyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was unaccustomed to being scrutinized like a rare specimen. Fortunately, the class began, and the crowd dispersed, retreating into the classroom. Huamanli sat in the front row and, upon seeing him enter, lightly patted the seat beside her, commanding, "Come here." Yun Haoyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. Yang Shui's expression darkened further. In the classroom, Yun Haoyu stared at the note in his hand. Speechless. Within a mere 20 minutes, he had received a multitude of notes passed from neighboring desks. The messages varied widely, as curious classmates resorted to this traditional method to inquire about his interests. Huamanli, amused by his predicament, leaned closer and whispered, "What's this?" enjoying the attention. Irritated, he replied, "It's a headache, and you are still laughing. By the way, why has anyone pass you a note?" "Why would they? It used to be like this, with countless messages flooding my inbox, but quieted down eventually," she replied wistfully. "That's because the gap between you and those around you has become too vast. So wide that they can only look up to you. Who would bother with something unattainable?" "That's true. I was merely speaking from experience," Huamanli sighed. Yun Haoyu's words resonated with her. Indeed, since meeting her current partner, her fate had taken an entirely different trajectory. Jewelry, luxury cars, opulent homes, designer clothing, high-end establishments, and connections with various elite individuals. Everything she once dreamt of had become her reality. Chapter 26. The Deep Sea, Part 1. The price of such a life was a widening chasm between her and those around her. Her former friends no longer associated with her, and her inherently proud personality compounded the isolation. Consequently, no one dared to speak to her at school. This phenomenon was understandable. Wealth attracts friends, and affluence attracts wives. Ancient wisdom remains relevant even in the current interstellar era. How is your ability cultivation progressing? When will you level up? After a brief silence, Yun Haoyu inquired again. Still early. Cultivating abilities is incredibly costly. Rapid advancement requires substantial funds. It's not that simple, she replied. Now that you are also an ability user, you must know this. Does someone like you really lack funds? Yun Haoyu questioned skeptically. Isn't that man of yours quite indulgent? Surely if you asked for resources, he would gladly provide them. How easy it is for you to say, my family is not solely under my control. If I spend excessively, the others would object. His primary partner is particularly difficult to handle. Huamanli sighed, understanding her predicament. Yun Haoyu recognized the pressure she faced, competing with several women for one man. She currently held some advantage, but the stress was palpable. Her partner likely feared her potential, leading him to avoid overt favoritism. Why not find ways to earn money on your own? Isn't it easy for ability users to make money? Yun Haoyu suggested, as long as you gather the funds for a 4th-level genetic optimization surgery. You can level up after the procedure. Earning money involves risks. The potential profit is always proportional to the degree of risk. Do you think everyone is as fortunate as you? Huamanli shot him a disapproving glance. Millions of credit points is no small sum. It's not easy to earn. I'd like to follow your lead, but I know my luck will never compare to yours, unless you take me along every time you venture out to sea. If that were the case, your man would surely not let me off easily. I am only 18. I don't want to die yet. Yun Haoyu replied without a second thought, recalling the rumors that her partner was a gang leader. He had no desire to invite trouble. Moreover, the existence of Ruanlan was a secret that must never be revealed. The morning classes concluded swiftly that a group of familiar classmates converged, urging Yun Haoyu to treat them. He readily agreed. Unsatisfied with the curiosity of this group, they will not relent. Out of courtesy, he also extended an invitation to Huamanli, which she graciously declined with a smile. He took no offense. After all, this woman was not of his ilk, and he was not so vain as to think that a few exchanged words would imply her interest in him. Outside the school, 3 luxurious hover cars stood quietly at the entrance, surrounded by 4 medium-sized hovering combat vehicles for protection. Each vehicle bore a black emblem, depicting a fearsome creature that resembled a cross between a shark and a crocodile, the infamous nightmare beast of the Muyu Star. The largest of the hover cars dwarfed typical recreational vehicles, and within its opulent interior sat Achilles Crowwood, a notorious crime lord of Muyu, leisurely sipping tea on a lavish sofa. Though his true age exceeded 4 centuries, he appeared merely middle-aged, with a refined visage reminiscent of an eloquent journalist. Only the chilling glint that occasionally flickered in his eyes betrayed his role as a powerful figure wielding dominion over countless lives. After savoring a sip of tea, Achilles placed his cup on a nearby crystal tray. His right hand was long and pale, while his left resembled a mummified relic, its skin a desiccated brown, tightly wrapping around skeletal bones, a ghastly reminder of his tumultuous past in the stars, inflicted by a lethal radiation that had resisted all attempts at healing for centuries, even by the Empire's most advanced biotechnological methods. The only alternative would involve amputating his entire left arm and replacing it with a clone, a loss he was reluctant to accept, as it would diminish his strength and hinder his future advancements. Consequently, he chose to disregard it. After all, the appearance of his hand bore little impact on his actual power. Achilles activated the communication channel, inquiring about the situation. A cold voice promptly responded, "Boss, all is normal." The Godfather expressed his satisfaction, stating, "That's good. A merchant group from the Zhan Ying clan has come to Muyu for business, but something feels amiss. The military has been quietly doubling the number of warships at the outer space base. The presence of outsiders in our territory is increasing. Keep your wits about you and ensure no disturbances arise." The voice acknowledged with respect. Achilles terminated the channel and fell into contemplation. Recently, his territory had experienced a series of incidents, seemingly trivial at first glance, yet his astute instincts detected an unusual undertone. However, he could not ascertain the root cause, and his informants embedded in crucial departments provided scant valuable information, leaving him dissatisfied. These greedy fellows, for whom he paid handsomely, were of no use during critical moments. Perhaps they had forgotten the Godfather's reputation. It was time to remind them. His pet nightmare beast at home had not tasted human blood in quite some time. His thoughts darkened. Upon exiting the school, Womanli quickly spotted the convoy not far away. She was somewhat surprised that this man had come personally to greet her, an unprecedented occurrence. Could something have happened? Pondering this, she hurried towards the hover car. The thick door opened automatically as she stepped inside, and it closed silently behind her. Her high-heeled boots made no sound on the plush carpet, enveloping the vast space in silence. Taking a deep breath, she approached the man seated on the sofa. Observing the radiant beauty entering, the Godfather's expression brightened considerably. "My dear, you grow more enchanting by the day," he exclaimed. Womanli obediently perched on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on him. "Darling, what brings you out today?" "I had some matters to attend to, and considering your class would be over soon, I thought I would stop by." Achilles replied with a smile, his hands beginning to roam. Womanli shot him a reproachful glance and asked, "What matters require your personal attention? Can't you delegate to your subordinates, given the confidential nature of the situation?" "I prefer to handle it myself. It's nice to get out of the house and stretch my legs." His bony fingers glided over her body, and her silk dress silently fell away, piece by piece. Onto the floor, a blush crept onto Womanli's cheeks as she surrendered to his advances. The Godfather had a penchant for this approach with beautiful women, relishing the sight of elegant, stunning ladies gradually disrobing before him. This process brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Before long, the last piece of her lingerie slipped to the ground. Bathed in the soft pink light, her bare form was laid bare, while Womanli skillfully unfastened his clothing. His withered left hand roughly kneading her ample bosom as she bit her lip to endure, the luxurious hover car began to fill with an air of desire. Not far from you, in a concealed space, a significant meeting was underway. The attendees were neither biological nor human. They were round, volleyball-like entities. The spheres were silver, adorned with a golden ring at their centers, and their surfaces were intricately patterned. Glimmering with vibrant colors, a faint golden magnetic field surrounded each sphere, presenting an exquisite artifact-like appearance. The elders of the Zhan Ying clan were deliberating a critical resolution. "Elders, I have presented my thoughts. Now, I wish to hear your opinions." The central sphere's magnetic field pulsed gently, conveying its intentions to the 15 surrounding spheres. "I concur with the Patriarch's view. Acquiring that item is paramount for our clan." One elder proclaimed, "I have reservations about becoming entangled in the internal conflicts of the Deep Abyss Batflower clan. It could lead to significant trouble for us." Another elder countered, "Indeed, I share that sentiment. A contender who has lost the bid for leadership no longer qualifies for our collaboration. Even if that item is in their possession, it won't change the outcome. Their new leader has already conveyed goodwill. We should work with them. Let's capture this individual and hand them over for their judgment. However, their new leader is unlikely to agree to our terms. That item is a sacred relic of their clan. Unless they are left with no choice, they will never part with it. Even if we assist them in quelling their internal strife, in truth, it matters little whom we ally with. The identity of the Batflower clan's leader is irrelevant. Our sole objective is to obtain that item, is it not?" The Patriarch said slowly. "That is true, yet if that item remains in the possession of that individual, we cannot acquire it unless they willingly relinquish it." One elder hesitated. "Thus, we must engage in some pretense with that individual. Our priority is to secure that item. Helping them reclaim their leadership position is out of the question. Our clan's resources cannot be squandered on such futile endeavors." "I believe you have overlooked a crucial point. This is human territory. Whatever we do, we must consider their reactions. If matters escalate, it will not bode well for our clan." Another elder interjected. "Indeed, while humans may not be formidable yet, they are evolving rapidly. Opposing them would be an unwise course of action. Our merchant group is already on Muyu, conducting business with them while covertly sending in a contingent of warriors under the guise of the merchant activities, ready to act as the situation demands. Then it is settled. Let the merchants gather intelligence. Once we acquire more detailed information, we will decide our next course of action." The Patriarch concluded, Chapter 27, Deep Sea, Part 2, Huashing Courtyard. The finest restaurant in proximity to the school resembled an interstellar base, adorned with interiors akin to a crystal palace, embodying the quintessential style of the interstellar era. Robot servers guided Yun Haoyu and his companions to an exclusive dining area on the second floor, settling them in a quiet private room. To their surprise, Randall, whom they had encountered at the hospital, had also received word and joined them uninvited. The robot server presented the menu. Yun Haoyu glanced through it and inquired, "Do you have cold jade spring?" He referred to a type of liquor, pure white like jade, with an aroma that lingered enticingly, crisp on the palate, and of moderate strength. An exquisite choice. "Yes, sir. Which vintage would you prefer?" "The 30-year vintage, please. Bring 2 bottles." "Ah, you're quite generous today, are you?" Zhan remarked with a smile that it's a rare occasion for us to dine together. "Order whatever you fancy." He passed the menu to Bernard, who selected cold crab meat and kung pao chicken, before handing it to Zhan, who opted for 3 flavored shark fin and braised turtle. The menu circulated among the group, with each person ordering a couple of dishes. When it came to Yang Shui, perhaps out of spite, she ordered 5 or 6 dishes in one go. Yun Haoyu recognized her displeasure but paid it no mind. At his current appetite, he could easily vanquish several more tables of food. The intelligent menu transmitted the selected items directly to the kitchen. In just a few minutes, the robot server wheeled in the food and drinks. Once everything was served, the servers bowed slightly and exited, closing the door behind them. Yun Haoyu poured drinks for everyone as they began to eat and chat. "Yun Haoyu, my father's merchant group is hiring, especially for those with abilities. The compensation is quite generous. Would you be interested?" Randall spoke up. "I have no intention of working long-term right now. I haven't even graduated yet." Yun Haoyu decisively declined, realizing he had no time to spare. Even if he did, he could not agree. After all, on this planet, there was no faster way to earn money than going to sea, provided one could return alive. Randall expressed some regret, tried to persuade him a few more times. But seeing Yun's resolute attitude, he ultimately conceded. Bernard tactfully changed the subject, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Tang Wei quietly observed the calm demeanor of this young man, marveling at how he had ascended to heights she could hardly reach. Initially, she hadn't paid much attention to him, but as her feelings developed, hesitation crept. Ended up by the time she truly understood her emotions, the opportunity had slipped away. Now, he surely had more and better choices available to him. With a silent sigh, she downed her full glass of wine in one gulp. The following day marked Yun Haoyu's first day at the new company. This enterprise, named Horizon of the Distant Lands, was one of the few fishing companies on Muyu Star affiliated with the renowned pharmaceutical conglomerate Sloftini Group, ranked among the top 10 on the planet. Within such a large corporation, there were not only ordinary divers, but also a significant number of mid to low tier ability users. With their somewhat modest abilities, their survival rates surpassed those of ordinary people who relied solely on luck. They were a vital source of revenue for the company. Now, Yun Haoyu was proud to count himself among their ranks. Upon arriving at the port, he quickly located his company's designated area. After identifying himself, a crew member led him aboard a large oceanic vessel measuring over 300 meters. Unlike regular employees, each ability user was assigned a private room for temporary rest and could select diving equipment tailored to their needs. The ship also provided complimentary food and drinks. It was indeed a reputable company, far superior to those fly-by-night operations. At 6:30 in the morning, this ocean vessel, carrying over 1,000 divers, set sail amidst a multitude of other ships. This operation would take them to depths of 1,000 meters below the sea surface, where treasures were abundant, but so were lethal dangers. One could only wonder how many among this group would remain forever beneath the waves. Yun Haoyu chose a set of Ice Ocean Hunter diving gear. This specialized equipment, designed for ability users, was 4 times heavier than standard models and offered superior protection, albeit at a high cost. Ordinary divers would not have access to such high-quality gear. His neural interface had already received the relevant information, categorizing the divers into 20 groups, each responsible for an area of approximately 10 square kilometers. He was assigned to Group 7-8 as the time approached. Everyone began to gather in the ship's lower deck. The vast chamber housed dozens of deep-sea submersibles, each capable of accommodating 60 individuals. Following the prompt from the neural interface, the group lined up in front of their designated submersible. Glancing around, Yun Haoyu noticed that the 7th submersible was not far ahead. and the team was nearing full attendance. He approached and was surprised to find that everyone in his group were ability users, though most were at levels 1 to 3, with only a handful at level 4. It appeared that ability users and ordinary divers were organized separately. The team leader, Feng Deming, was an experienced user with a level 4 ability. Although he was called experienced, he had less than a year of offshore work under his belt, given the high casualty rates in this profession. Unless there were no alternatives, ability users seldom lingered in such perilous jobs. When he saw Yun Haoyu approach, the leader verified his identity through the neural interface, nodded, and instructed him to join the lineup. After a brief orientation, the captain commanded everyone to board the submersible. This 30-meter-long, diamond-shaped vessel was constructed from high-strength, non-magnetic ceramic alloy, with walls 30 centimeters thick designed to withstand medium-caliber energy cannon fire. As long as they did not encounter excessively aggressive creatures, safety was assured underwater. The interior featured simple seating and a first aid station, equipped with a self-contained particle cannon that, while not powerful, was better than nothing. Once everyone was seated, the leaders signaled readiness, and the submersible's hatch slowly opened, allowing mechanical arms to lower each vessel into the water. The submersible's propulsion systems activated, steering them towards their designated zones. The vessel descended steadily. As they sank, the light outside dimmed progressively, and the interior lights flickered on. The seventh group sat in silence, none speaking. The veterans conducted final checks on their gear, while the newcomers mostly stared blankly. Some clutched crosses or various talismans, silently praying, their faith unknown. Yun Haoyu leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes, utterly unconcerned for his safety. Upon reaching the designated area, the submersible slowed. The leader began organizing the team to exit the vessel, and Yun Haoyu volunteered to be among the first. Feng Deming appeared surprised. It was his first time encountering such a bold novice. However, he said nothing, merely patted Yun's shoulder, ushering him through the pressure door. Inside stood 5 seasoned team members, who glanced at him indifferently, save for one tall black man who smiled warmly. As the first pressure door sealed shut, seawater gradually filled the chamber. Once it was full, the second pressure door opened, revealing the ocean floor beyond. An abundance of treasures awaited, yet so too did unimaginable dangers. Yun Haoyu stepped out, pausing briefly before selecting a direction and activating his small thruster to swim forward. The others dispersed, each responsible for a designated area of varying dimensions, avoiding any companionship to minimize attracting unwanted attention from potential threats. The deep sea floor, 1,000 meters down, differed significantly from the waters he had previously explored. Familiar creatures were sparse, replaced by numerous unknown entities, some identifiable through the neural interface. While many remained nameless, humanity's knowledge of Muyu Star's underwater realm was still limited, with existing data largely acquired at great peril by divers. Taking a deep breath, he began his search for targets. The thruster on his diving suit kept propelling him at a steady speed just above the seabed. He avoided direct contact with the ocean floor. Aware of the myriad hidden dangers, a seemingly innocuous creature could swiftly transform into a lethal predator, a massive, black and red striped demon squid, stretching over 100 meters long, roamed among the towering seagrass, which, despite its forest-like density, could not conceal its colossal form. Occasionally, unfamiliar creatures approached, only to be ensnared in its powerful tentacles and dragged into its maw. One exception was the ghost-faced deer pufferfish. Though not formidable itself, it preyed upon a type of worm that posed a threat to the demon squid, ensuring mutual safety. Thus, a symbiotic relationship formed, each species benefiting from the other. As Yun Haoyu circled the area, he spotted several ghost-faced deer puffers. After careful observation to ensure he wouldn't attract the giant squid's attention, he decided to act. He retrieved his tranquilizer gun, cautiously swimming toward his target. Upon nearing within 20 meters, he pressed the activation button, launching 2 tungsten needles loaded with potent sedatives into the creature's body. The unfortunate fish struggled feebly before succumbing. Upon capturing it, he examined it closely. It was an oddly shaped fish, roughly 30 centimeters long, adorned with green spots and a square head marked with vein-like black patterns, presenting an unattractive visage. Yet despite its appearance, this creature's flesh was exquisitely delectable, fetching a market price of 800,000 credit points per kilogram, with its blood serving as a crucial catalyst in pharmaceutical production. If he could catch several more, he would fulfill his quota for the day. After stowing the catch in his ecological box, Yun Haoyu glanced upward spotting the shadow of the deep-sea submersible in the distance. As they traveled a certain distance, divers were released to ensure their working areas did not overlap. Once all divers were submerged, the vessel would find a secure hiding spot that, of course, in case of emergencies. Divers could rely on signal guidance to locate it. Before the workday concluded, members of the same group could return to the submersible for a brief respite and meals, and those with abundant catches could store their spoils there. When the workday ended, the submersible would resurface to collect, diverse, or retrieve remains. If any were left, continuing his work, he sought targets, ensuring a safe distance, aiming, firing, collecting spoils, and then relocating. After several rounds, he had become quite adept at the process. As long as the giant squid remained unaware, he could amass a considerable fortune today. The communication channel was eerily quiet, occasionally punctuated by inquiries about others' catches or potential dangers. Sporadic screams hinted at someone facing dire circumstances. 2 hours passed, and his ecological box was full, containing over 20 specimens. Yun Haoyu calculated that it would be best to return before going out again. He had deliberately chosen a larger box. Yet it still proved insufficient. It seemed he would need to upgrade to an even larger one next time. However, too large a box might hinder his agility. It certainly was a conundrum. If anyone were privy to this individual's thoughts, they might very well be consumed by envy. While others lament their insufficient harvests, he finds himself lamenting an overabundance of spoils, truly a case of a well-fed man unable to comprehend the plight of the starving. The deep-sea submersible has completed its deployment, with only a handful of individuals remaining on board. A pilot, a weapons operator, a doctor, and the captain, Feng Deming. His primary responsibility is not to dive, but to organize, manage unforeseen events, and tally the results of their endeavors. Feng Deming retrieved a cigarette, inhaling its aroma before reluctantly placing it back, for smoking is prohibited in this environment, even for the captain. After muttering a few complaints, he intended to catch a brief nap. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, his crew was engrossed in games, oblivious to their surroundings. Keep an eye on the outside conditions. Don't lose yourselves in the game, he admonished. Although an automated alert system is in place, it is not infallible, and he is averse to any potential mishaps. Rest assured, Captain, we will call for you if anything arises. His crew replied inattentively, returning to their distractions, activating the visor within his helmet. He checked their position. The submersible lay just beyond a large rock. Yun Haoyu swam over and emitted the prearranged communication signal. Feng Deming felt a twinge of irritation. It had scarcely been a few minutes since he lay down, and already someone had returned. Returning so soon must indicate fear. Why come here if one is afraid of dying? He mused, opening the pressure hatch. When the second hatch fully opened, he beheld the timid individual, the very same who had been among the first to descend. Before he could speak, Yun Haoyu interjected, "Could you assist me in locating another container? I lack sufficient space and had to return." What? Not only the captain, but even the engrossed gamers were jolted into action. They rushed over, eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of a container brimming with ghost-faced pufferfish. Such a feat had been accomplished by others before, but never had someone achieved such a remarkable harvest in such a brief period. Feng Deming recorded the results with satisfaction, patting Yun Haoyu on the shoulder as he said, "Well done, young man. Continue this way, and I shall commend you for our Group S success. Competition exists among different teams. Each day at sea, the groups that yield the highest returns are rewarded with additional incentives, while captains of consistently top-performing teams may find themselves promoted." This is why the captain spoke so encouragingly. Yun Haoyu, however, did not linger long and swiftly departed, having resolved to make several more trips before the day's end. Though this would draw attention, within the vast fleet of thousands, his individual harvest would be but a drop in the ocean. Upon returning near the Yama octopus, Yun Haoyu set about his task with renewed determination, estimating he believed there to be at least 100 ghost-faced pufferfish within its territory. If he could capture them all, the profits at the company's buying price would amount to several million credit points. He was unconcerned about the repercussions of depleting this creature's domain. His focus remained solely on his own gains. Gripping the tranquilizer gun, he continued his work, growing increasingly fond of this weapon, as it proved effective against lesser creatures. Though superior armaments were available, he relished the satisfaction of stealthily subduing his prey. However, before he could capture many, calamity struck. The distant Yama octopus erupted into a frenzy, its massive tentacles thrashing wildly. 2 tentacles narrowly missed him, prompting him to crank the thruster to maximum power, swimming hundreds of meters away before daring to halt. What was happening? Had he been discovered? Surely, his luck could not be so dire. Soon, he realized that the unfortunate one was not himself, but the octopus. Utilizing the bioluminescence emitted by nearby sea creatures, he observed the chaos unfolding from afar. Aided by the diving equipment and the benefits of his abilities, the Yama octopus had succumbed to a complete rampage. Its colossal appendages stirred the waters into a tumultuous frenzy, resulting in countless creatures being caught in the crossfire. The culprit was a blue and white serpent, several dozen meters long, known as the Hoijin, thicker than a finger. It resembled an ancient fiber optic cable, notorious for its penchant for siphoning the blood of larger beings. Its corrosive venom could dissolve the octopus's metallic hide. Tentacles of the octopus were already ensnared by several of these serpents, while the surrounding pufferfish valiantly attempted to rescue their leader. But the sea serpent proved too ferocious, rendering their efforts futile. An unending stream of Hoijin emerged from a concealed burrow. It appeared that the Hoijin had long coveted the octopus and had excavated a tunnel leading directly beneath its territory. Ironically, the pufferfish in this area had been entirely captured by Yun Haoyu's cunning tactics. Thus, when the Hoijin made its appearance, the octopus received no warning, and by the time it realized the danger, it was too late. The serpents clung to the octopus, their venom eating away at its exterior, while their sharp teeth penetrated deeply into its flesh, causing a steady stream of violet-red blood to flow into their bodies. As they gorged, the serpents grew in size, their hues deepening. The Yama octopus struggled desperately, but its efforts were in vain, as the Hoijin adhered to it like slugs, once an advantage in size. This characteristic had now become the very crux of its demise. Poor creature, truly a victim of misfortune. Yun Haoyu spectated with a sense of detached amusement. By this point, he was in no rush to continue his work. Instead, he opted to watch the spectacle unfold, perhaps hoping to glean some benefit from the chaos. Half an hour later, the Yama octopus gradually ceased its struggles, its massive form shrinking. The Hoijin had swelled in size. Their coloration transformed to a deep crimson, a testament to the blood they had consumed. Sated, the serpents retreated, and Yun Haoyu seized the opportunity to capture several more pufferfish, stuffing them into his ecological container. He also intended to inspect the octopus's remains. Surely, this great creature possessed valuable remnants that he could not afford to overlook. Approaching the deflated corpse of the octopus, he noted that the pufferfish had already scattered in fear. Observing the downfall of such a dominant entity of the deep, Yun Haoyu felt a twinge of reflection. Although the deceased octopus held considerable value, he recognized the impracticality of transporting its enormous bulk unless he informed the fleet above, which offered little benefit to him. After deliberating, he drew his knife and began to carve into the octopus's corpse. The once massive body had shrunk significantly after the blood had been drained. Its head, which had formerly measured several meters in diameter, now resembled the size of a small kiosk as he toiled to slice through its skull. Though lifeless, the creature's bones were remarkably resilient. His knife, forged from high-strength composite materials, combined with the strength of his abilities, was sufficient to penetrate moderately thick alloys. After considerable effort, he finally breached its skull. Inside the Yama octopus's brain lay 6 fist-sized sacs, containing venom that was highly coveted by the ability association, previously requiring high-level abilities to procure. By fortunate chance, he had stumbled upon this bounty. As the cranium split open, a torrent of brain matter mixed with blood erupted forth. Despite its death, the pressure within this creature's skull remained formidable, surpassing that of the surrounding seawater. Fearing toxicity, he sidestepped, waiting for the chaotic fluid to subside before entering to retrieve the desired items. 6 golden-red orbs nestled at the bottom of the cranial cavity. Significant components for advanced energy potions. Eagerly, he harvested them and continued his search. There remained other valuable items, albeit of larger size, making them difficult to transport without drawing attention. After some hesitation, he reluctantly departed. For predators drawn by the scent of blood had begun to lurk nearby. In the governor's office of Muyun Star, an expansive chamber exceeding 1,000 square meters, Yuan Jing sat behind an imposing rosewood desk, diligently attending to official matters. As the governor of the empire stationed on Muyun Star, he was indeed quite busy, inundated with countless documents requiring his approval daily, not one to relinquish control. He seldom returned home, thus earning a reputation for his diligence and governance. Though unable to return home, he still required rest, for even with a fourth-level gene optimization, his energy was not boundless. Consequently, this industrious governor had arranged for his bedroom to be adjacent to his office, occupying an equally vast space. Each night, after working into the early hours, the governor would retreat to this sanctuary. For the sake of convenience, he had also instructed his secretaries to situate their quarters nearby, with only a door separating their rooms. In his own words, this arrangement allowed him to remain informed about work matters at any given moment. To economize, his room contained no furnishings beyond an extravagantly oversized bed. Behind the lavish nightstand was a sophisticated keypad featuring 18 buttons, corresponding to his 18 secretaries. Whenever an issue arises at work, he simply presses the appropriate button to summon the secretary responsible for that particular area for consultation. The governor's duties are exceedingly burdensome, often extending into the late hours of the night. Occasionally, he awakens from slumber, suddenly inspired with a solution to a challenging problem, and promptly calls his secretaries to discuss it. Given the urgency of the matters at hand, these secretaries frequently enter his quarters in an array of revealing nightwear, and some even appear completely unclad, suggesting they might have a habit of sleeping in the nude. The tolerant governor does not take offense. After all, everything is for the sake of work, and such behavior is understandable. To spare these charming individuals from the chill, he graciously invites them to his bed for discussions. Confident that the spaciousness of the bed can accommodate even 18 secretaries without feeling cramped. Thus, due to the governor's diligent governance, the planet of Mu Yunxing thrives, with its nights safe and orderly, and its economy flourishing, consistently increasing the empire's revenue from taxes year after year. The governor has received numerous accolades from the Ministry of Internal Affairs for his efforts. Currently, however, he is troubled by a particular dilemma. The Imperial Security Agency has sent a letter regarding the peculiar activities of the Zhan Ying clan's merchant association, which wishes to establish business on Mu Yunxing, urging him to collaborate closely with local security agencies to monitor their movements. While this appears straightforward, simply comply with their requests. He ponders the ring he carries in his pocket, a rare gift from the leader of the Zhan Ying Merchant Association, an extraordinary piece of dimensional space equipment containing 200 cubic meters of space. Such an item, if auctioned, would fetch no less than 100,000 source crystal points. Having accepted such a significant favor, he feels compelled to reciprocate. He has already assured the Zhan Ying clan that their activities on Mu Yunxing will remain free from interference. As for the intentions of those round, volleyball-like figures, he neither knows nor wishes to know. Now, faced with the prospect of reneging on his promise, he can scarcely imagine the reaction of these plump entities. After much contemplation, he takes up a light pen and signs the document. Orders from above must not be disregarded. Defiance could lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, he cannot afford to offend here either. He contemplates offering a gentle reminder to those round entities. Whatever transpires next, they can manage on their own. It is no longer his concern. Meanwhile, in the dim depths of the sea, Yun Haoyu continues his hunt. After his departure, the lurking predators quickly converged upon the corpse of the Yama squid, devouring it entirely in mere minutes, leaving not even a remnant of bone. Consulting his light brain, he finds that suitable prey is scarce. Most creatures in his line of sight are unfamiliar, and the few he recognizes are formidable adversaries. Locating prey that is both known to him, weak, and valuable proves to be quite a challenge. At this depth, aside from the ghost-faced deer puffer, other potential targets include the colorful parrot crab, the velvety shrimp, and several uncommon deep-sea mushrooms. After circling a few times, he discovers a few parrot crabs, vibrant and palm-sized, whose attack power is not particularly strong, at least when he captures one. Its powerful claws cannot pierce his alloy wire gloves. He swiftly places them into his ecological box, noting several deep scratches on his gloves. Had he been wearing ordinary diving gear, he might not have survived this encounter. After a moment's hesitation, he decides to venture into another territory. Perhaps he might encounter someone there. Adjusting his course, he begins to expand his search radius in circles around his diving apparatus. As he moves, the fierce creatures instinctively distance themselves from him, a testament to Ruo Lan's training. Near a smooth, brown boulder, several pale, red shadows flit by, catching the corner of his eye and drawing his attention. Upon swimming closer, however, he finds nothing amiss that he does not doubt his vision. Circling the stones several times without discovering anything unusual, After some thought, he resolves to stake out the area. Patience is an indispensable quality in this line of work. After more than 20 minutes, a shadow timidly emerges from a hidden crevice beneath the stone. Upon closer inspection, he confirms it to be the deep-sea mushrooms. Pale red with brown speckles, their caps sport tiny suckers, which they use for locomotion and feeding. It is perplexing that creatures capable of movement are dubbed mushrooms. Perhaps biologists named them thus due to their resemblance to Earth's cordyceps. The mushroom cautiously inches away from its lair, moving carefully along the boulder. Once it has distanced itself, a tungsten needle silently pierces its cap. The potent anesthetic quickly takes effect. It barely has time to turn around before becoming immobile. He collects his prize and retreats to resume his watch. Before long, he employs this method to ensnare 7 mushrooms. The remaining members of its kind finally sense that something is amiss, but are now too wary to emerge. Unwilling to relent, Yun Haoyu estimates the weight of the boulder. With all his strength, he believes he can heave it aside. Positioned beneath the stone, he secures his ecological box to his back, freeing his hands to grasp the base of the boulder, mentally counting. 1, 2, 3. With a sudden exertion of force, the stone wobbles and begins to shift. Yun Haoyu increases his effort, flipping it over, and a multitude of mushrooms, along with various other creatures, burst forth in a chaotic scramble. Despite his swift movements, he can only capture a little over 10 before the rest vanish from sight. Just as he prepares to continue his search, a voice crackles through the communication channel. "Friend, UVE crossed into my territory." He turns to see a figure floating nearby. "Apologies, I didn't realize that area was depleted." He replies with an apologetic smile. The figure draws closer, somewhat surprised. "Aren't you the newcomer? The one who entered the water first?" Yun Haoyu recognizes him as the African man he had seen earlier. The helmet of his diving suit is made of transparent material, clearly revealing his features. "Ah, it's you. Indeed, I am the first to dive. I am Yun Haoyu." He extends his hand in greeting. "Oh, I'm Jerome Christopher. Pleased to meet you. A brave young lad." Jerome responds warmly, shaking his hand. The two quickly engage in conversation. Jerome is a third-tier ability user, here to earn money to fund his training, as the costs of cultivating abilities can be exorbitant. The deeper one goes, the more resources are required. Jerome's wallet was once quite ample. But since awakening his powers, he has found himself financially strained. Although earning money as an ability user is relatively easier, the resources needed for rapid advancement can be staggering. "This area is all yours." "I'll head over there," Jerome offers. "Thank you, my friend. We still have 2 hours left. Let us see who gathers the most spoils." Yun Haoyu replies with a grin. "All right, the loser buys the drinks. Haha, it's a deal." Jerome exclaims confidently, convinced he will outdo even a novice. He plans to make a meal of Yun Haoyu later. 2 hours pass swiftly, and it's time to wrap things up. An hour before closing, some members of the team begin to return as ability users. Their haul tends to exceed that of ordinary divers. However, danger lurks in the depths, and their abilities alone cannot guarantee safety amidst the crowd. Yun Haoyu discreetly opens his diving suit and stashes 6 venom sacs from the Yama squid inside before restoring the suit to its original state. The bulky exterior of the equipment conceals any evidence of his actions. He has no intention of submitting this valuable find. That would be too much of a loss. Team leader Feng Deming begins tallying the results, and Yun Haoyu observes. Barring any surprises, he should emerge with the highest yield today. Shortly thereafter, the results are in, and indeed, Yun Haoyu ranks first. His total haul amounts to an astonishing 23 million credit points. The eyes of his companions nearly bulge in disbelief. A novice achieving such prowess is utterly remarkable. Feng Deming is equally astonished, never anticipating that his team would include such an extraordinary individual. If he continues to deliver surprises like this, perhaps his team will be the best performing in the company this month. It is worth noting that the second-place Jerome has collected less than 1/5 of Yun Haoyu's total. The captain then counts the team members, noting that of the 49 who enter the water, only 45 have returned, with 4 unaccounted for. Their fate is all too clear. After waiting another half hour, the captain decides to head back. The submersible begins its ascent. The team members, fatigued from their lengthy underwater excursion, lean back in their seats to rest, the toll of heightened tension evident in their drained spirits and bodies. Except for Yun Haoyu, the anomaly, who appears completely unfazed. The blue sun creeps toward the horizon, casting shimmering light across the boundless ocean. Massive mechanical arms begin to retrieve the submersibles from the surface, and once stabilized, the team members start disembarking. Personnel await on the side, and the captain submits the spoils and records for verification, after which they can settle their rewards on the spot. Chapter 30. Harvest, Part 1. Ross, I am certain that our group's performance today is the best, Phone Deming exclaimed, his face radiating delight as he presented the records from his light brain to a middle-aged man waiting nearby, who served as the accountant for their group. Ross took the document and, after a thorough examination, was astounded to find that he had not been deceived. That, my friend, you have struck gold, he remarked with a hint of envy. If your luck continues to be this remarkable, no other group stands a chance against you. Ha! I've always had good fortune, Phone Deming replied, pulling Yun Haoyu closer. Let me introduce you to this lucky fellow. Surprising, isn't it? With merely a first-tier ability, he has achieved such extraordinary results. Gazing upon the youthful boy before him, Ross found it hard to believe one person can accomplish the workload of 7 or 8 individuals. This is rather exaggerated. Yun Haoyu calmly greeted him. Observing as the funds were transferred to his account, choosing to say no more, he returned to his cabin on the upper deck, removed his diving suit, took a shower, and changed into fresh attire. Contemplating the 6 spheres before him, he pondered how to bring them ashore to prevent divers from pilfering cargo. Specialized equipment was employed for inspection upon disembarking. Evading such scans was beyond his current capabilities. After a moment of thought, he inquired, Rual Lan, could you assist me? I wish to take these items with me. Of course, just keep them close to you. Rual Lan's response was straightforward. Indeed, when they disembarked, the equipment showed no signs of detection. Successfully reaching the shore, they waited briefly until Jerome emerged. Yun Haoyu suggested they take a taxi, but Jerome declined, stating he had his own vehicle. They made their way to a garage by the port, where Jerome drove out a sleek, dark vehicle, a popular model of the year. It seemed he ought to consider purchasing a car for himself, as relying on taxis was becoming burdensome. They chose a high-end restaurant, settling into a private room where they ordered an array of dishes, engaging in lively conversation as they dined. Jerome evidently belonged to the type that could not resist alcohol. A bottle was emptied in mere moments, rivaling the notorious drinker. Fluid, he claimed, this is what real men drink. As they enjoyed their meal, Yun Haoyu's expression suddenly shifted that a familiar voice from outside caught his attention. Upon opening the door, he saw a group descending from the upper floors. Leading the pack was none other than Yang Feng. Yang Feng appeared somewhat intoxicated, flirting with 2 alluring women, and was momentarily taken aback upon spotting his old rival. After a brief pause, he released the women and struggled to formulate a response. But Yun Haoyu seized the initiative, exclaiming, Isn't this Yang Feng? What a coincidence to see an old classmate here. He approached and affectionately draped an arm around Yang Feng's shoulders. Caught off guard, Yang Feng's mind struggled to comprehend how this once timid and submissive individual had transformed into someone so audacious. A sudden jolt of pain shot through his shoulder, snapping him back to reality. Is this brat looking for trouble? He thought, attempting to break free to retaliate. However, Yun Haoyu was quicker, twisting his wrist and dislocating his shoulder, followed by a sharp knee strike to his lower back. This time, he held nothing back. The overwhelming strength of an ability user came into play. Yang Feng's complexion paled, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. Yet the encounter did not end there. Yun Haoyu seized him by the throat and slammed him against the wall, mercilessly pummeling him as one would a punching bag. Moments later, Yang Feng finally regained his breath, but his cries echoed throughout the restaurant. His henchmen, now roused from their stupor, rushed to intervene, only to be halted by a towering black man who stood resolutely before Yun Haoyu. Gentlemen, this path is closed. Jerome smiled calmly. The thugs, undeterred, soon learned that in the presence of a 3rd-tier ability user, sheer numbers meant little. One by one, they were tossed aside like ragdolls, unable to mount any effective resistance. Before long, the floor was littered with the defeated. In less than 2 minutes, Yang Feng was left battered and unrecognizable, his face a tapestry of bruises, his expensive suit stained with blood, and his bones likely fractured. His legs twisted at unnatural angles. How are you holding up? Old classmate. Yun Haoyu finally ceased his assault. How could you? Yang Feng rasped, struggling to regain composure. How did you become an ability user? Indeed, I am now an ability user. Yun Haoyu replied with a cold smirk. Did you ever imagine this day would come? Do you know who my father is? You dare to treat me this way. You will regret it. Yang Feng stammered, his voice faltering. Before he could finish, Yun Haoyu placed a foot on his head, grinding it down forcefully to silence him. "What does your father have to do with me?" Yun Haoyu said softly. "Do not threaten me with such nonsense." Seeing Yang Feng finally subdued, Yun Haoyu produced a golden card, waving it before him. "This contains 15 million. IT should cover your debts and medical expenses. Remember, keep your distance from me in the future, or I shall strike you again whenever we meet." He forcefully shoved the card into Yang Feng's mouth, wiped his hands, and felt an indescribable sense of relief. This was what one might call the delight of settling scores. "Thank you, my friend. Let us find another place to drink. This one's on me," he cheerfully proposed to Jerome. "Ha. Sounds good." The two relocated to another restaurant and resumed their drinking. "You won't face any repercussions for hitting him, will you?" Jerome inquired. "That fellow seems to have some connections." "Not at all. His father is merely a second-rate opportunist." Yun Haoyu dismissed. "He has some ties to the underworld, but he is hardly a formidable figure. In the past, I might have been concerned, but now I truly fear him not." "That's reassuring. Having shared a drink, we can consider ourselves friends. Should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask," Jerome declared warmly. After this unexpected encounter, their bond deepened and their conversation flourished. "Did you know? Recently, there are exceptional supplies available at the Ability User Association. A merchant group from the Zhan Ying clan is set to hold a sales event there," Jerome exclaimed, taking a hearty swig from his bottle. "The Zhan Ying clan?" Yun Haoyu queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. "You don't know about them?" Jerome was surprised by his bewildered expression. "You truly are unaware? I was merely a student, and I have only recently awakened my abilities," Yun Haoyu admitted, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his cheeks. "Why don't you enlighten me?" "All right, here's the story." Jerome set his bottle down and began recounting the tale of the Zhan Ying clan. The Zhan Ying clan is considered one of the oldest races in the known universe, their origins shrouded in mystery. However, all intelligent beings recognize their illustrious title, the children of dimensional space. This designation stems from their unparalleled comprehension and application of spatial laws, far surpassing any other intelligent life in the known universe. They are also the most enigmatic of races. Outsiders know nothing of their habitats, characteristics, or cultural achievements. What is widely acknowledged is their innate affinity for commerce, and the scale of their enterprises is extraordinary. Not to mention, the wormholes that now span numerous star systems are predominantly constructed by the Zhan Ying clan, with most intelligent races compelled to seek their assistance when constructing new wormholes. Of course, nothing comes without a cost, and the construction of a wormhole demands substantial payment, often in the form of immense amounts of source crystals, energy crystals, or various other rare resources. Over countless millennia, through the monopoly of this technology, the Zhan Ying clan has amassed unimaginable wealth. It is no exaggeration to claim they're the wealthiest race in the universe. Such a prosperous and mysterious clan naturally attracts the envy of many formidable entities. Throughout history, numerous wars have been waged against the Zhan Ying clan, with the aggressors suffering heavy losses most of the time. Each individual of this race possesses innate spatial characteristics from birth, making stealth a simple feat, and common weaponry proves ineffective against them in the vast known universe. Very few civilizations can inflict harm upon these remarkable beings. The merchant groups of the Zhan Ying clan traverse the universe, pausing in prosperous locales to engage with local intelligent life. Their offerings are not particularly unique, yet each item invariably possesses some spatial attribute. Dimensional space equipment, weapons, and armor capable of spatial tearing effects, personal space portals, and hyperdimensional detection and communication systems are among their wares. As long as one can afford the price, they will custom-make any desired item imbued with spatial properties. "I see now. It appears they have come here to conduct business." Yun Haoyu began to understand, yet he pondered why they would operate here rather than in the most affluent civilizations. While Mu Yun's star has developed well in recent years, it remains on the fringes of the empire and cannot compare to those thriving star regions. Surely, they are aware of this. I find it somewhat strange too. However, that is a matter for the higher-ups to worry about. "It does not concern us," Jerome remarked dismissively. "Indeed, it suffices for us to manage our own affairs." Nevertheless, the exhibition is worth a visit. Yun Haoyu felt a surge of curiosity towards the artifacts of alien civilizations. After a satisfying meal, night had fallen, and 3 satellites began to reveal their presence in the sky. The two settled their bill and exited, boarding a hovercraft straight to the Ability Users Association. Chapter 31, Harvest, Part 2, at the Ability Users Association. The hall was bustling with activity, predominantly filled with lower-tier ability users, though a few individuals of the 4th tier and above were also present. Such a gathering of people would be unheard of under normal circumstances, but ever since the Zhan Ying clan's trade fair commenced, all ability users from the entire Muyin star, no, from the entire Hung Luo's star domain, had flocked here, with even those from neighboring domains arriving in droves. Hundreds of transaction tables crafted from Shirluo Yin crystal were lined up in succession, each displaying one or more pieces of equipment in three-dimensional holograms. Beautiful bioengineered attendants stood beside the tables, explaining the functionalities and characteristics of the equipment to onlookers. If interested, visitors could enter a virtual space to experience the equipment's effects. However, to view the actual items, one had to commit to a purchase. Only after payment could they collect the goods from the Zhan Ying clan's representatives present. Yun Haoyu did not rush into the main hall. Instead, he stealthily made his way to the trading area from his last visit. Selecting a private booth, he inquired with the attendant inside. "I have some items for sale. Are you authorized to handle this?" The attendant replied in a formulaic manner. "If the quantity is not substantial, I can manage it. If it exceeds 10 million, I will need to report to my supervisor." "Then please call your supervisor," Yun Haoyu stated decisively. His items were assuredly worth well over 10 million. The supervisor quickly arrived, a young man dressed in professional attire, with a badge indicating he was a 4th-tier ability user. "Hello, my name is Bai Juanxiang. How may I assist you?" He said warmly. "I have some items I wish to sell." Yun Haoyu responded. "May I take a look? If possible, we will have a specialist assist with the identification and valuation. We will ensure our customers do not suffer any loss." Bai Juanxiang inquired discreetly. "This one," Yun Haoyu presented a golden red orb for his inspection. Upon holding it, Bai Juanxiang's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he examined it closely. "This is the venom sac from a deep-sea demon, the Yin Luo squid, and it was extracted from an adult specimen. It is quite an impressive item. Are you certain you wish to sell it?" "Indeed, I would appreciate your offer." Bai Juanxiang summoned another individual to assess the item further. After some deliberation, he said, "Your item is indeed valuable. Based on the current market, we can offer 24 million credit points. What do you think?" An excellent price, exceeding his expectations. Yun Haoyu immediately agreed, producing the remaining 5 items as well. At this point, Bai Juanxiang could no longer maintain his professional demeanor, staring in shock at the composed young man before him. He must only be of 1st-tier caliber, yet how has he acquired so many valuable items? He pondered with a hint of jealousy. Nevertheless, his professionalism quickly reasserted itself as he asked, "You are certain you wish to sell all 6 venom sacs? That totals 144 million credit points." "Very well, I would like to exchange for 50 source crystal points, and the remainder deposited into my account," Yun Haoyu instructed. Bai Juanxiang complied, and the funds were swiftly transferred. Shortly thereafter, an attendant delivered an exquisite sandalwood box, which Bai Juanxiang received and presented with a bow, saying, "Sir, here are your 50 source crystals. Please verify." Upon opening the box, Yun Haoyu beheld the 50 translucent crystal orbs impeccably arranged atop a black velvet lining, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. Each orb measured half a centimeter in diameter and weighed 1 gram. These were source crystals, an essential resource for the cultivation of ability users. In a mere seconds that the box remained open, he felt tendrils of ambient cosmic energy gradually coalescing around him, invigorating his breath as an indescribable sense of comfort washed over him. Taking a deep breath, he closed the box and smiled, saying, "Excellent. I am very satisfied. I shall certainly return to seek you out for any good items in the future." "Ah, certainly, certainly." Bai Juanxiang chuckled, personally escorting him out of the trading area. After a stroll through the main hall, he spotted Jerome loitering by a transaction table. Upon closer inspection, he saw a finely crafted badge on display, its material undiscernible. Named Guardian of Lomenmore, it was part of the Lomenmore series of protective gear, capable of withstanding the full force of a 7th-tier ability user S attack, usable twice per day without requiring additional energy replenishment. The badge possessed the inherent ability to absorb ambient cosmic energy. Such impressive equipment could effectively grant its bearer 2 extra lives each day. No wonder Jerome's gaze was so fervent. In the perilous depths of the sea, the significance of possessing such equipment was self-evident. "Brother, are you tempted?" Yin Haoyu inquired with a smile. Indeed, this is a life-saving item. However, Jerome shrugged helplessly. The price is quite daunting. Yin Haoyu glanced at the price tag, which indeed was steep, 800 source crystal points. With a conversion rate of 1 million credit points to 1 source crystal point, this meant the equipment cost a staggering 800 million credit points, an absurd figure. Such a sum could afford several fourth-tier genetic enhancement surgeries. Although Jerome was somewhat well off, producing such an amount all at once was utterly impossible. Yin Haoyu felt a twinge of dismay. Having just received a significant windfall, he had begun to relish the feeling of being affluent, only to discover that even the cheapest items on display were priced above 100 source crystal points. This utterly shattered his newfound confidence. Reluctantly gazing at the badge once more, Jerome, thoroughly disheartened, decided to return home. Yin Haoyu, on the other hand, did not accompany him and made his way back to school. In his room, having completed his evening routine, Yin Haoyu sat on his bed and gently opened a box. 50 source crystals lay neatly arranged within, and tendrils of cosmic energy began to gravitate toward him, slowly converging around his form. His cells stirred to life as the energy flowed into his body, permeating his skin, muscles, blood vessels, and even his organs and bones. It fortified his physique and enhanced his intrinsic source abilities. The sensation was euphoric, akin to a high or an intimate encounter, of course up until now. He had yet to experience either of those firsthand. His knowledge was merely hearsay. Is this what source crystals are? Is this what ability users rely upon for their cultivation? Ruolin interjected, noting the resemblance of these crystals to the spiritual stones of her world. Spiritual stones? Are those what you use to cultivate your magical powers? So, you can also use these to restore your strength? Yin Haoyu exclaimed with excitement. Those are merely for lower-tier disciples. Immortals do not utilize such items. Treating them as mere pebbles. Ruolin scoffed. As for me, I have not relied on external resources for many years. I merely lack insights into the realm of understanding. Oh, I see. However, given the current circumstances, you might as well make do with them. To my knowledge, source crystals are the finest cultivation resources available to humanity. You are correct, but the amount required for me to regain my strength is rather excessive. Your current capabilities cannot accommodate that. Ruolin expressed with a hint of regret. How much do you need? Please, enlighten me. Yin Haoyu inquired anxiously, only for Ruolin's response to nearly send him into shock. If this planet were composed entirely of source crystals, and I could absorb them all, perhaps I could regain a smidgen of my power, Ruolin stated nonchalantly. What a jest! A planet of source crystals. Who possesses such a thing? Even if all the wealth of the world's great nations were combined, it would be impossible to amass such a quantity. Perhaps only the immensely wealthy Zhan Ying clan could procure that many source crystals. All right, no need to be astonished. I am not forcing you to do anything. Ruolin chuckled, her tone taking on a rare, human-like quality. You should focus on your own cultivation. There is no need to worry about me. Living within you is quite satisfactory. Before Yin Haoyu could respond, she added, in recent days, I have contemplated the laws of this world and compiled some insights that would greatly benefit your spiritual cultivation. No, your mental fortitude. You must strive diligently. Your current strength is insufficient to protect yourself. An esoteric cultivation mantra materialized in his consciousness, and with Ruolin's assistance, he swiftly grasped its meaning. This is one of the profound techniques I imparted when I founded my sect. It is a pity that in this realm, its efficacy is less than 1% of its original potential. However, it remains quite beneficial for your current needs. As for the name of this technique, I shall refrain from mentioning it to preserve its dignity. You may bestow upon it a name of your choosing. This method primarily cultivates mental strength and relates to the power of the stars, so let us call it the Nine Heaven Star River technique. Yet to practice this, one must seek a location suffused with stellar energy. It cannot be rushed. Yin Haoyu mused. That is up to you. In due time, I shall provide you with a few sword techniques as well. After all, your world emphasizes strength over fate, and sword cultivation methods would suit you perfectly. Having calmed his thoughts, he resumed his practice. Delving into the essence of the source crystals, he could distinctly sense the vast energy contained within. If one were to directly absorb all the energy within, integrating it into one's own cells, one could swiftly enhance their strength. However, the source crystal, stripped of its energy, would transform into mere stone, a luxury few can afford. Perhaps only the direct descendants of affluent families possess such capital to squander. Those lacking such conditions must resort to absorbing the free energy gathered from the source crystals for their cultivation. It is akin to stewing a chicken. Some indulge directly in the meat, finishing it in one meal, while others opt for the broth, adding water to continue simmering. The vast majority of supernatural beings employ this broth-like method of cultivation, resulting in a significantly slower pace. If one could directly absorb energy equivalent to approximately 300 source crystals, their abilities would ascend to the second tier. Advancing from the second to the third tier necessitates around 1,500 source crystals. As summarized by the Association of Ability Users, the AS for tiers above the third, it becomes less certain. The transition from the third to the fourth tier represents a significant threshold in cultivation, demanding not only abundant resources but also mental fortitude, comprehension of power, and accumulation of combat experience. This is not a challenge easily resolved by mere possession of source crystals. Many supernatural beings find themselves stuck at this juncture for years, unable to advance. Once one breaks through to the fourth tier, a substantial leap in bodily functions occurs, and their strength sees a dramatic enhancement. Naturally, the costs of cultivation thereafter escalate exponentially. The difficulty many supernatural beings face in advancing is not due to a lack of effort, but rather the inadequacy of resources. Typically, those at this stage must align themselves with prominent families or powerful imperial departments, as only they can sustain a multitude of high-tier supernatural beings. On Satellite 3, in a heavily guarded central laboratory, the gem flower remains tranquil within its crystal column, surrounded by numerous researchers in fully enclosed protective suits, diligently operating various instruments. Above the crystal column, a small area ripples slightly, as if a grain of sand were cast into a mirror-like lake. A faint shadow flickered momentarily before vanishing. Many researchers, elite military personnel, and high-tier supernatural beings appear unfazed, oblivious to this scene, as the sophisticated instruments claim to monitor any spatial anomalies show no sign of disturbance. The gem flower gently stirred its body before sinking back into silence. Such a minor movement failed to attract the attention of those around, who continued their tasks undisturbed. Greb Chaika concealed his figure within a spatial rift, communicating solely through mental energy with the presence within the crystal column, assured that he would not be discovered, as the Zhan Ying clan's understanding and application of spatial laws surpass any civilization. Esteemed Yevgluras, I bring the goodwill of the Elders' Council. The Zhan Ying clan is eager to form the closest alliance with the illustrious Abyssal Batflower clan and is willing to leverage our strength to help you reclaim all that rightfully belongs to you. However, to demonstrate our sincerity in collaboration, you must submit that item for our Elders' Council to study. Greb Chaika stated with utmost respect. The gem flower within the crystal column remained silent for a moment, then conveyed a mental wave. I've been in contact with you for quite some time, yet you only arrived now. I've been trapped in this wretched place for so long, to seek benefits immediately upon meeting. This is your sincerity? Regrettably, there have been complications on our end in the Miriam Empire, which have hindered our availability. Nonetheless, that is not the crux of the matter. We have arrived now, and there is no need to dwell excessively on past issues. Is there? Is that so? Very well then. Let us not dwell on it, but how much sincerity are you prepared to offer? After such a long absence, those individuals have likely instigated numerous affairs. Assisting me in reclaiming my throne is no simple task. Yevgluras inquired nonchalantly. Our elite warriors are already concealed near the Twilight Cloud Star, ready for deployment. As long as we reach an agreement, we shall proceed. But can I trust you, who does not know that you round figures? Appearing honest and simple, are the universe's foremost swindlers. Yevgluras retorted coldly. Your willingness to engage with me, a fallen patriarch, is merely for the sake of the fallen star goblet, isn't it? Your Excellency Yevgluras, to borrow a phrase from human civilization, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You ask us to make such significant sacrifices, and it is only natural for us to seek some compensation. Greb Chaika replied with dignity. Now, apart from cooperating with us and consenting to our proposed conditions, do you have any other options? The Fallen Star Goblet is indeed a valuable item. If you wish to obtain it, you must present some tangible benefits. Yevgluras responded icily. I will only consider agreeing to your terms after confirming the demise of those rebellious individuals. Very well. I will relay your sentiments to the Elders' Council. Grebchaika's rotund form quivered slightly, the surrounding magnetic field emitting a wave akin to laughter. After such a lengthy period, even a divine artifact cannot possess infinite energy. I wonder how much longer you can endure, esteemed patriarch. That is of no concern to you. At least until you perish, I shall remain unscathed. The abilities of humanity do not faze me in the slightest. I hope so. The Zhan Ying envoy's figure vanished completely in the school dormitory. Yin Hao Yu slowly poured a bottle of the Vitality Source concentrated nutrient solution into his mouth. A single bottle suffices for a low-tier supernatural being for a day's energy consumption, and it tastes pleasant. Yet, he remains unaccustomed to consuming it daily. Sitting upright on his bed, he took several source crystals into the palm of his hand and resumed his cultivation. His consciousness delved into the interior of the source crystals, beginning to extract the source energy within. Streams of energy particles, like smoke and mist, gradually permeated his body. As the source energy within him increased, he could distinctly feel his bodily functions slowly strengthening. He understood that he must digest this energy gradually and did not rush, merely sitting in silence, immersed in the experience. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes. The 4 source crystals in his hand had lost their original luster, their energy fully absorbed, now mere ordinary stones. Before him lay a box containing a total of 300 source crystals, the vast majority having reached this state. Over 2 months have passed, and the new semester is approaching. During this time, he had ventured out to sea approximately every 2 to 3 days, each time returning with at least tens of millions of credit points. This enabled him to afford such extravagance. On days he did not go to sea, he had set aside all other matters, focusing solely on cultivation until today. Rising slowly, he performed several complex physical techniques to invigorate his blood flow. Feeling the source energy within him swell significantly, he sensed he had likely reached the second-tier level. It was time to undertake the advancement assessment. Glancing at the pile of stones before him, he felt a twinge of regret. This amounted to 300 million, a fortune that an ordinary person would never encounter in a lifetime, all squandered away. Yet he harbored no regrets. To attain power and accelerate his growth, one must inevitably pay the corresponding price. In the era of Earth, there existed the saying that the wealthy engaged in martial arts while the impoverished indulged in literature. To cultivate martial skills, one required rare medicinal herbs to refine the body, strengthen the bones, and especially crafted diet for nutritional supplementation. Over the years, achieving such endeavors without a solid economic foundation was nearly impossible. What martial arts could one practice without wealth? In a realm where Rulon resides, the cultivation world emphasizes the importance of wealth, fate, law, and land, with wealth at the forefront, underscoring the significance of resources for cultivators. Who claims that immortals do not require money? Without money, one cannot even become an immortal. In the Tianhua star domain, where the imperial capital resides, this prosperous star domain, designated as the capital of the empire, is one of the earliest areas developed since humanity entered the interstellar age. The entire star domain boasts over 100 highly prosperous first-tier administrative stars, more than 300 second-tier administrative stars, scattered across more than 100 star systems of varying sizes, alongside countless resource planets. Daily, vast quantities of rare resources flow from various star domains to the heart of the empire, uninterrupted for millennia, establishing this star domain as one of the most prosperous and powerful regions within the human alliance. The star system housing the imperial capital contains 16 planets, with the 4th planet closest to the star, serving as the headquarters for the empire's major administrative departments. Daily, orders dispatched from this location number in the billions. Any event here reverberates through the fortunes and misfortunes of countless individuals at this moment. It is nightfall on this planet in a continent near the planet's north pole. Hundreds of massive city clusters are distributed. Countless flying cars, airships, and small spacecraft converge in a torrent above the cities, AS for large vessels. They are prohibited from entering the planetary atmosphere. Apart from a few privileged departments, ships exceeding 300 meters in length must remain docked at outer space bases. The office center of the Empire's security department resides within an unassuming building. Deep underground, a vast secret base exists, unimaginable to ordinary individuals. In a lavish office, resplendent like a palace, Song Jingfeng and Du Bois Douglas sit sternly on a couch, silent and expressionless, clad in blood-red uniforms adorned with intricate and elegant purple floral patterns. The buttons crafted from large natural rubies, and a sizable golden diamond emblem pinned at the first button position. The left breast features a splendid sash, prominently displaying a blue supernatural emblem engraved with 10 golden stars. After a prolonged silence, the door to the inner chamber quietly opened, and a blue figure silently appeared behind the excessively grand desk. The two individuals promptly rose, respectfully greeting, "Your Highness the Princess," a clear voice echoed. "Have you completed the matters at hand?" "Indeed," they answered cautiously, fully aware of their superior's capricious temperament. They dared not provoke her displeasure. Fortunately, the princess did not trouble them. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke, "I summoned you here because an issue has arisen in the Hengluo star region that requires your personal attention." Noticing their perplexity, she continued, "It pertains to a project being implemented at the base on the Muyun star. Further details will be sent to you shortly. This mission may prove challenging, as there are indications of interference from the Zhan Ying clan. Although you are both formidable saint-level experts, unforeseen circumstances may arise, so take your team of specialized operatives with you. Additionally, I will allocate 30 Cloud Shark warships for your use. I have informed the military, and should the need arise, you may request assistance from the local garrison. The necessary paperwork has been processed, and you can board the ships in 2 hours." "Yes, we understand." The two deeply bowed and exited the room. The mysterious princess watched their retreating figures. A hint of coldness surfacing on her fair visage. "2 saint-level experts. Such elite forces of the Empire. I wonder if they will meet my expectations," she mused to herself. Chapter 33. The Precipice of Change. A handsome, tall man appeared at the door. "If they cannot resolve the issue, then it falls upon you to intervene. That group is after something substantial this time. It won't be easy to handle," he stated calmly. "Very well, you may proceed. Take your subordinates with you, and that unit as well. Adapt to the situation. Should they fail, you will be responsible for mopping up the aftermath." "Understood." The man paused briefly before vanishing. At home, her parents had returned. Zhong Xiaoying leaned against her desk, staring blankly out the window at the sky. The door creaked open, and her mother entered, gently embracing her from behind, whispering, "What are you pondering?" Zhong Xiaoying shook her head in silence. Her mother continued, "Ming Rue has already messaged Hao Yu, saying he will be home for dinner tonight." Zhong Xiaoying's eyes brightened, excitement bubbling within her as she asked, "Really?" Her mother nodded with a smile. Realizing her reaction was too overt, she fell silent once more. A moment later, her mother inquired, "Are you perhaps?" Before she could finish, Zhong Xiaoying sprang up like a startled cat. Her face flushed, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. How could I doubt? How could I doubt?" What could she say? Ultimately, she felt too shy to express herself. Sensing her mother's teasing gaze, she dashed on her bed, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket. Observing her daughter's reaction, her mother sighed softly. Ever since that boy entered their home, her daughter had been inseparable from him. Years had passed, and their bond had only deepened. As a mother, she certainly understood her daughter's feelings. Yet, that boy's attitude toward Zhao Ying seemed to reflect a merely sibling affection. Everyone in the family was aware of her daughter's thoughts, yet she herself refused to admit it. After learning of Yun Haoyu's awakening of his powers, she understood her daughter's wish might be unfulfilled. Like tea that time, she decided to allow her to undergo secondary gene optimization surgery, simply to try to secure some hope for her. Tonight, while he was home, some matters needed to be addressed. It was time to inform him about his origins. The mother contemplated, realizing her daughter's current state was untenable. She needed to discreetly inquire about his feelings if they could be together. That would be splendid. Even if not, it was better to decide early. At the port, dusk fell, marking the end of another day. Returning vessels crowded the docks, with crew members flooding onto the pier, relieved to have safely returned. The prevailing sentiment among most was a desire to unwind. Yun Haoyu disembarked, having just received a message on his cerebral interface that his parents were home today. He felt compelled to return for a visit. It had almost been half a year since their last family gathering. Jerome followed closely beside him, engaging in a leisurely conversation. The 15th team had a rough day. Fewer than 10 returned. He sighed. How could that be? Did they encounter something deadly? Yun Haoyu replied, surprised. What else could it be? A pair of amorous Moro sharks. Their luck was exceptionally poor. I recall that team was composed of ability users. It's a real pity. Had they been ordinary folks, I doubt anyone would have returned. Jerome lamented. If it weren't for the need to earn a living by honing our skills, I wouldn't linger in this dreadful place. Damn it, Jerome swore in frustration. You could have chosen not to do this. With your status as a Tier 3 ability user, numerous excellent job opportunities await you, although they may pay less than here. They are undoubtedly safer. Then why do you come here every day? Yin Hao Yu countered, aren't our goals aligned? I merely wish to advance my rank quickly, Jerome expressed, somewhat unconvincingly. Yin Hao Yu glanced at him but chose not to comment. Everyone harbors secrets. If one is unwilling to share, he has no desire to pry. Exiting the port, Yin Hao Yu took a taxi home. Dinner was lavish, a rare occasion for the family to gather, and there was much to discuss. Ayu, now that you are an ability user, what are your plans for the future? His mother asked, while his sister remained silent, her ears perked up. Not much for now. I'll first finish my studies. Then, I need to prepare for the costs of my siblings' surgeries. Yin Hao Yu responded after swallowing a mouthful of crab meat. Although going to sea offers quick earnings, the risks are substantial. It's better to minimize those trips. With your current circumstances, you can find a safer job, his father advised. Rest assured, I'll be fine. I've made it this far. There won't be any issues moving forward. He could not disclose his secrets, so he reassured them with those words. His father appeared dissatisfied with his response, but chose not to press further. Oh, come to the study later. There are some matters I wish to discuss. His mother instructed after a while. Oh, all right. Yin Hao Yu nodded, while his sister shot him a glance, remaining silent, merely focusing on her plate. After dinner, their mother ushered the siblings back to their rooms and led Yin Hao Yu to the study, where his father awaited, holding a box. This is something your biological parents left for you, his father said, handing him the box. Yin Hao Yu accepted it but did not rush to open it, instead gazing at them. Clearly, they had more to discuss than just presenting him with an item. His mother sighed, slowly recounting some long-held family secrets, since the founding of the Shuo Feng Empire over 2,000 years ago. 6 prominent families have dominated the political and economic landscape, sharing power with the royal family over sacred artifacts. This arrangement had remained unchanged for millennia, with the royal family unwilling to be constrained. Throughout history, several wise sovereigns have attempted to reclaim authority, but ultimately failed. The power of the noble families grew increasingly formidable, gradually rendering the royal family a mere puppet. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Just as various factions believed the empire was on the verge of upheaval or even fragmentation, a remarkable figure emerged from the royal family, Emperor Yao Wei, Feng Hongqian, even as the crown prince. He maintained close ties with alien civilizations, often consorting with peculiar beings, showing little interest in state affairs, which greatly disappointed the royal family that had high hopes for him. Had it not been for his father's support, he might have lost his position. When his father fell gravely ill, he summoned the empire's high-ranking officials and leaders of various factions into the palace for deliberation, and the crown prince took decisive action. With the assistance of alien powers that night, the heads of the 6 noble families, along with their vassal families, allied imperial officials, and those militarily powerful generals, were forever silenced within the palace walls. Then, the newly empowered emperor ruthlessly purged opposing factions, igniting a civil war that would last for years. The noble families, having lost their initial advantage, remained formidable. To swiftly conclude the civil strife and stabilize the nation, the emperor even resorted to ceding territory in exchange for aid from alien civilizations. After paying a hefty price, he finally compelled the 6 noble families to capitulate, thus solidifying the royal family's position. While the influence of the noble families plummeted, the emperor refrained from uprooting the noble families entirely. Cognizant of their control over the majority of the empire's economic lifelines, should he pursue a scorched earth policy, he would only be left with a chaotic aftermath. Thus, once he gained the upper hand, he wisely chose to refrain from further actions that, in exchange, the noble families relinquished significant benefits and power, contenting themselves with commerce and refraining from further involvement with sacred artifacts. This arrangement persisted for centuries. Once firmly seated on the throne, Emperor Yao Wei reneged on the agreement, turning against the very alien civilizations that had once aided him. Throughout his life, he devoted himself to external expansion, and the empire's current territory owes at least 1/3 of its size to his reign. However, after the passing of this illustrious emperor, the once dormant noble families began to stir once more. Yet, times had changed, and the power of the 6 noble families was no longer what it had been. The emperor, however, had left his successor with ample resources to safeguard the throne. The heads of the families are not to be underestimated. They have no intention of confronting matters head-on, realizing that a direct approach is unfeasible. They devised a detailed and intricate plan, intending to penetrate the royal family through economic means and various peaceful methods. Their goal is to gradually restore their former glory over the course of several centuries. Akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Yuan Haoyu's father, Yuan Yushi, hails from one of the 6 great noble families. The Yuan family that, in his prime, he was a remarkable talent and the second-in-line heir of the family. A status of great significance. According to the plans laid out by Yuan Yushi's father, the current head of the Yuan family, Yuan Tianke, Yuan Yushi's future was predetermined since childhood. He was to marry a royal family member, thereby solidifying the bond with the monarchy. This maneuver received tacit approval and support from several other prominent families. In fact, the continuous intermarriage with the royal family is a crucial element of the 6 great family strategy. The matrimonial affairs of every adult royal family member are meticulously calculated by the heads of these noble families. The royal family, seeking to control the influence of these families, is generally favorable towards such political unions. However, the ultimate advantage of these unions depends on the leverage and negotiation skills of both parties involved. The turning point came when Yuan Yushi encountered a woman from a vassal family. For her sake, Yuan Yushi bravely defied Yuan Tianke for the first time, deciding to annul the engagement with the royal family, even expressing his willingness to relinquish all rights within the family. This act was clearly intolerable to the family. In his fury, the head of the family made a decision he deemed rational, to ensure that the woman in question would disappear forever. Few in the entire empire could withstand the wrath of the head of one of the 6 great families. Thus, tragedy ensued. Despite Yuan Yushi's forewarnings and preparations, he could not alter the outcome. Had he been willing to yield at that moment, he would have remained the second-in-line heir of the Yuan family. Chapter 34. A Fierce Battle, Part 1. Enraged, Yuan Yushi made a reckless choice. He extracted his beloved cells and created a clone. The news spread like wildfire, igniting a maelstrom of controversy in the realm of humanity. Cloning has always been a taboo topic. Although technologically feasible, major powers exhibit extreme discrimination against the existence of clones on ethical and legal grounds. Nevertheless, for various reasons, humanity remains reliant on clones, particularly in specialized fields where only clones can fulfill certain roles. Many high-ranking individuals often clone themselves to evade assassination, sending their clones to attend perilous events, a well-known secret. Despite sharing identical traits with their originals, clones have historically been regarded with a blend of utility and suspicion. They possess virtually no civil rights, and their basic dignity is often disregarded. Once their usefulness is exhausted, they face execution like livestock, subsequently incinerated. The actions of the Yuan family's heir in pursuing such an unorthodox path not only brought shame upon the family, but also became a source of ridicule for the other noble families, inciting considerable displeasure from the royal family as well. In his wrath, the head of the family presented Yuan Yushi with 2 options: either return to the family fold or be completely disowned. Exiled to the empire's fringes, left to fend for himself for the rest of his life. Yuan Yushi chose the latter, bringing his cloned wife to the planet of Mu Yun. Over 30 years ago, Mu Yun was far less prosperous than it is now, with harsh living conditions. However, Yuan Yushi was already an 8th-tier ability user, a mere step away from the Saint tier, and his wife was a 5th tier. Such prowess made it relatively easy for them to lead a comfortable life. Free from the treachery of the capital's elite, the couple enjoyed a leisurely existence. Their only regret was the low probability of ability users producing offspring, a phenomenon that becomes increasingly pronounced among higher-tier ability users. This is a fundamental aspect of the balance of life. It is known that in a forest, the creatures at the bottom of the food chain are the most numerous and weakest. While the stronger beings are fewer in number, the apex predators often comprise only a handful, and their reproductive capabilities are far inferior to those of weaker species. After more than a decade of trying, the couple was blessed with only one child, Yuan Haoyu, and that at the cost of his mother's deteriorating genes, as a clone. Her genes were inherently flawed from the moment of creation, a common practice in the Empire. This was to ensure that these beings of shadow remained under constant control. Clones are denied the right to procreate, and violating this prohibition cost them their lives in a desperate bid to save his wife. Yuan Yushi exhausted nearly all of his savings. With the Empire's most advanced medical technology, the problem could have been resolved easily, but he was no longer the privileged heir of a noble family. And none of his former relatives or friends offered assistance. In utter despair, Yun Yushi turned to the Ability Association for help, which was keen to recruit a potential Saint-tier powerhouse. They agreed to assist him on the condition that he complete a task for the association, to map the underwater topography of a specific ocean area on Muyun. Due to certain characteristics of the ocean surrounding Muyun, conventional instruments could not effectively probe the seabed. Therefore, it was necessary to send someone down to map the terrain and investigate various conditions. As an 8th-tier ability user, Yun Yushi was deemed capable of ensuring his safety underwater. This was a widely accepted notion, and Yun Yushi did not perceive the task as particularly daunting. He had ventured into the sea to earn money before, and the fearsome creatures there were hardly a match for him. Thus, the couple accepted the task, and their initial progress was smooth. However, during their final voyage, they descended into the depths and never returned. This is the story of your parents. All that we know has been shared with you. After concluding his tale, the father took a few gulps from the cup on the coffee table. Your parents were concerned that your genes might also be problematic, which is why they hesitated to have you undergo the secondary gene optimization procedure. After all, you might be considered. The mother suddenly realized the impropriety of her words and fell silent. Considered what? A half-clone, is that right? Yun Haoyu interjected, his tone tinged with bitterness. Are you all right, you? The father asked with concern. Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think. Yun Haoyu feigned nonchalance. For a moment, the room fell silent, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. They had sensed this coming, hadn't they? After a brief pause, Yun Haoyu spoke again. Indeed, the mother nodded, in the days leading up to the incident. I mentioned to your father that I had seen some unusual things beneath the sea. I had a bad feeling and decided to send you to us. And what else did you say? Never tell you the truth, allowing you to live as an ordinary person for the rest of your life. Those were your mother's exact words, the father replied. After another silence, he opened the box he had been holding, revealing a seal the size of a finger. As he examined it closely, he suddenly realized it was a piece of spatial equipment. Though he had never used one before, he had seen many online and encountered similar items in virtual games. So it felt familiar. He tentatively injected a thread of mental energy, and the seal immediately reacted. A book-sized light screen appeared before him, displaying an area of approximately 2 cubic meters. The screen indicated the presence of 20 source crystals and a light sword, with nothing else in sight. This was the legacy left by his parents. He felt a pang of nostalgia as he retrieved the light sword, which was essentially an exquisite hilt. The dark base was engraved with countless intricate patterns, and at the center of the hilt was a diamond-shaped golden emblem, featuring an unknown divine bird adorned with exquisite motifs. The blade tip was embellished with 5 small purple stars, gently pressing the switch. The hilt quivered imperceptibly, releasing a beam of deep blue light, which condensed into a 1-meter-long, 7-centimeter-wide blade about a meter away from the hilt. After admiring it for a while, he put the sword away and said, Mom and Dad, it's getting late. You should rest. I'd like to be alone for a while. After a moment's thought, he added, the younger siblings should undergo their procedures as well. These 20 source crystals are just enough for Tier 3 optimization. He placed the source crystals on the coffee table. The expressions of his parents changed immediately. This is no small sum. Are you sure you want to do this? The mother asked incredulously. It's fine. I've already undergone the procedure, and I'm not short on funds. Yun Haoyu replied with a smile that I remember everything you've done for me. Mom and Dad, we're family. There's no need for formality. He was unaware of how his parents had come to know the people they had entrusted him to, but the fact that they were willing to entrust him to them indicated a profound bond. The experiences of the past few years also proved that his parents had not misjudged their character. They treated him as their own. What more was there to say, now that he had the means? It was only right for him to do something for them. The father seemed poised to say more, but the mother gently nudged him, saying, Why don't you order some late-night snacks? I need to discuss something with you. The father exchanged a knowing glance with her and rose to leave, saying, Very well, I'll go. Once the father had departed, the mother spoke softly, You, tell me the truth. Are you still alone? Yun Haoyu nodded. She pondered for a moment and resolved to speak candidly. You are aware, that girl, Pwing. Yet, before she could finish her statement, her younger sister abruptly burst through the door, her face flushed as she exclaimed, Mom, I have something to tell you. Without waiting for their mother to respond, she eagerly dragged her mother out the door, not daring to glance at Yun Haoyu even once at the Ability Association. In the testing area, the tester remarked, It has only been a little over 3 months since your last test, and you have already advanced so swiftly. Is it the same tester from last time? As she reviewed the records on her light brain, incredulity colored her words. Whether I have advanced will be revealed through the test. Yin Haoyu responded with a smile that in truth, progressing from the first to the third tier is not particularly challenging. As long as one possesses sufficient funds and their innate qualities are not dismal, it can be achieved. While examples of such rapid advancement are rare, they do exist. The tester shot him a disapproving glance and said, "All right, the first test will be strength. Let us begin once you are ready." The conditions remained unchanged from the previous session, though this time they utilized a heavier apparatus, the gravity-defying space mech, made of golden sandrock. Weighed 10 tons, and merely observing its size could instill trepidation in those lacking strength. He approached it for a trial, finding it manageable. His internal source energy surged, invigorating his limbs, and with relative ease. He lifted it onto his shoulder and proceeded toward the finish line. The tester trailed behind him, maintaining a steady pace and controlled breathing, ensuring that his source energy remained at a consistent operational speed. Drawing from his prior experience, he had learned to conserve his energy for endurance. His strategy seemed effective, for upon reaching the finish line, he appeared far less disheveled than during his last attempt. For the speed test, the time limit for the 100-meter dash was set at 3.5 seconds, a threshold he comfortably surpassed. In the nerve reaction test, the density of the rubber bullet rain had increased several-fold. Despite his caution, he still sustained a few hits. Fortunately, the pain was not as intense as before, a testament to his enhanced physical resilience. The mental strength test was somewhat different this time. The tester instructed him to sit before a device the size of a table. "Relax your body and clear your mind. Just be natural," she commanded. After adjusting the equipment, it emitted several beams of varying colors that enveloped his head, retracting moments later, observing the data displayed on the screen. She nodded. "Your mental strength exceeds 400, meeting the advancement criteria." Chapter 35. Intense Battle. Part 2. The subsequent tests were swiftly completed. The tester signed off, storing the information in the light brain. A new uniform and badge were prepared, now adorned with an additional star. He felt no particular excitement. Rather, he mused about the testing fees, which had doubled, leaving him curious about the potential increase for his next visit. Outrageous. Arriving in the trading area, he intended to procure some necessary items. The concentrated nutrient solution from the Fountain of Life, favored by Tier 4 and above ability users, was priced at 60,000 credit points for a small bottle, sufficient to meet one's energy needs for a day, with additional benefits of detoxification and purification of blood vessels and internal organs for prolonged use. He purchased 150 bottles, filling an entire crate. The Abyss Guardian set was an ideal life-saving gear for ability users frequently venturing into the SE, and IT resembled a black piano case, measuring 1 meter long and 30 centimeters wide. The screen displayed various specifications of the set. After pressing the control switch and undergoing DNA verification, a cascade of colorful light enveloped him, and once the illumination faded, he found himself clad in the complete set, including gloves, belt, helmet, boots, and protective gear for arms and legs. Metallic foam began to fill the suit automatically, and moments later, the fully formed armor stood before him, reminiscent of Earth-era armor, yet far more streamlined and devoid of any bulkiness. The belt featured an energy shield generator that, once activated, surrounded the wearer with an invisible force field capable of withstanding the immense pressure of the deep sea and providing security against typical predators. Furthermore, the suit possessed a self-repair function, capable of mending damages up to 30%. However, the cost was exorbitant. 90 million credit points for a single set, with energy consumption figures that were equally staggering. The luxurious blue Hurricane flying car boasted a sleek exterior crafted from trialloy memory metal, renowned for its high strength. As long as the vehicle was not entirely destroyed, it could self-repair over time. The propulsion module allowed it to break the sound barrier in 3 seconds and reach 6 times the speed of sound in 10 seconds. Upon opening the door, he discovered an expansive interior adorned with a goddess statue made of dill flame crystal, seats wrapped in the hide of the Night Stalker, and carpets fashioned from fire cloud tiger skin. The ceiling was embellished with various precious gems, and the lighting fixtures were designed to resemble classic palace crystal chandeliers. Despite the ample space accommodating only 6 seats beyond the driver's seat, it felt far from cramped. Even with numerous occupants, a subtle, exquisite fragrance pervaded the air, rich yet not overpowering, derived from the rare plant Drunken Lotus, native to the Tianhua star domain. The powerful main control light brain allowed for immersive virtual gaming experiences within the vehicle. The entire unit was priced at 30 million credit points. Additionally, he procured a life sign restoration agent, various high-grade energy blocks, and a light brain adapted for extreme environments. After a shopping spree, half of his credit points had vanished. He realized he was quite adept at spending money. He organized his items, placing the smaller ones into a spatial seal and loading the larger ones into the flying car. Once everything was settled, he activated the vehicle and soared skyward, several thousand meters above the ground. The car entered supersonic mode, with azure flames extending over 10 meters from the exhaust. The vehicle glided smoothly, devoid of any tremors, showcasing its exceptional performance. Though it was his first experience, he felt no anxiety. The onboard light brain managed everything, requiring only his simple commands. Now I belong to the ranks of car owners. Next time, I should invite Mingru and the others to join me, he mused, after enjoying the thrill. He issued a command, directing the car towards the hospital. At the Gene Optimization Center, Tier 4 reception, but a few statuesque nurses idly chatted behind screen, as they seldom entertained many visitors, given the center's location on the outskirts of the empire. Far less prosperous than the bustling areas, the clientele for Tier 4 optimization surgeries was scarce. It seems today will be another slow day, remarked a girl with elegant features. Calculating the month, fewer than 10 individuals have come for surgery. A red-haired woman with a striking figure sighed. Are the people on this planet so impoverished? Not at all. There are wealthy individuals. However, this planet has only recently been developed, and most inhabitants are immigrants. Many affluent people have already undergone surgeries before arriving here. Another girl interjected. Actually, this isn't so bad. We don't have to do much work yet receive generous salaries. The previously speaking girl chuckled. Such opportunities are rare elsewhere. True enough, the best solution would be to marry a wealthy man. Then, one wouldn't have to work, the red-haired woman replied. Those who can afford Tier 4 optimization surgeries must be well off. Why not choose one? Teased another girl. Those with wealth typically have no shortage of women. Furthermore, they are mostly middle-aged men, with no idea how many they already support, the woman lamented. Then seek a younger one. With your qualities? It shouldn't be difficult. How simple could that be? Having spent years here, I've hardly encountered any young prospects. Nonetheless, if you do come across one, you might as well give it a try. The red-haired woman laughed. Look, isn't that one approaching? A girl pointed towards the entrance. Indeed, he appears decent. However, he may not be here for us. He hardly seems affluent, more like a student, the red-haired woman remarked confidently. Unfortunately, you are mistaken. He is indeed here for us. Another girl shot her a sidelong glance. Yin Hao Yu strolled leisurely towards the Tier 4 section. With his current capabilities, he could already hear the nurses' whispers from afar. He merely smiled, unfazed, upon arriving at the screen. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the nurses, he gently stated, I am here for the Tier 4 surgery. Could you assist me with the procedures? Certainly. Please come inside. The nurses finally reacted, and the red-haired woman promptly led him further in. The Tier 4 area was distinctly different from what he had previously encountered. Rather than opulence, it featured a light brain, a table, a chair, and a cup, all antiques over 1,000 years old, including rare treasures from the Earth era. In their simplicity lay a sense of taste and nobility. Outside the screen, a few nurses whispered, he seems quite impressive, and he's an ability user. What do you think? Does Elena stand a chance? Hard to say. He might be the heir of a prominent family, unlikely to notice her. Elena's situation isn't bad. She has Tier 3 genetic optimization. If she makes a move, she may have a chance, perhaps. Moments later, the two emerged, and judging by their expressions, it appeared Elena did not receive a satisfactory outcome. They headed toward the surgical area upstairs, with Elena attempting to probe his background along the way, while he maintained a composed demeanor, neither aloof nor overly eager. Upon reaching the threshold of the surgical area, she found herself unable to proceed further. Reluctantly, she lingered for a moment before descending in frustration, feeling a sense of failure for not even acquiring his contact number. Inside the operating room, two silver-gray safes, one large and one small, were retrieved from an underground vault. Escorted by 6 fully armed bodyguards, 2 middle-aged men, adorned with prestigious physician badges, collaboratively entered a complex code consisting of 128 digits. When the safes were unlocked, the smaller one contained 4 syringes of varying colors, while the larger housed 3 crystal containers, each with a capacity of 25 liters, filled with green, purple, and blue liquids. The temperature within the room was meticulously regulated to match that inside the safes, with a deviation not exceeding 0.01 degrees. Following a routine medical examination, the physicians prepared to administer the syringes. The liquids from the crystal containers were unsealed by the two doctors and mixed with high-energy nutrients in a specific ratio before being injected into the medical chamber. After the injection, he disrobed and reclined within, as the chamber lid sealed shut, releasing anesthetic gas that swiftly lulled him into a deep slumber. Subsequently, the physicians activated the valves, and a pale, golden liquid gushed forth, enveloping his body that a lawyer was present to witness. The surgical procedure, low-energy scanning lasers, traversed his form, gathering a torrent of data that surged toward the light brain on the side of the medical chamber. An aging expert was intensely focused on the information displayed on the screen. To the left of the screen was a transparent four-dimensional model of the human body, exhibiting astonishing accuracy with every meridian. Blood vessel, muscle texture, lymphatic tissue, and organ rendered in exquisite detail. To the right, a double helix gene structure rotated slowly. Whenever the cursor hovered over a specific location, corresponding data would automatically appear beneath the light brain, while the scanning lasers continued to funnel in data, enriching the existing database. Human gene optimization technology stands as one of the most grandiose and ambitious endeavors since humanity entered the civilized era. Its original intent was to rectify the frailties inherent in human physiology. However, upon entering the interstellar age, the nascent human civilization found itself at a disadvantage against well-established alien cultures that in the struggle for living space and precious resources. Humanity often faced defeat and was even subjected to being treated as food by some brutal alien civilizations. This was a tremendous blow to a species that viewed itself as the pinnacle of existence, unwilling to be subjugated by outsiders. Thus, in the name of survival, expansion, and preserving the dignity of the human race, the Gene Optimization Project was born. At that time, humanity had recently ventured into the interstellar age, and with billions of people under a single government, mobilizing various human and material resources was relatively straightforward. For projects so critical to the fate of humanity, internal factions remarkably maintained a high degree of consensus. Money, materials, personnel, and specialized resources necessary for the project were procured with utmost urgency. Chapter 36. The Fierce Battle, Part 2. At that time, genetic technology was far less advanced than it is now, and scientists were uncertain about how to achieve the best results. Initial experimental directions were varied, each more bizarre and unimaginable than the last, with some even bordering on inhumane. One proposal involved merging human genes with those of fierce animals, including both native Earth species and deadly extraterrestrial organisms. Scientists aspired to create a perfect human amalgamating the best traits of various beings. This experiment lasted a decade, consuming untold human and material resources, and yielded nothing but a host of horrific creatures. Those frenzied individuals even experimented with certain silicon-based life forms, resulting in a batch of zombie-like beings with skin akin to stone, hardened joints, and sluggish reactions. These failed experiments were swiftly disposed of in secrecy. After decades of fruitless endeavors and exploring every conceivable avenue, scientists redirected their focus back to humanity itself. The ancient Chinese proverb, "Instead of seeking help from others, seek it within oneself," began to resonate. Gradually, the consensus emerged to tap into human potential. Time proved this path to be correct, as various barriers were continuously breached. Another decade passed, and the now progressive scientists discovered an issue they could not ignore. Modern human genes had been significantly contaminated. Gene pollution had already surfaced during the Earth era, stemming from numerous causes: genetically modified foods, gene therapies, industrial waste, and various mutated viruses, among others. Contaminated genes evidently did not meet experimental standards. Yet amidst the pervasive influence of modern industrial civilization, finding an untainted patch of land proved exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, scientists unearthed viable samples in remote, nearly isolated mountainous regions inhabited by people who had seldom ventured beyond their secluded lives, living in a manner akin to primitive agriculture, in comparison to their urban counterparts. These individuals belonged to an entirely different era. Yet, precisely because of this, their genes remained remarkably pure, virtually untouched by the products of civilized society. making them ideal subjects for experimentation. To protect this invaluable clean sample and expand the number to meet experimental requirements. The government devised various strategies. Initially, large tracts of environmentally pristine mountainous regions were designated as habitats for these individuals. All essential supplies were provided by the government, with stringent inspections ensuring that no items entering the protected area bore any trace of modern industrial civilization. Any food or medicine that could potentially affect genes was strictly prohibited. The grains and vegetables consumed were produced using the most primitive methods by specialized farms, with pesticides banned, machinery prohibited, and chemical fertilizers non-existent. Even the water used for irrigation and the soil had to be free from contamination. Food produced underwent rigorous testing before entering the protected zone. To guarantee absolute safety, all conceivable measures were implemented. Scientists even relocated atmospheric purification systems, originally designed for military purposes, to the vicinity of the protected area, intended to cleanse the atmosphere under nuclear war conditions. These colossal force field generators consumed energy equivalent to that of a city of 10 million people over 6 months, necessitating the construction of several large thermonuclear power plants to ensure energy supply. For the success of the gene optimization project, all economic considerations were cast aside, a rare anomaly in an era dominated by market economy. After over a century of relentless investment, substantial finally emerged. First- and second-tier gene optimization agents were successively developed, with optimized human individuals demonstrating significant improvements across various physical capabilities. 20 years later, third- and fourth-tier gene optimization technologies entered the application phase, not only enhancing physical abilities and lifespan, but also sparking a slim probability of unlocking extraordinary powers. A delightful surprise. Since that time, those endowed with such abilities have remained as guardians of human civilization. This child's genes exhibit some anomalies, the elderly expert remarked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the information on the screen. What seems to be the issue? The nearby physicians inquired, perplexed. Certain gene fragments appear to be contaminated by a virus, rendering them unstable. The expert instructed, investigate this child's medical history for any notable ailments that we've already checked. There's nothing of reference, one physician quickly replied. Then let us examine the parents' records for any diseases they may have had. He was adopted, and details about his biological parents are scant, another physician reported after a while. Adopted? Are you certain? The expert questioned, skepticism creeping into his voice. At least that's the information in the public medical system. Whether it's been altered remains beyond our knowledge, the physician replied with resignation. The elderly expert fell silent, contemplating the screen. It was evident that the child's records were false, though he was uncertain about the genetic defect's nature. His extensive experience in the field led him to hypothesize certain possibilities. His intuition suggested that this child's situation might align with the most troubling of circumstances, not in regard to himself, but rather concerning certain imperial policies. Gazing at the youthful face, still bearing a hint of innocence within the nutrition chamber, the elder ultimately resolved, well, I am merely a doctor, not a government official. Even if there are underlying issues, they do not concern me that I am too old to play the villain. With a sense of disinterest, he mused, is there a problem? Will it affect the surgical outcome? The lawyer inquired, wary of the potential repercussions on the hospital's reputation. Not at all. It merely means he will be unsuitable for developing extraordinary abilities in the future, the elderly expert clarified. Upon hearing this, the lawyer breathed a sigh of relief, reassured as long as the hospital remained unscathed. Deep within his consciousness, Rulin slightly opened her eyes, lost in thought. The surgery lasted an astounding 10 hours when Yun Haoyu finally awoke. It was already evening. The reflection in the mirror revealed a physique that, while not overly muscular, was perfectly proportioned, with muscles sculpted like jade, radiating strength. His features were impeccable, and as he blinked, his eyes sparkled with vitality, an embodiment of perfection. He sighed contentedly, feeling an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through him, as if he were filled with boundless vigor. Moreover, he was anticipated to enjoy a lifespan of up to 500 years. There was nothing left to say. The experience felt thoroughly worthwhile. After the examination, the lawyer handed him the postoperative assessment report. After reviewing it, he affixed his signature. A staggering expenditure of 150 million credit points allowed for no errors whatsoever. The physician provided further instructions before indicating that he could leave. As he stepped outside and approached his vehicle, he noticed that the elderly expert had followed him out There's something you need? He inquired gently. After glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, the expert approached and whispered, "You are certainly aware of your condition, correct?" Yin Haoyu's expression faltered, and his pupils constricted. Do not worry, my child. I harbor no ill intentions. The expert chuckled. I merely wish to offer you a word of caution. Relaxing at his words, Yin Haoyu acknowledged that if the elder truly meant him harm, he would not have left the operating room today. Your genes are unstable, likely influenced by your mother. I shall not elaborate on the reasons. You are aware of them. To prevent genetic collapse, you must temper your cultivation of abilities. Ideally, cease all practice unless you can find a way to rectify the genetic flaws. The expert stated with gravity. That's so. I understand. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yin Haoyu replied sincerely, sensing the man's concern. Here is my card. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. You bear a striking resemblance to my little grandson. Had he lived, he would be your age now. With a hint of melancholy, the elder's silhouette gradually faded into the night that on Satellite 3, Major General Eridanus was practicing his punches in the training room. The vast chamber, with walls clad in several meters of warship-grade armor, transformed into a sealed metallic coffin as the heavy door closed. Along one side, a dozen testing devices stood in a row. At one of the devices, the Major General slowly gathered his energy, his robust right hand beginning to shimmer like metal, cloaked in a layer of bluish electricity, with tiny crystalline sparks flickering intermittently. Once his power peaked, he inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful punch. His right hand tore through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages as it struck the impact pad with a resounding thud. The training room trembled with the force of the blow, the pad slightly deformed before gradually returning to its original shape. Immediately, the data on the adjacent holographic display filled with dense information. The full force of a 6-tier ability user had seemingly no effect on the impact pad. This pad was crafted from a high-density material known as Huanjin, sourced from the galaxy's core, which rendered attacks below the Saint level virtually ineffective. However, the difficulty of refining this material was immense, resulting in limited annual production. Otherwise, it could be utilized for warship exteriors. A light above the door flickered, and the heavy metal door silently slid apart like two impenetrable walls as a cold-faced, slender female officer wearing the insignia of a major entered. Any new developments? Eridanus asked without turning. The major replied in a detached tone devoid of warmth. Reinforcements have departed from the imperial capital and are expected to arrive in 15 days. The higher-ups have instructed us to cooperate fully. Oh, it appears their rank is significant. Do we know who is leading them? The Major General inquired. It is said to be Generals Song Jingfeng and Du Bois Douglas. Chapter 37. Parting, Part 1, Saint Level. Eridanus finally showed a flicker of emotion, realizing the higher-ups' impatience and the magnitude of their resolve. Saint-level powerhouses were few and far between within the Empire, and these lofty figures were notoriously elusive. They seldom intervened unless the matter at hand warranted their attention. The arrival of two such individuals indicated dire circumstances for the one in the laboratory. However, years of military experience and intuition told him that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared, merely that individual did not merit the involvement of two Saint-level experts. There must be hidden intricacies beyond his clearance. Very well, I am aware of the situation. Prepare accordingly. They will likely bring a substantial entourage, and we must ensure their reception and accommodations are satisfactory. The Major General commanded. The Major saluted silently and exited the training room. Whatever they are up to is of no concern to me. I shall simply cooperate when they arrive. Eridanus murmured to himself, if all went well, he would not be overlooked in the accolades. If it went awry, the higher-ups would bear the brunt of the headache. He hoped for a swift resolution, as he was eager to return to the imperial capital for a promotion to rear admiral. This wretched place offered no rewards. As the door closed once more, he resumed venting his surplus energy and frustrations at the testing device at the hospital. Yin Haoyu awaited his sister outside the third-tier optimization surgery area. It had been several days since he last returned to the hospital, and this time he accompanied his sister. She had already been inside for hours. It was nearly time. Zhong Qiaoying gazed dreamily at her reflection in the mirror, her skin as fair as snow, her starry eyes slightly pouting, and her neck elegantly elongated. In her fleeting glances, an exquisite charm emanated from her. Her beauty had always been striking, but the third-tier genetic optimization had significantly enhanced her allure. She now rivaled the models outside. The female doctor regarded her with admiration, as if beholding a breathtaking work of art. After completing the routine examination, she exited the surgical area, and he immediately approached her. "You are becoming increasingly beautiful," he exclaimed. She blushed slightly, wanting to say something, but feeling shy, allowing him to lead her outside, her heart brimming with joy. As the hovercar powered up and ascended, it swiftly reached a height of 100 meters before accelerating and vanishing into the clouds within mere seconds. "How does it feel?" Yun Haoyu turned to ask his sister in the back seat. "Nothing much. It feels just like a ground car," she replied, curiously exploring the vehicle, yet refusing to concede. "What a lousy car. You must have been swindled." Her words left Yun Haoyu quite disheartened. A luxurious hovercar worth millions was among the finest on this planet, yet she dismissed it as worthless. Truly, how disheartening. After a moment of studying the interior, Zhang Ying approached him again, shaking his arm. "How do you operate it?" "I want to try. It's simple. Just input commands into the holographic interface, and it will set the route automatically. No manual intervention is needed unless there are special requirements." He demonstrated for her. His sister sat sideways in the driver's seat, tilting her head to observe his actions. Perhaps uncomfortable in that position, she shifted and settled onto his lap. "No," she whispered, seizing the opportunity when his movements slowed. She slipped from his embrace and darted to the back. "What just happened?" Yun Haoyu snapped back to reality, chastising himself for his earlier behavior. The car fell into an awkward silence, with neither of them speaking. "Brother, did I hurt you?" After a long pause, his sister peered from behind her seat, her voice timid. "I'm fine. It was my fault." Yun Haoyu replied with a wry smile that a refreshing sensation graced his cheek. And he looked up to see his sister before him, holding a healing spray, carefully tending to his wound. Once the injury was addressed, the siblings fell into another silence. Ultimately, it was Yun Haoyu who broke the quiet. Sister." Earlier, It stumbled over his words, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, his sister covered his mouth and softly inquired, "Was it comfortable?" "Of course, it was comfortable," he blurted out, immediately realizing the impropriety of his response. He sought to retract his statement, but found himself at a loss for words. His sister's cheeks flushed, but she did not express anger. Instead, she gazed at him intently and eventually asked, "So do you like me?" "Yes, I have always liked you." Yun Haoyu nodded fervently, only to realize the profound implications of his declaration. It was too late to take it back. Having spoken, to retract would only hurt her feelings. His sister smiled, her beauty radiant. "That's good. I will always remember your words today, and I hope that you will too." Observing her delight, Yun Haoyu fell silent. Truth be told, he sensed her feelings toward him, yet he felt unprepared to embark on a romantic relationship. Past experiences had rendered him somewhat timid in this regard, which was one of the reasons he had been working so hard to amass wealth. His sister once again nestled into his embrace. But this time he dared not overstep. "Not yet. The doctor said no intimacy for a month post-surgery." She whispered in his ear, "I will be careful. If I truly cannot control myself, just slap me." Yun Haoyu chuckled. The hovercar's speed slowed as it descended, arriving home. Inside, Yun Haoyu lay on his bed, feigning sleep while his consciousness conversed with the powerful entity within him. 20 days have passed. Your internal condition has stabilized and should now reach the 3rd-tier standard. Ruolin remarked, "Indeed, these are the benefits of the 4th-tier optimization. Such opportunities are rare." Yun Haoyu expressed with a hint of regret. The 4th-tier genetic optimization enhances a user's rank, but is limited to those below the 4th tier. And success is never guaranteed. He had been fortunate this time. Transitioning from the 3rd to the 4th tier is a significant hurdle, and whether he could pass depends solely on his own efforts. Wealth alone cannot resolve these issues. Additionally, your rapid advancement in the past has left your foundation somewhat unstable. It is now imperative to consolidate your abilities without rushing. Ruolin advised. "Indeed, I understand." Yun Haoyu acknowledged her wisdom without any displeasure. "By the way, the expert mentioned previously that there are deficiencies in my genes, and it seems that my future cultivation may encounter difficulties. Do you have any suggestions?" Yun Haoyu suddenly recalled the elder's words. "There are indeed challenges that I calculated for you. As long as you do not exceed the 6th tier, the stability of your genes will remain unaffected. So for now, you need not worry. However, after reaching the 6th tier, the situation becomes uncertain. Is there a solution?" He certainly did not wish to stagnate at the 6th tier. "This is what I wanted to discuss with you. Over the past few days, I have contemplated the gene optimization technology you referred to. Under the condition that it does not significantly disrupt the laws of this world, I can perform an optimization for you, or rather, a transformation akin to the I Ching's cleansing of the marrow. Why would it affect the laws of the universe? Yun Hao Yu queried, confused by her statement. The laws of the universe in this world have already been altered. The decline and potential disappearance of celestial civilization may stem from this very reason. Should I employ my powers, it could provoke unforeseen changes, which would not be beneficial for either of us. Rulon sighed. Some things are beyond your understanding now, but perhaps one day, when your abilities have matured, I will share them with you. I see. Well then, I shall not inquire further. Yun Hao Yu accepted this with an open mind, choosing to set aside matters beyond his control for the time being. After a moment of reflection, he asked, what preparations are needed for this I Ching marrow cleansing? 100,000 source crystals, Rulon replied. Gather them as quickly as possible. Once you stabilize your current realm, I can perform a comprehensive optimization on your body, addressing any existing hidden dangers. 100,000. Yun Hao Yu furrowed his brow. This was no small sum. It could purchase a mainstay space battleship. After calculating, he realized that while he had earned a considerable amount in recent months, his expenses had also been substantial, including a fourth-tier optimization surgery, leaving his account nearly depleted. Money comes swiftly, yet it vanishes even faster. He sighed resignedly. At this moment, he was essentially back to being broke. If he did not venture out to sea soon, he would be struggling just to afford meals. Chapter 38. Farewell, Part 2. The light screen on the table vibrated slightly, signaling an incoming call that he approached and pressed the accept button, and soon a three-dimensional projection materialized, revealing Captain Feng Deming, who greeted him cheerfully. Brother Hao, are you free tonight? Heart of the Ocean Hotel, my treat. Promoted, I see. Observing Feng Deming's radiant demeanor, Yun Hao Yu quickly deduced the reason. Feng Deming nodded with a smile, knowing that his swift promotion was largely due to Yun Hao Yu's contributions. Then I shall not be polite. Tonight I intend to feast well, he replied with a grin. Sounds good. The Heart of the Ocean is one of the few six-star hotels on Muyu Star. Those who frequent this establishment are generally either affluent or of noble status. In a luxurious revolving restaurant on the top floor, Feng Deming, Jerome, Yun Hao Yu, and several close friends filled 3 tables. An array of delicacies was served on semi-transparent azure crystal plates, delivered by waitstaff clad in classical palace attire. The main dish featured the brain matter of a deep-sea phoenix whale, complemented by a soup crafted from the ghost-faced deer pufferfish. The wine was Louis XVI from Earth, indicating that Feng Deming was quite generous tonight. After several rounds of drinks, Ross inquired, Old pal, what kind of position have they arranged for you? I have 2 options. Feng Deming replied, popping a piece of ice flour into his mouth and chewing thoughtfully. One is to manage a deep-sea fishing vessel. The other is to transfer to the abyssal unit as a supervisor. They've given me a month to decide. What do you all think? I see. The group began to discuss animatedly. Both positions appeared commendable, yet differed significantly. As a captain, one would no longer need to dive, ensuring safety, albeit with a more fixed income. Conversely, the abyssal unit operates in the depth below 2,000 meters, a realm that remains largely uncharted and perilous for humans. This area not only harbors numerous life forms of immense value, but also rich mineral resources. Surviving a tenure in the abyssal unit would yield extraordinary rewards. However, the risks are equally daunting. The abyssal unit is the most formidable faction within Muyu Star's fleet, predominantly composed of individuals with abilities above the 3rd tier, yet it also boasts the highest casualty rate. Often, only 3 or 4 out of 10 divers return. Total loss of a team is not uncommon. What are your thoughts, Captain? Jerome inquired. I am uncertain myself, which is why I sought your opinions. Feng Deming hesitated. I'm inclined to join the abyssal unit. While young, I wish to earn more from my cultivation. I recently advanced to the 5th tier. Future consumption will only escalate. Yet the dangers of that place are immense. There's a real chance one might not return. Truly a difficult decision. Even with abundant wealth, one must have life to spend it. It is better to remain on the ship. Ross interjected, and several others voiced their agreement. Feng Deming appeared swayed, glancing around before his gaze settled on Yun Hao Yu, who had remained silent. What do you think? He asked politely. Having spent several months with Feng Deming's group, Yun Hao Yu consistently garnered the most impressive results, evading calamity as if those lethal creatures were mere acquaintances. His growing reputation within the company was undeniable. The opportunity for Feng Deming's promotion was likely a testament to Yuan Haoyu's influence. Thus he valued Yuan Haoyu's perspective highly. Yuan Haoyu smiled. "If you decide to join the Abyssal Unit, I will accompany you." His declaration astonished everyone at the table. Jerome hesitated to dissuade him, but given Yuan Haoyu's illustrious track record, he remained silent, ignoring the gazes around him. Yuan Haoyu continued, "Regardless of your choice, I have resolved to seek new horizons. The abyss may be dangerous, yet offers the quickest rewards. Moreover, I am confident in my ability to protect myself." At this juncture, he shrugged. "Everything is for the sake of cultivation. Our aspirations align." Feng Deming downed 2 cups of liquor and, gritting his teeth, declared, "If that is the case, then I shall embrace this madness as well." In the dim, desolate void of space, a fleet was traveling at 1/10 the speed of light. Over 100 iron-gray warships, each exceeding 1,000 meters in length, escorted 30 silvery white elliptical vessels at a rapid pace. The elegant design of these white ships exuded an air of nobility and grace, rendering the surrounding standard warships as mere servants to the aristocracy. Within the flagship's command center, Song Jingfeng was engrossed in reviewing data on his light screen. "Any discoveries?" Du Bois Douglas approached with 2 cups of coffee. "After multiple reviews, nothing particularly stands out. They merely instructed us to escort the item back to the imperial capital while remaining vigilant against any interference from the Zhan Ying clan." Song Jingfeng replied, his brow furrowing. "Does this matter necessitate both of us being here?" Du Bois handed him a cup of coffee. "There is certainly something amiss." "I concur. Perhaps the key lies with the Zhan Ying clan." Song Jingfeng remarked, "The Hangluo's star domain is impoverished. Given their nature, how could they be interested in conducting business there? They would likely struggle to sell even a few items in a year." "Never mind. If we cannot fathom it, it is best to let it go. Perhaps upon arrival, new directives will come from above. We can merely focus on our tasks." Du Bois finished his coffee in one gulp. Song Jingfeng shook his head gently. The keen intuition of a saint-level expert stirred an ominous premonition within him. "Generals, we are approaching the next jump point," the captain announced. "How far is it?" Du Bois inquired. "We are at the boundary of the Xian Shui star domain. After traversing 4 more wormholes, we will enter the territory of the Hangluo's star domain." The captain replied respectfully. "Very well, proceed. Notify us upon arrival." Du Bois waved his hand dismissively. The wormhole, several dozen kilometers in diameter, loomed large ahead, its color significantly darker than the surrounding starry sky, reminiscent of black holes that devour all light. As the fleet drew near, the wormhole expanded, filling their view, resembling a vast mouth silently engulfing the entire fleet. Around 6 o'clock in the morning, Yuan Haoyu once again entered the gates of the Ability Association. 2 hours later. As he emerged, his badge had transformed to orange, adorned with an additional star, and he donned a new uniform, its pale, golden embroidery more intricate than before. The transition from awakening his abilities to advancing to the 3rd tier had taken less than 6 months. A truly astonishing pace. However, the advancement had depleted his last remaining savings, and without venturing out to sea, he could hardly afford transportation. His light screen now contained a wealth of information, the most detailed account regarding the deep-sea region accessible to 3rd-tier ability users. Consequently, he found himself indebted to the Ability Association for a significant sum. Fortunately, with his new status, he could obtain low-interest loans up to 10 million credit points at any time. Jerome had provided a guarantee. Resolving the matter smoothly, driving straight to the port, Yuan Haoyu followed the directions and soon encountered Feng Deming at a secluded dock. It appeared that the other party had been waiting for some time. "I hope I'm not late," Yuan Haoyu inquired with a hint of anxiety. "And oh worries, it's still early," Feng Deming replied with a smile. "This place is unlike ordinary fleets. The Abyssal team has its schedule tailored specifically for the deep sea. We won't set sail until nearly noon." As they conversed, they soon arrived at their destination. Before them lay a vast docking area, home to a solitary vessel reminiscent of a submarine, over 200 meters in length. The ship was a deep gray, its robust hull adorned with an array of peculiar engravings, intricately covering every inch of its surface. "This is the Abyssal warship. Our company procured it from the military with great effort." Feng Deming elaborated. "What are these engravings?" Yuan Haoyu asked, puzzled. "They constitute a defensive system. You'll understand its specific function once we descend." The captain expressed a tinge of regret. "This is merely an older model. The latest versions are said to possess multiple layers of energy shields, but unfortunately, the military guards them jealously, and we cannot acquire them. Upon stepping onto the bridge and opening a watertight door, the captain guided him inside. The interior of the vessel was spacious, and many individuals were already present. A cursory glance revealed that the majority were ability users, ranked between levels 3 and 6. Gathered in small groups, either chatting or playing cards, as the two entered, most merely glanced their way before returning to their activities. Since we have some time before departure, you might as well mingle with them. I'll go find the captain, Feng Deming suggested. Yun Haoyu nodded and settled into a nearby spot. The hall offered an array of complimentary gourmet food and beverages, although alcohol was absent. Various entertainment facilities were also available. And women were not in short supply. He witnessed a man leading 2 alluring women into a room. Here, the needs of ability users were generally accommodated, provided they were not excessive. After all, no one could predict if they would return alive after venturing into the sea. Indulging before facing potential death was a commonplace behavior, and few would cast judgment on such matters. With little to occupy his time, he opened his light brain to play games. Before long, a melodious voice chimed in his ear. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" He turned to see a stunning woman before him, her features delicate and enchanting, clad in a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her hourglass figure. Her porcelain skin contrasted with her long, raven hair cascading down her chest, casually tied with a jade ribbon. With a beaming smile, she regarded him, and when he remained silent, she took a seat beside him. "Xiaomu Huan," she introduced herself, extending her hand. "Yun Haoyu," he replied, feeling compelled to abandon his pretense of ignorance as he grasped her outstretched hand. Her touch was cool, smooth, and exquisitely delicate. "You're here all alone. Aren't you going to seek some entertainment? Who knows when you'll get the chance again?" She inquired with curiosity. "Yes, that's so. I find this quite satisfactory," he replied nonchalantly. "This is your first time here. I assent it? No wonder you seem a bit out of place. Would you like me to show you some fun?" she suggested with an ambiguous expression. Noting the boy's slight embarrassment, Xiaomu Huan chuckled, blushing. "You can't tell me you've never been with a woman before. That is quite rare." She leaned in closer. "Why don't you come with me? I promise you'll have a delightful time." Note that is quite all right. Faced with such a bold woman for the first time, he was at a loss for how to respond. Xiaomu Huan squinted, intrigued by this boy unlike any she had encountered before. Perhaps she should employ some tactics to win him over. Such an innocent boy would surely provide a unique experience. Yun Haoyu suddenly felt a chill as he sensed her predatory gaze, akin to that of a wolf spotting its prey. Instinctively, he shifted slightly away from her. However, seeing his reaction only emboldened Xiaomu Huan, who boldly moved closer, wrapping her arm around his waist while the other draped over his shoulder. "What are you afraid of?" she whispered teasingly in his ear. Just then, the ship's electronic clock chimed several times, followed by a mechanical announcement. "This vessel will set sail in 10 minutes. All personnel should prepare, and unauthorized individuals must exit immediately." Xiaomu Huan frowned, reluctantly releasing her hold. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Haoyu slipped away to a different corner. The women who had been temporarily invited to serve the crew began to gather their belongings and leave. Feng Deming then emerged with the captain, a slightly portly Caucasian man. The crew members, previously scattered, quickly tidied their appearance and formed a line. Yun Haoyu's surprise, he spotted Xiaomu Huan among them. He had assumed she was merely one of the serving women. Sensing his gaze, she turned and flashed him a smile, pinning a bright yellow badge with 6 stars prominently on her chest. It turned out she had been playing the part of an innocent all along. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and a few important reminders, the massive warship gradually powered up and set course for the open sea. With his identification card in hand, he proceeded to his assigned quarters, which were lavishly decorated. Additionally, the cupboard near the door contained an array of high-end deep-sea equipment from which he could select according to his preferences. After a quick inspection, he found himself dissatisfied. None of the gear matched his abyssal guardian. It was better to utilize his own equipment. Retrieving his gear from the spatial seal around his neck, he activated the switch. In a flash of light, he was thoroughly enveloped in protective gear. He selected a few suitable weapons to fasten to his belt and stepped outside. There were a total of 40 ability users on this voyage, most of whom brought their own equipment. He noticed several others equipped with abyssal guardians like his own, suggesting that those who frequented this milieu were not lacking in financial means. As the clock struck noon, The abyssal warship began its descent, that a profound silence enveloped the vessel. As they plunged deeper, an invisible pressure weighed on everyone's hearts. To a depth of 2,000 meters, the warship slowed, and the previously dark surroundings began to shimmer with a pale, ghostly light emanating from a peculiar, pale creature resembling a waterbird. Through the porthole, the view was filled with countless swarming figures of the species, known as Zhan, which thrived in the depths of approximately 2,000 meters. Xiao Muhuan, who had appeared beside him at some point, asked, "Is this troublesome?" Indeed, while these creatures lack significant strength, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Moreover, their peculiar life habits compel them to spend most of the day in a dormant state, during which they secrete a strange gas that reacts with the seawater, ultimately forming a highly adhesive, corrosive gel-like substance that poses a dire threat to our vessel. When they sleep, this substance proliferates, creating a deadly barrier at this depth. They only awaken for a few hours around noon to forage, during which time that bothersome substance dissipates, right? Exactly, she affirmed. That is why our departure is always scheduled for this time. Yuri, quite astute, young man. Would you like a reward? Xiao Muhuan teased him once more. The Qin, evidently displeased by the sudden intrusion of such a large entity, began to swarm around the ship, their bodies colliding forcefully against its hull. The abyssal warship's defense system was activated to maximum power, enveloping the hull in a 30-centimeter thick energy shield. The ship's enigmatic engravings seemed to come alive, pulsating with dark red light, forming a secondary protective layer alongside the energy shield. Despite the relentless assault of the Qin, the ship remained steadfast. After approximately 15 minutes of confrontation, the warship finally broke through the blockade and descended into deeper waters. At a depth of roughly 2,700 meters lay the second barrier. Here, a thick layer of turbulent current surged due to unknown factors, creating numerous whirlpools that posed a significant threat to the vessel. "Activate the anti-gravity field projector," the captain commanded. The order was swiftly executed, and an invisible force field was applied to the energy shield, repelling the surrounding water by half a meter as the ship plunged downwards at maximum speed. They navigated through the second challenge without incident. After traversing a territory filled with vibrant red, algae-like organisms, the warship finally halted at a depth of 3,300 meters outside the porthole. The scene was not one of utter darkness, but instead a luminous, frost-like radiance illuminated the ocean floor, reminiscent of moonlight on the surface. "Isn't it beautiful?" Xiao Muhuan remarked dreamily, despite having visited numerous times. "Each encounter with this light captivates me. If it weren't for those bothersome creatures, this would be a paradise. How many times have you been here?" Yun Hao Yu inquired 6 or 7 times, I believe. "Then you must have reaped considerable rewards. Why do you continue to return? Most people don't last long here, usually stopping after 3 to 5 trips. After all, luck cannot favor one person indefinitely. No one ever complains of having too much money. I merely wish to accumulate a larger dowry to find a good husband." Xiao Muhuan feigned shyness. Yun Hao Yu felt a vain throb on his forehead. "With your attributes, should you fear not finding someone? Any man with a functioning mind would surely admire you. Well, that includes you, right? You're admitting that you like me." Xiao Muhuan's eyes sparkled with delight, immediately climbing up the pole to force him to express his stance. Yun Hao Yu, caught off guard by a seemingly innocuous remark, found himself ensnared. As a naive youth lacking experience with women, he felt utterly lost, unable to respond appropriately. He could only feign ignorance, resolutely silent. Xiao Muhuan regarded the flustered expression of the tall young man before her with a smile, having firmly decided not to let him off the hook. Feng Deming began organizing the group to exit the cabin, where the rules differed. Individuals could act independently or form teams, depending on one's discretion. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Hao Yu opted to be among the first to step out. The captain flashed him a smile and whispered, "After we return, let's go have a drink at Heart of the Ocean." He showed no concern for Yun Hao Yu's safety. Beside them, Xiao Muhuan furrowed her brow slightly, her woman's intuition suggesting that something was amiss. After a moment's thought, she joined Yun Hao Yu's side. As the second-level watertight chamber slowly opened, Yun Hao Yu took a deep breath, pushing off lightly with his feet. Merging into the moonlit expanse outside the vessel, he simultaneously pressed the switch on his belt, activating a resilient energy shield that enveloped him, after adjusting it to form a 2-centimeter thick layer closely adhering to his body. He maximized protection while minimizing energy consumption. No sooner had he ventured out than a figure pursued him. "Follow me." Xiao Muhuan, shedding her previously carefree demeanor, now bore a rare seriousness. Noticing Yun Haoyu's lingering hesitation, she grasped his arm firmly. "Don't think that just because you have a third-tier badge, you're formidable. The dangers here are beyond your imagination. If you wish to return alive, it's best to heed your sister's advice." Yun Haoyu pondered briefly. Since he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, it would be prudent to let her guide him. He ceased his resistance, allowing her to take charge. The moonlight shimmered, emanating from a type of seagrass known as huangjianqi, visible in clusters all around. These crystalline, branch-like organisms were notorious for their ferocity, to eye in their territory. No creature dared to venture too close. The vibrant underwater scene was alive with colorful fish darting about, while jellyfish resembling lanterns floated lazily alongside blood-red vines, self-propelling seagrass, and enormous clams several meters in diameter, along with rock-like creatures more agile than humans. The diversity was overwhelming, with most species unfamiliar to him, leaving no trace in his database. This place remained a profound mystery to humanity. "What target shall we pursue?" he inquired of the woman beside him. Hand in hand, they glided at a synchronized pace, bathed in the soft moonlight like a couple strolling beneath the stars. "Xingyan, Finkaran, blue-blooded starfish," she murmured. "If we can find the red-spotted thornfish, we'll strike it rich. Of course, there are also some rare minerals and energy-absorbing fungi. All valuable finds, with relatively low risk." As they conversed while surveying, Xiao Muhuan, having visited several times, had grown familiar with the area. Many of her insights were absent from the database, which Yun Haoyu mentally noted. Not far off, a cluster of several-meter-high, gray-brown seagrass suddenly rustled, and a creature the size of a backpack, covered in spikes and red spots, slowly emerged. "That red-spotted thornfish," Xiao Muhuan exclaimed in a hushed tone, her voice laced with unmasked excitement. "Who would have thought our luck would be this good today? There are likely more red-spotted thornfish lurking within the seagrass. If all went well, capturing a few would validate their endeavor." With a flick of her wrist, a delicate energy sword appeared in her hand. "I'll handle it. If any other fierce creature intervenes, you can deal with it," she declared. "Understood." Yun Haoyu gripped a cryogenic ray gun, eager to witness the unique wonders of this realm. Xiao Muhuan adjusted her angle and cautiously approached, glancing back at him periodically, perhaps to ensure his safety. When she was within a few meters of the creature, it finally sensed her presence. However, it showed no intent to flee. Its grotesque eyes widened slightly, and its body strangely contracted, as if gathering strength. Suddenly, several dark red, short yet ominous spikes shot through the water at high speed. If struck by one, the consequences would be dire. Anticipating this reaction, Xiao Muhuan deftly dodged the spikes while raising her sword, delivering a powerful strike to the creature's head. The red-spotted thornfish was quick to respond, its short, stubby tail slicing to evade the attack. At the same time, it contracted again, launching even more spikes. The distance between them was now minimal, and evading the rapid-fire spikes posed a severe challenge to human reflexes. With such ferocity, one missed dodge could turn the hunter into prey. Unfazed, Xiao Muhuan's agile body twisted gracefully, executing movements that defied the limits of human biomechanics, reminiscent of a captivating aquatic ballet. Captivating Yun Haoyu. He had seen beautiful women before, but never one so formidable. After the unfortunate fish exhausted its barrage of spikes, it realized its vexing adversary still hovered before it. Seeing it out of tricks, Xiao Muhuan swiftly unleashed her sword, the blade leaving a trail of shimmering light as it descended upon the creature's head. With a subtle tremor in her arm, she countered the immense pressure of the surrounding water, ensuring her strike was unimpeded. The red-spotted thornfish, refusing to concede, opened its grotesque maw and lunged at her wrist. Xiao Muhuan slightly retracted her sword, but the fish's toothy jaws clamped down on the energy blade with a resounding clash. The sharp teeth ground against the blade, emitting a cacophony of metallic sounds. Tendrils of black smoke mixed with purplish-red mist erupted. The fish screeched in pain, yet clung fiercely to its grip. This creature was undeniably ferocious. After several tense seconds, Xiao Muhuan thrust her sword deep into its head. Even after sustaining a critical blow, it did not succumb immediately. It thrashed for a while before finally settling down. Xiao Muhuan reached out and secured it, placing it into an ecological box. This creature commanded an internal purchase price of 60 source crystals within the company. It was a coveted resource in the Empire's biolabs. With her prey collected, Xiao Muhuan swam back with a buoyant spirit and asked, "There are more in that patch of seagrass. Can you discern how many?" Yin Haoyu gazed at the cluster several dozen meters away, channeling his mental energy into delicate threads that cautiously probed the area, soon discovering it was devoid of overly sensitive predators. 5, he replied. "Incorrect, it's 6, Xiao Muhuan corrected him. "You have just advanced, Haven Tu. Your rapid growth and power has left you lacking in practical experience. Your mental energy manipulation is still quite unrefined. This will not do. Future advancements will become increasingly difficult." Yin Haoyu fell silent. Fully aware of his situation, he realized he needed to hone his skills. This place might serve as an excellent training ground. I'll draw them out one by one. How about you handle the next one? All right. Yin Haoyu nodded in agreement, but a flicker of dark light flashed on Xiao Muhuan's belt, and a pearl-like sphere materialized in her hand, evidently another piece of spatial equipment. With a slight exertion, she propelled the small orb into the seagrass cluster. The orb raced into the depths, trailing bubbles, and upon a sharp detonation, a burst of colorless mist enveloped the area. Within moments, several red-spotted thornfish darted out in a frenzy, like headless flies, searching for their assailant. Xiao Muhuan swung her sword, intercepting 2 of them. Selecting a slightly slower one, Yin Haoyu tightened his grip on the cryogenic ray gun. Drawing out his energy sword with his other hand, he maximized the strength of his energy shield and cautiously approached. When he was just a few meters away, he pressed the activation key, and a barely perceptible green light flickered. In an instant, the surrounding water solidified into a massive ice block encompassing the creature. The restrained red-spotted thornfish thrashed violently. Mere seconds later, the ice shattered, and the furious fish emitted a piercing cry. Launching a volley of spikes mixed with shards of ice, Yin Haoyu scrambled to evade, but his agility paled in comparison to Xiao Muhuan's. In the blink of an eye, he was struck twice, once on the shoulder and again on the thigh. The force of the spikes was tremendous, causing his energy shield to flicker rapidly. After a second, it collapsed. Ultimately, it failed to protect him entirely, with one spike penetrating the suit's exterior. Fortunately, the suit itself possessed formidable defense, allowing it to absorb the impact just before being fully breached. A cold sweat soaked his undergarments. Had the creature pierced through, he would have met his end here. His frail body could not withstand the immense pressure of the ocean. Since encountering Roland, he had not felt such a life-and-death tension in quite some time. There was no time to linger. The creature remained a threat. Another pull of the trigger from his ray gun, and a massive ice block formed once more, only to shatter moments later. This time, however, the onslaught of spikes was significantly reduced. The creature had expended most of its ammunition during the initial assault. Raising his energy sword, he aimed for its head and struck down fiercely. The pale blue blade sliced through bone as if cutting through tofu, nearly cleaving the creature in two. Xiao Muhuan sensed the peril he was in and hurried over. "What happened?" she inquired softly, her tone imbued with genuine concern. "I was pricked a couple of times, but it's nothing serious," Yin Haoyu replied nonchalantly. Xiao Muhuan examined the injury, retrieving a small box which she pressed against the puncture site. The box trembled slightly, extracting the embedded spikes, while the suit's automatic repair function activated, swiftly filling the wound with metallic foam. Once the treatment was complete, she remarked, "You are still too weak. It's also my fault for allowing you to come alone. If it weren't for the quality of your suit, I would be preparing for your last rites by now. I was careless. I'll be more cautious next time." The ensuing battle went much more smoothly. He insisted on continuing to fight, and Xiao Muhuan did not dissuade him, remaining vigilant by his side to provide timely assistance if danger arose. Occasionally, she offered tips on combat techniques, which proved invaluable to him. Before long, they had captured 6 red-spotted thorny fish. As they continued their search for new targets, she remarked, "Today is rather peculiar." "Why is that?" Yin Haoyu inquired, though he had an inkling of what she was about to say. "In the past, whenever we dealt with these creatures, there were usually troublesome entities that would intervene. Those ferocious beings are extremely sensitive to blood. Typically, we would need to relocate quickly after striking to avoid being targeted. Yet today, we have lingered here for quite some time without any disturbances." Xiao Muhuan expressed her confusion. Indeed, as he suspected, this was due to Ruolan's influence, though he would never disclose that. "Isn't it good that no ferocious creatures are coming to cause trouble?" It allows us to act more conveniently. It's not that simple. Xiao Muhan frowned. When something is amiss, it often indicates a lurking danger. Based on my sister's previous experiences, today's situation likely suggests that a particularly powerful beast is lying in wait nearby, deterring weaker creatures from approaching. We are merely benefiting from its presence. Who says beautiful women are brainless? At least this one before me is truly deserving of the epithet intelligent and astute. Her deduction was nearing the truth. Though it was not a ferocious creature, but rather the oppressive aura of a quasi-saint. No matter how formidable a beast might be, it paled in comparison. Let us change locations. It's unsettling to linger around the territory of that unknown giant. If we provoke it, we might not escape, Xiao Muhan suggested. All right, let us do as you say. Yin Haoyu acquiesced, secretly amused at how she would react upon discovering that the circumstances would remain unchanged no matter where they went. Suddenly, a series of gasps and curses erupted from the communication channel, quickly culminating in a few agonizing cries. It was unclear who had encountered trouble this time. The two changed direction and soon spotted a new target. A large stone of golden-red hue lay before them, its intricate patterns shimmering with hints of purple-black light. Lush green moss flourished upon it, glistening like exquisite jade. This stone was known as Yun Tung Blood Pattern Stone, a premium gemstone found on the ocean floor, formed over thousands of years under immense water pressure after absorbing the blood of numerous powerful beasts. This material had a high affinity with human mental energy, making it a core component for crafting advanced equipment. The moss, named Ling Yulan Yi, greatly benefited the mental cultivation of supernatural beings. Absorbing several pieces could elevate one's cultivation level. It was a highly sought-after treasure in the galaxy. However, despite its allure, acquiring it was no simple task. Beside the stone, two hexagonal creatures, each several meters in size and entirely purple-red, were napping. Clearly, they were guardians of the treasure, and any other creature that approached would face their furious attacks. Chapter 41. Class Blue Blood? No, it's the Purple Blood Sea Star. Xiao Muhan's expression darkened. This creature was a result of the blue blood sea, star devouring countless of its kind, transformed over thousands of years. It was a rare mutated species among sea stars, distinguished by the silver spirals adorning its body, indicating its formidable existence. After a moment of hesitation, unwilling to give up, she proposed, "How about this? I'll deal with one, and you find a way to lure the other away. Are you confident?" Yin Haoyu asked, puzzled. "It should be fine. I've hunted blue blood sea stars before. Even if this is a mutated variety, I can manage to handle one." Her voice wavered, revealing her lack of complete assurance. Yin Haoyu contemplated persuading her to abandon the idea, but her determination suggested success would be elusive. The value of the treasure was immense. The Yun Tung blood pattern stone alone was worth thousands of source crystals. The Ling Yulan Yi was a gem for enhancing strength. As for the purple blood sea star, its auction value was uncertain. With even a slight chance, no one would willingly return empty-handed. "All right, since you've made up your mind." Yin Haoyu gritted his teeth and decided to take the gamble. With Ruo Lan present, as long as he remained cautious, there would be no threat to his life. Even if she couldn't win, she should be able to retreat safely. He circled around from another side, carefully gauging the distance. Adjusting the power of the cryogenic ray gun to its maximum, he aimed at the larger of the two sea stars and pressed the trigger. Then he turned and fled. Leaving the smaller one for her should make it easier to handle. A thick layer of ice instantly encased the purple blood sea star. Yet, within a mere second, the hardened ice shattered like tofu as the enraged creature emitted a bizarre shriek and charged after the audacious human who dared to disturb its slumber. The portable underwater propulsion device reached its limit, yet the distance between them did not increase. A semi-transparent membrane formed beneath the sea star, and 6 sharp angles extended long, jet-black tentacles, each lined with vicious, serrated bone blades, glinting ominously in the moonlight. Despite its bulk, this creature displayed astonishing speed, supported by the massive membrane. Its considerable form spun gracefully, hurrying towards the audacious intruder. Sweat appeared on Yun Haoyu's forehead as the creature drew nearer, its eerie hisses sending chills down his spine. The 6 tentacles whirled like a tempest. A mere brush would likely result in broken bones. Slowly, the purple blood sea star closed the distance to 40 meters. Without looking back, Yun Haoyu fired a shot, a streak of azure light passing through, momentarily freezing it into a large ice block, only for it to shatter into pieces. This action, however, did manage to momentarily impede its advance, creating a gap of several meters. Thus, whenever the creature drew too close, Yin Haoyu would fire another shot to vent its fury. After several exchanges, the purple blood sea star was provoked into a furious rage. Its shrieks grew increasingly mournful, and its tentacles whirled like windmills. It had resolutely decided that no matter how far it had chase, it would capture this detestable creature, tear it apart with its bone blades, and slowly digest it. And so, a game of cat and mouse ensued between the two, with azure beams flashing and shards of ice exploding in all directions, creating chaos in the sea. Many disturbed, ferocious beings charged in, their instincts sensing a profound danger emanating from a human, prompting them to turn their ire upon the purple blood sea star. Thus, behind the two, a horde of bewildered, ferocious beasts followed. Occasionally, those with speed would catch up to their target. But before they could act, the sea star's tentacles would ensnare them, and with a swift motion, it would dismember the unfortunate creature, devouring it voraciously. The crunching sounds of its feast and the dying screams of the victims were like the whispers of death, mercilessly pricking Yin Haoyu's nerves. The pervasive scent of blood attracted even more bloodthirsty beasts, some of which were ferocious enough to rival the purple blood sea star. Gradually, the sea star began to feel overwhelmed. An increasing number of ferocious creatures surrounded this instigator. Yet, it was no pushover either, continuing its relentless assault on all creatures that dared to impede its path. Yin Haoyu halted not far away. Relieved to be alive, he watched the spectacle while recuperating. The frantic escape had drained much of the propulsion device's energy. If this continued, he would only end up as food for that creature. The distant purple blood sea star remained vigorous, yet now it resembled a fugitive cornered by a host of police, its fate already sealed. A bizarre snake lunged at one of the sea star's tentacles, biting down with a sharp snap, severing it. The sea star let out a piercing roar, and the remaining tentacles coiled around the snake, violently thrashing it into several pieces. Yet the head stubbornly clung to the tentacle, while its body was quickly devoured by several golden crab-like creatures. Soon after, these crabs were consumed by a seal-like beast, which, still unsatisfied, bit down hard on the sea star's membrane, tearing away large chunks mixed with purple-black blood. The intense stench of blood incited the ferocious creatures to engage in a frenzied battle. A swarm of silver, lobster-like insects eagerly burrowed into the body of sea beast, voraciously consuming its flesh and blood. The sea beast emitted a deafening roar, desperately thrashing its body while simultaneously swallowing a piece of membrane. The array of savage creatures tore and bit at one another like wild dogs fighting over scraps. Even more ferocious beings rushed over with enthusiasm. The entire sea area had descended into chaos. After the divers entered the water, the abyssal warship half-buried its massive body in a bed of gravel, its peculiar patterns shimmering with faint light, energy streams flowing along specific trajectories. Gradually, the outline of the warship faded, completely blending into the underwater environment. To the perception of various creatures, this behemoth had transformed into an inconspicuous stone. Whether through naked eye observation, sonar, magnetic energy, thermal energy, or psychic perception, it was merely a stone. This was the marvel of its patterns. In the central control room of the warship, Feng Deming was casually conversing with the captain. A large screen in front of them displayed the sea conditions within a 30-kilometer radius. The positions of the divers were marked by blue dots on the screen, out of 40 dots. 3 had already dimmed, and only a little over an hour had passed since their departure. Suddenly, a change on the screen caught everyone's attention. The observer magnified a specific area, and everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. The area represented at the center of the screen had been overtaken by savage creatures. It was filled with a dense array of blood-red dots, a sight both shocking and alarming. What on earth was happening? Feng Deming furrowed his brow and inquired. Who knows? Such a situation has never occurred before. The captain shrugged, equally baffled. With so many deadly beings, this was no trivial matter. What should we do now? The first officer asked. Should we withdraw our people? Feng Deming suggested. That would be unnecessary. The incident occurred far enough from the warship to not pose an immediate threat to us that we just need to remind them to steer clear of that area. The captain replied. Then it's settled. The group reached a unanimous decision. Returning to half an hour earlier, Xiao Muhuan gazed complexly at the direction the big boy had departed, pondering. What a delightful child. How could he not understand that such matters are the most perilous? Escaping from those savage creatures is no easy feat. I wonder if he can extricate himself. If he perishes, will he resent me? After a moment of tumultuous thoughts, her sense of guilt intensified. She had indeed been using him. Hadn't she? He remained oblivious to the fact that, with her true strength, she could deal with two purple-blooded sea stars simultaneously, albeit at a cost. Yet she could manage it. Shaking her head, she cast aside these distractions and began devising how to tackle the remaining formidable foe. This place was fraught with danger. It was no time for idle musings. Channeling her inner energy with all her might, a layer of azure brilliance enveloped her, and the halo gradually expanded, displacing the surrounding seawater to form a light sphere 2 meters in diameter. Inside the sphere, lightning crackled and wild energy surged with intensity. Suddenly, a moon-white halo manifested behind her head, suppressing the restless energy. She retrieved a black short bow from her spatial belt, along with 3 small arrows. The tips crafted from an unknown 5-colored crystal, while the shafts and fletchings appeared wooden. Taking a deep breath, she knocked an arrow on the bowstring, slowly drawing it back as energy flowed into it. A glimmer of cold light began to emerge, and, as the radiance intensified, the arrow seemed to come to life, vibrating slightly and emitting a haunting tremor. When the energy reached its peak, she aimed at the distant target and released the first arrow. The arrow shot straight toward the center of the purple-blooded sea star. Sensing the imminent danger, the creature trembled, its massive form contracting as it attempted to shift position. Alas, the arrow was too swift. In an instant it reached the beast, embedding itself deeply within, almost piercing it through. Yet it did not end there. A burst of azure brilliance erupted from the arrow shaft, exploding with a resounding bang. It created a 1-meter-wide gash in the creature, causing copious amounts of purple-red blood and disordered internal organs to spout forth like a fountain. The purple-blooded sea star howled in agony, extending its tentacles to charge at the detestable foe. However, that foe merely evaded, refusing to engage directly. Chapter 42. Decision. The vitality of the purple-blooded sea star was extraordinarily resilient. The tissue surrounding the wound writhed continuously, sealing the ruptured blood vessels, while countless new granulation tissues formed to gradually repair the damaged organs. Yet, the damage inflicted by that arrow was too severe. Its speed and agility had drastically diminished, and its enemy was clearly unwilling to wait for it to recover. After 30 seconds, the second arrow whistled through the water, further enlarging the original wound. Now, no matter how it struggled, it was futile. Watching as the prey gradually ceased its thrashing, Xiao Muhuan let out a sigh of relief. Those 2 arrows had drained considerable energy from her, and thankfully, she wouldn't need to shoot a third. In such a perilous place, experienced ability users always preserved at least half of their strength under any circumstances to enhance their chances of escaping danger. There were far too many examples of fools who, after a hard-won battle against powerful beasts, ultimately fell prey to other creatures due to energy depletion. Swiftly, she stowed the Yintong blood-patterned stone and the Ling Yuan Yulan leaves into her spatial belt, then used a freezing ray gun to encase the corpse of the purple-blooded sea star in ice. Before retrieving a canister of biochemical spray, she quickly sprayed a few times on the surface of the ice. The pale gray liquid rapidly spreading and emitting a faint fragrance, completely masking the stench of blood. All of this was accomplished in just over 10 seconds. Finally, Xiao Muhuan produced a delicate handle, pressing a switch that emitted an arm-thick, orange-hued beam of attraction that adhered to the ice block. Effortlessly, she began to swim away with a large ice block several meters in diameter. Numerous savage creatures had already begun to take notice of her. She needed to depart this dangerous locale swiftly. After swimming several hundred meters to ensure her temporary safety, she halted, her heart racing as she attempted to contact Yun Haoyu. To her relief, he quickly responded, and he had already returned to the previous location searching for her. She provided him with her coordinates, and within 10 minutes, the big boy appeared in her line of sight. The boy appeared to be in excellent condition, showing no signs of injury. More importantly, his expression was normal, devoid of any rage from realizing he had been used. Yun Haoyu had been worried about Xiao Muhuan's safety, so he had returned to the original location to find her. But when he discovered nothing, his concern had deepened until she called him through the communication channel. His fears had proven unnecessary. This stunning beauty possessed sufficient strength to safeguard herself. I'm glad you're unharmed. They both exclaimed simultaneously. The scene fell silent. Neither had expected that their first words upon meeting would be the same. Their eyes locked for a moment, and then Xiao Muhuan burst into laughter. Followed by Yun Haoyu. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle ripple stirred within their hearts. Next came the division of spoils. Xiao Muhuan retrieved their bounty from her spatial belt, using her light sword to slice through the Yun Tong blood pattern stone, along with over 30 Ling Yuan Yulan leaves, splitting them evenly between them. However, the massive creature encased in ice posed a dilemma. Should we? Yun Haoyu began, but Xiao Muhuan shook her head, signaling him to be silent. I intend to take this creature out for auction. If we hand it over to the company, they will only offer us half the price, which is too much of a loss. A faint voice suddenly echoed in her mind. She was communicating with him through psychic waves. Yun Haoyu paused momentarily before understanding the implication. Speaking in the communication channel could potentially be overheard by those aboard the warship. I agree it would be a loss. But once we bring it out, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of opportunists. He conveyed his thoughts similarly through psychic waves. It's all right. I know some friends who can host an auction within the Ability Users Association. You just need to wait for the money to roll in. That sounds good, but is your spatial capacity sufficient? It was originally adequate, but my spatial belt is already filled with many items. So she frowned. That's no problem. You can temporarily place some of your items with me. Yun Haoyu suggested. Right? Why didn't I think of that? You're quite clever, little brother. She wrapped her arm around Yun Haoyu's shoulder. An azure halo emanating from her, parting the seawater and swiftly forming a protective barrier around the two of them. You're truly impressive, he exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, being able to withstand the immense pressure from several thousand meters deep in the ocean is an extraordinary feat. Finally calling me sister. It's really no big deal. You will reach this level too. Although you're a bit weak now, as long as you treat your sister well, I'll be sure to teach you properly. Xiao Muhuan replied with a radiant smile. Opening her spatial belt, she began to retrieve items one by one to hand to Yun Haoyu, who then placed them into his own spatial seal. They were mostly weapons, equipment, and various potions. However, gradually, he began to sense something amiss. This beauty was carrying a hodgepodge of items, a variety of snacks, ancient books, exquisite jewelry, cosmetics, and even numerous outfits, until she eventually produced an array of fragrant lingerie. While carefully reminding him, she said, "These are all exquisite items specially ordered by your sister, hand-stitched, limited edition. You must take good care of them. If you damage even a little bit, your sister will not let it go." She sighed. "Hey, how are you handling this? It cannot be wrinkled." Observing the boy's flushed face, she felt an indescribable satisfaction. Teasing him a little now and then, she imagined that the days ahead would be quite pleasant. After a considerable effort, she raised her hand, and the belt emitted a golden light that illuminated the nearby ice block, which vanished in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it was substantial. He touched his space stamp, which had a capacity of only 2 cubic meters. Feeling a twinge of inferiority, it seemed he needed a larger one. But such expansive spatial equipment was only sold by the Zhan Ying tribe, a group not known for their generosity. What do you plan to do with the other items? If you hoard everything, it won't be easy to explain when we return. Yun Haoyu inquired. Such casual concealment of spoils, if discovered by the company, could lead to fines or even dismissal. Moreover, it would tarnish one's record, complicating future job prospects. Of course, most spoils could be surrendered, with only a few valuable items that the Ability User Association required and was willing to purchase at a higher price. Meriting concealment. That's all right. We can look around a bit more and casually grab something to turn in. She replied nonchalantly, "There's still plenty of time." It had barely been 2 hours since they began working, and the battleship had nearly 20 hours left before returning. That was ample time. Thus, the two wandered around, collecting more items until they deemed it sufficient. Yun Haoyu activated the light screen, confirming the battleship's location before beginning their journey back. On the Abyss battleship, everyone stared at the pair, a man and a woman, as if they were monsters. In just over 3 hours, the duo had filled the ecological box with spoils, and Yun Haoyu held a vine adorned with several 1-foot-sized blue-blooded starfish. "There's no room left for more," he chuckled. Feng Deming, having worked with him for many days, was already accustomed to his extraordinary luck. He promptly recorded the quantity of spoils in the captain's presence and asked, "Brother Hao, and this lovely lady, do you plan to go out again? I'm tired. I want to rest for a while," Xiao Muhuan said, heading straight to her room. "I think the same. Today's harvest is sufficient." Yin Haoyu agreed. "All right then. You may roam the ship freely. Just call me if you need anything." Feng Deming smiled. The spoils were worth thousands of source crystals. There was truly no need to venture out again. Returning to his room, he closed the door and pressed a hidden button on his belt. Images flickered to life as the Abyss Guardian suit slowly peeled away from him, transforming back into a rectangular box as the light faded. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he found himself with nothing to do. Then I shall continue my training. The underwater battle had made him realize his many shortcomings. Although he had ascended to the 3rd tier through resources and luck, his actual combat ability was abysmal. An experienced 2nd-tier ability user could easily defeat him. Had it not been for Xiao Muhuan today, he might have suffered greatly. He felt grateful for this fierce and powerful woman. Merely training was not a solution. Isolating oneself was not wise. He contemplated that he was no longer lacking in resources. What he desperately needed was a mentor, a guide on his path of cultivation. Someone who could illuminate the way, help him adapt quickly, and master various combat techniques. After deliberating for a while, he realized it would be difficult to find a suitable candidate. He knew a few ability users stronger than himself. But unfortunately, their relationships were merely acquaintances. Although Rulan was a great ability user, her training methods did not suit him or this world. Feng Deming was busy with affairs and might not have time to teach him. Jerome had only just advanced to the 4th tier, so there were few who surpassed him. The Ability User Association also had consulting services, but those came at a high cost and could not cater to individual needs. After all considerations, it seemed that Xiao Muhuan was the most suitable choice. Yet he was uncertain of her willingness. Although she enjoyed teasing him and they had fought side by side, they had known each other for less than a day. They were not well acquainted. Would she be willing to spend considerable time and energy guiding him? Of course, he would pay her, but given her strength, it was clear she was not lacking in funds. She might not even value his modest resources. Regardless of the outcome, he felt he should at least give it a try. If she declined, he would find another solution, with a heart filled with anxious anticipation. He initiated a communication request to Xiao Muhuan's room. A response came swiftly, and a light screen appeared before him. "Missing your sister so soon." The beautiful woman on the screen smiled. "I apologize for intruding so abruptly. I have a request," he stammered. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up. "A request? What do you need from your sister?" Since you've called me sister, you need not mention the word request. I'm currently free. Come to my room, and we can talk." Before Yin Haoyu could respond, she disconnected the communication. It seemed he had no choice but to go. He rose, opened the door, and made his way to her room. Upon reaching Xiao Muhuan's door, he took a deep breath and knocked. The door swung open, and the radiant Xiao Muhuan welcomed him inside. The enchanting woman had changed out of her black bodysuit into a semi-transparent silk bathrobe that clung to her alluring physique, barely covering the upper part of her thighs, revealing her perfectly shaped, dazzlingly white legs. From her thighs upward, her slim waist, ample bosom, and graceful neck formed a flawless visage, with her long, dark hair elegantly pinned atop her head, radiating an astonishing allure. "Am I beautiful, sister?" she asked. "Beautiful," he replied honestly. "Oh, you like it?" she inquired. "I like it." He suddenly regretted coming over. With a soft click, the door locked, her slender arm linked with his, guiding him to a sofa. Once he sat down, she released his arm and approached the nearby bar, allowing his racing heartbeat to gradually settle. Upon her return, Xiao Muhuan held 2 glasses of red wine, the rich crimson liquid swaying gently, leaving faint reddish traces on the glass. "Are you nervous?" She stood before him, her bright eyes fixed on him. Yin Haoyu looked up. From his angle, he could see everything he desired. Surely, she was wearing nothing beneath. Although he was merely at the 3rd tier of ability, confirming this would be trivial. His heart raced once more at an incredible pace. Xiao Muhuan smiled, handing him a glass of red wine. She then lowered herself and casually sat beside him, her full bosom pressed against his arm, transmitting an astonishing elasticity that overwhelmed his already strained heart. "Come, drink this," Xiao Muhuan whispered in his ear. Her voice deep, husky, and magnetic, enough to drive any man wild. Staring at the glass of wine, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately consumed it in one go. Xiao Muhuan followed suit, refilling his glass as she observed him awkwardly holding the cup. A complex glimmer began to dance in her eyes. After finishing the wine once more, before he could catch his breath, another glass was presented before him. This continued several times until he could bear it no longer. He spoke up, "I didn't come here to drink." Before he could finish, Xiao Muhuan interrupted, "Of course, you didn't come to drink. You have a request. But don't you understand? Drinking is good for business if your request is difficult. Then drink a little more with your sister. Perhaps your request will not be so challenging if I'm in a good mood." Faced with such a woman, Yin Haoyu truly felt powerless. He regretted coming today. The feeling of being cornered by that purple-blooded starfish was nothing compared to this discomfort. Seeing his embarrassed demeanor only made Xiao Muhuan happier. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Just tell me what you need while I'm in a good mood." He sighed in relief and carefully laid out his thoughts, watching her reaction as if awaiting a final judgment. Upon hearing the boy's request, Xiao Muhuan's playful demeanor shifted, her stunning face taking on a serious expression as she gazed silently at him, her eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. Unable to withstand her gaze, he averted his eyes slightly. After a long pause, a cold voice broke the silence. "What are your conditions?" The boy jolted slightly, raising his head to ask, "What do you want?" "You can have all the spoils from this hall." Xiao Muhuan smiled faintly. "Money is not what I lack." "What do you want then?" Yin Haoyu felt a bit troubled as a delicate hand reached out to caress his face, her long, fair fingers softly gliding over his skin. He instinctively dodged to the side, but alas, the proximity between them was too great. His actions evidently bore no fruit, only serving to further ignite the enchanting lady's interest. What a captivating young man he is. She mused silently, marveling at his recent maturation. Untouched by the dark influences of the outside world, in his eyes, she perceived none of the ambition, greed, or selfishness typically found in ordinary men this moment. He radiated purity. Yes, purity, a quality that emanated from his very essence. However, the boy must grow up eventually. Will he remain as untainted then? With a gentle sigh, she declared, "Very well, I shall grant you this." He appeared somewhat incredulous, lifting his gaze to ask again, and upon receiving confirmation, his innocent eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy, akin to the finest crystal, clear and unblemished. Yet, the sister could not impart her knowledge without recompense. After all, effort deserves reward. "What do you desire?" A hint of anxiety flickered in his pure gaze out a promise. She said, her tone unusually grave, "I require a promise from you." "What kind of promise?" Confusion crept into his eyes. "The specifics of the promise are yet to be determined. I shall inform you when the time is right. For now, just remember that you owe me a promise. Is this akin to a blank check?" After a brief silence, the boy spoke. "Indeed, it is precisely that. You have bestowed upon me a blank check. Of course, you have already signed your name, leaving you no room to renege on your debt. As for what I inscribe upon it, that is my prerogative," she replied with a smile, recognizing that while this boy was innocent, he was far from foolish. "It seems I am at a disadvantage." The boy's voice hinted at dissatisfaction. "Rest assured, I am a reasonable person. How could I make unreasonable demands? At most, I promise that when I invoke this promise in the future, it will not exceed your capabilities nor violate your principles." That should suffice, right? After a moment's contemplation, she added, "I will impart all that I know to you without reservation. Moreover, until you truly mature, I shall protect you." "Very well." The boy exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. However, before he could bask in his happiness for long, misfortune struck. Now that the relationship has been established, as long as it does not pertain to a matter of principle, I believe you have an obligation to obey your sister. Xiao Muhan grinned like a devil who had stolen a soul. "There are still dozens of bottles of wine in this cabinet. Since we have the time, let us finish them together." Yin Haoyu's face turned ashen. At that moment, unexpected changes unfolded outside the abyssal warship. In the chaotic sea, numerous fierce creatures continued their mindless battle. The crimson dots on the screen had coalesced into a shocking sea of blood, which showed no signs of abating. Suddenly, a strange mental fluctuation emerged, and the chaotic waters fell silent, as if a king among beasts had made his grand entrance. The fierce creatures hesitated for a moment before a series of waves resonated on a mental level, akin to the furious roar of a sovereign. Finally, the creatures acquiesced, reluctantly dispersing. Countless corpses floated where they once battled, remnants and severed limbs scattered about. Yet no living creature dared approach that sea. A few ethereal blue gem flowers quietly appeared, coldly gazing in the direction of the abyssal warship for a while before vanishing without a trace. 24 hours swiftly passed, marking the time for the abyssal warship's return. The surviving divers were on their way back. Only 17 remained. The others had been left to the depths forever. This place was indeed merciless. The so-called hell was nothing less than this. The colossal warship slowly powered up, engines at full throttle. Energy shields activated, and all weapons primed. The perilous journey from the ocean floor to the surface, over 3,000 meters, was fraught with lethal danger. Until they resurfaced, none dared claim absolute safety. Fortunately, today's return was unusually smooth. No troubles arose. Those fearsome creatures, usually avoided at all costs, had vanished entirely. Upon surfacing, the weight in everyone's hearts finally lifted. They had returned alive today. A gain, indeed. Of course, the greatest rewards went to the two. Xiao Muhan had accumulated wealth, while Yun Haoyu, in addition to riches, had gained a master of dubious character. Whether this was a boon or a bane for him remained uncertain. Deep within his consciousness, Rilon was lamenting to Yun Haoyu. What do I care for their lives? My only concern is your safety. Even if this wretched ship were to sink, what impact would it have on you? I shan't partake in such affairs again at that moment. However, the young man was oblivious to her complaints, having succumbed to a state of inebriation with dozens of bottles of wine. The massive abyssal warship docked at the pier, and the crew eagerly surged ashore. It was still a bright and sunny afternoon, yet returning from hell made the surface world appear exceptionally beautiful. Before disembarking, Yun Haoyu consumed several bowls of detoxifying broth. Still half drunk, he was half supported, half carried by Xiao Muhan into a fiery red flying vehicle, which soon soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. They sped along, quickly arriving at a luxurious villa district on the outskirts of the city. Xiao Muhan controlled the vehicle to land before a palatial villa, where several uniformed maids approached. "Master, you have returned," the head maid greeted respectfully. "Prepare lunch for 2 this afternoon, and dinner as well. This will be the routine for the foreseeable future. Also, gather the necessary living supplies for a man," Xiao Muhan instructed. "Living supplies for a man? What do you mean?" The maid was somewhat perplexed by her master's words that a man will be living here for the foreseeable future. "Prepare everything he will need." Xiao Muhan opened the car door and lifted Yun Haoyu out. Upon seeing the young man's condition, the maid immediately understood her master's intentions and replied respectfully, "Yes, I shall comply with your orders." Without further words, Xiao Muhan carried Yun Haoyu into the villa. The Phobos Trench, over 17,000 meters below the ocean surface, stretched for thousands of kilometers. This was one of the deepest and most perilous regions of the murky cloud star. Humanity had not once, but many times attempted to explore it, dispatching elite fleets of abyssal warships and numerous high-ranking supernatural beings, seeking to map its true topography and uncover rare mineral resources and species. Yet to date, virtually all expedition teams venturing into this area had vanished without a trace, with the few fortunate souls who escaped quickly disappearing from the human realm. Their experiences were tightly sealed by the Empire's highest echelons. Thus, this region remained shrouded in mystery and danger for humanity. Deep within one segment of the trench lay a hidden paradise. Here, a seabed plain spanning approximately 100,000 square kilometers flourished. Dominating nearly half of this expanse were large woody plants resembling terrestrial coniferous forests, with their roots, trunks, and leaves all displaying an indigo hue. The plain was dotted with seaweed more than half a meter tall, interspersed with peculiar shrubs of unknown origin, and shimmering blue pearls floated above, casting a cold, eerie glow over the entire plain. Small fish darted around the pearls, creating a surreal atmosphere. Everything visible in this plain, from flora to fauna, was uniformly blue, sky blue, azure, cerulean, cobalt, teal. Everything here defied humanity's conventional biological concepts. At the heart of the blue coniferous forest stood a massive tree with a trunk several meters in diameter, its base hollowed out to create a large semicircular archway. The trunk had been excavated, revealing countless fist-sized, dark blue crystalline fruits adorning its inner walls. Every few meters, a protruding platform appeared on the inner surface. With nearly 100 such platforms in total, at this moment, over half of the platforms boasted a single ethereal blue gem flower each, with the quantity diminishing as one ascended at the highest point. A solitary platform hosted a gem flower noticeably larger than its counterparts, watching over its subjects with a calm, indigo eye. The abyssal civilization, the Batflower tribe's council meeting, was drawing to a close. Those surface-dwelling creatures have become increasingly outrageous, one gem flower expressed indignantly. Today, chaos erupted in the Merobic Sea. Countless familiars suffered severe casualties, significantly disrupting the balance of that region. This is all the result of those wretched humans. Another flower echoed its discontent through mental waves that we can no longer allow these creatures to wreak havoc. They have become bolder in recent years. Each year, they capture countless familiars, and if this continues, the damage to the ocean will be irreparable. It will also jeopardize our grand plans. Yet another flower voiced its concerns, standing just a step away from the largest flower. What shall we do about it? Do the elders have any suggestions? The largest flower inquired. Respected leader, I believe we should dispatch our warriors to command the familiars and unleash a comprehensive and thorough strike against those detestable humans. Let them understand who truly reigns over the ocean, an elder declared coldly. The ocean, a magnificent expanse, belongs inherently to the esteemed abyssal Batflower clan. Our cherished beasts are invaluable treasures, impervious to the grasp of those arrogant humans. Soon, an elder echoed this sentiment. Indeed, we must deliver a crushing blow to them, a comprehensive assault to annihilate all coastal humans. The elders fervently declared, reaching an astonishing consensus. The chieftain observed his subjects in silence. Respected Elder Goflov, you are the eldest and wisest among us. What are your thoughts on this matter? After a prolonged silence, the chieftain finally spoke. Elder Goflov, who had remained quiet until now, was merely a step away from the chieftain. I do not believe that waging war against humans is a prudent course of action at this time, Goflov calmly stated. Instantly, murmurs of confusion and discontent rippled through the assembly of Batflowers. Their gazes fixated upon him. Oh, please elaborate, the chieftain urged, maintaining his composure. All present were valiant warriors who had long followed the chieftain, so I shall speak candidly, since the ascension of the previous chieftain. Yevgraz, in his haste for achievement, he dispatched a multitude of our cherished beasts and elite warriors to assault the ancient Forbidden Zone, seeking the secrets of the ancient deity's powers. Regrettably, the endeavor ended in failure, resulting in significant losses for our clan. This incited much discontent among the elders, yet he persisted in his reckless ways, leading to internal strife within our clan. Originally, with the celestial star goblet in his possession, our odds were slim, but humans inadvertently rendered us a great service by capturing him, along with his loyal followers, who suffered grievous losses. Thus, an opportunity arose for us, although the chieftain ascended to power. Our clan's strength had waned considerably, and remnants of Yevgraz's faction had yet to be decisively eradicated. The loss of our sacred relic was an unbearable blow, directly impacting our grand designs at present. We lack the strength for a large-scale war against humans. Moreover, it is unnecessary. Our clan migrated to this planet millennia ago for the purpose of recuperation. We sought to unlock the ancient Forbidden Zone to revitalize our clan with its powers, to restore our former glory in the cosmos. This is our clan's paramount mission. All other matters pale in comparison. Our immediate priority is to gather strength and devise means to reclaim the sacred relic. Goflov concluded. Silence fell over the assembly. The elders recognized the truth in Goflov's words, yet retrieving the sacred relic was no simple task. According to the information we have received, Yevgraz has already been relocated to Satellite 3 by the humans. Given our diminished strength and the humans' formidable defenses, our chances of success are quite slim. An elder sighed. Not necessarily. The chieftain interjected. Though our strength may be lacking, we are not entirely devoid of opportunities. The elders were puzzled, and the chieftain smiled gently, saying, Respected Glebchenka, you may reveal yourself now. A ripple traversed the air, and the figure of the messenger from the Zhan Ying clan materialized before the elders. The pale blue magnetic field shimmered softly, and a wave of mental energy was conveyed. Esteemed chieftain, respected elders, I bring goodwill from our council. The Zhan Ying clan is eager to form a close alliance with the illustrious abyssal Batflower clan. We also wish to assist you in quelling your internal strife. However, in exchange, the celestial star goblet must be surrendered for our research. Respected Glebchenka, the celestial star goblet is our clan's sacred relic, and we cannot possibly relinquish it, Goflov replied calmly. Yet the celestial star goblet is equally vital to our clan. This is our only request. We hope you can understand. Glebchenka remained resolute. Thus ensued a spirited debate between the two parties, with neither side willing to compromise on their principles, ultimately yielding no resolution. By evening, Yun Haoyu finally awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself reclined on a luxurious pink bed. The pristine silk quilt enveloped him tenderly, and translucent ice blue curtains cascaded from the ceiling, infusing the air with a subtle fragrance. The IT was an opulent bedroom, adorned with the finest furnishings, paintings, and sculptures, all of which were the epitome of luxury found on this planet. Behind a crystal wall in the spacious room, a vast swimming pool and bathroom awaited. He realized he was clad only in a pink robe, having been stripped of all other garments. Frowning, he surveyed the room, and, finding it empty, cautiously approached a nearby wardrobe, hoping to find suitable attire. However, upon opening it, he was greeted by an array of women's clothing, none of which he could wear. With no other option, he retreated to the bed. Pondering his next course of action, if he surmised correctly, he was in Xiao Muhan's residence. Having been brought here after getting drunk, suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. Who had undressed him? Damn it! Was he possibly taken advantage of by that formidable beauty? Rulin, did anything that inappropriate happen after I passed out? He stammered to no. Rulin's response was succinct and forthright. That's a relief, he sighed, finding solace in her words. At that moment, the grand, ornate door swung open, and a uniformed biomechanical maid entered, carrying a delicate clothing box. You are awake? The maid smiled. The master is waiting for you in the dining room. Here is your clothing. Would you like assistance in putting it on? No. Thank you, that I can manage on my own. You may leave, he replied, feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of the beautiful maid, even knowing she was a biomechanical being. Once the maid exited, he eagerly donned the garments, which were exquisite and clearly not commonplace. As a complete ensemble was provided, dressed and groomed, he hurriedly exited the bedroom, following the maid to the dining room. Outside, the stars twinkled brilliantly. In the dining room, which exuded classical charm, Xiao Muhan awaited his arrival. The expansive crystal dining table was laden with an array of sumptuous delicacies, likely numbering in the hundreds. The adjacent dining cart was also brimming with delicacies. What extravagance, he mused, recognizing that the visually stunning food was not something just anyone could partake in. And he could only name fewer than 10 dishes. Xiao Muhan had changed into a pure white dress, her aura transformed. She radiated tranquility and grace, with less of the previous allure. Upon seeing him approach, she smiled warmly. You're finally awake. Did you sleep well? Not too bad, he replied, taking a seat opposite her. From your tone, it seems you're not entirely pleased. Is my sister's room not to your liking? She inquired, perplexed. Not at all. It's just I really can't handle much alcohol. Please don't put me through that again, he replied, feeling a headache coming on. So that is the case. You see, this is also a form of training. I didn't intend to torment you. It's part of my duty as your mentor. Do you understand? She said with a mischievous grin. Training? What can drinking teach me? He asked, bewildered. Mental fortitude. Alcohol can stimulate the brain and enhance mental strength. As long as your mental strength is adequate, no amount of alcohol can incapacitate you. Just like me. Down in the ocean, I consumed far more than you ever could and remain unfazed. She spoke with utmost seriousness, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. That's so. I've never heard of such a thing. His instincts told him this was not credible, because it's my unique method, a precious experience I've cultivated over many years. I am sharing it with you, without reservation. How about that? Am I not generous? Her smile bordered on shamelessness. Have I offended some deity in the cosmos? He sighed in exasperation, realizing that having such a devilish mentor would be a challenge ahead. All right, enough of that. Let us eat. Afterward, we can go out for a stroll, she declared, raising her glass. Eating is fine, but I absolutely cannot drink, he stated firmly. Really? This is a genuine century-old vintage. I specially prepared it for you. She tempted. Whatever it is, I want to drink it, even if it kills me. How dull, she murmured, pouring herself a glass. Despite the exquisite dishes and variety, the appetites of two extraordinary beings made short work of the feast. In fact, due to the immense energy demands of extraordinary beings, even a substantial amount of food was insufficient to satiate their hunger. Concentrated nutritional supplements were the inevitable choice. Occasionally, indulging in traditional fare was merely a matter of enjoying the taste. Meanwhile, the debate in the ocean persisted. Lord Glebchenko, if I am not mistaken, your clan is intent on acquiring this artifact. It pertains to the ancient Forbidden Zone, does it not? Elder Goflov suddenly inquired. The pale blue magnetic field surrounding the Zhan Ying messenger stilled momentarily before responding. Indeed, that is correct. The ancient Forbidden Zone is a mysterious stronghold left by the ancient deities. It possesses various enigmatic powers, some of which hold significant research value for our clan. Not merely research value. It could completely enhance the spatial power system you currently possess, correct? The chieftain remarked coolly. Since you are all aware of this, there is no need for us to engage in futile disputes. Let us propose a solution that both parties can accept, Glebchenko stated openly. The Celestial Star Goblet is a sacred heirloom of our clan and an essential key to enter the ancient Forbidden Zone. Thus, neither party is willing to relinquish it. However, I must caution you that possessing this item alone is insufficient. The formidable defense system of the Forbidden Zone far exceeds your imagination. This is precisely why our clan has awaited here for millennia, Goflov remarked. Indeed, this is why we seek collaboration. Otherwise, we may choose to act independently, Glebchenko stated bluntly. You have studied the ancient Forbidden Zone for thousands of years and surely possess unique insights into its defense system. However, your power is too feeble, which has hindered your success. If our two factions cooperate, combining our understanding of spatial laws with your experience, our chances of success will be significantly enhanced. It is far more promising than acting alone. That is not out of the question. Once we breach the Forbidden Zone, aside from the portion you require, all other gains will belong to my clan. What say you? Goflov proposed. However, our contribution will exceed yours. Do you not consider this distribution principle rather biased? Glebchenko began to negotiate. Thus, both parties resumed their verbal sparring, akin to the most unscrupulous street vendors, striving to secure maximum benefits for their own side. Perhaps due to their greater numbers, the Abyssal Bat Flower clan evidently held the upper hand. Ultimately, the envoy from the Zhan Ying clan reluctantly made concessions, aside from what the Zhan Ying clan required. They could also claim 20% of other valuable items, with the remainder belonging entirely to the Abyssal Bat Flower clan. Furthermore, upon their return to the cosmos, the Zhan Ying clan is obliged to provide assistance to the best of their abilities. In the end, both parties signed the agreement in their customary manner, and the Zhan Ying envoy took their leave. They watched the spherical figure gradually fade into nothingness. A hint of cold amusement flickered in the patriarch's single eye. The dread of that cursed place is beyond your comprehension. Our clan has spent thousands of years here, not due to our incompetence, but because that location is simply too terrifying. You wish to serve as cannon fodder? That would be splendid. In the spatial rift. Glebchenko darted through swiftly, secretly contemplating. You self-righteous fools on the brink of extinction remain blissfully unaware. Do you still believe you are in the prime of the Bolroja dynasty? Restoring the glory of our ancestors? You do not even know what dreams you are chasing. When has the Zhan Ying clan ever engaged in a losing venture? Await your inevitable demise, under the tranquil and beautiful night sky of the twilight cloud star. A crimson flying vehicle soared through the air. Crimson Phoenix is the most fashionable model from the Imperial Capital Star Domain this year. Quite impressive, isn't it? On the flying vehicle, Xiao Muhan inquired of the tall boy beside her. Yes, quite impressive. He could only reply he had originally purchased a blue Hurricane for 30 million and felt quite proud to finally enter the ranks of the wealthy. However, upon comparing it to the vehicle before him, he realized he was merely a country bumpkin. This car alone was worth as much as 30 blue Hurricanes, and Xiao Muhan had even customized it to be more suitable for abilities users. Not to mention, the hundreds of fist-sized source crystal spheres embedded in the vehicle's roof transformed the interior into a sea of cosmic energy. The benefits of cultivating within were self-evident. His wristwatch vibrated slightly, and Xiao Muhan casually opened it. A delicate book-sized holographic screen appeared beside her, displaying a red-haired man who politely stated, "Miss Xiao, we have received the goods you sent. Upon appraisal, they're a rare variant from the deep sea, and we have decided to acquire them at a price of 6,000 source crystals. Is that satisfactory for you? That will suffice. Just transfer the funds directly to my account." Xiao Muhan replied nonchalantly. The red-haired man, clearly familiar with her, did not terminate the call, but instead, in a tone tinged with admiration, asked, "We have assessed that creature's strength, and the result is A-grade. Its bone blades are sharp enough to slice through the exterior armor of abyssal warships. Even a 7th-tier abilities user would find it challenging to subdue. How did you manage to capture it? Have you already leveled up? That is none of your concern. Just conduct your business." Xiao Muhan evidently did not wish to discuss it further. "I'm currently on a date. Please do not disturb me." After saying this and disregarding the man's astonished expression, she ended the video call. "Curious, are you?" she asked, smiling at the boy's inquisitive gaze. "If you find it inconvenient, I shall not inquire." She had her reasons for silence, and Yun Haoyu was quite understanding. "I wasn't going to say anything, but our relationship has changed. It's no harm in telling you." After a moment's thought, she suddenly laughed and said, "Let's talk about it when we return. I will tell you while we sleep." "No need for that. I shall return home shortly." Yun Haoyu responded. "Return home? What do you mean? Do you not wish to live with your sister?" She appeared slightly displeased. "No, it's not like that," he stammered. "Not? Then you are agreeing." She smiled brightly. "This is more obedient. We shall sleep together tonight. If it weren't for being thousands of meters in the air." He might have considered opening the door and escaping. As 3 satellites gradually ascended to the zenith, midnight approached. Ultimately, Xiao Muhan could not persuade the boy to return with her, and at Yun Haoyu's strong insistence, she yielded. However, at the moment of parting, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You cannot escape. One day, you shall willingly submit to me." A pink tongue swiftly flicked out, gently licking his earlobe, sending a shiver throughout his body, rendering him a statue. The crimson flying vehicle soared into the sky, leaving him alone in a dazed eye. In the morning, Yun Haoyu rose early, for today was another day for public classes at school. After preparing, he did not leave, but quietly slipped into Zhong Zhaoying's room. Inside, his sister was already awake but still lying in bed. Upon seeing him enter, she was not surprised, only softly inquiring, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, I have class today." He closed the door behind him and sat on the edge of the bed. "I haven't seen you in a few days. I missed you. Who would believe you?" His sister retorted with mock anger. "I truly missed you. I am not lying." He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and she bore a faint scent of body fragrance, which was quite pleasant. "In a few days, you and Ming Rue should undergo the 4th-tier optimization procedure. The funds are sufficient," he stated, "and our parents can also do it when they return home next time. I always feel that your frequency ventures are not a sustainable plan. That place is far too dangerous." His sister felt anxious at the thought of his affairs. "It's fine. No matter how dangerous it is, I've managed to come back. I now possess 3rd-tier strength, which is enough to protect myself." He smiled to reassure her. "I truly have no way with you." The siblings fell silent, simply embracing each other. Gazing at his sister's delicate features, his heart stirred, and his breath quickened. She did not speak but allowed him to hold her. Once again, she firmly pressed his hand down, enough that she murmured. Yun Haoyu reluctantly released her. Over the past month, such scenes had played out every few days, yet his sister's attitude remained elusive, while she allowed him to embrace her. She steadfastly maintained her boundaries at the last line, leaving him utterly vexed. His sister rose to tidy her clothes, noticing his disgruntled expression, and could not help but chuckle. "All right, do not be so childish. Okay, why wear such a stern face early in the morning? It will ultimately be yours." As she spoke, she pushed him out the door. Upon exiting the house, he realized that his flying vehicle had been left in the garage at the port district. With no other option, he had to take a taxi to school and the school gate. He encountered Huang Monli. "4th tier?" she asked uncertainly, her tone betraying her astonishment. "Indeed," he affirmed her speculation with a nod. The beauty's gaze towards him grew complex, filled with admiration, jealousy, and inexplicable anger. He smiled and proceeded toward the classroom, while Huang Monli frowned in contemplation and followed him. As they walked, familiar classmates, upon seeing his current demeanor, were left utterly astounded. 4th-tier gene optimization, 3rd-tier abilities user. This height was unattainable for the vast majority in a lifetime. A hearty voice called out, as Jin Yu and Su Shanqing waved to him from a distance. "Long time no see," he greeted with a smile. "Where's Bernard? He recently found a new girlfriend. We rarely see him these days," Su Shanqing replied. "Him. He is indeed a fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship." Jin Yu scoffed. "How about you? Are you still out at sea catching fish? I can't believe it. You've already become a third-tier abilities user. How long has it been? Truly astonishing. One cannot survive in such places without rapidly enhancing one's strength. The group chatted as they entered the classroom. In an instant, the classroom fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixated on him. The newcomer, unaccustomed to being regarded as a spectacle, he lightly cleared his throat, intending to find a discreet spot to sit. Before he could take a step, he felt a tight grip on his arm. Turning to look, he saw Hua Monli grasping his sleeve, whispering, "Come here. I need to speak with you." After a moment of hesitation, he complied. "Could you please convey to your superior that I, too, wish to venture out to sea?" Hua Monli stated directly, "Miss, that's not a mere leisure trip. It's a gamble with one's life. Earning a bit of money often requires risking your very existence." He considered her desire a fleeting whim. That's so," she replied nonchalantly. Observing her demeanor, Hao Yu grew serious and said, "Though you are the first tier, such strength is utterly insufficient beneath the waves. Each day, millions embark on the sea, yet how many return alive? This is a perilous industry. Who willingly flirts with death unless compelled? Do you understand that once an accident occurs underwater, it merely serves as a feast for the predatory creatures? Many friends I once knew are eternally lost in that cursed place, including several formidable 5th and 6th tier experts. Those masters could almost contend with regular spacecraft, yet they could not preserve their own lives. Why would you dare to take such a risk? But you are still alive and well, aren't you? I merely have been fortunate. Is that so? Then take me with you. Share some of your luck," she said with a smile. "What nonsense. I can barely keep myself safe. Must you be so stingy? You are a man, after all. Can't you indulge a little for a lady? Do I have such an obligation?" he replied, exasperated, realizing that this obstinate beauty was no easy task to dissuade. Hua Monli wanted to say more, but the class began, forcing her to hold her tongue, though it was evident she had no intention of relinquishing her pursuit. Hours swiftly passed, and as noon approached, Hao Yu gathered a few close classmates to go out for lunch, with Hua Monli following closely behind, stating, "I wish to speak with you privately." "Are you still not giving up?" Hua Monli said nothing, dragging him to a secluded spot before speaking. "Regardless of circumstances, I must go. Once I make a decision, I never regret it. Since you have made up your mind, I have nothing to say, except that I cannot take you. You will need to seek assistance elsewhere. As classmates, you can't just watch me encounter trouble, can you? You can seek out your man. Are you only willing to help if there's something in it for you?" She fixed her gaze on him, demanding he state his terms. "As long as it's within my power, I will agree." He felt a twinge of impatience but refrained from expressing it. Given her nature, she might indeed accept. "Miss, what will it take for you to let me go? I truly cannot assist you with this. Why abandon the comforts of your noble status for this venture? How can I commend you for such folly?" Suddenly, she grew furious, her eyes reddening. I need strength, and to obtain strength, I need money." She quickly composed herself and smiled, saying, "What do you want? I will agree to whatever I can fulfill. I've had enough. What if I refuse?" "You truly won't agree?" Her gaze turned cold. "I am powerless to assist. If that old ghost finds out, what kind of trouble do you think will come your way?" she said icily. "Are you threatening me?" He felt a surge of annoyance. "Indeed, that is precisely what I am doing." Before he could react, she suddenly seized his hand and shouted, "Help! Inappropriate behavior." Hao Yu swiftly covered her mouth, whispering, "All right, dear lady, please stop shouting. Do you wish for the entire school to know? Do you agree then?" Her eyes sparkled with triumph. "What other choice do I have? I certainly do not wish to be hunted across the planet by your family." He replied helplessly, "It's good that you know fear. However, I have a condition." He felt a headache coming on, pondering what condition she might impose. "What condition?" he inquired. She gazed at him expectantly, her heart racing as she wondered if he might be about to. But it mattered little. This woman before him was far more appealing than the old ghost. "Can you guarantee that your family will not interfere with your affairs? I wish to avoid any dealings with him. And you must ensure no one else learns of my assistance. Rest assured, I promise no third party will find out." She smiled and unexpectedly embraced him, planting a kiss on his cheek. Hao Yu felt a wave of shock. This was a reckless woman willing to resort to any means for her ambition. How had he entangled himself with such a lunatic? Perhaps he should discuss this with his sister. She might have a solution. He was still unaccustomed to dealing with women. Suddenly, he thought of Xiao Muan on the second satellite, A fleet of warships was stationed to guard the star of Mu Yut. This moment, hundreds of military standard spaceships took to the skies. Welcoming envoys from the imperial capital, Point 30 silver-white, oval-shaped ships slowly emerged in the distant starry sky. Unbeknownst to Yun Haoyu, that very night on this planet, his fate would undergo a cataclysmic transformation akin to a derailed train. Uncertain of its destination, that on the third satellite, "Generals, this is your target for this mission," Eridanus stated respectfully. The massive central laboratory remained heavily guarded. The creature within the crystal column remained immobile, while a black, cup-shaped object hovered above it, encased in a red energy shield. "What do you think?" Song Jingfeng inquired of his companion Du Bois, his hand casually brushing over the emblem on his chest. "A fascinating creature." "Indeed, and a formidable artifact," Du Bois replied, "and oh wonder the higher-ups hold it in such high regard. It seems this planet's oceans harbor some extraordinary entities. A powerful alien civilization. Perhaps the diplomats might find it intriguing." Song Jingfeng chuckled. "What does that have to do with them? This planet has belonged to humanity for decades. What alien civilization? Merely a group of somewhat intelligent marine organisms. The Academy of Sciences in the imperial capital is their best sanctuary." Du Bois laughed heartily. "I wonder if it's edible. We've worked hard to come here, yet have yet to sample the local delicacies. Eridanus, are there any tastier marine creatures?" "Of course. The seafood here is renowned throughout the star domain." Eridanus replied with a smile. "Once you gentlemen finish your duties, let us indulge in a feast on Mu Yun Star." In the void between dimensions, Grelubchenka was making a final effort. "Lord Yevglaras, are you still unwilling to yield? The celestial star goblet is our clan's sacred relic. It cannot be relinquished lightly." Lavglaras replied coldly that if you agree to our terms, our warriors can mobilize immediately. "I can guarantee this," Grelubchenka asserted. Yevglaras merely scoffed and ignored it. Grelubchenka's rotund form trembled slightly. Hidden within the dimensional rift, it suddenly felt an ominous premonition. With its heightened perception, it sensed that the entire experimental base was surrounded by numerous humans clad in lightweight, sealed combat armor. These individuals emanated varying degrees of energy, presumably the superhuman forces of human civilization. Around the third satellite, hundreds of warships stood ready. Merely this was insufficient to alarm it. What truly unsettled it was the group of humans that had just entered beside the crystal column. Each one was a powerful entity. Especially the two at the center. Their energy levels were terrifying, rivaling even the mightiest warriors of its clan. When did humanity deploy such formidable individuals? What were their intentions? It must be reported immediately. Grelubchenka felt a surge of trepidation. "What shall we do now? Should we get it aboard the warship?" Du Bois asked. "That may not be so simple." Song Jingfeng shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the top of the crystal column. "What could be difficult? We brought spatial cargo containers capable of encapsulating this entire laboratory. Additionally, we have a high-intensity magnetic energy shielding system to prevent any unforeseen incidents. I have no doubt that no one would dare make a move on our flagship." Du Bois laughed. "While that may be true, still..." Suddenly, a brush pen, approximately half a meter long and the thickness of a thumb, appeared in Song Jingfeng's hand. The pen was glossy black, its material indiscernible, adorned with simple yet enigmatic patterns. He rhythmically tapped the pen against his palm, then paused to shift positions, continuing, "I fear that someone may have already dared to take a chance." The pen's tip suddenly shot upwards, piercing the void above the crystal column with blinding speed. The space quivered slightly, akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. A spherical phantasm gradually materialized, and the pen's tip precisely punctured it, leaving an inconspicuous mark on its smooth surface. Grelubchenka watched in horror as the pen sped towards it. Utterly helpless, an eerie force sealed the space, rendering its pride in spatial traversal a mere display. In an instant, the pen touched its body. It was a mere gentle tap, and it felt nothing. Confused, it wondered what the human's intention was. Suddenly, it realized its body was swelling uncontrollably, as if inflated. "What is happening to me?" Before it could react, its body, having swollen to over a meter in size, burst open with a loud bang. Azure blood and various strange organs scattered across the sky. A wave of excruciating pain washed over, and then consciousness slipped into an endless abyss of darkness, the Zhan Ying clan. Although everyone was astonished, it was also within their expectations. Indeed, the intelligence from above was accurate. That group of spheres is problematic, Du Bois remarked coldly. Were they up to? Presumably it is for that object. Song Jingfeng furrowed his brow and said, but I don't understand. One is a civilization from the cosmos. The other resides in a remote corner of the deep sea. When did these two civilizations become entangled? Regardless of their intentions, we must act swiftly and secure that object. We cannot afford to let the night be long with dreams. Du Bois decisively commanded. Eridanus, put the base on high alert. Also, notify the garrison command of the Hengluo Star Domain to dispatch 2 fleets immediately for the return escort mission. All research personnel related to this project must be transferred with the fleet. Do not worry, in the Imperial capital, you will have a better living environment and research conditions. Issue a gag order to all peripheral personnel at the base. Everything that transpires here today will be classified as Imperial top secret, with no leaks permitted. Immediately inform the Imperial Security Department stationed at Muyun Star to keep a close watch on that group of spheres. Report any unusual activities at once. The orders were promptly executed, and the base was filled with piercing alarm sounds. Thousands of searchlights illuminated the area, and countless figures emerged from various corners, completing their duties with utmost speed under the Commander-S orders. All defense systems were activated, and unengaged warships were ordered to take off immediately. The entire base operated like a vast and intricate machine at high speed. A Cloud Shark battleship slowly approached. Hovering above the base, the enormous and heavy alloy dome of the base slowly parted, revealing the central laboratory below. All research personnel and movable equipment had evacuated, leaving the vast laboratory empty, save for dozens of psychics still guarding in front of the crystal pillars. Buddy, it seems we won't be able to leave, Song Jingfeng said. Indeed, they have already arrived, Du Bois sighed. Under the perception of a saint-level expert, thousands of shadowy figures from the Zhan Ying clan appeared in the spatial fracture above the base, with several exhibiting energy levels comparable to the 2 of them. Quite troublesome. If we hadn't brought more personnel this time, we would have had no choice but to flee. Song Jingfeng frowned, recalling that this group of spheres usually engaged in peaceful commerce and rarely resorted to violence. Why are they so aggressive this time? Perhaps it is a show of force. Should we negotiate with them? Du Bois inquired. Judging by their demeanor, they do not seem inclined towards negotiation. They appear ready to completely sever ties. Just as the words fell, a formidable mental wave surged down like a tide. Humans. Hand over the items in the laboratory. Otherwise, death. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded slightly. A sharp beam of sword light, over 1,000 meters long, materialized out of thin air and slashed through that fragment of void. In the next moment, the space shattered like glass. Thousands of plump figures from the Zhan Ying clan materialized before them. The main cannons of hundreds of warships suddenly fired, their muzzles spewing forth torrents of energy that engulfed that area of space. Caught off guard, approximately several hundred members of the Zhan Ying clan were obliterated into ashes. A strange mental wave reverberated in everyone's minds, causing unbearable headaches. Many lost their ability to move, and the fleet's actions came to a standstill. Subsequently, countless black threads emerged from that space, darker than the cosmic void itself, swiftly spreading forth, ensnaring a warship like a living creature, with a gentle twist and entanglement. The 1,000-meter-long metallic beast crumbled like a fragile toy, disintegrating into a heap of metallic debris floating in the void, with remnants of human tissue and scattered blood visible. Following suit were the second. Third. Damn it, can't you evade? Song Jingfeng shouted, a glimmer of golden light emanating from him, forming a protective shield. With a slight movement, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was hovering above the base, wielding an oddly shaped brush that radiated dazzling white light. With numerous delicate azure inscriptions swirling around the brush handle, clearly a remarkable piece of equipment, he waved the brush and rapidly pointed dozens of times at the nearby void. Instantly, dozens of Zhan Ying clan members were inexplicably forced out from the spatial fracture, their bodies inevitably beginning to swell before bursting like balloons. Du Bois also revealed himself not far away, donned in silver-white heavy armor, wielding a knight's great sword, half of the blade serrated and glowing with crimson light. He raised his hand and slashed, creating a flurry of sword light that shook the void. The Zhan Ying clan members that had re-entered the spatial fracture appeared before them once more. The 2 saint-level experts drew the majority of the Zhan Ying clan's attention. The officers aboard the warships finally regained their senses from the bizarre mental assault and began to retreat. Quickly, get that object aboard the warship. We must relocate immediately. Eridanus urgently instructed that group of spheres is not to be trifled with. All psychics above level 5 should assist the two generals in battle. Those below level 5 should refrain from engaging. The base was originally stationed with hundreds of psychics, and the psychic troops brought by the two generals numbered 4,000, but excluding those below level 5. There were fewer than 700 true experts at this moment. These elite individuals donned their gear and soared into the sky to engage in combat. The armored panels on the belly of the Cloud Shark battleship opened. And a blue metal box, 10 meters long and 4 meters wide and high, slowly descended, halting 200 meters above the laboratory. A beam of light shot from the bottom of the box, enveloping the entire central laboratory. Subsequently, the laboratory trembled and began to rise slowly, its size diminishing. Just as the laboratory was about to be completely secured within the spatial cargo box, a black ice spear, as thick as a thigh and several dozen meters long, materialized and violently collided with the cargo box. Two psychic warriors on the box attempted to block it, but the spear pierced through their bodies as if tearing through paper. Crashing heavily into the box, a ring of blue light flickered around the box, flashing rapidly several times, but ultimately could not avert the fate of destruction. Disintegrating in the explosion, the laboratory plummeted heavily to the ground from 200 meters in the air. Amidst violent tremors, various equipment within was thrown into disarray. Fortunately, the laboratory itself was constructed from ceramic alloy, allowing it to withstand the fate of shattering. Chapter 48. Only this one question. Part 2. Hundreds of blue gem flowers materialized from the void. Their indigo single eye coldly surveying the battlefield. Elder Baiki, what shall we do now? One of the gem flowers spoke. Oh, not concern yourself with them. We must find Yevglaras. Retrieve the sacred artifact, the leading gem flower commanded. Yet before they could act, an unexpected incident occurred in the laboratory below. A low howl echoed, and a blood-red radiance flickered. The entire laboratory disintegrated like an ice block under flames, instantly turning into a pool of metallic liquid. A red sun rose, cradling a ghostly blue gem flower. Finally a chance to escape. I have endured this wretched place for far too long. The arrogant and domineering mental waves recklessly invaded the consciousness of every intelligent being present. Yevglaras, you actually emerged, Elder Baiki exclaimed in shock. Indeed, your clan leader is not so easily dealt with. I will tear apart all of you who conspired with Rovian Glove, Yevglaras proclaimed viciously. The red sun radiated brilliantly, unleashing countless golden red arrows of light toward the Batflower's camp like a torrential storm. The arrows of light possessed immense lethality. A few hits would surely result in severe injury or death. In an instant, dozens of flowers were struck by the arrows, their ghostly blue forms turning crimson before wilting, as if dehydrated vegetables. Yevglaras, you bastard! How can you still wield the comet chalice? Elder Baiki, both surprised and furious, rallied her subordinates to raise a light barrier against the onslaught of arrows. Futile. How could your meager abilities withstand the power of a sacred artifact? Yevglaras laughed maniacally, intensifying his control over the comet chalice, causing the density of the arrows to escalate dramatically. The arrows of light rained down like a tidal wave. A few could not breach the barrier, but their sheer numbers overwhelmed it. The thickness of the barrier gradually thinned as the gem flower struggled to hold on. Just as the barrier was on the verge of collapse, the red sun dimmed, and the assault of arrows suddenly slowed. Yevglaras felt a halt in the energy within him. Waves of intense pain surged forth. Damn it, my old injuries have flared up? At such a critical moment, he cursed inwardly, realizing he needed to find a place to recuperate, allowing these rebels to live a few more days. Yevglaras, you can't hold on any longer. Can you? Is your injury acting up? The astute Elder Baiki quickly detected the change in him. Hand over the comet chalice, and we will spare you today. We can even allow you to return to your clan as an elder. Elder Baiki commanded her subordinates to encircle Yevglaras while persuading him to surrender. Delusional. Yevglaras snorted, driving the comet chalice. The red sun enveloping him began to merge into the void. The gem flowers grew frantic, launching their attacks. Various icicles, ice blades, ice balls, and ice columns fell upon the red sun like raindrops, mingled with countless mental shocks. Yet the defenses of the artifact were not so easily breached. Just as the red sun was on the verge of vanishing, a flash of dark light flickered, causing a slight tremor in space, which propelled the red sun back out. Yevglas, surrender the celestial meteoric wine. I will spare you today. 3 members of the Zhan Ying tribe appear before it. Since when did you rotund fools, who only know commerce, turn to the life of bandits? Yevglas coldly glared at them. This item is crucial to our tribe. We are left with no choice. The leader of the Zhan Ying tribe calmly replied. Hand it over to me, and I can help you deal with your enemies. What if I refuse? Surely you are aware of our tribe's mastery of spatial laws. You cannot escape, even with an artifact. It is the same. The magnetic field around the Zhan Ying tribe member gently vibrated, sending forth green shadows. Wherever the shadows passed, the surrounding space quickly became stagnant, sealing off a radius of 1,000 meters with an unknown force. Anyone who stepped into this domain would find themselves as trapped as a fly in jelly. The unfortunate gemflowers were likewise ensnared within, unable to move. Ha! Are you so confident? Then let me show you what true spatial power is. Yevglas laughed maniacally as it activated the celestial meteoric wine. The red sun's radiance surged, gradually turning golden. Then the golden ore began to expand at a visible rate, forcibly pushing back the power that had sealed the space. Upon reaching nearly 100 meters in diameter, it suddenly contracted, unleashing hundreds of golden rays that tore apart the surrounding space. The Zhan Ying tribe members were caught in the onslaught, their rotund bodies split in half like watermelons. Ignorant fools, Yevglas cursed, feeling the pain within intensify. It had to leave immediately. However, just as it intended to slip back into the void, a blood-red heavy sword abruptly appeared, crashing heavily onto the red sun. Thinking of fleeing, not so easily, Du Bois swung his heavy sword, blocking its path. Damn human, Yevglas roared, directing golden red arrows of light like raindrops toward Du Bois. You think such attacks can kill me? Du Bois laughed heartily as a milky white glow enveloped his armor. Firmly blocking the impact of the arrows, with a swing of his sword, thousands of meters of space were instantly cloaked in sword light. The bat snailflower tribe within the kill zone suffered heavy casualties. The heavy sword trembled lowly, its blade radiating brilliance as if imbued with life. In mere seconds, millions of attacks rained down upon the red sun, with the terrifying precision of a saint-level master. He ensured each strike bore equal force and struck precisely where intended. He knew this was an artifact, and even the defensive capabilities of an artifact were difficult to breach with saint-level power. However, to wield an artifact required an immense amount of energy, and it seemed the opponent was injured, unlikely to endure for long. He was confident that by concentrating his efforts on high-frequency attacks at a single point, he could swiftly exhaust the opponent's energy and secure victory. His assumptions were not unfounded. Soon, the brilliance of the red sun began to dim. Yevglas was desperately squeezing the last vestige of energy from within. But it was futile. Anyone could see that it was at the end of its tether. Yet, just as Du Bois was on the verge of victory, the space behind him shifted again. A massive black net silently appeared, swiftly enveloping him. With the keen senses of a saint-level powerhouse, he barely evaded the attack of the black net, but its edge still grazed his left arm, instantly reducing the lower half of his arm to a pulpy mess. Saint-level? He gritted his teeth against the pain, striving to stabilize himself in midair. A Zhan Ying tribe member, surrounded by a pale golden magnetic field, slowly revealed themselves in the void. Countless tiny golden light points surged forth from the intricate patterns on its rotund body, vanishing into the air after drifting a certain distance. The powerful aura emanating from it indicated it possessed at least saint-level strength. To witness the prowess of a human powerhouse makes this journey worthwhile. The Zhan Ying expert gently stirred the magnetic field, transmitting its will to Du Bois through psychic waves. Du Bois's expression grew heavy. A saint-level powerhouse proficient in spatial laws, and disregarding their status to launch a sneak attack. He no longer had absolute confidence in victory. Dozens of Zhan Ying warriors continuously materialized around him, surrounding Yevglas once more. On the other side of the battlefield, Song Jingfeng's situation was equally dire. A saint-level powerhouse, along with hundreds of experts above level 5, formed a formidable lineup capable of challenging a main space fleet. Yet, the Zhan Ying tribe, being an ancient cosmic civilization, held a power that should not be underestimated. The remaining hundreds of Zhan Ying warriors consistently outmatched human psychics in strength. Were it not for Song Jingfeng's support, humanity would have long since faced defeat. The golden shield grew ever brighter, his uniquely shaped iron pin spinning like a windmill, filling the surrounding space of thousands of meters with countless pen shadows. Zhan Ying tribe members were periodically forced out of spatial rifts and swiftly pierced through. Blue blood mingled with remnants of internal organs, filling the void with a bloody spectacle, accompanied by the mental wails of the volleyballs as they met their end. Transforming the space into a bloody arena, of course the opposition would not allow him to rampage unchallenged. Soon, two Zhan Ying tribe members exuding terrifying auras blocked his path, their golden magnetic fields and noticeably larger physiques, along with the golden light points constantly spraying outward, indicated he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Human, you are strong. However, this is where it ends. You will soon return to eternal darkness. A chilling mental wave surged toward him. Is that so? I beg to differ. Song Jingfeng laughed, rubbing his belt. Suddenly, the battlefield was illuminated with golden light. Another golden orb materialized, akin to a radiant sun. A bizarre bird unfurled within the orb, as if just awakened from slumber. Its blood-red giant eyes opened wide, locking onto its foes. A scorching aura that incinerated all surged forth, forcing the two saint-level powerhouses to take a step back. Flame Feather, Blazing Phoenix, an S-rank beast. Let it entertain you. With a wave of Song Jingfeng's iron pen, the massive bird surged toward one of the saint-level powerhouses, its mouth wide open, engulfing the opponent in a torrent of flames. The flames blazed with an intensity capable of obliterating everything, transforming the frigid void into a sea of inferno. Even the surface of satellites over 10 kilometers away was scorched, within the heart of the flames. Space itself began to warp slightly. One saint-level powerhouse restrained the assault of the Flame Feather Blazing Phoenix, while the other advanced toward Song Jingfeng. Dark, ghostly threads materialized around him, intertwining and swiftly forming a large net that descended upon him. This was a testament to the Zhan Ying tribe's profound mastery and application of spatial laws, a net with spatial tearing effects capable of slicing through most known materials in the universe. Chapter 49. The encounter. Song Jingfeng repeatedly swung his iron pen, the tip vibrating rapidly, instantly striking numerous attack points on the net's many nodes, momentarily stalling its advance. Then, with a quick contraction and expansion, he narrowly evaded this lethal strike. Useless. Can you keep dodging forever? The Zhan Ying powerhouse's magnetic field slightly contracted, after which vast green shadows radiated in all directions. Wherever the shadows swept, the space gradually became stagnant, resembling jelly, severely restricting the agility of human psychics. The Zhan Ying warriors remained unaffected, and casualties among the human ranks soared. Enraged, Song Jingfeng's golden shield became increasingly blinding. Looking through it, his skin had turned a faint purple, veins bulging as astonishing energy surged within him. In many places, his skin split, blood seeping out, only to be evaporated by the rapidly rising temperature. A blue lotus silently blossomed in the void, shimmering with radiant light, resembling a delicate work of art. In the next moment, the lotus unfurled its petals in layers, but this spectacle lasted only a few seconds before it wilted. Countless petals transformed into azure, sword energy, scattering in all directions, effortlessly shattering the spatial shackles laid by the Zhan Ying tribe. Those Zhan Ying warriors struck by the azure sword energy were pierced and killed without resistance. After executing his ultimate move, Song Jingfeng's complexion paled, but this was not the time to relax. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was fully on the defensive, he lunged forward, the tip of his pen bursting forth with light, fiercely aimed at the rotund body of the Zhan Ying powerhouse. The Zhan Ying expert quickly vibrated its magnetic field, a transparent shield materializing before it, its figure becoming blurry, clearly intending to employ the same trick again to escape into a spatial rift. Yet this time, it miscalculated. A force comparable to its own sealed off the surrounding space. By the time it reacted and attempted to escape using another method, it was already too late. The pen tip pierced through the shield, striking its body. Pain, excruciating agony. Azure blood gushed forth like a fountain. Even the golden magnetic field beside it dimmed at a visible rate, and the opponent's second strike followed closely. Enduring the pain, it formed a large net before it to block the attack, and then expended its remaining energy to initiate spatial teleportation. A ripple spread across the void, and when the space settled, the formidable member of the Zhan Ying clan had vanished without a trace. "Today, you are fortunate," Song Jingfeng cursed bitterly. His companion beast remained locked in a standoff with the powerful adversary, both sides bearing injuries. The fiery Yinyu chiefing bird had nearly lost a wing to the opponent's spatial attack, while the adversary's aura dimmed, and the golden magnetic field surrounding them showed signs of disintegration. Clearly, they were not unscathed either. After Song Jingfeng joined the fray, the already beleaguered Zhan Ying clan warrior quickly succumbed, retreating into the spatial rift with wounds. However, Du Bois' situation was dire. He now faced two holy tier foes. Despite his injuries, he could not withstand two attackers, and it seemed he would soon be torn apart by that bizarre net. With a furious roar, Du Bois unleashed his ultimate technique, but a sphere of brilliant lightning materialized. And a moment later, the electric glow vanished, revealing a towering 10-meter-tall figure clad in peculiar metallic armor and wielding a staff. A black, three-eyed creature. The Zhan Ying clan warrior expressed surprise, an ancient mechanical automaton from the Kylok civilization. "Where did you acquire this?" Du Bois snorted in response, ignoring the inquiry as he pressed the attack. Though mechanical, the automaton possessed formidable power, rivaling that of holy tier beings. As it wielded its staff, emerald-colored light radiated outward, causing the adversary to avoid direct contact out of fear. Yet soon, they realized a troubling issue. Their energy consumption increased significantly. Previously, traversing space had been effortless, but now it felt like carrying a mountain. Not only was the effort exhausting, but once they entered the spatial rift, their previous stealth was lost, and within a few breaths, they would be discovered by that detestable human, with their ability to traverse space diminished. The threat posed by the Zhan Ying clan warriors significantly lessened, leading to a near stalemate. Song Jingfeng withdrew his injured companion beast into a spatial belt. Surveying the battlefield, he noted the devastating toll on the human side. Of the 700 elite fighters, fewer than 200 remained, and their deaths were gruesome. Amidst the spatial slicing attacks, dismembered corpses lay scattered, and in the low-gravity environment, liquids formed into floating spheres of blue and crimson. Drifting through the void alongside the wreckage of numerous warships, a chilling atmosphere of despair permeated the scene. This was hell incarnate. Damn it, how did it come to this? Song Jingfeng's heart ached, for these were loyal subordinates who had followed him for years, now perished due to that inexplicable force. He felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Enough of this. I must assist Du Bois first. Cursing his misfortune, he swiftly adjusted and ran to help. "Yevgluras, do you still refuse to surrender?" a Zhan Ying clan member coldly inquired. Yevgluras found himself in dire straits, as over 20 Ying members had joined forces to seal the space around him. Their strength magnified tenfold compared to their last encounter. The area had become akin to a crystalline prison, impenetrable even to the Zhan Ying clan themselves. Exhausted and depleted, he could not muster the energy to fight back, even with the aid of his artifacts. Surrender? Is there a path to survival in surrender? I am the great leader of the Batflower clan. I would rather die in battle than bow to you despicable scoundrels. Yevgluras grimly laughed. You will not achieve your goals. I will ensure you gain nothing. Suddenly, his form shrank, and a layer of ashen gray enveloped his once vibrant blue flower body. No, he intends to make a desperate final stand. The Zhan Ying warriors gasped in alarm, preparing to flee. Too late. Together, return to darkness. Yevgluras cackled madly. The already dim red sun blazed brilliantly. A crimson cloud erupted on the surface of the third satellite. An earth-shattering explosion instantaneously obliterated everything. Warships faced indiscriminate destruction, annihilating all visible targets. This was the command of Song Jingfeng. In a room, Yun Haoyu suddenly awoke, that he recalled a troubling dream filled with ominous events. Yet the specifics eluded him, and inexplicable anxiety arose within him, rendering sleep impossible. He decided to step outside. Hesitating by his sister's door, he ultimately refrained from entering. Fully aware it was likely unlocked, he arrived at the balcony, where the midnight sky shone darkly, adorned with twinkling stars and a brilliant galaxy. Since humanity entered the interstellar age, they had devoted themselves to expansion. After millennia of development centered around the Milky Way, they now controlled dozens of star systems, divided into hundreds of factions. The largest, the Glassrock Empire, ruled an expanse equivalent to 6 Milky Ways, while the smallest nations often comprised only one ecological planet and a few nearby resource worlds. The Shofeng Empire ranked among the top 10 in human realms, its territory nearing 2 star systems, with many regions incorporated within the last 2 centuries still awaiting extensive development. However, possessing land and resources, as long as the population was sufficient and policies appropriate. Rapid growth was inevitable. Miyun Star, located on the Empire's border, fell under the Hiloros star domain. This domain contained dozens of planets suitable for administrative transformation, yet only 3 had been developed. This reflected the situation of many star domains under human governance, where many planets were habitable or could be made so with minor adjustments. Yet due to population constraints, few had been fully developed, despite humanity's reproductive rate being the fastest among known intelligent life in the universe. In the face of the vast cosmos, trillions of individuals represented but a drop in the ocean. Most habitable planets remained sparsely populated. Muyun Star was prioritized for development due to its abundant marine biological resources. Leaning against the railing, Yun Haoyu gazed at the starry sky above. 3 satellites hung low in the distant firmament, forming an irregular triangle. Suddenly, he noticed a faint glow flickering on the 3rd satellite. Drawing his attention at a distance of 600,000 kilometers, the average person would see nothing. However, with his keen eyesight, he discerned a red cloud, likely the result of an explosion and quite powerful. His heart raced. If you remember correctly, that location housed the base on the 3rd satellite. Mom and Dad are up there. What has happened? Energy surged within him, concentrating his eyes as he focused intently on that spot for an extended period. He rushed back to retrieve a high-powered telescope, revealing wreckage of warships and the absence of surface structures at the base. Beyond that, nothing more could be discerned. Attempting to contact them via his light brain yielded no response. Considering no other options, he realized the area was a military-restricted zone, inaccessible to the general public. Otherwise, he would have rented a ship to investigate. As he stood helpless, he noticed further movement in that direction. When he raised the telescope again, nothing was visible. Undeterred, he kept his gaze fixed on that spot. After a while, a faint glimmer flickered and then vanished. Minutes later, the light reappeared, this time clearer, golden red and resembling a meteor, racing through the atmosphere at high speed. After another 10 minutes, the meteor became increasingly distinct. Its size was modest, yet its behavior was peculiar, often disappearing after traveling a short distance only to re-emerge further away. It was likely utilizing spatial teleportation. He was not mistaken. This meteor was headed directly from that location. Whether it was a survivor or something else, he could not tell that it flew straight toward the sea. An inexplicable impulse surged within Yun Haoyu. He felt compelled to investigate, perhaps uncovering something significant. With no time to take the elevator, he opened the window, pushed off, and launched into the air, leveraging the railing to spring upward several meters. Before his strength waned, he lightly kicked off the next ledge, continuing to ascend. A few breaths later, he reached the rooftop, oriented himself, and flew toward that destination. The cataclysmic explosion had obliterated everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers. As the dust settled, the elite forces from both sides had suffered catastrophic losses. The base's surface structures lay in ruins, while only a fraction of the hundreds of warships managed to survive due to their distance. Yet, the architect of this devastation was nowhere to be found. Yevglaras, suppressing the urge to faint, raced toward Muyun Star. The earlier strike, which had cost him his life energy, failed to produce the desired outcome. With 2 irritating foes still in pursuit, now he was left with only half his body, devoid of any means to fight back. All he could do was flee, desperately striving to reach the sea before losing consciousness. The 2 pursuers appeared injured as well. It was now a race to see who could endure the longest. Miyun Star loomed closer, entering the atmosphere. The deep blue ocean was in sight, yet the sensation of faintness intensified, his consciousness beginning to blur. Hold on, you must persevere. It incessantly reminded itself. I am the chieftain of the illustrious abyssal bat flower clan. I cannot perish. The monumental task of my people's resurgence remains unfinished, and the glory of my ancestors awaits my restoration. When Yun Haoyu arrived at the seaside, he witnessed a fiery meteor plummeting from the heavens, crashing onto the nearby shore and raising a small cloud of dust. Just a few dozen meters away lay the vast ocean. In a shallow pit measuring 2 meters in diameter, there lay a single, or perhaps half, of a grayish-blue gemstone flower at its bottom, accompanied by a black, cup-like object pulsating with a crimson glow. Apart from that, there was nothing else. This was the scene before Yun Haoyu. A faint voice echoed in his mind, just a little. Yun Haoyu gazed in astonishment at the half-bloomed gemstone flower and tentatively inquired, "Are you speaking? What is it that is lacking?" "Human, I doubt I'm the chieftain of the Abyssal Batflower clan. This is the sacred artifact of my clan. Save me, save." The mental transmission faltered intermittently. "How can I save you?" Yun Haoyu queried. Regrettably, he received no answer. The last flicker of light from the gemstone flower dimmed, clearly extinguished, as he reached to seize the so-called sacred artifact. He discovered it resembled a wine cup, more precisely akin to an ancient bronze wine vessel. The black cup was intricately inscribed with enigmatic and exquisite runes, with golden-red luminescence flowing through them. While 2 unknown serpentine creatures coiled around its exterior, the base was composed of a black crystal-like material, adorned with 49 black pearl-like substances arranged according to some arcane pattern. The entire wine vessel appeared alive, as if it possessed a spirit. "What is this object?" he pondered, still undecided on how to deal with it, when an ominous feeling surged within him. A round, plump sphere had appeared beside him, hovering 2 meters above the ground. The Zhan Ying clan? He had seen photographs of such creatures, but today he encountered one in the flesh. A gentle voice resonated in his mind. "Human, hand over what you hold." "Hand it over?" "Why?" he questioned, a wave of tension washing over him, for Ruo Lan had awakened and cautioned him that the creature before him was formidable. The Zhan Ying clan's warrior hesitated, having sustained severe injuries from the earlier explosion. Struggling to suppress its wounds while pursuing him, now nearing the end of its strength, just 1 step short, and the human had seized the advantage. Moreover, this human appeared quite formidable, emanating an energy aura that rivaled its peak condition. After much deliberation, it abandoned the thought of combat, opting instead for a peaceful approach to reclaim the sacred artifact. Negotiation was indeed the forte of the Zhan Ying clan. "Human, could you kindly hand over what you possess?" "I require it." It spoke softly. "It seems I acquired it first. Why should I simply give it to you?" Yun Haoyu replied that you require incentives to comply. "Name your price," the entity suggested. "How much can you offer me?" "What do you desire? Source crystals, various high-grade equipment, powerful familiars, or rare, cosmic treasures? Speak freely." The Zhan Ying warrior inquired, feeling elated at the prospect of negotiation, believing it had ample enticing treasures to sway the human. "I want source crystals," he declared. "How many do you need?" "I fear you may not possess enough. Name a number. If insufficient, I can supplement with other valuable items. Is that acceptable?" The creature responded nervously. 200,000. He replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The Zhan Ying warrior sighed in relief. The demand was reasonable, as it had expected the human to be more exorbitant. This human was indeed strong, yet regrettably lacking in foresight. Failing to recognize the preciousness of the item, it thought derisively. This spatial crystal card contains 40 crystal bricks, which by human standards equates to approximately 260,000 source crystal points. You may have it. It generously offered, producing a small red crystal card from an unknown space and sending it flying towards Yun Haoyu. Upon receiving it, he probed it with his spirit sense, discovering it to be a spatial device of about 30 cubic meters, neatly housing 41-foot square source crystal bricks. In that case, we have a deal. He presented the cup before the creature. "Excellent. That spatial crystal card is also a fine piece of equipment. I shall gift it to you as well." The Zhan Ying entity extended a tendril, accepting the cup, that he noted that the tendril was not a physical object, but rather an energy form composed entirely of photons. "Farewell, mighty human, cherished human." The Zhan Ying being gradually vanished into the void. That was a close call. He exhaled deeply. Had Ruo Lan not released a portion of its aura, causing the entity to suspect and hesitate, he might have become a lifeless corpse. Where would the benefits be then? Today had proven lucrative. A nocturnal stroll had yielded such substantial rewards. He mused that one might not earn as much fishing at sea for an entire year. Content, he prepared to return for some much-needed rest. Yet he had scarcely taken a few steps when disturbances arose high above, several hundred meters in the air, that a dull explosion rang out, and a milky white radiance erupted in the sky. The Zhan Ying being was forcibly expelled from a spatial rift, intercepted by a human wielding a heavy sword. Du Bois glared coldly at the entity before him. During the previous explosion, he had also sustained injuries, but being closer to Yafugla's had allowed him to trace its escape route, leading him to pursue. However, he had not anticipated that this cursed Zhan Ying would seize the lead. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. They could always engage in another battle. Human, must you persist in this pursuit? The Zhan Ying being asked, its confidence wavering. Surrender that item, and I shall spare you today. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send you to a biochemical laboratory. Du Bois threatened fiercely. Words had failed to reach an accord. And thus began a fierce clash in the air. Du Bois's armor was nearly shattered, and his heavy sword bore several cracks. His body bore countless wounds, despite having temporarily mended them with emergency medicines. They were not a lasting solution that if he did not return swiftly to tend to his injuries, he risked suffering irreversible damage. Yet he was untroubled, for the opponent appeared even more grievously wounded, its smooth, rounded body riddled with injuries, azure blood oozing forth, while the surrounding magnetic field had dissipated significantly, its radiance dimmed to the utmost. He was confident he could endure until the moment the foe collapsed completely. There was no alternative. However, my kin shall avenge me. Faced with the relentless pressure from Du Bois, the Zhan Ying being resolved firmly, another earth-shattering explosion resonated through the air, a mushroom cloud soaring skyward, lingering for an extended period. A golden red light emerged from the center of the explosion, propelled by the shockwave, plummeting into the sea. Just as it was about to submerge, a hand caught it. Indeed, it is yours after all. No one can take it away. Yun Haoyu reflected as he gazed at the cup in his hand. He did not linger. Gathering his belongings, he swiftly departed. If he tarried, who knew what other bizarre creatures might come seeking him? Half an hour later, Song Jingfeng arrived at the scene. Yet after thorough inspection, he found no valuable clues and departed in discontent. Just as he left, over a dozen Zhan Ying beings appeared, utilizing spatial techniques to meticulously search a radius of 1,000 meters, even scouring the sea. Yet to no avail. Elder Maroka, what shall we do now? One Zhan Ying inquired. It is certain that Diamond has perished here. However, the sacred artifact remains elusive, the elder leading them replied. Diamond's final message indicated that the sacred artifact was taken by a young human. Another entity interjected, a human. Are there any other distinguishing features, such as a name, strength, or energy characteristics? The elder immediately pressed for more information. It merely stated that the individual possessed the strength of a Yuan warrior, but no further details were provided. Chapter 51. Magma, the strength of a Yuan warrior? No wonder. It appears that retrieving the sacred artifact will require careful planning. The elder sighed. We can continue to remain hidden, gathering intelligence. The human, having obtained the sacred artifact, will undoubtedly use it, and Diamond had affixed our clan's unique mental mark upon it before his demise, allowing us to request the use of a divine artifact for comprehensive surveillance of this planet. Indeed, that is a valid point. However, now that we have severed ties with the humans, their higher-ups will likely not take this lightly. We will need to expend additional resources to placate them, the elder remarked disheartenedly. Let us return. Today's operation has failed. I will report the matter to the Elder Council and accept the consequences. On Satellite 3, devastation lay everywhere. Another fleet had emerged in the void, halting several dozen kilometers from the satellite. On the flagship, a handsome man stood before the enormous display in the command room. Holding a glass of red wine in his alabaster, slender fingers, he gazed at the devastation on the satellite, lost in contemplation. General, the battle on the satellite concluded hours ago. We have arrived too late, the adjutant reported. Indeed, Princess's speculations proved correct. The man sighed. Upon surveying the scene, it is evident that besides the Zhan Ying beings, there exists another intelligent race unfamiliar to us, akin to the flower confined in the laboratory. It is unfortunate that we have studied this for over a year, yet gleaned little valuable information. Has everything on the satellite been utterly destroyed? The man inquired. The surface constructions have been completed, yet it seems that the underground base remains relatively intact. The detection instruments have indicated faint signs of life. Have all our people perished? Even if they have, those two should have survived. How could they just be left like this? The man furrowed his brow. Our warship is equipped sufficiently for immediate rescue operations, the officer stated. Then let us commence swiftly. I hope we can still unearth some survivors. The man commanded, while secretly contemplating. You two arrogant fools. Creating such a mess and expecting me to clean it up? Let us see how you explain this to the higher-ups. This is a vast space, shrouded in a greenish hue, with the ground composed of an unknown, striped green stone. The area spans approximately a kilometer, empty and desolate. Wisps of green mist, seemingly emerging from nowhere, waft around him. Breathing in a small amount invigorates him, offering an extraordinary refreshing effect that cleanses the spirit. Can you discern anything? He inquired of Roland. It appears to be a formidable weapon, but it seems to possess undisclosed functions that, if I am not mistaken, it is incomplete. There should be other components that need to be assembled for it to function fully. Roland replied, This is the internal space of that cup. After returning home, Yin Haoyu secluded himself in his room, studying it for quite some time. The mental imprint it bore had long been dispelled by Roland. He attempted to infuse his mental energy into the cup, and his consciousness was transported to this peculiar space. After a while, as the green mist gradually coalesced around him, a surge of information flooded his mind. Once he comprehended it, he couldn't help but sigh. This object is merely a useless trinket to him now. The artifact is known as the Stellar Chalice, a relic of an unknown ancient civilization. Its general function has been explained, qualifying it as a rare treasure that is hard to come by. If its full power could be harnessed, it would be trivial to combat an entire fleet. The crux of the matter lies in its usage threshold. One must at least reach the saint level to qualify. Given his current capabilities, forcing its use would only result in him being reduced to a mere mummy. Saint level. Heaven knows when I will reach that stage. He gazed at the artifact in silence. Its internal space is ample, but for now, it serves merely as an oversized storage unit. There is little else to rely on, and it could potentially attract significant trouble. After pondering for a moment without a better plan, he decided to set it aside for now. He retrieved the crystal plate and extracted all the crystal bricks within. Transferring them to the artifact, as for the plate, he would need to find an opportunity to discard it later. That item belonged to the Zhan Ying tribe, and he could not guarantee it would not pose a problem. Although Roland is present, he did not wish to keep such a hidden danger nearby. Under the control of his spirit, the artifact transformed into a golden light and merged into his body. Ready to be summoned at any moment, it's time to acquire a proper residence for training. The current places, home and school, are unsuitable. He mused. Now that he has sufficient source crystals, he can ask Roland to assist in completely eliminating the hidden dangers within him. What remains is to train diligently. To date, his goal has gradually crystallized, that is, to strengthen himself as much as possible, hoping to one day become a highly revered master. The dark sky gradually lightened. 3 satellites descended toward the horizon, and the other side of the sky revealed the dawn. A new day had arrived. During breakfast, Yin Haoyu attempted once more to contact his parents, but there was still no response. However, soon after, a message from the government appeared on his light brain, requesting them to report to a specific location, the military fleet's ground office. Yin Haoyu's fears were confirmed. The Zhong Mingrue siblings nearly fainted on the spot. Due to a staff error, an explosion occurred at the experimental base on Satellite 3, resulting in a tragic loss of numerous lives. Rescue operations are ongoing, and casualty figures are being tallied. Confirmed victims will receive compensation according to relevant legal procedures. On behalf of the military, I extend my heartfelt condolences to the families affected by this unfortunate event, the military spokesperson announced in a routine manner, detailing the incident and subsequent arrangements. Of course, Yin Haoyu understood that the situation was far from what they claimed. However, the truth would never be known to the public. Brother, what should we do now? His sister clutched his arm tightly, asking helplessly. Let us check the list of victims. Perhaps Mom and Dad are safe. Yin Haoyu reassured her, though he found it hard to believe himself. The enormous light screen displayed the extensive list of victims, filling the entire display. With tens of thousands at the base, most had little chance of survival. Yin Haoyu scrutinized the list twice, but found no sign of his parents' names. Could it be that there is still hope? Perhaps there is still a chance. Let us check the other screen. Yin Haoyu suggested as the 3 approached another light screen, this one displaying information about the injured. Indeed, their parents' names were listed among the injured. The siblings finally breathed a sigh of relief. The injured are being treated at the Central City Hospital. Let us go there, Yin Haoyu urged, pulling his siblings out in haste to the hospital. Yin Haoyu saw his parents lying in medical pods. The situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Due to severe bodily injuries, compounded by some degree of brain damage, the attending physician explained, given the hospital's technological capabilities, recovery is virtually impossible. Currently, we can only prolong their lives temporarily. This place is insufficient, which means there must be other facilities capable of resolving the issue, right? Yun Haoyu queried anxiously. This is already one of the best hospitals on Muyun Star. Given its location on the Empire's border, we cannot expect higher standards. The neighboring star systems are similar. To resolve the issue, we would need to go to the star system where the imperial capital is located, as only there would the conditions meet the necessary requirements. Then let us transfer them to the imperial capital. What are we waiting for? Yun Haoyu insisted. It's not that simple. Currently, the military is covering the medical expenses. If we go to the imperial capital, it's uncertain whether they will continue to foot the bill. Moreover, it is quite far from here, and we might not make it in time, the physician lamented. If they are unwilling to pay, we will cover it ourselves. Yun Haoyu replied coldly. Can we proceed with the discharge paperwork now? Young man, don't act impulsively. If you demand a transfer now, the military will not be responsible for any issues that arise later. At least here, you may still receive compensation. Furthermore, the cost of services in the imperial capital is significantly higher than here. Such an extensive repair surgery would undoubtedly cost a fortune, the physician advised, genuinely concerned, as the three children appeared to be far from wealthy. Brother, if that is the case, should we? Zhong Mingrue sensed the implications and began to waver. Is it necessary to consider the return on investment when spending for our parents? Yun Haoyu firmly refuted his suggestion. Money is not the issue. Let us proceed with the paperwork immediately. But there is another problem. The physician interjected. The journey to the imperial capital by ship will take at least a month. We might not have enough time. This indeed posed a significant dilemma. Whether passenger or cargo ships, the fastest route from here to the imperial capital would require at least 20 days, with much of that time spent traversing wormholes, where vessels can only travel at sublight speeds. Generally, ship speeds do not exceed 1/10 of light speed, unless utilizing specialized high-speed vessels or warships capable of surpassing that velocity. After contemplating for a moment, Yun Haoyu declared, I'll find a solution for the ships. Mingrue, you and your sister stay here and wait for me. Randall stepped off the hover car, a hint of confusion evident on his face. Today, there were no classes, and he had intended to invite a few friends out for some leisure. However, before he could step out, the usually distant Yun Haoyu sent him a message, inviting him for tea. Being as astute as he was, he immediately sensed that Yun Haoyu sought something. Nevertheless, he did not decline the invitation. Forming a connection with a future prodigy would undoubtedly be beneficial for him. He had been quietly observing Yun Haoyu's progress for some time, noting his ability to accumulate funds for a level 4 gene optimization in under 6 months, alongside his ascension to a Tier 3 ability user. Such achievements were certainly worthy of some investment to win over. Chapter 52. A Fight for Survival. This is a rare treasure from Earth. Wui rock tea, possessing the fragrant qualities of green tea and the sweetness of black tea. A pinnacle among the ancient Huagua oolong teas. I hope you find it satisfactory. Within a high-end private room at the Junxian Tea House, Yun Haoyu sat across from Randall. Indeed, it is a delightful selection. To enjoy a specialty from Earth here is quite rare, Randall remarked with a smile. Such extravagance suggests you have something significant to discuss. Please, do share. Let us see how I might assist. Very well. Since you are so forthright, I shall not beat around the bush. Yun Haoyu replied, his expression serious. I require a high-speed ship capable of reaching the Imperial Capital Star System within 2 weeks. Might your father's trading company have one available? Randall's expression shifted slightly as he listened. Once Yun Haoyu explained the situation, he furrowed his brow in contemplation and opened his light brain to contact several individuals. It was then remarked, such a spacecraft is not entirely absent from our trading association, yet we possess only a mere handful, each designated for special purposes, and even my father lacks the authority to utilize them. However, noticing his hesitance, Yun Haoyu promptly interjected, money is not an issue. I shall cover all expenses related to the spacecraft's round trip, including public relations costs. Moreover, once this matter is resolved, I shall owe you a favor, and any future requests within my capacity will be met without refusal. Haoyu, you are being overly generous. We are classmates, and mutual assistance is only natural. Randall replied enthusiastically that I will speak with my father immediately. By tonight at the latest, everything will be arranged. Just await the good news. At the spaceport, a sleek, deep black spacecraft measuring 300 meters in length was poised for departure. Randall's efficiency was commendable. Within 8 hours, the spacecraft was ready, and all formalities were completed, but of course, this came at a price. Yin Haoyu expended 1 billion credit points and additionally rewarded Randall with 50 million as a token of gratitude. Randall was taken aback by Yun Haoyu's financial prowess. He had initially presumed that this classmate would be unable to afford such an expense and had even contemplated discussing a loan with him, contingent upon his agreement to join the trading association. Little did he expect that Yun Haoyu would pay without hesitation. Surprised, he resolved to cultivate a good relationship with this remarkable individual in the future. "Brother, aren't you coming with us?" In the room, Zhong Xiaoying asked Yun Haoyu with reluctance. "I have matters to attend to here and shall not accompany you for now." Yin Haoyu replied, "I have already arranged for your and Ming Rui's transfer to a better school. The conditions in the imperial capital far surpass those here. Once our parents recover, you both can settle there. Money is no concern. I have deposited 3,000 source crystals into your account. If that is insufficient, I have more in any case, focus on your studies once you arrive. You refuse to leave because you wish to earn money. Don't you?" his sister said, somewhat disappointed. "It's not merely for profit. It is also essential for my training. Rest assured, I will be fine." Yun Haoyu gently embraced her. "Since that is the case, I shall not press further. Brother, take care of yourself." With a somber expression, his sister pushed him away and walked toward the door, only to rush back and quickly kiss him before leaving without looking back. That be why the time Yun Haoyu emerged. His sister's figure had already vanished into the spacecraft's entrance hundreds of meters away. The spaceport was situated in synchronous orbit with the planet, tens of thousands of kilometers above the surface. While the electromagnetic gravity system alleviated some weight, gravity remained only a third of that on the ground, allowing for remarkably agile movement, enabling ordinary individuals to achieve the speed of low-level abilities. I have communicated with the branch of the Trading Association in the Imperial Capital. They have already contacted the hospital and ensured your immediate admission upon arrival. You need not worry, Randall said kindly beside the spacecraft. "Thank you, Senior. I shall remember this favor," Yun Haoyu responded. The spacecraft ignited, gradually departing its berth and venturing into the dark expanse of space. Only after completely exiting the space's control zone did it accelerate sharply. A brilliant blue plasma tail flared momentarily, and even with Yun Haoyu's sharp vision, the spacecraft's silhouette quickly faded from sight. Meanwhile, turmoil engulfed the Muyu star, as dark clouds loomed ominously. The tragedy on satellite number 3 had sent shockwaves through the highest echelons of the Empire. Hundreds of warships, thousands of soldiers, and over 4,000 ability users had perished, along with a significant portion of the base's research personnel. Even the formidable General Du Bois had fallen in battle. Such catastrophic losses yielded nothing in return, igniting the ire of the Empire's elite. Under military and security intervention, the cabinet had issued a vehement protest to the Zhan Ying clan, demanding a reasonable explanation for the events on Muyu Star, or else the clan would bear the consequences of any adverse fallout. In response to the human empire's protest, the Zhan Ying clan maintained its traditional approach of amicable negotiation, dispatching influential representatives to engage in covert discussions with the various elite figures. In exchange for certain concessions, they aimed to devise a mutually acceptable resolution. After all, this was not the first instance of such occurrences, whether within the human faction or in dealings with alien civilizations. Whenever one side overstepped boundaries and disrupted the established order, as long as there was no intent to sever ties completely, matters were typically resolved discreetly in this manner. The party that violated the rules merely had to offer up more. Governor Yuan Jinggao found himself in a difficult predicament lately. Not only he, but also the administrative heads of the Hengluo Star region, along with the local military district and security department leaders, had been lambasted by their superiors. It was no surprise. After such a significant incident, these pampered officials had shown no initiative, and naturally, the ire had to be directed at someone. "Sanders, we may be in trouble this time," Yuan Jinggao lamented to his confidant, standing before him with a shrewd-looking man in his 30s with a small mustache. Sanders chuckled, saying, "There are some troubles, but they are not dire." Yuan Jinggao shook his head lightly. "The investigation team from the Imperial Capital has already set out. Someone must take responsibility for this incident. I fear that no prominent figures here will escape unscathed. Merely scapegoats will be sought. Your Excellency, haven't you faced such situations before? This incident is not directly your fault. After all, the base was under military jurisdiction, not yours. What is there for you to worry about? While that may be true, I'm still the governor, and nominally, Mightiest and its surrounding regions fall under my jurisdiction. Even if I did nothing, I would still be implicated when trouble arises. Yuan Jinggao sighed. This mess was created by the military and security departments. They are to blame for their incompetence. The higher-ups are merely seeking scapegoats, and those within their ranks are the preferred targets. Surely, they won't solely blame us. Your reasoning holds weight. Let us proceed as follows. Yuan Jinggao instructed. First, ascertain who from the imperial capital is visiting, their preferences, and which factions they belong to. This will enable us to strategize our response. Additionally, we must prepare generous gifts for the influential figures we have previously courted. Other penalties are trivial as long as we retain our positions. You handle the arrangements. Yes, Your Excellency, I shall attend to it immediately. Sanders replied with a slight bow and exited the office. Once he departed, Yuan Jinggao sat in silence for a while longer. He pressed a seemingly inconspicuous floral pattern on his chair, and a palm-sized light screen quickly materialized before him, displaying one of his secretaries. Upon her appearance, Yuan Jinggao promptly inquired, "What is the status of General Song Jingfeng?" The attractive secretary respectfully replied, "His injuries have stabilized, and he is expected to recover soon. That is reassuring. Ensure that he is well cared for, and do not be negligent. Whatever his requests may be, they must be met unconditionally, understood?" Yuan Jinggao commanded. "Yes, Your Excellency." General Song Jingfeng, having been farther from the explosion's epicenter, had sustained lighter injuries and was currently recuperating in the hospital. His mood, however, was far from good. His elite subordinates had suffered heavy casualties. He himself was injured, and his colleague and friend had perished. Both personally and professionally, he found it unbearable. This calamity was instigated by the Zhan Ying clan. Had it not been for their interference, he would likely be on his way back by now. He could not comprehend why they had resorted to such extreme measures over that artifact. It hardly seemed worth the risk, given the Zhan Ying clan's wealth. What treasures had they not encountered? Why resort to such drastic actions? Damned. He cursed vehemently, feeling the sting of his wounds flare up once more. I shall not let this go with you lot. And those flowers too? Just wait. At the Ability Association's underground training facility, Yun Haoyu was diligently focused on the metallic punching target before him. He had been practicing at a pace of 1 punch per second for several hours, sweat soaking his attire, which transformed into steam as it rose. Yet, he had no intention of resting, persisting in his efforts. With each strike, the target's surface exhibited slight deformation, no greater than a millimeter. Crafted from high-strength alloy, the target could withstand the full-force attacks of abilities below the 6th tier. Standing beside him, Xiao Muhuan observed the data on the nearby screen, her expression reflecting dissatisfaction. After a while, she spoke. "All right, take a break for now." Yun Haoyu halted his punches, asking, "What's wrong? Take a look for yourself. After several hours of practice, few of your punches exhibit consistent force." Xiao Muhuan replied, shaking her head. The variation in punching force indicated the level of control over one's physical strength. Someone like Xiao Muhuan, with a solid foundation and profound cultivation, could execute 1,000 punches with identical force, with a variance of no more than a gram. Yet, for Yun Haoyu, even the force of adjacent punches was difficult to guarantee as equal. This was due to his rapid advancement, leading to an unstable foundation. Additionally, his lack of practical experience meant he possessed strength but did not know how to apply it effectively. Yun Haoyu embodied both shortcomings. You rely on source crystals and drugs to enhance your abilities. That is not genuine power. You must be cautious moving forward. Xiao Muhuan admonished, "To your current level, even a seasoned second-tier individual could easily defeat you. Thus, you must intensify your training, solidify your foundation, and lay the groundwork for future advancements." "Indeed, I have been enlightened." Yun Haoyu replied. He recognized the truth in the other person's words. He had indeed been overly eager for success in the past. "Well then, let's take a break. I shall impart some theoretical knowledge to you." Yun Haoyu had only been a bona fide ability user for a few months, and his understanding of this realm was rather lacking. While he could access some information through the virtual network, there was no substitute for the guidance of a skilled mentor. Sometimes, a single insightful remark from a teacher could illuminate a perplexing challenge that he had struggled with tirelessly. Xiao Muhuan was indeed a competent instructor. helping Yun Haoyu to rectify his previous gaps in knowledge and to gain a preliminary understanding of his future path. The term ability generally refers to the powers that ordinary humans can spontaneously generate after undergoing gene optimization beyond level 3, achieving a certain threshold of affinity between their cells and the universe's ambient energy. However, this is merely a superficial description. At its core, it pertains to the evolutionary mutation of human genes, akin to biological mutations in nature. Though one is human-controlled while the other is a result of natural evolution. Gene optimization agents, in a strict sense, are potent substances that induce genetic mutations. These were initially developed to combat the formidable abilities of alien civilizations. Humanity, as a nascent civilization, is still relatively young. In the face of ancient civilizations that have thrived for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, it has resorted to such drastic measures to hasten its evolution in order to secure a space for survival and development. As for whether this evolution might lead to adverse effects or catastrophic consequences, the governments of the time were indifferent. Under the pressure of survival, any concerns could be set aside. They decided to leave such dilemmas for future generations to resolve. Since the advent of gene optimization technology thousands of years ago, numerous issues have indeed surfaced, yet human biochemical technology has also advanced rapidly, successfully addressing most problems. However, exceptions exist, such as abilities. The activation of abilities occurs as a secondary mutation following gene optimization, endowing humans with formidable powers while also causing the genetic mutation to evolve in an increasingly advanced manner. Unfortunately, this advanced mutation is unstable and can lead to issues at any moment, mildly resulting in various ailments, or severely triggering catastrophic genetic collapse. The probability of activating abilities is quite low, yet given humanity's vast population, the absolute number of ability users is astonishing. Regrettably, due to the unresolved issue of genetic stability, most ability users remain below level 4, as any further advancement risks genetic collapse. Hence, those who attain level 4 or above hold a significantly elevated status within the human ranks. Upon reaching level 4 without experiencing genetic collapse, a person's skills undergo a qualitative enhancement, especially mental prowess and the corresponding control over various energy forms, which is incomparable to level 3. Even lifespan may see a corresponding increase. Thus, there exists a viewpoint that only ability users above level 4 can be considered true ability users, while levels 1 to 3 are merely enhanced versions of gene optimization, resulting in greater strength and faster speed and reflexes. When abilities ascend to level 4, the mental power index surpasses 3,000. And the physical enhancement index reaches 6,000. That such mental strength is sufficient to manipulate force fields to negate gravity, enabling flight within the atmosphere without reliance on equipment. Upon ascending to level 5, due to the body cells reaching a new height in absorbing and utilizing cosmic ambient energy, one can move freely in outer space. Advancing from level 6 to 9 becomes increasingly challenging. Yet each level attained signifies a monumental leap in capability. As for level 10, it is referred to as the holy level. Just by the name, one can infer its formidable nature. Even my sister can only look up in admiration at this stage. The classification of ability levels is strictly based on the strength of those alien entities, rather than a human invention. Moreover, even among ability users of the same level, those from alien races typically exhibit greater strength than their human counterparts. This is simply due to the youth of the human race, which cannot compare with the profound heritage of others. Listening to the beautiful woman lecturing is quite enjoyable, and before one knows it, an entire afternoon has passed. Well then, it's getting late. Let's call it a day, Xiao Mu Huan said with a smile. Are you not inviting your sister to dinner? All right, let us go to Heart of the Ocean. You must be close to leveling up, right? Have you used that item, Lin Yulanyi? Yin Haoyu inquired while in the hover car. That item, it might be effective for you, but at my level, it's no longer of use. Xiao Mu Huan replied that I've already sold my share, along with that stone. You can keep yours. It may come in handy later. Given your current level, how difficult is it to advance? Yin Haoyu asked curiously. Difficult. It's truly hard to describe. You will understand when you reach this level. Even with abundant training resources and high talent, it's not something that can be achieved in a day or two. Are there items that can directly elevate one's rank? That would work for you as well. Indeed. However, such items are not available for just a few thousand source crystals, and they're also rare. Xiao Mu Huan chuckled. I'm not thinking of using it for myself. I'm preparing it for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu Huan was taken aback. Really? A few thousand source crystals is no small amount. Even I can't produce that much all at once. Why are you being so generous to me? Do you wish to pursue me? You promised to protect me. If your strength increases, I would feel safer, wouldn't I? Yin, how you skillfully sidestepped the query to "Oh, I see." A flicker of disappointment briefly crossed Xiao Muhuan's eyes. So it turns out you're only being self-serving. Haha. It's not entirely that way. Primarily that he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. What is it? Xiao Muhuan pressed, her gaze fixed on him. We've arrived. Let us go eat. He quickly diverted the subject as they approached Heart of the Ocean. Xiao Muhuan looked at the big boy before her with amusement, pondering how long he could evade the topic. In a fractured space near the Muyu star. Is there still no news about that item? Report. Chief, we have not yet received any updates. The chief remained silent, and the surrounding elders were equally reticent. We lost the Yuhuang War general this time, along with over 1,000 warriors returning to eternal darkness. In the end, we gained nothing, instead finding ourselves at odds with humanity, having to pay a hefty price to appease them. Who can explain how this came to pass? The chief's mental fluctuations remained steady and gentle, yet the patterns on his body began to exhibit a faint red hue. The elders familiar with him understood that he was struggling to suppress his fury. Chief, Elder Moroka has already provided an account of the incident. We can only say it was an unfortunate accident. Initially, everything was flawless. Even though humanity dispatched 2 individuals equivalent to Yuhuang generals, they could not contend with our warriors. The failure lay with that Yi Fugaras, who inexplicably ignited his body to unleash the artifact's power. That was our oversight, an elder cautiously stated. Regarding that, I no longer wish to inquire. The artifact's power is indeed not easily managed. My current concern is, where is the Muyu Star S artifact? As long as we recover this item, any cost is worth it. The chief declared coldly. We conducted a thorough search at the location of Dimeng's death, but found no clues. Dimeng's last words only indicated that the artifact had been acquired by a human possessing the strength of a Yuhuang general. Beyond that, there is no other valuable information, and we also conducted a detailed investigation of nearby human cities. Yet, Elder Moroka's voice dwindled, and the surrounding magnetic field dimmed. A Yuhuang general? Humanity is a race characterized by generally weak individual strength. Individuals of such caliber should be exceedingly rare. It should be relatively straightforward to identify them. Even if they concealed their strength, they could not evade our scrutiny. Why is there still no outcome? The chief queried, displeased. Humanity initially dispatched only 2 individuals of Yuhuang General Level .1 was killed by Dimeng, while the other is currently recuperating on Muyu Star. Our covert observations have confirmed that the artifact is not in his possession. Dimeng had already left a mental imprint on it, which cannot be concealed from us. However, we have not discovered a 3rd Yuhuang general on Muyu Star. Thus, the trail has gone cold. Could it be that they have already departed? Absolutely not. We have been secretly monitoring the ships entering and exiting Muyu Star for days and have found no suspicious activity. Moreover, the artifact's fluctuations cannot be hidden. After a lengthy discourse, it ultimately boiled down to an inability to provide any useful solutions. Merely empty words. The chief could no longer contain his anger. The light emanating from his body transformed into a blinding crimson. A terrifying pressure enveloped the modest space. The elders stood in stunned silence, maintaining a respectful demeanor. What shall we do now? Should we simply relinquish our pursuit? After a long while, the chief finally calmed his rage and asked coldly. Of course we cannot. This object holds immense significance for our tribe. No exaggeration can overstate its importance. There is absolutely no reason to abandon it. The opinions of the elders on this matter were remarkably unanimous. I propose a comprehensive surveillance of the Twilight Cloud Star, while simultaneously dispatching our kin to investigate discreetly. Furthermore, we might offer rewards through certain covert channels for any valuable information provided, whether from humans or other beings, which will be generously compensated, one elder remarked. Chapter 54. Perfect genes. I believe it is unwise to focus solely on humans. The movements of the abyssal batflower must not be overlooked. After all, the ancient Forbidden Zone lies within their territory, where they have conducted research for millennia. Unexpected developments may very well arise. Elder Moroka cautioned that in truth, I feel that addressing the human issue requires leveraging internal human forces, which would be more suitable and effective. The clan leader interjected. Humans are inherently selfish. Many individuals are willing to harm their own kind for personal gain. as long as they can obtain sufficient benefits. They are capable of anything. This situation has arisen due to humans, and thus, they should be utilized to resolve it. Engaging high-ranking individuals among them to investigate the whereabouts of the artifact will yield far better results than if we were to act ourselves. The previous governor of Twilight Cloudstar opened the doors to our activities there after accepting gifts from our clan's merchants. This indicates that with adequate incentives, it is quite easy to persuade certain individuals to work for us. Dispatch secret envoys to visit influential humans on Twilight Cloudstar. As long as they are willing to assist, their rewards will be assured. The clan leader commanded, and the elders echoed their agreement. Beginning to prepare, in the depths of the sea, the dwelling of the Batflower clan. Clan leader, this is the situation. The operation has failed. Elder Beiji lamented. As a gem-like flower spoke sorrowfully, we had anticipated such an outcome even before dispatching the task force. Had we not? Elder Gofflov scoffed, noting the formidable strength exhibited by both humans and the Zhan Ying clan, while we. Elder Gofflov, you must not say such things. Our esteemed Batflower clan is no longer what it once was. Since the ascension of the previous clan leader, much of our strength has been expended in the ancient Forbidden Zone. Subsequently, turmoil ensued, and our already limited elite forces suffered catastrophic losses, leaving us with few formidable warriors. An elder awkwardly defended. The past is behind us. There is no need for futile arguments, the clan leader stated. The most pressing question now is whether that artifact has already fallen into the hands of the Zhan Ying clan. It seems unlikely. If they had acquired it, they would surely approach us to discuss the next steps. One elder immediately refuted. Perhaps they intend to act independently? Is that feasible? The ancient Forbidden Zone is not easily dealt with. Even with their innate capabilities, they cannot easily seize it. Moreover, our warriors stationed there have detected no anomalies in the zone. In other words, even if they have obtained the artifact, they can only collaborate with us. Correct? The clan leader inquired. Indeed, that is the case. Not only them, even humans or other factions, whoever acquires the artifact must pass through our hands if they wish to take action. In light of this, what should we do now? We need do nothing but wait. We need not concern ourselves with the artifact's whereabouts, for they are far more anxious than we are. They will strive to investigate. We need only safeguard the ancient Forbidden Zone and await their arrival. Gofflov declared, "Ha ha, splendid." The clan leader chuckled with satisfaction. Outside the opulent Ocean Heart Hotel, throngs of tourists bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. By the musical fountain in the square, Yang Feng, cigarette in mouth, cast a cold gaze toward the distant entrance. "Are you certain he is inside?" Yang Feng inquired of a nearby guard. "Yes, just half an hour ago. He entered with a woman for dinner. Absolutely no mistake." The man replied with certainty. "Excellent. Let us wait. Once they emerge, we shall take action." Yang Feng said menacingly. "Yes, young master." His subordinates responded in unison. Ever since being soundly beaten by Yun Haoyu, this fellow has harbored resentment and has secluded himself at home in training after nursing his injuries. Recently, he finally broke through to the second tier and has been eager to reclaim his honor. To ensure success, he even spent a fortune hiring 6 extraordinary individuals to assist him, that I will make sure to incapacitate him today. That filthy scoundrel. He thought through gritted teeth that in a luxurious private room. Xiao Muhuan delicately set down her cutlery and elegantly dabbed her mouth with a pristine napkin. Yun Haoyu sat across from her, silently observing. The beauty before him was impeccable in appearance, demeanor, and cultivation, truly the ideal partner for many men, including himself. For many days now, they had spent time together. She had diligently guided him in his cultivation, fulfilling her role as a mentor, yet had not demanded anything in return. To say he was ungrateful would be a lie. The abyssal battleship set sail every 3 days, and during idle times, they would train at the Ability Association's training grounds and dine here. In the evenings, he had grown fond of this lifestyle. However, during their leisure moments, this enchanting woman often teased him, leaving him quite flustered. "Are you not tired of staring at me?" Xiao Muhuan remarked, noticing his dazed gaze. "Indeed, a lifetime would not suffice," he replied casually. Having thickened his skin after days of honing under her tutelage, Xiao Muhuan's eyes sparkled. "Really? Are you admitting that you like your sister?" "Yes," he hesitated but ultimately gave a definitive answer. Joy unmasked itself in Xiao Muhuan's eyes. "If that is the case, then tonight, let us return together." Though her tone suggested a discussion, her delicate hand had already reached beneath the table, grasping him tightly. Damn, it seems there is no turning back now. He inwardly lamented. Yet, having spoken, it would be unwise to retract his words. He would despise himself for such cowardice. About that, it's not the right time yet, he stammered. Why? Were your previous words mere deceit? She appeared slightly angered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. No, it's not like that. Yun how you flustered, desperately trying to amend his words. My cultivation is still insufficient. I need further training. This flimsy excuse was one he could hardly believe himself. Xiao Muhuan coldly released her grip, turning away to gaze out the window in silence. Seeing her demeanor, he felt an inexplicable surge of compassion. She was no longer the assertive high-tier extraordinary being, but merely a girl wounded in her affections. He approached and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, but she sulked and turned her head away. I did not intend to deceive you. It's simply, I am genuinely unprepared to accept these feelings. He cautiously explained, gazing at her face. Please give me a little time. Okay, he said anxiously. How long? After a moment of uncomfortable silence, her lips coldly uttered two words. Not long, he silently exhaled. As long as she was willing to relent, it would suffice. Once he solidified his current foundation and advanced to the fourth tier, all would be well. That yet another deception. Absolutely not. I swear. Seeing his earnestness, Xiao Muhuan felt both exasperated and amused. This big boy had an abysmal emotional intelligence. While he might fool others, his excuses were juvenile, a veritable insult to one's intelligence. Very well. This is what you have promised. Xiao Muhuan's expression finally brightened. There is still time. Let us take a stroll. She linked her arm with Yun Haoyu's. Certainly. I shall defer to your arrangements. He acquiesced willingly. The scoundrel has emerged. Everyone prepare to act. Yang Feng commanded his men from a distance. That woman is truly a sight to behold. One underling drooled. Indeed, that fellow is quite fortunate. Yang Feng grinned wickedly, contemplating that perhaps after they dealt with their business, they could indulge in some entertainment. Let us shatter that scoundrel's bones. As long as he does not perish on the spot, it matters not. As for that woman, Wang Hu, you two go over, subdue her, and drag her into the getaway vehicle. Once we're done, we shall attend to her. All right, let us get to work. Everyone be swift and nimble. As Xiao Muhuan and Yun Haoyu strolled and chatted, she suddenly halted, her beautiful brows subtly furrowing. What's wrong? Yun Haoyu inquired. But he quickly understood. A faint aura of murderous intent permeated the air as four figures encircled them from behind. Two of them swung sticks, aiming viciously at his head. The metallic rods sliced through the air, producing a piercing crack as the dark red surfaces indicated the high temperatures generated by friction. Yun Haoyu swiftly dodged the left strike, while simultaneously launching his hand toward the assailant's wrist. The opponent reacted swiftly, altering his attack from a downward smash to a sweeping blow aimed at his waist. With a subtle shift of energy beneath his feet, he deftly maneuvered out of his opponent's attack range, simultaneously avoiding the ambush of two others. Yun Haoyu, today is your day, a voice filled with malice echoed his ears. It was Yang Feng. Chapter 55, Space. Oh, it was him. A realization struck Yun Haoyu. Yet his hands did not falter. After dodging several more attacks, he seized an opportunity, grasping one man's shoulder and twisting fiercely. A sharp crack resounded as the man's scapula shattered, before he could utter a cry. Yun Haoyu swiftly pulled him in front of himself, using him as a shield against the two incoming clubs. The two attackers were taken aback, but their momentum left them no time to halt. Both were first-tier ability users, and their full four strikes were incredibly brutal. A sickening sound echoed as the frail body was struck by the iron rods, collapsing like a ruptured sack of flesh. The unfortunate man fell silent, unconscious, as blood gushed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, quickly forming a crimson pool beneath him. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Yun Haoyu continued his assault. He circled behind one of the ability users and delivered a heavy palm strike to his neck, knocking him out. At the same time, he extended his arm to seize the club from the man's grasp. With a weapon in hand, he felt an immediate surge of relief. He raised his hand to deflect the attacks of the two ability users, flicking his wrist to deliver a brutal strike to one man's knee. The crack of shattering bone resounded again as that individual lost all fighting capability, clutching his injured leg and screaming in agony. He abruptly halted, spinning around. The club in his hand traced an arc, intercepting Yang Feng's strike. Then, with a swift twist of his wrist, he brought the club crashing down onto Yang Feng's forehead. Yang Feng narrowly evaded, sweeping his club towards Yun Haoyu's lower body. Yun Haoyu retreated 2 steps, rolling to dodge an attack from behind. He then sprang back to his feet, aiming a formidable blow at the attacker's lower back. The chilling sound of bone fracturing echoed alongside the victim's desperate screams, reverberating throughout the square. Wang Hu was filled with regret, exclaiming internally, "I should never have taken this job." Initially, he and another ability user planned to subdue the beautiful woman, thinking it would be an easy task, perhaps even a chance for some enjoyment beforehand. Little did they know that the seemingly delicate beauty could effortlessly snatch the club from his grasp and twist it like a pretzel with just 2 fingers. This was high-strength alloy comparable to that of a hovering battle vehicle's armor. With such meager skills, did they dare to play the role of oppressors? Xiao Muhuan watched him with a smile that seemed both mocking and amused. Yang Feng could scarcely have imagined that today would unfold this way. Although he had suffered a setback previously, he firmly believed it was due to his own carelessness. The opponent had only gained the upper hand through a surprise attack. Thus, he had diligently trained at home, spending a fortune on credits, and had finally advanced to the 2nd tier just days ago. He had even hired 6 ability users from his boss, all of whom were only 1st or 2nd tier. Yet he thought they would be more than sufficient to deal with Yun Haoyu, who had merely stumbled into becoming an ability user. He was confident that if he found the right opportunity, he could utterly incapacitate him. His calculations were sound, but he was unaware that Yun Haoyu had already advanced to the 3rd tier and had a remarkably powerful beauty guarding him. He had kicked a solid wall. How could it turn out this way? While fending off Yun Haoyu's onslaught, he anxiously pondered counter-strategies. When had this fellow leveled up? Faster than me. How could that be? Where did he find so much money to train? Lost in such thoughts, his movements naturally slowed. Coupled with his inherent inferiority in skill, in a moment of distraction, the alloy club struck heavily against his wrist. The club flew from his grasp, amidst agonizing screams. His forearm was shattered, but Yun Haoyu had no intention of letting him off so easily. He rapidly swung the iron rod, the sound of cracking bones ringing out incessantly. Within mere breaths, the man was left limbless. Slumped on the ground like a ruptured sack of flesh, bright red blood gushing forth from his mangled body, forming rivulets on the granite floor. "All right, my young Master Yang." Yun Haoyu finally ceased his assault. Crouching beside him with a smile, "So, how does this warm-up feel? For an old classmate, I am exceedingly hospitable." Yang Feng glared at him with resentment, attempting to speak, but blood spewed forth as he opened his mouth. Gasping desperately, he managed to say, You wait for me." Yet his voice was weak, and given his current state, he appeared utterly comical. With a resounding crack, a heavy blow struck his face, deforming his bloodied visage. Several more strikes followed. His nasal bone shattered, teeth scattered, and even his jaw was dislocated, flying far away. "Did you forget what I told you last time?" Yun Haoyu said coldly, "Don't think of threatening me. If you provoke me, I'll teach you a lesson. And your old man too. Unconvinced? Go home and practice well before you come back. I await your return." With one final blow, he rendered Yang Feng completely unconscious. Yun Haoyu then stood and walked towards Xiao Muhuan. "Indeed, it seems my recent training has borne fruit. It was not in vain for my sister's efforts," Xiao Muhuan said with a bright smile. "What shall we do with these 2? Yun Haoyu inquired. "I fear it would dirty my hands." "You handle it. Just give them a good beating." "All right." The club shadow danced, and, after a series of piercing screams, 7 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, breathless and bloodied. The police finally arrived. It seems official organizations always respond only after the dust has settled. With a dismissive smile, Yun Haoyu presented his identification card to the leading officer. "Ability users?" The officer's expression faltered, his tone turning respectful. Once he realized that all present were officially registered ability users from the Ability Users Association, he promptly stated, "Apologies, but this matter exceeds our jurisdiction. Let them handle it." The them referred to the Ability User Supervision Bureau under the Imperial Security Department, which generally takes over cases involving ability users. Thus the 2, along with the 7 incapacitated individuals, were sent to the nearby office of the Supervision Bureau. After routine questioning and documentation, it became clear that the fault lay entirely with the other party. The 2 were immediately released. Ability users hold a significantly high status in the Empire. Even if they truly commit an offense, as long as the nature is not excessively severe, they typically face no consequences, often just a fine. However, ordinary individuals do not enjoy such leniency. Being confined is considered light. They might even be exiled to a mining planet for hard labor reform. The legal inequalities were starkly evident here. On the helipad before the governor's office, a butterfly-shaped spacecraft, 100 meters in diameter and entirely crimson, descended slowly. The hatch opened, and a group of impeccably dressed, arrogant officials disembarked from the ramp. Yuan Jinggao, along with various heads of departments from Mightiest, stood by to welcome them. Lord Eridanus, thank you for your hard work. Yuan Jinggao said warmly, I didn't expect you to come this time. My apologies for the lack of hospitality. How is the Prime Minister? Unfortunately, his warm greeting met with indifference. The official named Eridanus snorted disdainfully, coldly responding, Oh, it's all well. Very well indeed. Saying this, he ignored the governor's outstretched hand and walked past him, leaving him standing there. Yuan Jinggao's heart sank. He sensed that matters were not looking good. However, he was somewhat perplexed, as Eridanus was a close confidant of the Prime Minister, belonging to the same faction as himself. He had expected a more amiable interaction, only to be met with such a snub. Governor, what shall we do now? His anxious subordinates gathered around, seeking guidance. What do you mean, what shall we do? You ask me, and I ask who? Yuan Jinggao replied tersely, We've done all we could regarding the capital. According to the Prime Minister's secretary, we shouldn't face too much trouble this time. But judging by this situation, it seems things have taken a turn. One official remarked in confusion. Could it be that the Prime Minister's old rivals are up to something? Another speculated. Enough, it's come to this. Overthinking is futile. Let us see how Lord Eridanus decides to proceed. Yuan Jinggao concluded the discussion. Tonight's welcoming banquet. Everyone must be on high alert. Double-check everything prepared. We cannot afford any blunders amidst the crowd. The general who had appeared on Satellite 3 approached the spacecraft, where a colonel descended the ramp. They exchanged a few hushed words, and the colonel handed him a palm-sized seal box before returning to the ship. Gazing at the box in his hand, the general shook his head slightly, muttering, Your Highness, you really have assigned me a challenging task. With such a small team, it's utterly insufficient. Song Jingfeng is still lying in the hospital, pretending to be ill. What do you expect me to do? Sir, here is all the information on the villas for sale on this planet. You may choose at your leisure. The charming manager at Mightiest's largest residential trading center presented the data on her light brain, addressing Yun Haoyu with deference. Very well. I'll take my time to look. Yun Haoyu began to peruse the information as the manager stood by, explaining. This is an ecological seaside villa. The area spans 4,500 square meters. Exquisitely decorated and equipped with a secondary automatic security defense system. This is a therapeutic villa adjacent to the only pristine forest on the planet Muyun, covering 5,000 square meters, featuring a self-sustaining ecological system and 30 armed security robots. There is also a luxurious palace-style villa located in a geosynchronous orbit, measuring 5,000 square meters, boasting ultra-luxurious decor and a battleship-grade energy system that allows for orbital adjustments at will. Additionally, there is an enclosed, sightseeing villa situated 300 meters below the sea, encompassing 6,000 square meters, with a first-class security defense system and a self-sufficient mini ecosystem, complemented by 40 bioengineered maidens. Chapter 56. The General. There exists a floating villa in the stratosphere, spanning 7,000 square meters, furnished with ultra-luxurious decor, featuring 100 bioengineered maids, and capable of orbiting the planet once a week, allowing residents to relish the diverse sceneries across the globe. After a cursory glance, it was evident that there was no shortage of remarkable properties. He felt overwhelmed by the selection available, of course. If none of these villas suit your preferences, we can construct one tailored specifically for you. Every design will align with your tastes, whether on land, in the ocean, in geosynchronous orbit, or even on an uninhabited planet. We can accommodate your desires. What? None of these appeal to you. Are you seeking adventure in the deep sea? No problem. We can also cater to your needs with abyssal-based villas designed to withstand extreme environments. Everything is constructed according to military standards, capable of defending against any formidable threat. Stop. Yun Haoyu interjected, raising his hand to interrupt the manager's lengthy exposition that I merely desire a tranquil place for cultivation, without excessive demands. Naturally, the villa must guarantee comfort, feature an independent energy supply center, possess a spacecraft landing area, and cover no less than 5,000 square meters, though he claimed to have few requirements. He realized that the manager's records had accumulated nearly 20 entries by the time he finished speaking. The manager inputted his specifications into her device and soon produced a list of over a dozen suitable options. After further selection, he finally settled on a property that IT was not far from the city, with a ground area of 7,000 square meters and an underground area of 1,500 square meters. The villa was luxuriously adorned, equipped with independent ecological and energy systems, a first-class security defense system, and included 100 elite bioengineered maids and 60 armed defender robots. Moreover, the interior boasted an array of top-tier furnishings. Ready for immediate occupation. All right, this is the one, Yun Haoyu decisively declared. The total is 9,995 source crystals. Will you be paying by credit card or... The manager inquired, her face slightly flushed with excitement at the prospect of closing such a significant deal. Knowing her commission would be substantial, Yun Haoyu produced his credit card and transferred the funds to the transaction center's account. Excellent. This is the physical contract, along with the property deed. The electronic agreement will be sent to your device shortly. From now on, this villa and the surrounding 5 hectares of forest and lake will be your private property. This contract is valid indefinitely. The manager exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as a lawyer stood witness. Once everything was finalized, the manager, somewhat reluctant to part with him, added, Sir, I can provide detailed explanations regarding some important matters to consider after your move in, as well as certain operational details about the villa's automated systems. May I have the opportunity to dine with you? Observing the girl's hopeful expression, Yun Haoyu smiled gently and replied, There's no need. If any issues arise, I will reach out to you. Well, then, all right. Here is my business card. You can contact me anytime for assistance. The manager said, a hint of disappointment evident in her voice. Being able to purchase such an expensive property outright was a feat few individuals possessed. Especially at such a young age, she had already concluded that Yun Haoyu must hail from a prestigious family. Encountering a young man of exceptional wealth, appearance, and capability, it was only natural for a girl to harbor certain thoughts. 3 days later, in a spacious and well-lit study, the ancient and ornate rosewood bookshelves were lined with a plethora of exquisitely bound antique books. These were imported from Earth, naturally commanding staggering prices. In the age of interstellar travel, a single blade of grass from Earth could fetch a fortune after traveling hundreds of thousands of light years. This was a well-known adage from the great tycoon of the human world, Constantine, and indeed, it proved to be true. Any product originating from Earth, once transported to the border planet of Muyun, would see its price multiply by hundreds, if not more, and still might not be procurable. Yun Haoyu sat at his desk, casually flipping through the pages. Master, the renovations in the basement have been completed. Do you have any further instructions? A soft voice chimed from behind him. Turning around, he saw a youthful maiden entering the study. Exuding a captivating beauty, her skin as fair as the finest jade. The well-tailored red uniform accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. If not for the nameplate on her chest, one would hardly suspect her to be a bioengineered individual. With a gentle beckoning, the bioengineered beauty gracefully approached and obediently settled upon his lap, emanating a subtle fragrance. The term bioengineered individual refers to beings whose physical forms are indistinguishable from ordinary humans. They possess flesh and blood. However, their brains are controlled by advanced neural chips. In this technologically advanced era, all household chores can be managed by robots, yet not everyone prefers to live amidst cold metallic creations. Hence, bioengineered individuals came into existence. As technology evolved, the perfection of bioengineered individuals improved. The highest quality products are crafted according to the optimized human gene standards, enabling them to manage household tasks while also fulfilling their owners' physiological desires. Advanced neural processors are capable of comprehensive home management. That IT has become increasingly common among the middle class to acquire a bioengineered made to serve as both housekeeper and companion after purchasing a home. Some individuals, having suffered emotional trauma, lose faith in human partners and turn to bioengineered companions for solace. After all, the appearance and personality of bioengineered individuals can be customized to meet the desires of their owners, embodying all the desired traits without the shortcomings of real partners. At the very least, a bioengineered beauty will not incessantly demand her owner by her various outfits or expensive jewelry, nor will she betray him. If the owner becomes dissatisfied, a replacement can be procured at any time, provided he is willing to pay. Thus, many individuals prefer the company of bioengineered beings for life rather than marrying a real person. Within 30 seconds, the roads outside the villa were sealed off with alloy barriers, and the antique style, intricately designed iron gates automatically closed, reinforced with 30 centimeters of non-magnetic ceramic alloy armor. The buried force field generators were activated, enveloping the area within a radius of several hundred meters in a transparent energy shield. All detection devices were engaged, and various automated weapon systems were fully charged, with combat robots positioned at strategic points. After a thorough inspection revealed no irregularities, Yun Haoyu stood and made his way to the basement, in the underground training chamber. The entire floor, covering several hundred square meters, was laid with 10 centimeters of dark ink-like crystal tiles, a material found only in regions rich in dark matter. The ceiling was studded with hundreds of luminous crystals, both of which could purify stray cosmic energy, particularly starlight energy, immensely benefiting his forthcoming cultivation. The training chamber was surrounded by a 1-meter-thick titanium alloy, capable of withstanding any light cannon fire up to 200 millimeters in caliber. For this training chamber, Yun Haoyu had expended over 10,000 source crystals. However, every expense was justified. With this space, he could rapidly enhance his strength without disturbance. Upon his command, the alloy door locked from the inside, while 10 armed robots steadfastly blocked the entrance, unless he chose otherwise. No one could breach this sanctuary unscathed. The interior of the training chamber was stark, save for a solitary purple meditation cushion at its center, woven from the dream grass, known for its calming properties, detoxification capabilities, and energy absorption acceleration. Sitting on the cushion, he raised his hand gently, and the ascended star cup materialized from within him. It gracefully circled before him, dropping several blocks of source crystal onto the ground before vanishing once more. All right, Ruolan, here are 200,000 source crystals. Can we proceed with the cleansing of my marrow now? He inquired. Excellent. From this moment forward, your body is under my control. I will manage the ensuing matters while you observe. Ruolan readily agreed. Golden light filled the entire space as the source crystals were lifted by an invisible force, vibrating imperceptibly before dimming and transforming into ordinary stones upon contact with the ground. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he soon fell into unconsciousness. In a daze, his consciousness was drawn deep into his mind's sea, where chaotic expanse lay. There, the golden figure remained suspended in silence. Perhaps due to recently absorbing significant energy, the figure appeared much clearer than before. Faintly, he discerned the silhouette of a woman clad in white robes, exuding a subtle air of authority. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not discern the features of her face. Chapter 57. The auction enough. There's no need to keep looking. With your current cultivation level, it is impossible to achieve your desires, a voice tinged with jest echoed. Fortunately, he existed only in a spiritual form at present. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly feel a flush of embarrassment. In her hands, Ruolan cradled a violet sphere of light, from which countless minuscule rays emanated. Each ray bore varying quantities of purple luminescent dots. Their energy, while not overwhelmingly potent, was exceptionally pure. These densely packed filaments traversed the sea of consciousness, spreading throughout every organ, every inch of skin, and every single cell. Countless purple specks fused into the cells, commencing a transformation governed by rules incomprehensible to outsiders. Is this what you refer to as the washing of marrow through the Book of Changes? He inquired. It is somewhat akin to that. She replied, the laws of this world differ from those of my own time and space, so I made certain adjustments. The efficacy is slightly diminished, yet still sufficient. Can this method be employed multiple times? He asked once more. No, it can only be used once. After that, it will yield no further results. Ruolan glanced at him. So, after this transformation, I will be able to cultivate that technique, correct? Indeed, that technique was specifically crafted for you. With perseverance, your strength will increase rapidly, Ruolan affirmed. As the luminescent dots completely merged with the cells, faint wisps of black mist gradually evaporated from the depths of the cells. These countless strands coalesced and exited the body through the pores, forming a layer of dark mist upon the skin. 24 hours later, Yun Haoyu opened his eyes. The transformed body radiated astonishing vitality, exhibiting a significantly enhanced affinity for energy. Every cell, every inch of skin, and every organ brimmed with immense life force. His entire being was enveloped in a layer of crinkly black-violet dead skin, which, when gently brushed away, revealed an exquisitely smooth, pristine layer akin to that of an infant. Raising his hand slightly, he summoned the energy within, directing it with ease as he unleashed a powerful punch against the nearby wall. A resounding thud echoed in his ears, causing the entire training room to tremble slightly. Indeed, it seems I have reached the 4th tier, he mused with satisfaction. Well, the hidden dangers have been resolved, and you may now elevate your powers with peace of mind. Furthermore, your aptitude has far surpassed the so-called 4th-level gene optimization. Reaching a certain pinnacle of humanity, to say nothing of longevity, which could extend beyond a millennium, Ruolin's voice resonated in his mind. Originally, I could have further optimized your appearance, but upon reflection, it is perhaps best to refrain. After all, a man cannot rely solely on his looks for sustenance. Your current appearance is already commendable. Of course, the benefits extend far beyond this, and you will gradually come to appreciate them. Now, attempt that technique and observe its effects. Ruolin commanded. Certainly, he replied, taking a moment to attune himself before settling into a meditative posture of 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, cautiously beginning his practice. The 9 Heaven Star River technique is one of the advanced cultivation methods from that world, drawing upon the power of the celestial bodies to refine oneself. When cultivated to its zenith, it can move mountains and fill seas, effortlessly extinguishing stars. Ruolin modified it to align with the laws of heaven in this time and space. Such an adaptation, while inherently less potent than the original, remains a unique treasure of cultivation in this realm. Even a whisper of its existence could incite fierce competition among formidable beings. The power of the stars is a form of cosmic energy, and compared to the indiscriminate absorption of various energies in previous cultivation methods, honing in on a singular energy is decidedly more refined. In truth, after reaching the 4th tier, those with extraordinary abilities typically select one or a few energies for further cultivation. This requires specialized instruments to detect which type of energy their bodies resonate with most, thereby determining their future cultivation path. This efficient method of absorbing specific energy attributes is a closely guarded secret among the major factions of humanity. Unless one belongs to their ranks, access to such a shortcut for power enhancement is impossible. Outsiders wishing to elevate themselves must align with these factions, serving them until they accrue enough merit for a desired reward. As the technique activated, faint wisps of stellar energy were drawn into his body, slowly circulating through his meridians before entering his sea of consciousness. Under the control of specific incantations, this trace of stellar energy coalesced into a minuscule, nearly imperceptible star core. Future cultivation would follow a similar process, absorbing stellar energy into the body, refining it through the meridians, and returning it to the sea of consciousness as the refined stellar energy accumulated. The star core would grow increasingly solid. Upon reaching a certain threshold, it could be placed within the body's acupoints to nourish and strengthen the physical form, allowing for energy extraction during combat. This cycle would continue until he refined a total of 365 star cores, filling each acupoint throughout his body, thus achieving the first realm of this technique. As for what level he could attain after reaching this foundational mastery, according to the standards of extraordinary abilities, even Ruolin could not provide a definitive answer. As he was the first to cultivate this technique, the effects remained uncertainty. Put it plainly, he was now a test subject. However, he believed Ruolin would not lead him astray. There was no doubt that this technique would benefit him, with only the extent of those benefits left to be determined. 3 days later, in the underground training chamber, the heavy alloy door creaked open, revealing a beaming Yun Haoyu emerging from within. Master, the steward Zhan Ying had been waiting outside. Well, the alert has been lifted. You may return to your usual state, he instructed. Also, I wish to take a bath and then dine. Please prepare accordingly. Yes, as you wish, Zhan Ying replied respectfully. The spacious bathroom, while not overly adorned, exuded an air of elegance and luxury. The hexagonal bath was constructed from shimmering dill crystal, with a crystal mermaid statue at its center, delicately holding a large lotus flower. Clear water flowed from the translucent petals, gradually filling the bath. The water, sourced from the icy Shihai rock springs thousands of kilometers away, had been infused with numerous precious herbs, releasing a subtle and elegant fragrance that significantly alleviated fatigue and restored vitality. 2 Ethereal, Biochemically enhanced maidens assisted him in shedding his garments before joining him in the bath to provide a soothing massage. Immersed in the warm water, relishing the touch of their gentle hands, he felt an indescribable comfort wash over him, banishing the weariness of the past few days. The fourth tier represents a pivotal juncture in the cultivation of extraordinary abilities. Most practitioners find themselves stalled at this threshold for many years. The reasons are manifold: insufficient resources, lack of rigorous training, and the absence of suitable cultivation methods, among others. Yet, the most significant factor lies within oneself. The stability of one's genes is crucial to the success of extraordinary practitioners. As one ascends in rank, genetic stability diminishes, increasing the likelihood of collapse. Many practitioners stagnate not due to external factors, but because their genes falter. When one's own genetic makeup impedes progress, no amount of resources, top-tier techniques, or years of relentless training can propel one forward. Of course, one may still attempt to ascend, but the consequence is genetic collapse. This could lead to various ailments, rendering one incapacitated or worse, result in death, rendering years of arduous effort meaningless. For millennia, research institutions across powerful nations have grappled with this dilemma, as countless brilliant biochemists and extraordinary practitioners have devoted their lives to finding a viable solution. Yet none have succeeded to this day. Within human society, the number of individuals capable of awakening extraordinary abilities is exceedingly rare, and even fewer can cultivate under the right conditions. Those who reach the fourth tier represent a minuscule fraction, while those whose genes remain stable enough for further ascension after breaking through the fourth tier are truly exceptional. Major factions offer incredibly generous terms to recruit such talents, given Yun Haoyu's current standing. Regardless of which prominent company, family, or powerful department of the empire he approached, as long as he provided his genetic information, he would be treated as a distinguished guest, receiving generous benefits and focused training. However, this does not imply that the fourth tier is overwhelmingly powerful. Rather, it is his development potential that makes others willing to invest substantial resources in him. For a young individual with extraordinarily stable genes and even the potential to ascend to the saintly tier, even the royal family would be hard-pressed to overlook such a prodigy. Rulin, how long will it take to fully cultivate that technique? He inquired. That IT depends on whether you become complacent. In any case, from now on, regardless of what you do, you should dedicate at least 4 hours daily to cultivation. Condensing stellar energy. 4 hours? That is quite manageable. I will ensure that my daily practice does not fall below that threshold, he affirmed. Additionally, the washing of marrow through the Book of Changes has consumed a significant portion of my primal energy. Although source crystals will replenish some of it, recovery remains challenging. Therefore, you must find a way to procure more source crystals. Unless you wish for me to fade away completely. Rulin's voice even carried a hint of playful pride. Rest assured, from now on, the harvest from each voyage will prioritize your needs, Yun Haoyu readily promised. His current achievements were entirely thanks to this formidable being. Were it not for her, he might have already become a meal for some ferocious creature, or, after gathering the funds for a second-level gene optimization, he would have settled down, living a mundane life, securing a mediocre job post-graduation, marrying a reasonably suitable partner, and striving for a decade or two to barely enter the ranks of the middle class, only to quietly pass away 2 centuries later. Ultimately, he would have been just an ordinary citizen, indistinguishable from the billions within the empire, leaving no trace in the vast river of time. Yet, Rulin's arrival had irrevocably altered the trajectory of his fate. A door previously unimagined now stands wide open before him. Once humble figures are no longer so. Dreams that were once only gazed upon are now realized one by one. Today, his confidence is unwavering and stronger than ever. Chapter 58. The mother of Kei, Yin Feng, after luxuriating in the bath for a delightful half-hour, he reluctantly rises. Point 2, maids assist him in dressing and guide him toward the dining hall. The long, oak dining table, draped in pristine white linen, is adorned with an array of exquisite mountain delicacies and seafood presented in jade plates, filling the entire surface. Beside it, a dining cart brims with fine wines. 10 stunningly attractive maids dressed in alluring black stockings stand neatly to the side, awaiting his every command. Having been confined in the underground training chamber for 3 days, subsisting solely on concentrated nutrient solutions, he is positively ravenous. He eagerly takes his seat, disregarding any dining etiquette, and digs in with gusto. His gluttonous manner draws muffled laughter from the maids. After devouring everything in a whirlwind, he takes the napkin offered by a maid. Wiping his mouth while inquiring, "Was there anything noteworthy during my absence?" "Indeed, your personal terminal has stored over 100 messages," replied Zhan Ying. "That many? Who sent them? Let me see." As he anticipated, the majority of the messages were from Xiaomuan. Initially, her tone was gentle, but it gradually grew anxious, culminating in nearly half-hour intervals between her messages. The most recent one was sent just 20 minutes ago, stating she had activated her connections across the planet to search for him. She must be worried about his well-being, he thought. Touched by her concern, he sent a call request, and a second later, a familiar three-dimensional projection materialized before him. "Where have you been?" Her melodious voice betrayed her unease. "I bought an apartment and have been secluded for training," he replied, feeling a pang of guilt. "Tell me your location. I'll come immediately." "Okay, I'll wait for you," he replied, somewhat anxiously. Perusing the remaining messages, he noted a few from close friends inviting him to outings. Upon receiving no response, they ceased to pursue him. A few messages were surprisingly from Huamonli. Ever since their last encounter at school, he had deliberately avoided this somewhat impulsive girl, even skipping public classes to evade her persistence. Yet, it seemed she was not ready to give up. The final message was from Zhong Mingrue, summarizing the situation in the imperial capital. The siblings had found an elite school to attend, but their parents' injuries remained grave. This news weighed heavily on his heart. Perhaps he should take the time to visit. If his parents did not pull through, the responsibility of their family would fall upon him. With a soft sigh, he exited the dining hall and strolled through the back garden. Outside, the sky was clear and blue, the sun radiating warmth and light. Though it was winter on the planet, the temperature remained pleasantly mild. A translucent blade of light materialized before him, and as he channeled his mental energy into it, the blade gradually solidified, ultimately forming a shimmering silver sword. With a slight mental nudge, the sword shot forth, gliding gracefully through the air and slicing through a nearby tree, severing it silently in two, the crown crashing down. Excellent. With a mental strength index of 6,000, he now possessed considerable offensive capability. No longer limited to moving only lighter objects, with a wave of his hand, the sword dissipated into a shower of light. A surge of formidable mental energy enveloped him in a silver shield, nullifying gravity, allowing him to ascend gently into the sky. Moments later, he was 100 meters above the ground. Hovering in midair, he felt the exhilaration of soaring through the heavens, a dream of humanity for millennia. Though earlier generations had achieved such flight through machinery, it was only with the advent of genetic optimization technology and the emergence of superhumans that this became a reality through one's own capabilities. This was his first experience of levitation since his promotion. He shaped the shield into a streamlined light shuttle, concentrating his mental energy beneath his feet, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick, launching his entire body like an arrow. In an instant, he covered hundreds of meters. After several adjustments, he finally found his rhythm. The light shuttle sliced through the air, racing according to his will. The powerful winds howled past his ears as mountains and rivers swiftly receded below him, filling his heart with indescribable joy. Flying unaided was a feat achievable only by a fourth-tier superhuman. Those below this tier required equipment for such flight. Furthermore, a fourth tier's combat prowess was leagues beyond that of a third tier. Without considering equipment, an experienced fourth tier could easily take down dozens of third-tier opponents. Hence, experts assert that only superhumans above the fourth tier can be considered true superhumans, while those from the first to third tiers are merely reserve members. After 10 minutes of flight, he had already traveled several dozen kilometers. His mental energy began to wane, and fatigue washed over him, prompting him to find a flat area to land and recuperate using the concentration technique from the Nine Heaven Star River method. In the underground training chamber, he had successfully condensed his first star core. With continued practice of the mental techniques, his speed would further increase. The benefits of this technique were already apparent. His mental strength was visibly rising, and following this trajectory, it would surpass 10,000 within months. Moreover, the star power being refined within him continuously expanded his meridians and consciousness, enabling him to accommodate more energy. Over time, his source energy would significantly surpass that of his peers. In the absence of equipment, 7 or 8 superhumans of the same tier would likely not stand a chance against him. With another breakthrough to the 5th tier, the affinity between his body and the cosmic energies would reach new heights, allowing him to traverse the cosmos freely without any equipment, even exceeding the speed of sound. His power would also experience a significant increase. Upon reaching the 6th tier, he would be capable of facing even warships in space. Various factions possess numerous high-level superhuman warriors, and the military has even established a separate branch composed entirely of superhumans above the 3rd tier, playing crucial roles in various combat operations and secret missions. In assessing military strength rankings among major powers, the number of high-tier superhumans is an undeniable factor to consider. If Yin Hao were to join the military now, he would instantly attain the rank of lieutenant. Do not underestimate this rank. The military rank of a superhuman is significantly more valuable than that of an ordinary officer. At the very least, the benefits are dozens of times greater, providing access to superior training resources and extensive privileges. As long as he achieves a certain amount of merit, his promotion would be rapid. Should he reach the 10th tier, he would immediately receive the title of general, complete with hereditary nobility, and his actual benefits might even surpass those of a marshal. If his merits were substantial enough, he could even be granted a resource-rich planet as a hereditary fief. Such powerful individuals need not show excessive deference even to emperors. The entire empire currently has very few individuals with saint-level strength. After a period of recuperation, he felt revitalized, and his mental energy had returned to its peak. Realizing the time, he knew it was time to return. Xiao Muhuan would likely be arriving soon. He soared back into the sky, heading toward the villa. Upon arrival, he spotted a familiar crimson hovercar racing toward him. After a moment's thought, he chose not to descend, opting instead to hover in place, waiting for her to approach. For the past 3 days, Xiao Muhuan had been in a state of distraction. Since meeting that tall boy, her inherently flamboyant nature had shifted from a playful mindset to a desire to guide his training upon discovering his promising talents, even contemplating recruiting him into her organization. However, after spending so much time together, she was unsure when her emotions had begun to change subtly. She recognized that she had developed feelings for the boy. But merely feelings, nothing more. Even with their growing closeness, she never believed he would come to hold significant importance in her life. At least, that was how she had always thought. Yet 3 days prior, she had habitually invited him to train, only to receive no response. Initially, she assumed he was preoccupied and did not think much of it. However, after several failed attempts to reach him, panic began to set in. 1 hour, 1 phone call, still no reply. Why was this happening? She did not know. Having been accustomed to controlling everything since her debut, she now found herself utterly lost. For 3 consecutive days, she had tirelessly tried to contact him, searching his school, former home, and every conceivable place he might go. Still, there was no trace, as if he had vanished in a thin air. The Abyss warship had set sail once more during these 3 days. Yet her friends aboard reported no sightings of him. She even checked the personnel entry and exit records at the spaceport, only to find he had not left Mu Yun's star. In her desperation, she nearly breached organizational protocols, considering using her clandestine connections to investigate his whereabouts. What is happening to me? She asked herself repeatedly. They had only known each other for a mere 2 months. How had he come to occupy such a significant place in her heart? So much so that she now felt hollow, unable to eat or think straight. Just when she was at her wit's end, he finally reappeared. After learning the circumstances, she could hardly contain her eagerness to drive over. Along the way, her mind raced with countless thoughts. What should she do upon seeing him? Such a mindset is exceedingly detrimental to her career. Should the organization become aware of it, she would inevitably face severe repercussions. Moreover, she would not tolerate the presence of anyone who might disturb her state of mind. Suddenly, a piercing glint ignited in her bright eyes. As they neared their destination, a familiar figure stood quietly in the air. What was going on? Had he actually advanced in rank? How could that be possible? The vehicle drew closer, halting a mere 10 meters away. Suspended in midair, Xiao Muhuan hesitated before exiting the car. Chapter 59. The Mining Area. The other party appeared to have been waiting for her for some time, exuding a steady, rounded, and fluid aura, devoid of any hint of stagnation. Clearly, he had not forcibly elevated himself through external means. Such rare aptitude indeed. Did it mean she truly had to? Regardless, she decided to speak with him. With a silent sigh, she opened the car door. After a few days apart, A trace of weariness was evident on the beauty's face, which was unimaginable for a high-level ability user. Could it be that she considered him so significant? Sister, he gently called. Xiao Muhuan gazed at him with a complex expression. After a prolonged silence, she softly asked, I have but one question. From this moment forth, do you wish to be with me? I do. Looking into those expectant eyes, he felt genuinely moved. Xiao Muhuan smiled, and in that fleeting moment, her charm was breathtaking. Alas, you troublesome person, she sighed inwardly. Deep within her consciousness, Ruolan finally exhaled a breath of relief. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario had not materialized. You fool that it was unclear to whom she referred. Within the battleship, Feng Deming was briefing everyone on the situation. This operation differed from previous ones, primarily because the company had recently released new tasks targeting specific prey. Detailed information had already been sent to your light brains, and I shan't elaborate further. As long as we capture one or several of them, the company is willing to offer double the usual reward. Feng Deming announced the battleship would head to the underwater volcanic region of the Surceland Sea, where the average depth is approximately 4,500 meters. Everyone, do your best. Over 60 ability users were set to embark on this voyage, comprising both seasoned veterans and newcomers. However, even the most experienced had ventured out no more than 10 times. Members of the Abyss group generally considered it a completed task if they went out once a month. The excruciatingly high casualty rate deterred many from remaining long. Some either vanished into the deep sea forever or, if fortunate, made enough money after 3 to 5 outings to withdraw. Very few pursued this for the long term. Xiao Muhuan and Yun Haoyu had already been out to sea numerous times without incident, earning quite a reputation within the company. Even at the 6th rank, one could not guarantee absolute safety. And Yun Haoyu was said to be only at the 3rd rank, suggesting that the two possessed some hidden strengths, such as formidable equipment. Of course, these were mere speculations. The truth remained a mystery. As everyone harbored their own secrets, the Abyss battleship ventured out every 3 days, totaling 10 outings a month. Aside from missing one due to closed-door cultivation, Yun Haoyu was present for every single one. Moreover, their harvests were so impressive that even high-ranking ability users would grow envious. Had it not been for Xiao Muhuan's presence, they might have taken covert actions against them as they reached their destination. The battleship began its descent, activating all defensive systems. The ship's surface bore peculiar patterns that shimmered with a dark glow, while an invisible force field repelled the water pressure, allowing the massive vessel to plunge into the depths at a rate of 200 meters per minute. This is the Abyss Slayer suit, a 3-star piece of equipment, specially ordered for you by your sister. How does it feel? Inside the room, Xiao Muhuan assisted him in donning the suit while explaining its features. It's truly impressive. This set must have cost quite a fortune, he remarked, feeling the effects of the new equipment with satisfaction. The Azure suit's design was sleeker and more compact than his previous one, yet its defensive index had increased tenfold. It also boasted several powerful functions, making an exceptional piece of life-saving gear. This was truly a tool for high-level ability users. His former attire could only be deemed ordinary. A few thousand source crystals, it's not that much. Xiao Muhuan replied casually, so much. He was somewhat astonished. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. No. If you do that, you'll be treating your sister as a stranger. Xiao Muhuan firmly declined. Your strength is too weak. In the deep sea, this environment will provide you a chance to hone your skills. I secured this equipment to protect you. At this juncture, must you still be polite with your sister? Don't forget your earlier promise. It's only been 2 hours. Yun Haoyu fell silent. Upon reaching the seabed, the Abyss battleship selected a relatively flat area to come to a gentle stop. The bioluminescent plants from previous outings were absent. Yet other glowing species thrived in abundance. In the distance, one could faintly see underwater mountains, where volcanoes sporadically erupted, with streams of lava flowing from their craters, winding down the mountainside, transforming the surrounding waters into a crimson realm. Naturally, Yun Haoyu was the first to exit the cabin, and no one dared contest him. The captain personally operated the hatch, granting him this privilege due to his remarkable achievements. Xiao Muhuan followed closely behind, perplexed, and asked, Why do you always come out first? Do you truly believe your luck will persist? With you by my side, what do I have to fear? Yun Haoyu evasively replied. Xiao Muhuan shook her head. He was clearly not being truthful. After so many outings without incident, Others might be oblivious, but she, with her keen insight, had already begun to surmise that this big boy was somehow involved. Yet, no matter how vivid her imagination, she could never have fathomed the existence of someone like Rual Lan. Previously, her outings had merely been a way to seek some excitement. Confident in her abilities, she had encountered various troubles before, but had always emerged unscathed. Since meeting Yun Haoyu, her excursions had become significantly easier. As long as he was present, no creatures dared to bother them, not even the fearsome Moro sharks, deep-sea predators of notorious reputation. Consequently, during this period, she had profited handsomely. She refrained from revealing her thoughts and continued. This area is even more perilous than the last. The volcanic region harbors particularly fierce creatures, so do not be careless if something were to happen. Even I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood. What creatures are we targeting this time? I've reviewed the data on the light brain. None appear particularly formidable, so it should be relatively easy, right? Yun Haoyu inquired. While it may sound that way, those prey often coexist with fearsome beasts, making them quite challenging to capture. Xiao Muhuan replied, her expression grave. Let us head over there and investigate. The two discerned their direction and swam toward a nearby volcano. Due to the magma's influence, the water temperature was high, resulting in the growth of many unique organisms not found elsewhere. Clusters of luminous, red kelp-like creatures stretched for hundreds of meters, resembling countless red ribbons. Schools of peculiar fish meandered among these ribbons, hunting for sustenance. The uneven ground was covered with a layer of reddish-brown algae, and several foot-long sea snails floated about. Occasionally, an unidentified monstrous fish would swim past them, only to be ensnared by several transparent tentacles that emerged from a nearby snail shell. These tentacles bore sharp serrations and immense strength, making escape nearly impossible once entangled. A few sea snails effortlessly dispatched the fish, reducing it to mere remnants within a minute. Sated, the sea snails dispersed, awaiting their next suitable prey. Such hellish spectacles unfolded constantly in the depths of the ocean. Rual Lan, can you discern her feelings for me? Yun Haoyu quietly asked, trailing behind Xiao Muhuan, that I cannot answer that with certainty. If you speak of sincerity, there's a hint of it. As for other sentiments, there are some as well. Rual Lan's response was ambiguous. What should I do then? Yun Haoyu clearly found her answer unsatisfactory. What to do? That depends on how you perceive it. I cannot assist you in such matters. He sensed an undertone of amusement in Rual Lan's words. Forget it. If I cannot fathom it now, I shall eventually know the truth. He felt somewhat dejected, even doubting whether the other party had discerned his secrets. But he quickly dismissed the thought, unless Rual Lan chose to reveal it. No one in this universe could uncover her existence. What are you pondering? Xiao Muhuan turned to scrutinize him, her eyes sparkling through the transparent helmet as if peering into his soul. Nothing. Have you located the target? He felt somewhat guilty, diverting the conversation. The beautiful woman shot him an exasperated glance, saying, just ahead, the creature attached to that tree is called the double-tailed fish. Not far from the base of the volcano stood a peculiar plant over 3 meters tall and half a meter wide. Rooted in a large, fiery red stone, its fan-shaped leaves were adorned with worm-like patterns that continuously shifted, twisting and bulging as if alive. Occasionally, a reddish, unidentified liquid would seep from it, only to quickly evaporate into billowing vapor due to the high temperature. The entire plant was shrouded in a cloud of crimson mist, and on its trunk clung several double-tailed monsters, each about a foot long, encased in reddish-brown shells and boasting numerous menacing bone spines. Clearly, that is the elusive double-tailed fish. This is one of the prize catches specifically sought by the company, commanding a steep price of 350 source crystals. However, dealing with this creature is no easy task. Its exoskeleton is extraordinarily hard, and it can manipulate fiery energy for self-defense. Furthermore, it is accompanied by a plant known as the thousand-handed demon Sephora, a perilous entity that poses an even greater challenge. To secure the fish, we must first eliminate that plant. What should we do? Yun Haoyu asked. This is quite troublesome. That thousand-handed demon Sephora is more formidable than the purple blood starfish. Capturing the fish without confronting it is impossible. Xiao Muhuan furrowed her brow as she spoke. Is there really no way at all? Well, not entirely. This area is still within the realm of the lava shark. If one of those colossal creatures shows up, we might not even have the chance to escape. She appeared somewhat troubled. Seems I must reveal my trump card today. but it's of no consequence if he finds out, after weighing her options. She finally resolved to expand her energy shield to its maximum capacity, creating a waterless space with a diameter of several meters. She then produced a black short bow and a few arrows. This item is called Yu Hong, a 4-star extraordinary equipment gifted to me by my teacher. Looking at the bow and arrows in her hands, she spoke with pride. 4-star equipment. You say? I recall there is a lightsaber left to me by my father in the spatial seal, which seems to be of 5-star caliber, he thought as he gazed at the 4 small stars adorning the bow's back. All right, I'm going to make my move. Step back when it attacks me. You deal with those fish and finish them off quickly before coming to assist me. Xiao Muhuan instructed him, but he nodded and swam 30 meters away, adjusting the energy shield to its maximum while watching her anxiously. Seeing him prepared, Xiao Muhuan began to channel her source energy, a layer of azure radiance quickly enveloping her. The halo expanded, forming a luminous sphere with a diameter of 2 meters within the sphere. Thunder rumbled as turbulent energy surged rapidly. Soon, a moon-white halo appeared behind her head, and the restless energy began to stabilize. It seems her power exceeds the 6th tier. Yun Haoyu observed her with some confusion, realizing that this beautiful woman had indeed unveiled her hidden strength, though he wondered if she could manage that tree. Knocking an arrow and drawing the bow, energy surged forth, and a glimmer of cold light began to materialize. As the brilliance intensified, the arrow seemed to come alive, vibrating slightly and emitting a haunting resonant sound. When the buildup of momentum reached its zenith, she aimed at the base of the peculiar tree and released the first arrow. A flash of dark light shot towards the 1,000-handed demon Sephora. However, just as the arrow approached, the plant reacted. It seemed to sense the arrow's extraordinary nature. The tree twisted rapidly, and several palm-sized leaves drooped together, blocking the arrow's path and shielding the trunk. Simultaneously, numerous holes appeared on the trunk, releasing a torrent of red mist that quickly formed a cloud several dozen meters wide, completely obscuring the 1,000-handed demon Sephora from view. The arrow flew swiftly, piercing through the leaves. Although the leaves appeared merely a few millimeters thick, they possessed astonishing resilience. The worm-like patterns on the leaves trembled and rolled as copious amounts of red liquid seeped from their surfaces, rushing toward the arrow, and the leaves curled around it like human hands, tightly ensnaring the arrow. Despite the arrow's immense force, it could only penetrate 5 or 6 leaves before losing its momentum. A burst of clear light erupted within the leaves, exploding with a bang. The leaves that enveloped the arrow were instantly sent flying, and the branches shattered, transmitting the tremendous energy to the nearby trunk. A bizarre and shrill roar resonated on a mental level, leaving Yun Haoyu dizzy and utterly vexed. The overwhelming shockwave tore the red cloud to shreds. As the mist dissipated, a large crater opened up near the roots of the peculiar tree, with many branches and leaves disappearing. Even a significant portion of the stone it was rooted in crumbling away. However, though the tree was heavily wounded, it did not lose its capacity to retaliate. On the contrary, it became utterly enraged. The trunk twisted again in an eerie manner, causing the stone to tremble. The surface of the stone erupted with fist-sized bubbles, which continuously expanded until they reached the size of a soccer ball before bursting, releasing plumes of black mist. The mist coalesced into numerous tentacles the thickness of fingers that reached toward Xiao Muhuan. It appeared that the stone was either a creature associated with the 1,000-handed demon Sephora, or perhaps even a part of its very being. In the span of mere seconds, the second arrow was already whistling through the air, still aimed at the main body of the 1,000-handed demon Sephora. Unfortunately, the arrow was ensnared midway by the incoming black tentacles, vanishing without a sound before it could even explode. Observing this, Xiao Muhuan realized there was no need to unleash a third arrow. She immediately drew her lightsaber. The tentacles moved with incredible speed, reaching her in an instant, as if they had eyes. Wrapping around her, she took a small step back, wielding the lightsaber with a swift slash, severing one of the tentacles. The severed segment floated in the water, still writhing violently, emitting a chilling, gurgling sound. After a few breaths, it transformed in a black mist, merging back into the group of intact tentacles. More and more tentacles reached out. She exerted all her strength, her lightsaber whirling rapidly, creating a luminous sphere that shielded her form. Yet those tentacles were remarkably tenacious. She had to exert her full power to sever just a few, and soon the entangling tentacles began to envelop her energy shield. Meanwhile, Yin Haoyu saw that the thousand-handed demon Sephora's attention had been diverted and quickly swam toward its main body. His target was the elusive double-tailed fish clinging to the trunk. Having caused such a commotion, the fish were now alert, yet they did not flee. Instead, they circled protectively around the thousand-handed demon Sephora. As he approached, the nearest fish emitted a piercing shriek, opening its mouth wide. A brilliant red light flashing as a flame-like sphere shot toward him at high speed. The sphere was extremely hot, even with the dual protection of the energy shield and diving suit. He could still feel the searing heat approaching. Could it truly be flame? Yet it seemed different. When the sphere collided with the energy shield, it exploded, revealing that it was a highly corrosive liquid. A single drop splashed onto a rock, instantly creating a deep pit. One sphere after another erupted against the energy shield. The shield trembled slightly, its radiance dimming as the defense index began to decline. Thankfully, this was new equipment. Had it been the previous set, he would likely have perished today. Drawing his lightsaber, he aimed at the nearest double-tailed fish and struck down fiercely. With a crack, a faint sword mark appeared on the fish's shell, but it did not break through. How tough its skin is! He exerted more force, continuing to strike at the fish. However, despite his relentless assaults, the hard shell resisted. Only when he finally thrust the sword into its gaping maw did he succeed in dispatching it. Seeing that the fish, having realized their acidic spray was ineffective, began to gnash their teeth at the energy shield. Their vicious teeth scraped against the shield, producing a cringe-inducing sound of friction. The defense index plummeted rapidly, and it seemed the shield could not withstand more than 3 minutes before collapsing. What a bother! There was no choice. Relying solely on his current weapons was inadequate to deal with these armored beasts. So he had to resort to that 5-star equipment. He retrieved the sword hilt from the spatial seal, activated the switch, and blue light poured forth like a cascade. It extended over a meter. It suddenly retracted, condensing into a deep blue blade measuring 7 centimeters wide and 1 meter long under the powerful force field. Aiming at the largest and most aggressive fish, he swung down with the sword, feeling the weight lift from his hands as the blade sliced effortlessly through the target. Dark red blood and innards erupted forth. This equipment truly lives up to its reputation. Without hesitation, he continued to strike, swiftly dispatching all 30-odd double-tailed fish, stowing them in the ecological box. When he finished his task, he discovered that the situation on Xiao Mu Wan's side had become perilous. Countless black tentacles were coiling around the energy shield, resembling a massive black sphere from a distance. Under the command of the main body, the tentacles began to constrict, attempting to crush the shield. It appeared the force was immense, as the shield's range continually diminished, already showing signs of collapse. I wonder how my sister is faring. She should be able to hold on for a while longer, right? He hastily swam toward the peculiar tree, targeting its roots and striking down several times. The thousand-handed demon Sephora thrashed violently, emitting chilling roars that struck at his mind, leaving him dizzy. The trunk twisted rapidly, emitting a torrent of red viscous liquid from its holes, which soon enveloped him in mist. The corrosive nature of the mist was formidable, sizzling against the shield as numerous branches and leaves rushed to entangle him. The shield's glow dimmed at a visible rate. It seemed it would not last much longer. With no retreat available, he could only fight desperately. Gritting his teeth against the tree's mental onslaught, he raised his lightsaber and struck fiercely at its roots. Fortunately, the trunk was not thick, merely about half a meter, with the part near the roots not exceeding a meter in diameter. With the sharpness of the lightsaber, it took only a few strikes before the thousand-handed demon Sephora was severed at the base. Azure black blood gushed forth like a fountain. The bizarre howls grew increasingly mournful, the branches and leaves entwined around him refusing to relent. Although the main body had suffered a fatal injury, the creature's vitality was astonishing, far beyond his expectations. The wound writhed frantically as countless granular tissues rapidly formed, quickly staunching the flow of blood. The large stone beneath it reacted as well, with more bubbles appearing on its surface, releasing tendrils of black mist that coalesced into appendages reaching toward the severed tree, seemingly intent on reclaiming it. Yin Haoyu felt a surge of urgency. If those tendrils succeeded, with the formidable life force of the thousand-handed demon Huai, it could recover swiftly. His efforts would have been in vain. He swung his light sword in a flurry of strikes, and thankfully, the blade was exceedingly sharp, cleaving through both the branches and the black appendages with ease. As soon as he regained his freedom of movement, he directed a powerful kick at the grotesque tree, sending it tumbling several dozen meters away, preventing it from easily re-establishing its position. However, the thousand-handed demon Huai did not surrender. The surface of the stone, within a radius of over 10 meters, erupted like a beehive, countless bubbles surging forth, releasing vast quantities of black mist that formed a thick, ominous cloud above. In mere moments, more tendrils would coalesce, bringing him immense trouble. He channeled all his internal energy into the light sword, which quivered slightly before releasing a 10-meter-long crescent-shaped blade. As it passed, it cleaved the stone in two as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, revealing a grotesque array of strange internal organs and a torrent of dark, viscous liquid that coalesced into serpentine forms. Fleeing in panic. Chapter 61. Coercion. A series of light blades were unleashed, reducing the large stone to rubble. Now, regardless of how tenacious the creature's life force was, it could not possibly regenerate. Suddenly, a blue sun emerged from the crimson seabed. Its azure brilliance illuminated the surroundings, casting a greenish glow over a radius of several hundred meters. The violent energy surged, and the tendrils surrounding it melted away like snow in boiling soup, vanishing completely. Within the blue sun stood an ethereal beauty, her expression solemn, each hand gripping a serpent-like electric eel as thick as a human leg. An overwhelming surge of energy cascaded forth, unleashing torrents of lightning that rained down upon the surrounding area, decimating all that dared to challenge her. After a relentless bombardment, no life could be found within a 100-meter radius. Only then did Xiao Muhuan retract her power. "Are you all right?" Yin Haoyu approached her. "I'm fine. This creature is formidable. It forced me to use all my strength to subdue it," Xiao Muhuan replied with a smile. "Seventh tier? Or eighth?" he inquired, his gaze fixed on her. "I had no intention of keeping it from you." "I am currently at the 7th tier," she admitted candidly. As expected, he thought, realization dawning upon him. "All right, let us clean up the battlefield. Then we shall change locations." Surveying the area, he noted that the place ravaged by lightning was devoid of any living beings. Only the severed demon Huai remained. What a valuable prize! This specimen could fetch at least 10,000 source crystals. She raised her hand to store the severed tree in her spatial belt. In the distance, a lava shark, radiating a crimson glow, was meandering. Its massive 40-meter-long body was adorned with alternating bands of reddish-brown stripes, reminiscent of a zebra. 2 rows of several-meter-long bony fins adorned its back, and as its enormous pectoral fins swayed, they ignited sparks of flame. Even from afar, one could sense its terrifying aura. This was the king of the abyss, the 6th most fearsome creature in the Hangluo's star domain. Even high-tier supernatural beings could not confront it single-handedly. Yet, it was also a moving treasure trove. Not to mention, the oil secreted by its body was a primary ingredient for an essential biochemical repair agent, capable of delaying genetic collapse. Merely this aspect could drive a person to madness. Shark skin was an excellent material for crafting top-tier protective gear, while its blood could greatly enhance the cultivation efficiency of supernatural beings. Its teeth and bones were crucial supplementary materials for energy recovery potions. This infamous and coveted creature had claimed the lives of countless experts since humanity began exploring the Muyu star. 80,000 source crystals. This was the current market value, though regrettably, it was largely a price without a market. Ordinary supernatural beings lacked the strength to provoke it. Only powerful corporations could afford the exorbitant cost of hunting such a devilish entity. Naturally, they were well aware of the risks and merely cast a distant glance before preparing to leave. However, to their surprise, someone had already decided to play with fire. Zhao Zhixiong coldly assessed the nightmarish figure in the distance, mentally preparing himself for a life-or-death struggle. It need not come to this, but at this point, I have no other choice, boss. The liquid funds in the company account are nearly depleted. Boss, there are issues with the raw material supply chain. Our inventory can only sustain production for a week. Several major distributors have jointly announced they will no longer accept our products. Achilles' people have already warned us. If we cannot repay the loan on time, they will take necessary punitive measures against us. Bad news kept pouring in. The company's stock was under attack by unknown forces, plummeting over 50% in just a few days. All of this stemmed from Achilles, his former rival. Due to old grievances, that old adversary had remained fixated on revenge. After cleaning up his act and settling his loyal subordinates, Zhao had hoped to live a quiet life. However, that old devil had no intention of letting him off the hook. Lurking in the shadows like a bloodthirsty serpent, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. Through a series of underhanded tactics, he successfully cornered this business magnate to the edge of a precipice. The rupture of the financial chain left him gasping for breath under the weight of massive loans. Former friends avoided him, as if he were a plague. With no other options, he gathered a few loyal followers and joined the ranks of abyss hunters. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. "Brothers, this is our moment of truth. If we can take down that beast, we still have a chance to turn the tables. If we fail, we might as well not return." It was a fulfillment of their vow from the day they swore brotherhood. To those who have remained steadfast by my side, I have no need for further words. I only hope that in the next life, we will still be good brothers. Don't worry, big brother. Even if something goes awry, we will ensure you make it back. One of his subordinates chimed in. Exactly. We've weathered countless storms before. Surely we can handle this beast. Another added, with the rest of the brothers nodding in agreement. Haha. Indeed. I, Zhao, am not one to yield easily. If we survive today, let us drink to our heart's content. We shall not rest until we are intoxicated. Amidst the infernal depths of the lava sea, 7 figures surged forth with a tragic determination, encircling the abyssal king in the distance. Did they have any hope? Yun Haoyu and Xiao Muhuan stood behind a rocky outcrop. Watching the 7 figures rush toward the lava shark like moths to a flame, 0.27 tiers, for 6 tiers and 1/5 tier. This level of power could barely scratch the creature. Without some hidden trump card, the outcome would be grim. So, to confront it alone, only a holy tier expert could accomplish that, correct? Xiao Muhuan remarked, "That's about the gist of it." Yun Haoyu replied, his gaze fixed on the figures, just as the behemoth sensed the approach of uninvited guests. Zhao Zhixiong raised his hand, producing an octagonal shield measuring 1 foot on each side. The shield appeared to be crafted from a peculiar metal, inscribed with countless strange patterns. He infused it with energy. The patterns glowed with a grayish luminescence, and the shield seemed to come alive, hovering around him. Using the 8-sided shield as a focal point, a radiant barrier quickly formed, enveloping him within. The other 6 also shimmered with light. Donning similar strange gear, a phantom matrix? Xiao Muhuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. That IT seems impressive. Yun Haoyu inquired. This is a type of supernatural equipment, primarily for defense, but it can also conceal one's presence. It renders many detection methods ineffective. The lava shark has poor eyesight, relying mainly on sonar and scent to navigate its surroundings. This gear specifically targets its weaknesses. Of course, these items vary in quality. The best can withstand the direct fire of a space battleship's main cannon. Judging by their equipment, they are quite lacking. It's better than nothing, but I wonder if they have any other tricks up their sleeves. Having set up the defensive matrix, Zhao Zhixiong retrieved a peculiar spear, its tip resembling a dark serpent's head. The spear's shaft was hollow, and he produced several egg-sized gray crystals, inserting them into the hollow shaft. The phantom matrix should ensure that it doesn't detect us before we strike. Therefore, we have one chance to attack, and it's our only opportunity, he declared. The lava shark's hide is impenetrable without 5-star supernatural equipment. The only vulnerable spot is its jaw. I will initiate the first strike using the 10 dissolution stone to temporarily paralyze its movements. Then you all can join in. We must hope to diminish its combat capabilities before it can react. Only then do we stand a chance of survival. It is imperative that we cooperate well. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, let each of us flee for our lives. This moment will determine our fate. He concluded, "Rest assured, brother." The 6 of them responded in unison. The distance to the lava shark was diminishing rapidly, its massive jaws opening and closing, revealing glistening, menacing teeth that shone with a ghostly chill. The creature was enveloped in a thick, striped hide, with the underside being relatively softer, housing its primary sensory organs that if they could successfully damage this vulnerable area, perhaps defeating it might not be beyond reach. Yet, would events unfold as they hoped? He cast one last glance at the dark red waters above. Clenching his fist fiercely, he pressed the activation button on the spear's shaft. The gray crystal melted swiftly under the heating apparatus, transforming into a swirling gray mist that coalesced around the serpent's head. Aiming at the writhing jaws, he pressed the launch button, and the mist shot towards its target with speed. It took merely 2 seconds for the mist to strike the goal. Yet it felt as though 2 years had passed. As desired, the gray mist reached its intended site, and upon contact, it merged with the tissue, following closely with the second and third shots. Simultaneously, the others also launched their attacks, all targeting the same vulnerable area, except for Zhao Zhixiong, who employed a paralyzing agent specifically designed for large, ferocious creatures. The others used specially crafted steel pellets. Upon entering the body, these pellets emitted a super-frequency sound wave directed at the central nervous system, theoretically capable of shattering brain tissue, thus sealing their victory. However, the actual efficacy remained uncertain. The temperature around them surged abruptly. A dull roar resonated on a mental level, making even the distant Xiao Muhuan feel dizzy. Centered around the lava shark, the crimson cloud erupted violently, vaporizing vast amounts of seawater in its wake. The 7 had a tacit understanding. After completing the first round of attacks, they scattered in all directions, their thrusters operating at maximum capacity, striving for a chance at survival. Chapter 62. Catastrophe. At the expense of the collapse of his phantom matrix, he barely withstood the violent mental assault. Yet, that crimson cloud proved formidable. 2 individuals were caught off guard and engulfed by the cloud. Their energy shields shattered instantly, and their diving suits dissolved within seconds. The terrifying heat incinerated their bodies to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The crimson cloud swirled as the dignity of the Abyssal King was challenged, raging and wreaking havoc on its surroundings. As the cloud began to dissipate slightly, it became evident that the creature's jaws were bloodied and mangled, indicating it had sustained significant injuries. Witnessing the lava shark's movement slow, the remaining 5 regrouped, eager to deliver a second strike. Unfortunately, without the protection of the Phantom Matrix, they faced an overwhelming mental shock, causing blood to spurt from their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. Zhao Zhixiong gritted his teeth, retrieving 2 fist-sized silver alloy spheres and hurling them into the creature's gaping maw before quickly retreating. Once inside, the silver spheres rapidly split apart, releasing dozens of smaller beads. Sensing the surrounding intense heat, the beads swiftly morphed, transforming into sharp flying wheels with a diameter of 10 centimeters, their edges razor-sharp and adorned with minuscule barbs. The wheels spun at high speed, indiscriminately ravaging the insides of the lava shark. Flesh was torn apart and ground into a pulp under the relentless rotation of the wheels. The crimson cloud erupted again, unleashing a mental shockwave akin to a volcanic eruption. The enraged lava shark finally exhibited the might befitting the Abyssal King. As one ability user narrowly escaped the fiery cloud's coverage, a monstrous head suddenly burst forth from the flames, its gaping maw consuming him whole. Amidst the snapping of its teeth, he was torn to shreds without uttering a sound. With a powerful flick of its tail, the Abyssal King surged towards the next ability user. Realizing escape was futile, the individual charged toward the creature's maw, channeling all his inner energy to its zenith. In that moment, his body turned a deep crimson before exploding. A massive fireball materialized within the creature's cavernous mouth, the intense heat instantly crystallizing the surrounding tissue. The remaining few, witnessing this, followed suit and rushed in for self-detonation. "Brother, survive well. I entrust the family to you." These are the final words of the brothers. As each orange fireball detonated within the lava shark, the explosive power of the high-level ability users was tremendous. Regardless of its formidable vitality, the creature could not withstand such horrifying damage, rolling several times before barely stabilizing itself. With a mighty sweep of its fins, it struggled once more, unleashing a fiery cloud. Zhao Zhixiong suddenly realized he was the only one left. "My brothers!" He cried out to the heavens. The menacing jaws closed in once again, and he, severely injured, had no means to retaliate. "Will you help him?" Yin Haoyu inquired. "How could I help? My Yueling is no match for that creature," Xiao Muhuan replied. "Use this." He handed her a lightsaber. Xiao Muhuan's expression changed dramatically as she took it, exclaiming, "5-star equipment. How do you possess such a thing? It was left to me by my father." "Your father?" She then noticed the unknown divine bird emblem, her astonishment deepening. "How could it be? You are..." Yin Haoyu interrupted her, gesturing towards the battle. "We will discuss this later. For now, we must save him." Xiao Muhuan cast a deep glance at him, activating her thrusters and racing toward the creature. Ruolin, can you assist? I fear she may not manage. Yun Haoyu observed the frenzied beast with concern. 30,000 source crystals. Ruolin replied succinctly. Very well. A slender beam of light silently emerged, dark red in hue. Blending seamlessly with the similarly colored seawater, the beam struck the lava shark's head, seemingly harmless, merely momentarily stalling its movements. Yet that moment sealed its fate. Zhao Zhixiong sank into despair. So be it. I shall perish alongside my brothers. Having led a glorious life, departing in this manner is not a regret. Just as he closed his eyes to await death, a pair of hands grasped his arm, dragging him aside. What is happening? Is anyone still alive? He opened his eyes. A handsome young man with dark eyes and hair stood beside him. Not far away, a stunning woman wielded a lightsaber, unleashing hundreds of broad blades of light in an instant. Slicing through the lava shark's formidable armor as though it were mere paper, hundreds of light blades struck its jaw, severing the bone and nearly decapitating it. Ultimately, the formidable creature, the king of the abyss, was deprived of life, collapsing motionless. I never imagined I could slay a lava shark. She ceased her attack, still relishing the moment. Little brother, and this beautiful lady beside you. Did you save me? Zhao Zhixiong exclaimed. A mix of surprise and joy flooding him, an indescribable feeling of being snatched from the jaws of death. Isn't it obvious? Who else could it be but us? Xiao Muhuan retorted with a smile, wondering if this fellow's mind had been shaken. Just as Zhao Zhixiong was about to speak, he caught sight of Xiao Muhuan's face, his expression turning pale with shock. Ah, a wave of mental energy surged into his mind. Dare to utter another word. And I shall send you to accompany your brothers. Zhao Zhixiong's face shifted between red and white, struggling to regain his composure. If you wish to express gratitude, it is for the individual beside you. He chose to save you. Xiao Muhuan smiled at him. Oh, so that is how it is. May I ask your name, young brother? Zhao Zhixiong inquired politely. Before he could respond, Xiao Muhuan interjected. Yin Haoyu, my man. The statement nearly caused this poor fellow to faint. Now, let us contact the abyssal warship and retrieve this creature. I wonder if you are out of your mind, daring to challenge a lava shark with just a handful of people. You seem to have no shortage of funds, do you? Xiao Muhuan questioned, bemused. Zhao Zhixiong smiled wryly. Alas, it is a long story. I am now but a plucked phoenix, worse than a mere chicken in any case. I shall not speak of gratitude. Today's events shall be etched in my memory. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. After some discussion, the colossal figure of the abyssal warship appeared on the horizon. On board, the captain, Feng Deming, and a multitude of others stood collectively speechless. The lava shark, the king of the abyss, a terrifying being only a saint-level expert could confront alone. It was astonishing that it had been defeated by those two extraordinarily fortunate individuals. The fame of Yun Haoyu and Xiao Muhuan had reached remarkable heights, securing them a position within the top 10 of the Abyssal Hunter rankings. Yet, despite their outstanding performance, no one had anticipated their capability to slay a lava shark. It was only once the two recounted the events that everyone came to understand, gradually calming their frayed nerves. This was the general sequence of events. In a luxurious hotel suite, Zhao Zhixiong finally elucidated his ordeal. Grabbing the teacup before him and guzzling it down that was it. Offending that old ghost Achilles. No wonder your days have been so difficult. Xiao Muhuan smiled gently. But you were once a significant figure in the underworld. Your strength sufficient to stand toe-to-toe with him. How did you fall into such dire straits? Even if you wish to start anew and lead a more stable life, you ought to have retained some cards up your sleeve. A formidable underworld overlord reduced to this state. It's truly you have any plans for the future? With the income acquired from the lava shark, after repaying the loan, there remains a substantial sum that could resolve the company's liquidity issues. I believe the unfavorable situation will soon change. Achilles has been scheming behind the scenes. I will certainly make him pay for this. He gritted his teeth and declared, All right, that's your concern. I shan't pry further. By the way, I heard you possess several priority development rights to mineral areas on nearby resource planets. Is that true? Indeed, I have some, but previously I lacked the funds to develop them. Later, to secure financing. I even mortgaged a considerable amount to the bank. Are you perhaps interested? Not me, but my man. Xiao Muhuan interlinked her arm with Yun Haoyu's, winking mischievously. He needs money for cultivation and to support me. So he must venture out daily to fish. Thus, I seek ways to ease his burdens, for I am still young and do not wish to be a widow just yet. Her words elicited eye rolls from the two men. Very well. If that's the case, that he activated the holographic interface. Adjacent to Mu Yun star, there are a total of 25 mineral areas on Mu Ju star and Yu Lang star, encompassing approximately 6 to 70,000 square kilometers. They yield a variety of rare minerals, including tillicopper, fish-patterned ore, Solera crystal sand, and Mayan rhodium, most of which are of above-average quality. Since they have remained idle for so long, even the basic mining facilities are lacking. I will transfer them all to you. Once you procure the necessary equipment and personnel, you can commence operations. Excellent. We will not split the shark. Just 100 liters of blood will suffice. Additionally, I will take all these mining rights. Write his name on the transfer agreement. As a woman, it is inconvenient for me to be directly involved in such matters. She promptly pushed Yun Haoyu forward. Thus, within a single meal, Yun Haoyu acquired 25 mining operations under his name. The specific value is difficult to ascertain, but according to Zhao Zhixiong's estimates, if fully exploited, the income would suffice to elevate him to the status of a leading tycoon on Mu Yun star. The initial investment may be substantial, but once on track, it would become a veritable gold mine. Chapter 63. A dilemma above the clouds. Thousands of meters off the ground in Muchuan City, a magnificent aerial garden floated in the air. With pavilions, green mountains, clear waters, and picturesque bridges and waterfalls forming a scene reminiscent of a paradise, by a crescent-shaped small lake, Achilles, clad in a bathrobe, savored a glass of red wine while reclining in a rocking chair. In the crystal-clear lake, several nearly nude beauties of varying skin tones frolicked, occasionally casting flirtatious glances in response to the godfather's gaze, unabashedly teasing him. Such days are indeed delightful. The godfather sighed contentedly, appearing to be in a rather good mood. Indeed, he had reasons to be pleased. Recently, business in his industry had been flourishing, with no bothersome individuals to disrupt his affairs. The volleyball clan had brought generous gifts, merely to solicit his assistance in locating a certain sacred artifact. It was said to resemble a wine cup. Did a wine cup? What a joke. You lot drink wine too. You consider a wine cup a sacred object. Don't you find that absurd? Imagining the comical sight of the rotund members of the Zhan Ying clan sipping from a wine cup made him chuckle. All right, since you've offered gifts, I suppose I can reluctantly assist you in your inquiry. As for the results, that's not my concern. He had heard that an investigative team from the imperial capital had arrived, and the politicians at the governor's office were swamped, reportedly due to the incident on Satellite 3, which had displeased certain bigwigs in the imperial capital. It was uncertain who might be scapegoated. However, this had nothing to do with him. He had always held the politicians in disdain, finding them far less entertaining than circus clowns. It would be best if those disobedient fellows were removed, replaced by more agreeable individuals, making his future business dealings even smoother. That's a splendid idea. Perhaps he should send some gifts to those big shots in the imperial capital, particularly items related to those fellows. They would undoubtedly find them intriguing. Moreover, he had even more cause for celebration. Zhao Zhixiong, his longtime rival whom he had always found irksome, had finally been presented with an opportunity to bring him down. Soon, he would hear the news of that man's bankruptcy. How absurd that the man still harbored hopes of redemption and a stable life. Dream on. To offend the godfather Achilles comes with consequences no one can withstand. With a gulp, he finished the crimson liquid, shed his bathrobe, and walked towards the lake. He casually seized a captivating woman, indulging his desires publicly. However, just moments later, a secretary rushed over, whispering urgently in his ear. The once enthusiastic godfather's expression darkened, and he leaped up, cursing, Zhao Zhixiong, why the hell are you shoving so many assets upon me? In the hover car, Yun Haoyu inquired, isn't that a good thing? Surely you don't mind having more money. Xiao Muhuan chuckled, though you say that, I currently have no time of mine. Besides, I know nothing about this industry. What does that matter? You can hire people to manage it. I'm still a student. My network is almost non-existent. Where am I supposed to find help? Yun Haoyu replied, somewhat troubled, I can help you find some, and Zhao Zhixiong can contribute as well. That should suffice, Xiao Muhuan assured him, as long as everything is automated. A mining site requires very few people. The initial investment may be significant, but that shouldn't concern you. You already have ample funds. Very well. Since you obtained these, I shall entrust you with their management. How can that be? The ownership certificate bears your name. If not you, Then who? Xiao Muhuan was surprisingly resolute on this matter. Seeing Yun Haoyu about to protest, she raised her hand to silence him, adding, "You don't wish to fish for the rest of your life, do you? Although up until now, your luck has been quite good, but can you guarantee it will always be so, now that you've made some money? Invest it wisely, acquiring quality assets. Making money work for you is the long-term strategy. Previously, it was unavoidable, but now that you have the means, why place yourself in peril? Isn't that foolish?" Her words rendered Yun Haoyu silent. Though he did not voice his agreement, he acknowledged the wisdom in Xiao Muhuan's perspective. "Take some time to visit those 2 planets. They're your properties now. I look forward to you becoming a business magnate and coming to marry me in style. By the way, there's one more thing." Xiao Muhuan set the hovercar to autopilot, then moved to sit on his lap, her long, delicate arm encircling his neck as she asked, "Regarding this, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" A splendid lightsaber hilt appeared in her hand, the very one Yun Haoyu had previously gifted her. Her eyes glimmered, and before he could respond, Xiao Muhuan grasped his face, commanding, "Look into my eyes. No tricks. I want the truth." Gazing into her luminous eyes, he reluctantly said, "I never intended to keep anything from you, so please don't be so anxious." Here's what happened. He laid bare all that he knew. "As for my identity, aside from my current family, no one else is aware of it," Yun Haoyu concluded. "Who would have thought? You possess such an intriguing background." Xiao Muhuan expressed her surprise. "Intriguing? I hardly think so. The Yun family of the imperial capital has removed my father from their genealogy. I share no connection with them now. Have you considered returning to see them? Are you joking?" Yun Haoyu looked at her. "If they were to discover my bloodline still exists, their first reaction would likely be to kill me." "True enough. That old fellow, Yin Tianke, values his reputation above all else. I've heard of the turmoil within the Yun family. It's a pity for your father. His talents were renowned in the upper echelons of the imperial capital. Had that tragedy not occurred, ascending to the saint rank would have been inevitable. However," she suddenly posed a question, "since your mother is a clone, your genes must have defects. How is it you cultivate so rapidly?" Yun Haoyu's heart raced, unsure how to respond and if I speak the truth. She won't believe me. I might as well play dumb. The voice of Ruolan echoed in his mind. Indeed, she could never comprehend the nature of Ruolan's existence. Yun Haoyu felt a sudden clarity, and with a bewildered expression, he exclaimed, "Really? Such a situation could arise? How was I unaware of this?" Xiao Muhuan gazed deeply into his eyes and replied, "You cannot deceive me. Your eyes have betrayed you. Furthermore, your heartbeat quickened for a moment, despite your swift attempt to regain control. This reflects your true feelings." Yun Haoyu fell silent, opting not to respond further. "Very well. If you choose silence, let the facts speak for themselves." Xiao Muhuan rose and walked to a corner, retrieving a compact device from a concealed compartment. "This is the latest model of a portable gene testing instrument. Let's see your—" "Can I refuse?" he interrupted. "Indeed, you harbor secrets." Xiao Muhuan smirked, a look of triumph on her face. "Stop playing games. Just let me see." As she reached for him, Yun Haoyu recoiled, but the confines of the vehicle were too limited for any effective evasion. After a few exchanges, he found himself firmly restrained by her. "Do not press me," he whispered, his tone growing cold. Xiao Muhuan paused, bewildered. "What? Are you angry?" "Surely not to this extent. I merely wish to examine your genetic profile." "Nothing more. If you are unwilling, so be it. However, due to your mother, your genes may indeed pose issues, and I only wish to assist you." Suddenly, her expression shifted. "Could it be that you are not human? Are you from the Bojiang people?" "Or, the Bojiang people, a venerable civilization within the cosmos, are characterized by their individuals' formidable strength and are known to be the most human-like intelligent race in the known universe, sharing a remarkable 97 genetic similarity. Some scholars speculate that the two civilizations were once one, having diverged in ancient times, evolving in disparate worlds. Alas, this theory has never garnered widespread acceptance. The Bojiang civilization would never acknowledge that a race as weak as humans could be their kin. "Enough, please temper your imagination." Yun Haoyu groaned. "If you wish to see, then so be it. But you must swear not to disclose my affairs. Otherwise, you may very well remain a widow." Xiao Muhuan regarded him with suspicion, perplexed by the gravity of his words. Yet, when Yun Haoyu provided a drop of blood for the device, the results rendered her utterly speechless. No, not a single flaw. Absolutely perfect genes. How? Is this possible? She murmured. The data on the device was densely packed with thousands of entries, each indicator reflecting unattainable ideals typically found only in the minds of experts. Gene optimization technology for ordinary humans without activated abilities has reached a maximum of level 4. Yet this does not imply the field has reached its zenith. In fact, laboratories across powerful nations are diligently researching more advanced optimization technologies. Beyond level 4, levels 5 and 6 are still under rigorous experimentation. As for levels 7 and above, they exist only in theoretical discussions. Despite humanity's rapid advancements, realizing such concepts within a millennium remains an elusive dream. What would the ideal genetic model for humanity resemble? What marvels would occur when a species evolves to its utmost potential? How would the dynamics of the human world shift upon the acquisition of absolutely perfect genes? This cascade of exhilarating possibilities, once mere musings of experts, now vividly manifested before Xiao Muhuan's eyes. Although she had never witnessed such perfection, she could unequivocally affirm that this represented the pinnacle of genetic achievement. A miracle. Was she dreaming? She pondered in disbelief. After a long pause, she finally regained her composure, suppressing her excitement. I shall not speak of today as events to anyone. Rest assured. Moreover, be exceedingly cautious. Do not let anyone discover your secret. Otherwise, it was evident that should this secret leak even slightly, the highest echelons of powerful nations would go mad with excitement. The consequences for Yun Haoyu would be dire, and she could only shudder at the thought of various scientific fanatics storming in with an array of instruments, intent on dissecting him. Casting a glance at the testing device, she summoned her strength and crushed it, unleashing a bolt of lightning to obliterate its remnants. Only then did she feel at ease. Clapping her hands together. After this tumultuous episode, the flying vehicle arrived at its destination. From today onward, you shall reside here, Xiao Muhuan declared, embracing him. Your apartment can remain empty. This space is ample. Must I not return to tidy up? He inquired. No need. Everything you require is already here. I had to prepare last time, but you insisted. Her grip tightened, suggesting she would resort to force if he did not comply. Very well. I concede, but may I at least visit my school first? He relented. What for? She asked, her demeanor wearied. I wish to inquire if my classmates are interested in assisting me. Given our past camaraderie, it would be nice to offer them an opportunity now that I have succeeded. That makes sense. However, I shall accompany you, she mischievously asserted, determined not to grant him the chance to escape. All right then. Specific conditions are as such. If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. In the school dormitory, Yun Haoyu, Bernard, Su Shanqing, and Jin Yu convened to discuss mining operations that, I must say, your offer is quite enticing. To claim one is unaffected would be disingenuous, yet it does not align with our fields of study, which makes it a bit precarious. Even if we begin now to adapt to the new roles, it will require some time. Are you certain about this? The composed Bernard queried. It's all right. New positions aren't overly difficult. Just commit yourselves fully. Should you encounter any uncertainties, you may consult your colleagues, that I will also hire specialists to assist. Yun Haoyu replied with a smile. Very well. Such opportunities are rare. To decline would be foolish. Jin Yu remarked jovially. When will the new company launch? We must wait a bit longer, but it will be soon. We still need to visit those 2 planets for an on-site assessment before finalizing the details. Upon signing this agreement, I will advance your first year's salary. After a moment of deliberation, the young men all signed on the dotted line. Yun Haoyu produced his bank card and transferred the funds to their accounts. Once everything was settled, Jin Yu asked, Tomorrow marks the new year. Do you have any plans, Ayu? We were thinking of going out to have some fun. Just as Yun Haoyu opened his mouth to respond, Xiao Muhuan unexpectedly pinched him at the waist, effectively silencing him. He is unavailable tomorrow. You all can entertain yourselves, she smiled, her tone firm. The roommates exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and understanding. Coughing to mask his embarrassment under their scrutinizing gazes, Yun Haoyu felt the weight of their unspoken thoughts. Yet Xiao Muhuan remained unfazed, boldly stating, All right, the discussions are concluded. Let us return for dinner. She took his hand and led him out, leaving the 3 young men snickering behind them. With an annual salary exceeding 1,000,000 credit points, you are certainly generous, Xiao Muhuan teased in the flying vehicle. They're not outsiders. I merely wish to assist them. Besides, I do not mind the expenditure. Very well, that is your prerogative. But now, let's discuss the festival. What do you plan to do? It seems you have yet to give me any gifts, despite our current relationship. What would you like? I shall procure it for you. He offered readily. Well, I have some ideas, but I shall share them upon our return. A mysterious smile danced upon her lips. The New Year's celebration of the interstellar age differs from that of Earth. On each inhabited planet, there are at least 2 New Year festivals annually, one according to Earth's calendar and another based on interstellar reckoning. This upcoming New Year aligns with the Earth-based calendar. After dinner, as night enveloped the land, 3 moons appeared in the sky. The Dreamy Rose is a limited edition crafted by Gleeman Heavy Industries, with only 3,000 units produced. What do you think? In a vast warehouse, a golden-hued flying saucer, 50 meters in diameter, stood silently before them. Its sleek and streamlined design was adorned with intricate patterns, illuminated by soft lighting, transforming the vessel into a breathtaking work of art. Surely, such a magnificent vessel cannot be acquired merely with wealth? Yun How You thought, his mouth watering at the sight of the imposing luxury spacecraft. Indeed, I ordered it through a well-connected client from the imperial capital. I usually keep it here, reluctant to use IT. Do you like it? Xiao Muhan smiled and said, if you like it, I'll just give it to you. Why are you being so kind to me? He asked. As long as you like it. Everything here is yours to take, Xiao Muhan generously replied, though inwardly she added, but your heart belongs to me. The door of the flying saucer opened silently, and a wave of bright, white liquid surged forth, quickly forming a delicate staircase. Once the two entered, the staircase transformed back into liquid and retreated into a concealed compartment by the door. Inside the saucer, a gentle golden light enveloped them, radiating warmth akin to the sunlight of an autumn afternoon. A faint hum of electric motors filled the air as the massive dome of the storage room swiftly parted, revealing a sky adorned with countless stars. The soothing music played. Xiao Muhan made her way to the central control room and issued the launch command. A barely perceptible vibration coursed beneath them, and once it subsided, the saucer hovered steadily hundreds of meters above the ground. Activating the anti-gravity propulsion system, the saucer shot upward, tracing a brilliant path across the night sky. Moments later, it had ascended to a low Earth orbit, thousands of kilometers high. All right, you can move around freely now. Xiao Muhan unfastened her safety harness. Despite the electromagnetic gravity system, the sensation of weightlessness was only half that of being on the ground, making their movements feel ethereal. The ship's roof gradually became transparent. A serene and resplendent galaxy unfolded before their eyes. This is Howding Xiaodu Tian. Quite magnificent. I assented. Her slender finger pointed northwest at a grand and splendid galaxy, tens of thousands of light years from the Haloros star region, stretching for millions of light years alongside several smaller star belts, named after one of the 33 heavens from ancient Hua nation mythology. This colossal galaxy was shrouded in mystery and peril. Since humanity's discovery of this expanse, elite fleets have been dispatched multiple times to explore, seeking rare resources and habitable planets for colonization, though progress had been exceedingly limited thus far. Due to the angle of view, only a portion of it could be seen from the ground. To glimpse its entirety, one had to venture into space. Each point of light represented a world, and the dense cluster of lights formed magnificent halos, ultimately composing countless majestic galaxies. For thousands of years, humanity had never ceased its quest for exploration, leaving its mark across dozens of star systems and encountering numerous extraterrestrial beings and wise civilizations. However, relationships with these intelligent civilizations were far from congenial, often leading to conflicts over resources and survival space. But a glass of red wine was presented before him, exuding a subtle richness. As he reached for it, his gaze fell upon the enchanting woman before him, now clad in a pristine white sleeveless gown with a deep V neckline that revealed her ivory skin, her cascading hair draping casually over her chest. Each movement unveiled her alluring curves. They clinked glasses and drank deeply, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, her delicate arms enveloped his neck. You promised me a gift. Her voice, deep and magnetic, whispered in his ear. What do you want? He replied, hesitating for a moment before wrapping his arms around her waist, the exquisite sensation igniting a slow burn within him. She answered with her actions, her tempting lips sealing his mouth, the fragrant breath filling him with an overwhelming warmth that surged through his veins like a volcano ready to erupt. Chapter 65. Ancient Secrets. With a gentle exertion of her hand, a tempest swept through the room, instantly shredding his clothing to pieces. Her waterfall-like hair danced in the air as her flawless form descended heavily upon him, igniting the volcano within him completely. In orbit, the ship continued its programmed flight, traveling at tens of thousands of kilometers per hour, completing a circuit around the planet in just over 2 hours. This meant that every 2 hours, the ship would experience a cycle of day and night. When sunlight illuminated them for the third time, the tumult of their previous engagement finally subsided. Xiao Muhan languidly stretched, rising slowly from his side. Her long hair, damp with sweat, clung to her perfectly contoured body, her face flushed with an exquisite hue. Yun Haoyu remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the ship's dome. That my dear, what are you thinking about? She inquired, her eyes fixed on his he stammered, flustered. Xiao Muhan chuckled softly, gently pulling him closer, resting her head against his chest, and murmured, "Are you nervous? Don't worry. It won't always be like this." At dawn, the ship basked in the morning light as it finally returned to its original location. The door opened, and a spirited Xiao Muhan linked arms with Yun Haoyu as they stepped out. "Master, several maids have been waiting for some time, but it's none of your business. Disperse." Seeing his slight embarrassment, Xiao Muhan kindly dismissed them. "Don't be shy. This will be your home from now on, and they will heed your commands. All right, let's take a shower and then rest for a bit," she said with a smile. "Esteemed General Song Jingfeng, how long will you be recuperating here?" In a luxurious recovery suite, General Song Jingfeng lay on a large couch dressed in a white hospital gown, dozing. Hearing the voice, he replied without lifting his eyelids, "How long I recuperate is my own business. It's not your place to inquire. I've already told you, don't come looking for me unless it's urgent. Even if it's your concern, esteemed General Luo Hanxing." At this, he finally opened his eyes and cast a cold glance at the visitor. "The mission failed, and my troops are all dead. Even Du Bois has perished. Are you pleased now? You come here every day under the pretense of checking in, but I seem to recall that our relationship hasn't progressed to that level. Has it?" General Luo Hanxing stood by the window, his expression calm as he regarded him. "The mission's failure is not entirely your fault. The higher-ups did not anticipate such determination from that group of volleyball players. However, you should not have abandoned so many wounded. Many could have survived. I came to see you at the behest of Her Highness." General Song Jingfeng's expression twitched slightly, and his tone softened. "What did Her Highness say?" "The higher-ups intend to conduct a comprehensive investigation of certain areas beneath the sea of the Mightiest star, aiming to locate the dwelling of the Abyss civilization. For this, Her Highness has granted me the authority to mobilize all military and security forces in this area, so we can proceed with our tasks. Your cooperation is also required," Luo Hanxing stated clearly. "Comprehensive investigation." Song Jingfeng pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I need not elaborate on the conditions of this planet's seabed, right? With your current personnel? Even if I were to join, we would only serve as bait for those monstrous creatures. This is an impossible task. I will not risk my life, even if Her Highness punishes me. I accept that. I might as well resign as a general." A flash of anger crossed Luo Hanxing's face, but he quickly regained his composure. "General, you are paid by the state to serve the state. Her Highness has explicitly stated that this matter is of utmost importance to the Empire's security. We both serve the Empire, and despite past conflicts, I implore you to prioritize the greater good." Song Jingfeng scoffed. "The greater good? To sacrifice my life for the greater good? Am I mad or foolish? If you are so loyal, then you can go yourself. I am but a solitary commander. My absence or presence makes no difference. I need to rest, so I shall take my leave now." He turned away, closing his eyes and falling silent. Luo Hanxing shook his head. This individual, with his formidable background, was unlikely to face any substantial repercussions unless there was a significant blunder. He felt secure in his position. Sighing, he exited the room. At the door stood 2 officers, and upon seeing him emerge, one asked, "General, what shall we do now? If he wishes to shirk his duties, let him be. However, the tasks assigned cannot be delayed any longer." Luo Hanxing replied, "But with our current manpower, it is simply insufficient." The officer frowned. "I believe we might not need to involve ourselves directly," another officer suggested. Luo Hanxing's expression brightened. "What do you propose? Speak." "General, are there not many people on this planet who go out to sea for fishing every day?" He trailed off, considering. "Indeed, how could I not have thought of that?" Luo Hanxing pondered for a moment before resolutely declaring, "Let us proceed with this plan. We shall visit the ability association now, as noon approached. Yun Haoyu remained in slumber. The passionate night, spent soaring through the skies, had only concluded at dawn. Upon returning to the ground, they could not resist another round of fervor during their shower. And even after reaching the bed, they found themselves entwined once more. Even with their extraordinary abilities, they were feeling the strain. Xiao Muhan lay on her side, her bright eyes fixed intently on the man sleeping in her embrace. No, he was no longer merely a boy. He had transformed into a man. Clad only in a sheer veil, her undulating curves were fully revealed. Her enchanting visage radiated a languorous springtime allure, exuding an irresistible charm. His head nestled against her jade-like chest, and with each breath, the warm air brushed against her rosy lips, igniting a subtle stir of desire within her heart. At this moment, she was devoid of any fatigue. Typically, such matters require more effort from men, and her physical stamina far surpassed his. Therefore, an hour ago, she had awoken, silently observing her man. After a considerable time, she extended her delicate hand and gently caressed his face. Yun Haoyu finally opened his eyes, and upon seeing the enchanting woman before him, a tender smile graced his lips. He reached out, embraced her soft waist, and planted a kiss on her crimson lips. Softly inquiring, "You are awake too?" "I woke up early," she replied with a gentle smile. "You should sleep a bit more. I will prepare something to eat for you." Rising gracefully, the sheer fabric of her attire offered no modesty, revealing her breathtaking form in full view, causing his breath to quicken. She turned to him with a playful smile, casually slipping on a pink nightgown before making her way to the door. It was only after her figure disappeared beyond the threshold that his emotions began to settle. Had we finally reached this point? He pondered, staring at the ceiling, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Xiao Muhuan's kindness was not lost on him. However, in the past, due to his character and previous setbacks in this regard, he had always been hesitant, even evasive, about matters of the heart. Fortunately, she was forthright, unafraid to love or hate. Had she been more reserved, it might have left a lingering regret. My temperament is rather lacking. I fear I may suffer in the future. He silently reflected on his past actions. The door opened, and Xiao Muhuan entered, carrying a tray. "Are you hungry?" she asked softly as she placed the tray down. It held two exquisite small bowls filled with a golden, concentrated nutritional supplement. This has been specially concocted with the blood of a magma shark. Immensely beneficial for ability cultivation. She picked up one bowl and said, "Let me feed you. Just sit comfortably in bed." A serene smile illuminated her face. Yun Haoyu initially intended to refuse, but then reconsidered. Wasn't this precisely what she desired? Since she harbored such deep affection for him, why should he spoil her enthusiasm for the sake of trivial pride? He retrieved a soft cushion, sat up at the head of the bed, and observed her obedient demeanor, which filled Xiao Muhuan's heart with happiness. She settled beside him on the edge of the bed, holding the bowl of steaming nutritional supplement, testing the temperature with her lips before offering it to him. As Yun Haoyu swallowed the supplement, he found it sweet, seemingly infused with her fragrance, stirring a sense of warmth and sweetness within him. Before long, both bowls were emptied. "Where shall we go to have fun this afternoon?" he inquired. "I haven't decided yet," she replied, blinking playfully. "Shall we go back to the sky? Are you certain about that?" He blushed at the memory of last night's fervor. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." She laughed. "Let us discuss it once we're out. I'll help you get dressed." The clothing was exquisitely crafted, perfectly tailored, and a complete set awaited him in the wardrobe. "I had already prepared this for you the last time you visited." She chided softly as she helped him organize his attire. Once dressed, he donned a black ankle-length coat, cinched at the waist with a gold-edged jade clasp, accentuating his tall figure. The coat was adorned with intricate dark gold dragon embroidery, simple yet imbued with an air of mystery. Xiao Muhuan chose a vibrant red long dress complemented by ruby accessories, showcasing her ethereal beauty. Once dressed, the two stepped out hand in hand. Not a single servant was in sight outside, indicating that Xiao Muhuan had anticipated his bashfulness and sent them away. After boarding the hovercraft, Yun Haoyu contemplated before suggesting, "Let us visit the ability association. I've heard there will be many intriguing items at the auction." "All right," Xiao Muhuan replied obediently. Moments later, the familiar towering black structure came into view. After finding a parking spot and descending, the two stepped out. Before they could take a step, a convoy roared and .10 heavy hover battle vehicles escorted a luxurious ice blue hover car. which landed not far from them that a group of well-dressed individuals, evidently of high status, hastened to greet it. Chapter 66. The end of fate, is it from the Imperial Security Department? It seems to be a significant figure. Xiao Muhuan remarked in surprise at the golden eagle emblem on the vehicle. As the door opened, a tall and handsome man emerged, clad in a blood-red uniform adorned with intricate purple-gold patterns. Exuding grandeur, a massive golden diamond insignia was pinned at the first button, and a blue badge on his left chest boasted 10 golden stars. Am I seeing this correctly? A saint-level expert. Yun Haoyu gazed at the man in disbelief, as did the surrounding crowd. Casually scanning the area, Luo Hanqing focused on the officials before him. General, welcome to the Ability Association. A middle-aged man at the forefront greeted warmly. Lord Walton, no need for pleasantries. Luo Hanqing replied gently. I have matters to discuss with your esteemed association. Of course. General, please come in. Walton, the middle-aged man, eagerly ushered Luo Hanqing and his party through the doors, still thinking about that expert. Xiao Muhuan asked with a smile in a VIP room at the auction house. Level 10. I wonder when I will reach that tier. Yun Haoyu sighed. Xiao Muhuan glanced around and whispered in his ear. It may be difficult for others, but with your talent, is it really a concern? Trust me, within 10 years at most, you will become one of the Empire's most formidable figures, renowned across the galaxy. Is that so? You have such confidence? Of course, as long as nothing unexpected happens. 10 years is ample time to ascend to the saint level, she asserted confidently. And how long will it take for you to advance? He queried. IT shouldn't be longer than me, right? That is hard to say. Achieving level 8 is possible, but to advance further, she gently shook her head, lacking assurance. The saint level is not something everyone can aspire to. Your qualifications are not lacking. In fact, they're exceptional. Why shouldn't you? He asked curiously. I still don't understand what conditions are necessary for advancing to the saint level. Essentially, it involves source crystals, various supportive resources, and diligent training, much like any other ability user. The key factor, however, lies in one's genetic makeup. If your genetic structure is unstable, no matter how favorable the other conditions, you cannot hope to advance, unless you wish for a genetic collapse. She lamented. My teacher once calculated that after reaching level 8, my genetic stability would be perilously close to the threshold, with less than a 10% chance of safely advancing to the saint level. So, there's still a possibility, right? He asked. Is there anything that can increase the likelihood of a safe advancement? Surely such items must be available here. Rumor has it there are, but they are exceedingly rare and, even if found, they would undoubtedly be exorbitantly priced. We shall wait and see. Perhaps a miracle may yet occur, he chuckled, resolved that if he encountered something suitable for her, he would seize the opportunity without hesitation. How difficult is it to advance from level 9 to the saint level? It is hard to say. Among 100 level 9 ability users, only 2 or 3 can succeed in advancing without experiencing genetic collapse. The stability of one's genes determines the ultimate achievement of an ability user. Many do not lack effort or resources. They're simply hindered by genetic issues, unable to progress beyond a certain tier for their entire lives. To reach level 9, one's genetic quality is undoubtedly significant. However, advancing further to the saint level is an entirely different matter. The table in the VIP room was equipped with a holographic terminal, allowing access to information about the items set for auction. He perused the listings, but found nothing of interest. Of course, this was merely part of the offerings. Numerous treasures would remain undisclosed until the auction, deliberately concealed to create an air of mystery and attract more participants. The expansive auction hall was filled with attendees, predominantly ability users. Judging by their auras, many were experts above level SIX. IT seemed there was still time before the auction commenced. Should I take the advancement test now? Yun Haoyu suggested. Why the hurry? I think it would be best for you to wait a year. Keeping some cards up your sleeve doesn't hurt. Xiao Muhuan admonished, casting him a stern look. Don't forget, your reputation is already quite significant. You've risen 3 levels in just 6 months, and you're still being so ostentatious. You truly are blissfully unaware. Among the ability users who frequently venture into the sea, a ranking known as the Abyss Hunter leaderboard circulates, based on the number of expeditions, the spoils obtained, and the user's overall strength. Since joining the Abyss group, Yun Haoyu, with his mere level 3 abilities, had embarked on numerous voyages in Scathe, achieving remarkable results that even high-level ability users struggled to match. This unusual phenomenon had naturally attracted the attention of many. But fortunately, he had a formidable ally in Xiao Muhuan, whose strength and background helped quell the unusual thoughts of some. While the cultivation of abilities is arduous, it can be swiftly achieved from levels 1 to 3, provided resources are ample. However, advancing from level 3 to level 4 is an entirely different matter, one that cannot simply be purchased with wealth. Ordinary ability users may take years to reach this stage. If he were to attempt advancement now, it would likely draw the attention of the higher-ups at the Ability Association, even stirring the interest of the Imperial Security Department. After all, he was still quite young. Having only recently awakened his extraordinary abilities and lacking any formidable backing to it was easy to surmise the consequences that awaited him. Yun Haoyu considered this and decided to relent in a luxurious private room on the top floor. Luo Hanqing was present with several military officers, while Mr. Walton accompanied them. Mr. Walton, this is located on the fringes of the Empire, and I'm surprised to see so many intriguing items here. It is best to observe for now, and we shall discuss serious matters after the auction, Luo Hanqing remarked, browsing through the product information on his holographic device. Very well. Everything is at the General's discretion, Walton replied with a smile. After a brief wait, the auction finally commenced at the center of the venue. A robust, middle-aged man clad in a black uniform appeared on the elevated platform, and upon glancing at the badge on his chest, it was clear he was an adept of the 8th tier. Two women in classical purple palace attire stood beside him, both seemingly possessing 3rd-tier abilities. The middle-aged man activated his holographic terminal, and a 3-dimensional projection swiftly emerged, revealing the first auction item. Yun Tong Bloodstone? Yun Haoyu was somewhat surprised. He possessed several of these in his collection. Ladies and gentlemen, the middle-aged man announced, the first item in this auction is a rare treasure from the deep sea. The Yun Tong Bloodstone. This substance is formed over thousands of years under immense oceanic pressure. Infused with the blood of formidable creatures, it possesses a high affinity with human mental energy, making it a core material for crafting high-level extraordinary equipment. Due to its prevalence near the lairs of powerful beasts, it is exceedingly difficult to collect. This particular piece was obtained by an 8th-tier abyss hunter. Now, this Yin Tong Bloodstone weighs 27 kilograms. The starting bid is 400 source crystals, with increments of 20 source crystals. Let the bidding commence. Clearly, this item garnered considerable interest as bids began to roll in 420, 460, 600. In no time, the price soared to 1,000 source crystals. After several rounds of bidding, it was ultimately claimed by someone in a private room on the 2nd floor for the price of 1,300 source crystals. I did not expect this item to be so sought after. Xiao Muhuan chuckled. You still have some in your possession. It would be wise not to sell them. Perhaps seek out a skilled craftsman to create equipment for you in the future. Soon after, the second auction item was presented. 2 jade vials, each standing a foot tall, containing a high-level energy elixir concocted by an adept pharmacist, named 9-Direction Slaughter Elixir. This was a biological weapon designed to combat large, ferocious creatures from the deep sea. The starting price was 800 source crystals. With a bidding increment of 50, Yun Haoyu contemplated for a moment and decided to participate in the bidding, intending to secure it for future use. After several rounds, he successfully acquired it for 2,000 source crystals. Shortly thereafter, a palace-attired woman delivered the item to him. After confirming the acquisition, he settled the payment and stored it in his spatial seal. Continuing to watch the auction unfold, several high-tier equipment items appeared subsequently, though none caught his eye, so he refrained from bidding. Suddenly, Xiao Muhuan's expression turned animated. The Shi Yuan Man Luo Flower. It is indeed the Shi Yuan Man Luo Flower. She exclaimed excitedly on the elevated platform. A large silver tray showcased a striking, purplish-red flower bud, surrounded by several purple leaves resembling human hands. The bud was evidently alive, occasionally stirring. The Shi Yuan Man Luo Flower, originating from the powerful extraterrestrial civilization of the Miriam Empire, is a rare plant known for its vitality. Even when uprooted and placed in the harshest of environments, it can survive for extended periods. Experiments have demonstrated that when a piece of its tissue was subjected to a vacuum environment of over 100 degrees below zero, the cellular vitality remained largely unaffected after 3 years. When combined with a few common auxiliary materials, the elixir derived from its juice inexplicably offers remarkable benefits for female beauty and the slowing of aging. It is no wonder she is so keen on it. Do you like it? Then I shall purchase it for you. Yin Haoyu smiled. I have yet to gift you anything. The middle-aged man resumed, Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Shi Yuan Man Luo flower, a specialty of extraterrestrial civilization. Its benefits need not be elaborated. It's a favorite among female friends. The reserve price is 2,500 source crystals, with increments of 100. The atmosphere in the room noticeably intensified. As female extraordinary beings and their male companions alike stared at the peculiar flower bud with eager eyes, nearly rushing to seize it. 2,800 source crystals, a blonde woman called out, revealing herself as a fifth-tier extraordinary being. 3,000. A plump man promptly raised the bid. 3,500. Another man in black chimed in. 3,700. 4,000. The crowd was abuzz with competing bids. And within mere minutes, the price escalated to 8,000 source crystals. Most participants withdrew, as this item does not enhance one's cultivation, rendering it less appealing to extraordinary beings. Only those affluent women remained tenacious in their pursuit. At that moment, only a middle-aged woman in green and a stout black man persisted, both evidently determined to win. 8,500. The middle-aged woman bid again. 8,700. The stout man countered, unwilling to concede. 9,000. The middle-aged woman's expression darkened slightly. 9,300. The stout man, beginning to sweat, felt the strain of the escalating bids. Yet he was reluctant to give in, as twin beauties beside him squeezed his waist in encouragement. On the second floor, Achilles was savoring tea, accompanied by Womanli, who gazed enviously at the projection of the peculiar flower bud on the elevated platform. She sighed inwardly, glancing at the man beside her. While he could certainly afford the expense, she knew he would not be so generous. The last time he funded her fourth-tier genetic optimization surgery, she had to plead for quite some time. 10,000? I bid 10,000. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth, raising the bid once more. The stout man's face turned ashen, and despite the urging of the twin sisters at his side, he fell silent. Defeated. 10,000 source crystals once, 10,000 source crystals twice. Just as the auctioneer prepared to close the bidding, a clear and melodious voice interjected, 11,000. Immediately, numerous gazes turned toward the source of the voice, in the semi-enclosed private room. A handsome young man clad in a black trench coat, with dark eyes and hair, stood and announced this astonishing price. The previously jubilant middle-aged woman instantly soured. 11,500, she snapped, tightly clutching the silk scarf in her hand. 12,000, Yun Haoyu stated casually. Could it be him? Womanli observed in astonishment, recognizing the striking young man and the beautiful woman in the red dress beside him, igniting a wave of jealousy within her. 13,000. The middle-aged woman hesitated, finally uttering the words through gritted teeth. 13,000. He repeated, unfazed. The silk scarf in her hand tore into a flurry of butterflies, cascading to the ground. If looks could kill, Yun Haoyu would have perished 100 times over. Ultimately, this exquisite item fell into Yun Haoyu's possession for the price of 13,000 source crystals. Keep it safe. Once we gather those few materials, it will be ready for use, he said with a smile to Xiao Muhuan, who was gleefully admiring the flower. That individual seems somewhat unfamiliar. He doesn't resemble those from prominent families. How could he be so generous? Achilles mused, intrigued. His name is Yun Haoyu. He is my classmate. Womanli replied, her expression a mixture of complexity. Oh, which prominent family does he belong to? I have not heard of him before. Achilles was taken aback, as he was well acquainted with the notable figures in his line of work. If he possesses such wealth, there must be information about him within the purview of my subordinates. I am not entirely sure. I heard he is. Womanli recounted what she knew. How fascinating. Achilles chuckled, gently placing his teacup down. Zhao Zhixiong's fortunes have turned, and his new business partner is also named Yun Haoyu. It seems they are one and the same. As he gazed at the figure in the distance, a flicker of coldness flashed in the godfather's eyes. Go. I want to see his complete dossier by this time tomorrow. He instructed a burly man in sunglasses at the entrance, who nodded and promptly exited. The auction continued, with numerous treasures being presented for bidding, yet none piqued Yun Haoyu's interest. An hour and a half later, as the auction neared its conclusion, the auctioneer proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the grand finale item, the K-Yin spore mother. This peculiar organism hails from certain gas giants with extraordinarily high atmospheric pressures, only forming through unique biochemical reactions over tens of thousands of years under several thousand standard atmospheres. It offers incredible benefits for enhancing the cultivation of extraordinary beings below the Saint tier and holds potential for 8th tier experts striving for the Saint tier. The crowd erupted in excitement, with many fixating on the golden, root-like specimen, buzzing with anticipation. The elusive Yin mushroom mother, it appears, is indeed this extraordinary item. It is said that discovering such a thing is exceedingly rare. I cannot fathom how they acquired it. Rumor has it that it possesses the ability to stabilize the genes of advanced organisms, leading some to attempt to ascend to the sacred realm with its aid. Such a remarkable treasure. Surely, it must come at a steep price. Yin Haoyu stared at the item for a while, then turned to Xiao Muhuan and asked, "Are you using it?" "Yes. While it may be uncertain if it can elevate one to the sacred realm, I believe reaching the 8th level is definitely achievable." She felt a surge of desire as well. "Then let us procure it." Once everyone had calmed their excitement, the auctioneer finally spoke. "This mushroom mother weighs 173 kilograms, with a starting bid of 20,000 source crystals, and each bid must increase by 1,000. Please, proceed with your bids." The atmosphere of the auction reached a fever pitch, faced with such a rare and coveted treasure. Many practitioners resolved to exhaust their resources to claim it. 22,000, shouted a bearded man. 25,000. A young man with red hair said from a private room. 28,000. 30,000. The price soared rapidly, soon reaching 60,000 source crystals, enough to purchase a spaceship. 65,000, declared a lovely girl with honey-colored hair leaning against the second-floor railing, her rare dual-colored eyes sparkling. 70,000. An elderly man in white chimed in. 75,000. Yin Haoyu decided to make his move. After several rounds of bidding, the price astonishingly climbed to 95,000. The elderly man in white reluctantly withdrew, leaving only Yin Haoyu and the girl with the dual-colored eyes in contention. 96,000. Yin Haoyu raised the stakes once more to 97,000. The girl's expression grew anxious. 98,000. Yin Haoyu declared immediately. The girl with dual-colored eyes gazed deeply at him, considered her next move, but ultimately remained silent. 98,000 once. 98,000 twice. The auctioneer cried in excitement. 100,000. A gentle voice resonated from the top private room. Instantly, the auction hall erupted in fervor once again. What does a bid of 100,000 source crystals signify? One source crystal equals 1 million standard credit points. Thus, 100,000 source crystals amounts to 1 billion. The latest generation of the Empire's Cloud, Shark-class heavy battleship, is priced at this very figure. Though this item is indeed valuable, 100,000 source crystals already exceeds its intrinsic worth. After all, it only possesses a certain probability of enhancing one's rank, and not a guarantee. With this item, you can advance further. In the private room, Luo Hanqing smiled at a female officer beside him. "But seems he is not willing to part with it just yet," the attractive female officer remarked. Pointing to the young man in black leaning against the railing, "We shall see how long he can hold out." Luo Hanqing chuckled nonchalantly. 105,000. Yin Haoyu raised his bid again. 11,000, 11,500. He frowned slightly. 12,000. Luo Hanqing replied dismissively. 12,500. Yin Haoyu felt a twinge of anxiety. Excluding previous expenditures, he had just over 14,000 to his name. He wished to withdraw, but he did not want to disappoint Xiao Muhuan. 13,000. Luo Hanqing maintained his relaxed demeanor. Even the auctioneer, known for his composure, trembled slightly at this moment. Perhaps it's time to let go. "It is no longer worth it," Xiao Muhuan whispered behind him. 14,000. Yin Haoyu gritted his teeth and placed his bid. As the private room had been sealed beforehand, he could not see that the general was seated inside. Is this fellow out of his mind? Just because he has money doesn't mean he should spend it so recklessly. Murmurs of disbelief echoed among the crowd. Just then, Luo Hanqing was about to raise the bid again when he suddenly noticed a stunning woman in a red dress exiting the private room and standing beside the young man. Casting a glance in his direction, "Yes, oh, it's her," Luo Hanqing thought thoughtfully. Although the other private rooms were semi-isolated, he had not clearly seen her features until now, as she approached the railing. After considering, he refrained from increasing his bid. Ultimately, the Kuei Yin Mushroom Mother was secured by Yin Haoyu for the exorbitant sum of 14,000 that a woman dressed in palace attire cautiously entered. Holding a jade box containing the Mushroom Mother, accompanied by 4 7th-level experts. After Yun Haoyu inspected the item, he swiped his card to complete the payment and handed the jade box to Xiao Muwan. 14,000 source crystals. This feels a bit excessive. Though she was pleased, she also felt a pang of regret. And no worries, as long as you can ascend. It will be worth it. Besides, it's sizable enough. I can't consume it all alone. You can partake as well. She smiled, rationalizing her expenditure. Just then, a gentle voice interjected. Excuse me, may I have a word with you too? Yun Haoyu turned to see the general he had encountered earlier at the entrance. May I ask what brings you to us? He inquired, somewhat apprehensive, as the presence of a sacred realm master was quite daunting. You see, my sister's genes are somewhat unstable, and she's in dire need of this item. Would you consider parting with a portion? Just 200 grams would suffice. Of course, I won't take it for free. I can offer 10,000 source crystals in exchange. What do you think? Luo Hanqing smiled. 10,000 source crystals for merely 200 grams is indeed a remarkable deal for Yun Haoyu. He glanced at Xiao Muwan, who showed no signs of opposition, and nodded in agreement. Under Walton's witness, the Kuei Yin mushroom mother was divided, and Luo Hanqing promptly settled the payment. General, consider this a favor owed to me. As they prepared to leave, a voice resonated in Luo Hanqing's mind. Miss, please refrain from teasing me. He replied with a helpless smile, gazing at the woman in the red dress from afar. That I assure you, that was not my intention. However, it appears you have been facing some misfortunes lately. Just a minor inconvenience. There's no need for you to worry. I hope that's all it is. Xiao Muwan shot him a sidelong glance as she took Yun Haoyu's arm and boarded the hover car. Yun Haoyu remained oblivious to the mental sparring occurring between the two. He was merely pleased to have earned a profit today, thinking he might experience a tight financial period. It was that woman. I must tread carefully. On the other side, Achilles brooded, unwilling to concede defeat. That lucky fellow. I envy him. Who is that woman, anyway? Womanli gazed at the receding hover car, her eyes aflame with jealousy. I am not inferior to her. Why do I lack such good fortune? In the stellar system where the star Muyu resides, there are 11 planets of varying sizes. Muyu is the 4th planet and the only one in this system that boasts a favorable environment conducive to life. The adjacent 3rd and 5th planets possess only a thin atmosphere, while the rest lack one entirely. Although devoid of life, these planets are not without value to In fact, the solid surface planets often harbor vast wealth in the form of various mineral resources. Moreover, their reserves are staggering. Should one manage to discover one or several precious minerals urgently needed in the human world, the strategic value of that planet would significantly increase. In the age of interstellar exploration, the resources required to sustain a prosperous colony planet with a population of hundreds of millions are truly incalculable. Yet, one thing is certain. Merely relying on the resources of the colony planet itself is utterly insufficient, no matter how substantial its wealth. Furthermore, to preserve ecological balance and stability, the host colony planets typically do not permit extensive resource exploitation. The larger the population and the more developed the economy, the greater the consumption of energy and resources. This conundrum was unsolvable during Earth's era until the advent of advanced space travel technology allowed humanity to venture into the cosmos en masse. The pillars of Muyu's economic prosperity are twofold: biopharmaceuticals and the mining of nearby planets, with valuable minerals discovered across all 10 planets, including some rare varieties. Numerous large enterprises compete to stake their claims and invest in development. The planets adjacent to Muyu, namely Muju and Yuelang, are dotted with mining sites of varying sizes. Massive automated mining equipment penetrates the rock layers, extracting the necessary ores, which are then transported to nearby smelting bases for preliminary processing and refinement. Subsequently, they are shipped away via freighter vessels. Apart from a portion that satisfies Muyu's needs, most minerals are loaded onto large ocean-going cargo ships and dispatched to various star domains under the Empire's jurisdiction. Brother Zhao, have we reached our destination? Yun Haoyu inquired aboard a small passenger spacecraft. We have arrived at the CM406 mining area. Zhao Zhixiong replied with a grin. The entire mining area spans nearly 8,000 square kilometers, primarily producing Celera crystal sand, along with several accompanying rare earths. The spacecraft gradually descended, revealing the gray, desolate terrain below. This planet is Muju, the 3rd planet in this stellar system that IT possesses only a thin atmosphere. Mainly composed of nitrogen, methane, and helium. Due to its proximity to the star, daytime temperatures on this planet soar to several hundred degrees Celsius, plummeting to nearly -100 degrees at night. Such a harsh environment precludes the existence of life. Yet due to its rich mineral deposits, the planet attracts a fair amount of human activity. Throughout the journey, Yun Haoyu observed countless cargo spacecraft taking off and landing, akin to industrious bees, on the ground. Various mining machines of diverse shapes are scattered everywhere, with massive pits, a web-like network of rudimentary roads, and a staggering number of large track trucks laden with freshly excavated or making their way to the smelting base. The smelting base, perched on the edge of the pit, resembles a small mountain. Towering chimneys, each several meters in diameter, belch forth plumes of smoke. Adjacent to the smelting base lies the energy center, hidden deep underground, alongside a fully enclosed ecological zone. However, this is merely a scene from elsewhere. The CM406 area remains undeveloped, a desolate expanse devoid of any human presence. This time, Yun Haoyu has invited his friends for an on-site inspection. And he has also engaged several engineering experts in mining to formulate a detailed development plan. Mr. Conan, how much budget is required to fully activate this mining area? He inquired of a nearby Caucasian man. Conan, his financial assistant, appeared to be in his 30s, spoke little, and exuded an aura of astuteness and capability. Upon hearing Yun Haoyu's question, he opened his holographic device and replied, "Based on the information provided by Mr. Zhao, I have prepared a preliminary estimate. With an area of nearly 8,000 square kilometers, we can initially set up 50 operational points, necessitating 50 sets of semi-fixed giant excavation equipment. Additionally, various auxiliary devices amounting to nearly 1,000 units will be required. We will also need to construct over 1,000 kilometers of rudimentary roads, which will require hundreds of relevant machinery. Of course, this part of the equipment is only needed in the short term and could be considered for rental, thus avoiding the need for outright purchase. For large track cargo vehicles with a carrying capacity of 500 tons, we will need 1,200 units. The large smelting base, with an annual processing capacity of 150 million tons, will require 3,000 sets of various equipment. If all the aforementioned machinery is highly automated, we can reduce the personnel requirement to below 500. Considering normal shift changes and vacations, we will need to construct a fully enclosed ecological base for about 800 people. The paramount concern is the energy base to sustain the effective operation of the aforementioned equipment, as well as to meet future energy demands following the expansion of the mining area. We will need to build an energy base with a total power output of 50 million kilowatts. Finally, several passenger spacecraft will be required to transport employees, along with 10 medium-sized cargo ships. Naturally, to guard against potential harm from space debris, a comprehensive air defense system will also be necessary. In summary, the initial investment will be around 20 billion credit points. 20 billion? Indeed, that is quite a sum. Yun Haoyu pondered silently. Conan added, if there are financial constraints, you might consider purchasing used equipment. While the efficiency may be lower, costs could be reduced by at least half. Renting equipment is also a viable option. The initial investment would be lower, but in the long run, it may not be very cost-effective. Lastly, you could take out a loan from the bank. To solve part of the issue, you could use this mining area as collateral. Once production starts, you can repay it. Used equipment is out of the question. Yun Haoyu ultimately resolved, let us go entirely with new equipment. How soon can we commence operations? If the funds are secured promptly, we can recruit personnel, purchase equipment, and install it. Initial construction can be completed within a month at the latest, after an additional week or so of trial operation. We can start mining in no more than 40 days, Conan replied assuredly. Then it's settled. The funds will arrive soon, and I shall return in 40 days. Yun Haoyu decisively concluded a single mining area requires 20,000 source crystals, and I truly do not have sufficient funds at hand. On the return journey, Yun Haoyu lamented. Then consider taking a loan from the bank. After all, this is a venture that guarantees profit, as long as we weather the initial phase. We can sit back and count our earnings. Bernard chuckled. If you decide to take out a loan, I shall provide you with a guarantee. Zhao Zhishong added. Just this one mining area, once fully developed, will yield no less than 20,000 source crystals annually. If all 25 mining areas are activated, your profits will only multiply. Would that not be spreading ourselves too thin? Yun Haoyu expressed concern. Perhaps I should establish a company and hire a professional team to assist in managing it. That is precisely the right approach. Zhao Zhixiong laughed. Brother Hao Yu, you are destined for great endeavors. Your business will only grow larger in the future. It is indeed necessary to start planning now. Do not worry. If any troubles arise, I will help you resolve them. Then I am deeply grateful, Brother Zhao, as the night enveloped the planet of Muyu. The stars twinkled brilliantly, and the Milky Way shimmered resplendently. Yun Haoyu floated silently several hundred meters above the ground, utterly still. Within him, the Nine Heavens stellar river technique was being vigorously activated, drawing in glimmers of starlight, which fused into his being and were refined into stellar cores. From a distance, a faint glow encircled him, resembling a translucent cocoon enveloping his form. Having become familiar with this technique over the past month, he was now able to refine one stellar core into his meridians daily. The benefits of this technique were beginning to manifest, with the infusion of substantial stellar energy into his body. His meridians and consciousness expanded. Now, compared to other practitioners of the same rank, the energy within him surpassed theirs by at least 30%, and it continued to increase at a noticeable rate. The rare luminescent dew leaf had already been consumed several times, and his mental acuity had surged past 10,000, reaching an astonishing 15,000. The light blades condensed from his mental strength could easily slice through 30 millimeters of homogeneous alloy armor. Chapter 69, Trouble, Part 1. The rapid progress was not only due to the effects of the technique, but also the impact of the concentrated nutrient solution made from the blood of the lava shark. All these factors combined had firmly propelled him into the 5th tier. Extending his hand, he clenched his fist, and the source energy within him obediently responded to his will. Facing the void before him, he unleashed over 10 powerful punches. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sound of explosions erupted successively. This was the sound of air being compressed to its limits. His attack speed had surpassed the speed of sound. The ascension to the saint level, once an unattainable aspiration, now seemed achievable within a mere decade at this rate. The thought alone stirred excitement within him. Creating such a commotion, you've disturbed someone. From the courtyard below, a graceful figure gracefully ascended. It was just a momentary lapse in control. He chuckled. The face of Xiao Muhuan, radiating both charm and mischief, appeared before him, clad in a translucent nightgown. Droplets of water still clinging to her hair, clearly just having bathed. With his heightened mental acuity, she appeared to him as if she were entirely unclothed. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Despite having shared a living space and numerous intimate encounters over the past few days, he still felt an irresistible urge upon seeing her in this state. You're not seriously contemplating doing anything here, are you? Noticing his expression, Xiao Muhuan's cheeks flushed, though her opposition seemed rather half-hearted. Though this place was secluded, surrounded by several kilometers of emptiness, with only this villa in sight, modern surveillance technology could easily spot even a single ant from tens of thousands of kilometers away in synchronous orbit. The thought of engaging in such activities here, only to potentially be captured by a passing spacecraft and splashed across a tabloid headline, was utterly absurd. Ultimately, he relinquished the alluring thought and embraced her as they flew towards the villa below. An hour later, as the clouds receded and the rain ceased, the two remained entwined in the closest of embraces. After a lengthy pause, he gently sat up, still holding her close, and casually activated a holographic device to check the day's news. The information on the screen scrolled rapidly, yet his ability to read at a speed of several screens per second remained unimpeded, a testament to the advantages of heightened mental acuity in swiftly processing and analyzing information. Far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, of course, this was merely a fraction of his potential. Among practitioners, there existed a profession known as the wise men, who, while not excelling in combat, far surpassed ordinary practitioners in their analytical and interpretative skills regarding information. In many high-tech sectors, including strategic research, intelligence gathering and analysis, and large-scale engineering design, their contributions are irreplaceable. It can be said that the rapid development of human civilization owes much to the significant contributions of various types of wise men. One piece of information caught his eye. The Imperial Security Department and the Ability Users Association jointly issued an SS-level mission details, to survey the Phobos Trench located in the northern ocean of Muyu Star, covering an area of approximately 150,000 square kilometers, which will be divided into 500 equal sections. Any individual or organization that can reach the seabed and map out the detailed underwater map of any assigned section can claim a generous reward of 45,000 source crystals from the Ability Users Association. Any individual or corporate entity may undertake the task. If two or more individuals or organizations claim the same survey task in a particular area, the reward will be granted to the one who completes it first. Given the high difficulty of the mission, individuals or companies that successfully receive the rewards will not be required to pay any taxes. Furthermore, exceptional performance in this mission will be rewarded with additional bonuses from the Empire. Am I seeing this correctly? A mission worth an astounding 2,250,000 source crystals. Yun Haoyu exclaimed in astonishment. The Empire is indeed generous this time. Xiao Muhuan, who had been dozing against him, lifted her head lazily and remarked, "That fellow from Linsheng has run out of tricks and is now targeting those low-tier civilian ability users, hoping to fill that bottomless pit with their lives." What a shrewd calculation. Hearing your implication, does it mean he harbors ill intentions? Yun Haoyu began to grasp the situation that, if I'm not mistaken, his visit to the Ability Association was solely for this purpose. Xiao Muhuan chuckled, suggesting that this was likely an order from above, but he was reluctant to expend his resources in such a perilous place, thus delegating the task and sending those money-hungry individuals to act as cannon fodder. Over 20 million source crystals, a staggering amount. This sum could buy a modest fleet. Yet, is it truly so easy to obtain? If I recall correctly, that location is notorious as the Devil's Sea on the Muyu Star. More than a year ago, the Empire lost an entire Abyss fleet there without a trace. Unfortunately, those individuals remain oblivious, and I cannot fathom how many lives will be lost as a result. Xiao Muhuan sighed. I see now. Yun Haoyu felt a pang of disappointment. I had hoped to take a look, but it seems that will not be possible. Do you still lack funds? Is it necessary to take such risks? She casually shut off her holographic device, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said, "My dear, let us embark on this adventure once more." In a spacious office at a coastal military base, Luo Hanxing stood by the window, gazing at the surging waves, lost in thought. "General, is not the reward you set for this mission rather excessive?" asked the female officer behind him, known as Qingwei. "Although our budget is ample, such expenditures may not sit well with Her Highness." Luo Hanxing chuckled without turning around and replied, "Is it too much? Perhaps, but how else can we motivate those below? They possess certain abilities and their wealth is generally not meager. Without a substantial incentive, why would they dare to take risks? Of course, you could refrain from spending this money, but that would mean sending our own personnel into the fray. More than a year ago, to capture a creature, the Empire lost a fleet and over 100 personnel of 5th rank or above in that cursed place. Countless equipment and researchers were also lost, with total losses exceeding 40 million. Our current mission requires a comprehensive survey of that location to pave a way for subsequent Imperial actions, and the difficulty is incomparable to last time. How many lives must we sacrifice to accomplish this task?" At this juncture, he finally turned to her and stated, "Moreover, you must understand that if our personnel suffer heavy casualties yet still fail to complete the mission, that would be an unbearable burden to explain to those above. Sister, you know we are not like Song Jingfeng. He hails from one of the 6 great families, and even in the case of a colossal blunder, he has his family's backing. While Her Highness places great trust in us, should we make a significant mistake, she will not continue to shield us." The female officer pondered for a moment and nodded. "I understand. However, this means those fishermen venturing out will face dire consequences. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food." Luo Hanxing sighed that I am not coercing them. They themselves are blinded by greed. Who can they blame? This exorbitant bounty task immediately stirred a tempest on Muyu Star. The total of 22,500,000 source crystals was divided into 500 shares, and completing a seabed survey covering 300 square kilometers would yield a reward of 45,000 source crystals. This is the most lucrative task in the history of Muyu Star. In no time, major companies, renowned abyss hunters, and various underground organizations focused their attention on this task. Despite the evident risks, the overwhelming allure of the reward drove the majority to abandon their rationality. Such enticing figures indeed. I wonder who will survive to claim them. Achilles chuckled and shook his head. Yun Haoyu, you certainly won't let such a significant mission slip by, will you? Jerome mused aloud in the hovercar. I have a premonition, said Feng Deming, now a captain of an abyss warship, To his companions, if anyone is to claim more than half of the bounty, it can only be Yun Haoyu. Really? He's so formidable. He must owe it to the woman by his side. After all, he is only at the third rank. One of them scoffed. Feng Deming smiled, choosing not to elaborate, while secretly contemplating, perhaps I could initiate a betting pool. You ignorant fools, just wait until I win your underpants. The fiery crimson phoenix slowly descended at the school gate. Today marked the day of the final exams, and following this, a month-long holiday awaited. Just days later, the New Year's festival of the interstellar calendar would commence. Time for a well-deserved rest. Would you like me to accompany you inside? Xiao Muhuan inquired with a smile. Perhaps it is best not to. Otherwise, many would surely fail. He jested. Very well. I shall pick you up at noon. As Yun Haoyu prepared to exit the vehicle, he turned his head only to glance outside. Suddenly sitting back down, he wrapped his arms around her, burying his head deep into her ample bosom. What this? Do you wish to linger just a moment longer? She playfully swatted at him, yet did not refuse. Shortly, a black hovercar landed nearby, and a familiar figure emerged. Upon seeing the crimson hovercar, Wamanli's eyes flickered with recognition. She recalled that this was the vehicle of the woman associated with Yun Haoyu. If the car is here, then Yun Haoyu must be nearby too. She circled the car, but regrettably, the tinted windows were one way. The interior remained shrouded in mystery from the outside. Reluctantly, she abandoned her efforts and walked toward the school. As the woman walked away, Yun Haoyu finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 70, Trouble, Part 2. Yun Haoyu burst into the classroom at a sprint just a minute before the exam commenced. Ignoring Wamanli's peculiar gaze from the front row, he headed straight for his seat. The morning exams consisted of 3 subjects, none of which posed significant difficulty. And for him, passing was a mere formality. As soon as the break began, he dashed to the restroom with his impressive 5th-rank speed, remaining hidden until the start of the second exam, much to Wamanli's chagrin. After completing the 3rd exam, it was nearly noon. The homeroom teacher would hold a brief meeting before dismissing the class. Regardless of what the old man rambled about on the podium, Yun Haoyu merely engaged in quiet conversation with a few friends from the back. His holographic device vibrated slightly. A message had arrived. Opening it, he saw it was from the homeroom teacher. Please come to the office after class. I need to discuss something with you. What could this be about? He glanced at the podium, where the old man continued his animated speech. Not sparing him a glance, with curiosity, he made his way to the office after the meeting. The office was empty. After waiting for a while, he began to feel a bit impatient. Xiao Muhuan was waiting outside for him. A faint noise broke the silence. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous, it could not escape his notice. Was this your doing? He asked, displeased. Wamanli stood at the door, grinning. Upon hearing Yun Haoyu's inquiry, she casually replied, It is quite difficult to catch you. I merely wish to have a word with you, but you never grant me the chance. She reached out, brushing her hand against the doorframe, causing the automatic door to close silently and the curtains to draw down. What are you doing? He asked nervously, pressing a button in his pocket. I just want to ask about the promise you made last time. When will you fulfill it? As she spoke, she leaned closer. I've been waiting for you for so long. Miss, I truly am powerless. What must I do for you to let me go? She slid into his embrace, grabbing his hand and placing it against her chest, her voice low and enticing. How you? Why not look appealing? Just a few days ago, I underwent a grade for optimization surgery. I am no less than that woman. What she can offer, I can too. What she cannot provide, I can also deliver. I can let you experience the utmost pleasures of manhood, as long as you agree to my terms. As she spoke, she began to unbutton her clothing. Yun Haoyu forcefully pushed her away, steeling himself. I'm sorry, I cannot assist you, still not willing to agree. Her smile froze on her face. I truly am powerless. Not wishing to engage further, he turned toward the door. Stop! A cold voice rang out from behind him. You know that this room is equipped with cameras. Seeing the shock in his eyes, she suddenly laughed. Everything that just transpired has already been recorded. With a gentle gesture, she removed her outer garment, followed by her shirt, revealing a black, alluring broad. If my boyfriend sees this footage, what do you think the consequences will be? Honestly, I do not wish for this. I simply desire to grow stronger, she said as she approached him. You not realize you are playing with fire? I am a normal man. Are you not afraid I might truly take advantage? Yun Haoyu deflected her advances while contemplating an escape strategy. If you desire it, come and take it. It's better to give it to me than to that old man. Letting it slip would be a shame. As she spoke, her skirt fell to the floor, revealing her alluring thighs encased in black thigh-high stockings, now fully exposed before him. Just remember to pay up afterward. 300 source crystals per encounter. This will be the standard. Are you joking? Who do you think you are? In the capital city, a super celebrity. He laughed furiously, demanding 300 million in one breath. How audacious she was. But what of it? If you wish to avoid trouble from that old fiend, it is wise to accept, or perhaps take me out to sea in the future. She chuckled with pride, reaching to unfasten her bra. Just at the moment when he was rendered utterly bewildered, a life-saving voice echoed from outside the door. You wish to seduce and coerce my man. You dare to ask if I agree. A tremendous force surged forth. The not-so-thick metal door crumbled like paper. The irate Xiao Muhuan stormed in. Upon witnessing the scene inside, her fury could no longer be contained. She struck Hua Monli across the face with a resounding slap. Do you wish to sell yourself? I can introduce you to some prime locations. The men that would be more than willing to attend to your business. You. Hua Monli glared at her with venomous eyes. Others may fear your family member, but I do not. She retorted coldly. Stay away from my man. If I catch you clinging to him again, I shall sell you to the lowest of nightclubs. With another swift slap, she sent Hua Monli sprawling to the ground, then pulled Yun Haoyu out the door. The ride was silent, Xiao Muhuan's face still taut and unyielding. Sister, Ada Yun Haoyu stammered, feeling a pang of guilt. Suddenly, Xiao Muhuan laughed. Is her body pleasing to the eye? Unattractive, far inferior to yours. He hurriedly replied, Oh, you have seen her, then? Her voice carried a hint of ire. No, I haven't seen her, truly, he denied frantically. If you haven't seen her, how do you know she's not as good as me? The tension thickened. That's not. He was now a bundle of nerves. Observing his flustered demeanor, she could no longer contain her laughter. All right, I shan't tease you any longer, but I do not understand why that woman sought you out. He succinctly recounted the circumstances that I see. She realized, I have a feeling this woman is not simple. She may stir up trouble in the future. Achilles, that old ghost, truly found himself a formidable wife. Indeed, she is an ambitious woman, one willing to employ any means to achieve her ends. He concurred. Ha! You think so too? She chuckled, her expression abruptly turning serious. Not presume that the matter earlier is settled. Upon our return, I shall devise a way to punish you. Yun Haoyu's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more. In the fractured space, the temporary base of the Zhan Ying clan. Chief, there has been movement on the human side. An elder reported. What is the situation? Speak quickly. The chief roused with interest. They have issued a mission. The target is, the elder swiftly conveyed the intelligence he had gathered. That location is indeed the habitat of the abyssal Batflower clan. The chief pondered thoughtfully that it is also the fabled source of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Another elder added, What do the elders think of this matter? The chief surveyed the gathered clan members. They must have learned something, hence their actions. One elder asserted, Are you suggesting that the divine artifact is indeed in their possession? Another elder inquired, Certainly, that much can be confirmed, but we do not yet know which human possesses it. Not long after the previous incident, humanity dispatched another being with the strength of a radiant general. Could it be him? Difficult to say. Our warriors have observed him discreetly and sensed no aura of the divine artifact. However, it is not impossible that he has found a way to obscure its presence. We fear discovery and cannot act overtly. After all, the perception ability of a radiant general is exceptionally keen. What do you suggest we do next? The chief asked. After a moment of silence, one elder spoke. I believe it is best for us to remain still for now. Oh, elaborate on your reasoning, because the timing is not ripe. Regardless of who possesses the artifact, they will surely take measures to conceal it. Yet, that will ultimately prove futile. Humanity's decision to explore that maritime area indicates they are aware of certain circumstances. No matter their intentions, in the end, this artifact must be revealed. Otherwise, they will achieve nothing. We merely need to closely monitor their movements. Once the artifact emerges, we shall take action. Then this resolution shall be executed immediately. The chief decreed resolutely in the depths of the North Atlantic. Mo Zhejiang conducted a final check of his equipment before closing his eyes to rest, preparing for the impending battle. He was not alone. The many extraordinary individuals aboard the abyssal warship were doing the same. Since the announcement of the exorbitant mission days prior, it had sent shockwaves through the ranks of abyssal hunters, various companies, ragtag forces, and individual powerhouses eagerly accepted one or several maritime tasks, flooding towards the North Atlantic. Due to the complex sea conditions, it was necessary to descend to the seabed for close-range mapping. Even the most advanced instruments could not effectively gather information beneath the surface, while remaining afloat. 300 square kilometers may not seem vast, yet divers equipped with the relevant apparatus could complete the mapping in a day. Companies with large-scale diving equipment would accomplish the task even more swiftly. Upon completion, they would submit the acquired data to the Ability Association and receive 45,000 source crystals. However, this was contingent upon ensuring that no deadly entities were on their tail during the mapping process. Otherwise, not only would the mission remain unfulfilled, but their very lives could be at stake. Zhan was employed by a major company and was a well-known figure among abyssal hunters, with his 6-tier abilities. He had successfully returned unscathed from numerous sea excursions. This voyage was organized by the company, which had assured that for every completed task, they would only retain 40% of the earnings while the remainder would belong to him. The distribution plan was fair, considering the equipment was provided by the company. Chapter 71, Trouble, Part 2. The company had undertaken 15 tasks in total, selecting the 12 most powerful ability users to pilot a specially modified abyssal warship to the target maritime area. Upon arrival, the warship, equipped with precision instruments, would automatically record all conditions at the seabed AS for the deadly creatures that was left to the ability users to handle. The Phobos Abyssal Trench was an absolute blank in humanity's information database. Official explorations had suffered severe losses, and the relevant records were classified as top secret. Due to the unique circumstances this time, the security department had finally released a bit of information for those accepting missions to review. Based on that information, it was determined that their task area remained on the periphery of the trench, not venturing deep within. Thus, the danger level should be relatively lower. We have reached the designated position. Everyone prepare, the captain commanded. Several thousand meters beneath the surface lay an endless seabed plain, and to the edge of the plain rose a modest mountain range. Beyond that range lay the legendary Phobos Abyssal Trench. The trench stretched for miles with an average width of several dozen kilometers. From the warship, it appeared like a colossal black serpent coiled among the mountains. The bottom of the trench contained an unimaginably vast space. As they crossed the mountains and gradually entered the trench, descending further, the abyssal warship slowed its speed, cruising at an altitude of about 200 meters above the seabed. With the operation of the relevant personnel, the instruments mounted on the bow activated, meticulously scanning everything beneath, while a deluge of data surged into the central computer. All weapons were set to combat readiness, with ability users confined within the watertight chamber. Prepare to strike at the slightest hint of trouble. Due to the complex sea conditions, communication with the surface had essentially been severed. Should any issues arise, the higher-ups would not be informed in a timely manner. They were entirely reliant on themselves. The warship cruised at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, faithfully recording everything within a 2-kilometer radius. If all proceeded smoothly, the mapping could be completed in just a few hours. Not only they, but the surrounding maritime area of over 100,000 square kilometers was already teeming with various diving apparatuses, from the most advanced abyssal warships to the simplest personal submersibles. An assortment of equipment filled the depths of the dark sea, steeped in an eerie silence. Quite tranquil. It seems there is no danger present, the first officer remarked to the captain. Indeed, an hour has passed since the mapping began, and not a single creature, not even a sizable fish, has been spotted. The silence is overly pronounced. We must remain vigilant. Everyone, stay alert, the captain ordered. Once the first task is completed, the warship will retreat at maximum speed. Something strange is afoot, his instincts warned him. Today's events were not as simple as they seemed. Half an hour later, still no sign of trouble, aside from a low, rumbling sound of the warship's engine. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Zhan suddenly furrowed his brow, an unsettling sensation rising within him, as if something were lurking in the shadows, watching him. It seems something is approaching, he voiced, though his tone lacked certainty. I feel something is amiss as well. Another ability user concurred. Should we go out to investigate? A third inquired. Not yet. Let us consult the captain first. Just as they were deliberating, the situation outside the warship took a dramatic turn. A colossal shadow emerged from the depths of the trench, its form reminiscent of both an octopus and a gigantic sea serpent. 16 thick appendages adorned its abdomen, while its hide and limbs were covered in dark red bony spikes and blades. Despite its immense size, more than double that of the abyssal warship, it moved with remarkable agility. In mere moments, it approached the vessel. Strangely, the ship's most sensitive instruments registered no sign of its presence. It was the few psychics aboard who first sensed the anomaly. When the world is that? The captain finally caught sight of the creature through the observation window, just as one of its limbs grazed the ship's hull. Good heavens! A Shura eel! It's a Shura eel, the first officer exclaimed, his face pale. The Shura eel, the second most fearsome creature on the planet Moyun, was a nightmare of abyssal hunters, an entity so formidable that only a fleet or a sage could confront it. Historical records indicated that since humanity began colonizing this planet, only 2 Shura eels had ever been captured, and each time at a tremendous cost. Ascend immediately. Full speed ahead. The captain commanded decisively. The crew's collective strength was insufficient to even satiate the creature. The warship swiftly turned, racing toward the ocean surface at maximum speed, its engines groaning under the strain. The ship's onboard 200mm particle cannons fired incessantly, desperately attempting to impede the creature's advance. Something else is coming. The observer cried, his voice tinged with panic. Mightiest, the Night Stalker beast, and the Moro shark? Oh, and the Fonwan whale. In mere moments, the water surrounding them teemed with a variety of terrifying creatures. All formidable beings ranked among the elite. Zhan watched helplessly as a tentacle as thick as a thigh ensnared the abyssal warship. With a gentle twist, the high-strength alloy hull crumpled like paper. Just before a torrent of seawater surged inside, he activated his energy shield and drew his lightsaber, channeling all his strength to strike at the tentacle. The sharp energy blade met the limb as though it were cutting through cotton. Offering little resistance, without hesitation, he sheathed the lightsaber and dashed towards the surface. If he could not contend with it, he would prioritize his escape. As he swam less than 30 meters, a tentacle wrapped around him, followed by another, then a third. These limbs belonged to a llama squid. After barely 10 seconds of resistance, he succumbed. As the beast prepared to engulf him, he reversed the energy within himself and initiated a self-detonation. An orange fireball erupted in the ocean, momentarily illuminating the dark, profound trench in that elusive realm. Faint, gem-like creatures flickered into view before vanishing instantly. This scene repeated itself throughout the waters, with a deft gesture. 5 fingers converging, a brilliant blade of light shot forth from his palm, coalescing into a 2-meter-long sword beam. As he swept his hand, the beam cleaved the hardened ground tiles as if they were mere paper. This was a sword technique imparted by Rulin, modified to align with the laws of this world. Advanced levels. Its power was truly astonishing. During its first demonstration, he miscalculated the force. Otherwise, the sword beam would have merely left a hairline crack on the tiles. Invisible to the casual observer, do not use this technique carelessly in the future unless you intend to leave no survivors. Rulin's voice echoed in his mind. Though what I have taught you does not belong to this world, it is still likely to attract attention. Hence, it is best to exercise restraint. After dispersing the sword beam, Yun Haoyu began to meditate and recover. This technique wielded immense power, but its only drawback was its excessive consumption of energy. His reserves were significantly higher than those of his peers, yet they would soon dwindle after just a few minutes of use. Inside the room, Xiao Muhuan stood by the window, watching Yun Haoyu practice swordplay in the distance. Her affection evident in her gaze. Sister, is this the man you sought? A sultry voice whispered in her ear. At some point, a tall woman had appeared beside her, her beauty striking, though a hint of malice glimmered in her eyes. He seems quite impressive, she remarked with a smile. Exceptional talent and looks. Where did you find him? Gently licking her lips, she added softly, why not let me play with him for a few days? Dream on. Xiao Muhuan shot her an incredulous glance. I can tolerate many things, but my man is not one of them. Oh, don't be so stingy. It's a rare occasion for me to visit. She teased that you're only looking for a companion. After all, once you're done, you can simply discard him. Do you really plan to make him your man? I certainly do, Xiao Muhuan replied with a sweet smile. The woman's smile faltered, her tone turning icy. Did I hear you correctly? You genuinely intend to find yourself a man? Have you forgotten the organization's edicts? You were assigned here to be ever ready to serve the organization. Not only are you keeping a man here, but you also plan to IT seems I must report this to higher-ups. Your current state is unsuitable for your position. My affairs are none of your concern. Xiao Muhuan retorted coldly. As for the higher-ups, I have my own explanations. Is that so? I hope so. She shot a chilling glance at her and turned to leave. In the Ability User Association, General, here are the results of the tasks over the past 2 weeks. Walton handed a small chip to Luo Hanqing. He quickly reviewed it on his holographic computer, visibly dissatisfied. Is this all? Yes, everything is here. Walton replied with a wry smile. General, we've done our utmost since this task was issued. No fewer than 20,000 ability users have accepted it, either individually or in groups, yet less than 1% have returned. Although some were still taking on the task, their numbers had dwindled significantly. The horrors of that cursed place had surpassed the psychological limits of most. No amount of money could justify risking one's life. 2 weeks had passed, and only 20 companies or individual groups submitted completed mapping reports, totaling 47. With 500 mapping tasks at hand, how long would it take to complete them all at this rate? It was no wonder Luo Hanqing was displeased. However, he had no counterarguments. The Ability User Association had done its best, suffering significant casualties that even disrupted major companies' fishing plans. It was predictable that this year's year-end performance reports from major pharmaceutical companies would not be favorable. If we had another 3 months, how many tasks could we complete? After a moment of silence, Luo Hanqing inquired further. That is hard to say. In light of the severe casualties, few dare to take risks now. Walton replied helplessly. I estimate we might finish no more than 50 mapping tasks. What if we increase the rewards? After some hesitation, Luo Hanqing suggested. Walton's composure faltered. Increase the rewards? By how much? Double it. How does that sound? Luo Hanqing bit his lip. From this day forward, anyone who completes a mapping task will receive a reward of 90,000 source crystals. Additionally, those who complete more than 10 tasks will receive further rewards. For instance, I will use my authority to grant them the title of Imperial Honorary Knight. The title of Imperial Honorary Knight might seem trivial to the traditional aristocracy, but it held great allure for the common folk. A prestigious social standing allowed one to assume local government positions preferentially, enjoy significant tax benefits, and receive vastly superior treatment in credit, healthcare, education, and other social welfare aspects compared to ordinary citizens. Even in cases of crime, as long as the offense was not egregious, sentencing would be lenient. Although it was not an official noble title, it was a prerequisite for entering the aristocracy, and anyone would be reluctant to decline such an offer. Walton's eyes lit up, clearly tempted by the proposal. However, after careful consideration, he shook his head. No, General. This is no longer merely a matter of money. That place is far more dangerous than a battlefield. If my estimates are correct, increasing the reward will certainly entice many to take risks, but the total number of completed tasks will not exceed 150, and 200 would be the absolute maximum. To date, nearly 20,000 ability users had perished there, and the losses in various equipment were incalculable. Many high-ranking executives from large companies had expressed their dissatisfaction with the general in private. The hall fell into a prolonged silence. Let us proceed, as discussed. Please send out the new reward standards. After a brief hesitation, Luo Hanqing resolved to AS for how many tasks would ultimately be completed. He would leave it to fate. Very well. As you wish, Walton sighed. Leaving the Ability User Association, Luo Hanqing remained dejected in the hovercar. After spending so much money, yet seeing no hope of completing the tasks, it was no wonder he felt disheartened. In a moment of desperation, he had considered letting those he brought take matters into their own hands. Even if the casualties were severe, the funds at his disposal would suffice to cover their compensation. However, reason prevailed, reminding him that such actions would only exacerbate the situation. He had brought along 3,000 adept individuals, most of whom were of the 4th tier or above, all cultivated by him over many years. Additionally, there were 2,000 elite members temporarily assigned to him from the princess's Special Operations Group. In terms of naval power, he commanded 50 Cloud Shark warships, 50 Abyss-class vessels designed for extreme environmental research, and over 200 standard military ships. With the princess's authorization, he could also mobilize up to 500 military vessels and 2,000 enhanced troops. This was the entirety of his current resources. On the surface, his strength was formidable. Any challenging task should be within reach. Yet, after perusing the Imperial confidential documents, his once unwavering confidence began to waver, since the Imperial Advance Fleet discovered this planet over 60 years ago. The higher echelons had never ceased their explorations of the deep sea. Collectively, the Empire had suffered immense losses in that region, including 2 Saint-level experts, nearly 1,000 above the 7th tier, over 3,000 Abyss-class ships, and tens of thousands of standard warships, with casualties among low-tier, adept individuals exceeding 20,000. Civilian losses had reached into the millions. The reason the Empire continued to obsess over that place, despite such staggering losses, and why they had never considered deploying forbidden weapons to obliterate it, remained a highly classified secret beyond even his clearance. If completing the mission came at the near total loss of his subordinates, he would accept the cost, as fulfilling the task would deliver an explanation to the higher-ups, and the princess would not hold him too accountable, as lost strength would soon be replenished. The problem was that the mission was ultimately impossible. Even if he sacrificed himself, the outcome would remain unchanged. Should his subordinates be decimated without the mission being accomplished, even with his saint-level status, he would likely lose his position. Unlike Song Jingfeng, he lacked the backing of a powerful family. Thus, he pondered a rather audacious plan. Although tens of millions of source crystals seemed excessive, if it could resolve the current predicament, it would not be too great a sacrifice. In utter desperation, he even considered seeking aid from foreign powers, such as the Zhan Ying tribe, or perhaps this thought crossed his mind involuntarily. Yet once again, reason reminded him that such an approach was utterly impractical. How could matters of imperial security involve foreign entities? After careful deliberation, as a high-ranking official within the security department, possessing saint-level strength, he had access to considerable resources. Provided he was willing to pay the necessary price, he could secure assistance from certain major factions. Ultimately, however, he abandoned this notion, not only because he could not afford such costs, but also due to the realization that it would not resolve his urgent dilemma, merely wasting precious resources. Very well. One step at a time, he decided, if all else fails, he would devise another plan. With a long sigh, he temporarily set aside this troubling issue. Yun Haoyu glared at the woman before him, her beauty and graceful demeanor striking. Yet her eyes, filled with an unpredictable, chilling malice, marred her otherwise elegant presence. Moments earlier, this woman, known as Lan Shixia, had approached him while he was strolling in the courtyard. Initially, when she claimed to be a close friend of Xiao Muhuan, he had treated her with courtesy. However, her disrespectful words soon escalated into provocative insinuations, and unable to endure any longer, he resolved to leave. Seeing her attempts at seduction fail, Lan Shixia, infuriated, attempted to forcibly engage him. A confrontation ensued. Pathetic, with your meager skills, how could you possibly contend with me? She taunted, laughing as she urged him to surrender and join her for pleasure, promising rewards if he complied. Please, have some dignity. Yun Haoyu retorted coldly, gripping his light sword tightly. Oh, you know who I am. Lan Shixia growled, her anger rising. Many men would beg for the chance you just squandered. Do you dare believe I one team make you wish for death? Disinterested in further dialogue, Yun Haoyu contemplated an escape, but he had quickly discerned the disparity in their strengths. Engaging her would only lead to his defeat. Lan Shixia's eyes narrowed, a palpable, ominous aura enveloping him like a dark cloud. Concentrating, he steeled himself against her mental assault. Channeling his source energy, he unleashed a flurry of light blades, each aimed meticulously at every inch surrounding her. Taken aback, Lan Shixia had initially dismissed him as a mere 4th or 5th tier adept. To her astonishment, his sudden display of power exceeded her expectations, hinting at a peak 6th tier capability. Caught off guard, she had no choice but to retreat slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Haoyu fled without hesitation. How could a nearly 8th tier expert be repelled by a mere 5th tier youth? This infuriated Lan Shixia. Fueled by rage, vowed to toy with him mercilessly upon capturing him. With a fierce cry, she summoned her source energy, conjuring ice spikes that shot towards him as he fled. Within mere moments, Yun Haoyu sensed impending doom. Chilled by the oncoming energy, his blood felt as if it had frozen, and his speed diminished. Despite his desperate efforts to evade, 2 ice spikes struck his legs, the sound of cracking bones resonating painfully, rendering him immobile. Why have you stopped running? Lan Shixia taunted, sauntering toward him, her eyes gleaming with a cruel delight. You've been enjoying the company of Xiao Muhuan. Haven to you. Today, I shall teach you the true meaning of desire and despair." As she spoke, she lifted Yun Haoyu, pressing her lips to his. To her shock, he bit down, drawing blood from her beautiful lips. "Foolish creature," she seethed in rage, delivering a swift slap to his face, the red and white whip manifested in her grasp. "I shall have my fun with you today, draining your source energy until you wish for death." Her once lovely visage twisted grotesquely with fury as she lashed out, leaving a deep crimson mark across his skin. Yun Haoyu gritted his teeth in silence. Lan Shixia's anger only intensified as she continued to strike, the air filled with the snapping of her whip. "Enough!" A commanding voice rang out. Xiao Muhuan had finally arrived. The green sun blazed towards them, unleashing a barrage of electric serpents upon Lan Shixia. Seeing her frenzy, Lan Shixia hesitated, retreating in fear. "Have you lost your senses?" She spat, her bravado faltering. Xiao Muhuan paid her no mind, kneeling to examine Yun Haoyu's injuries. Her anger growing with each passing moment. "Lan Shixia, you are courting death. A mere pretty face. What does it matter if I toy with him?" she retorted, but the sight of Xiao Muhuan's blood-red eyes silenced her. Realizing she could not contend with Xiao Muhuan's current strength, she wisely chose to retreat. "From this moment forth, we are no longer friends," Xiao Muhuan declared, finally managing to suppress her fury. "You are no longer welcome here. Miss Lan Shixia, please, make your exit." With that, she scooped up Yun Haoyu and carried him indoors. Lan Shixia glared at the retreating figure, a wicked thought forming in her mind. Although her skills were formidable, her training had been insufficiently long. Given a few more months, she would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. In the medical chamber, Yun Haoyu brooded over the events. "This is not your fault. Losing to a peak 7th-tier adept is nothing to be ashamed of," Ruolin encouraged. "With diligence, you will soon surpass her in a year's time, and you can reclaim your honor then. Indeed, that is the logic." He mused. The medical chamber's technology proved impressive, and 3 hours later, he was able to walk out, his external injuries largely healed. "Are you all right? Do you need to rest more?" Xiao Muhuan asked with concern. "Fear not. This injury is trivial," he replied. "But who was that woman?" She was a former acquaintance." She hesitated. "Knowing organizational matters must remain confidential. I have severed ties with her. From now on, we shall act as if we do not know one another. That is of no concern to me. I will reclaim today as humiliation tenfold," he stated with a chilling determination. Xiao Muhuan stared at him, her perception of him shifting. In her memories, he had always been a shy and reserved young man. Yet, the essence he exuded now radiated an unusual fierceness, almost unrecognizable from the boy she once knew. "Lan Shixia, you have brought this misfortune upon yourself. Why provoke an adversary you cannot afford to challenge?" She inwardly lamented. In the dim depths of the ocean, slaughter unfolds incessantly. The entire marine trench is teeming with various ferocious creatures, many of which humanity has never encountered. A multitude of human psychics, along with their equipment, has become sustenance for these beasts. Even the formidable abyssal warships have been effortlessly torn to shreds, devoured by some creatures that relish metal as a rare delicacy. In light of the staggering casualty figures, corporate executives have contemplated alternative methods, such as deploying robots for reconnaissance. However, the intricate sea conditions render even the most advanced machines incapable of communication beyond a distance of 2,000 meters. Data can only be obtained once the robots return safely from the depths. A shrewd individual devised a strategy, establishing dozens of automatic communication points at varying depths. Subsequently, hundreds of thousands of nanobots were released into the targeted marine area. Although each individual robot possesses limited capabilities, their sheer numbers ensure that even a fraction can relay collected information back to the communication points, ultimately creating a comprehensive dataset. Initially, this approach proved effective, yielding 6 maps within 2 days. As news spread, many sought to replicate the endeavor. Yet their fortune abruptly ceased on the 3rd day when the deployed nanobots vanished without a trace, resulting in a significant waste of credit points. Faced with this predicament, numerous individuals contemplated abandoning the mission. After all, while the source crystals were valuable, one must possess the means to acquire them. Days later, the Association of Psychics announced a doubling of task rewards. Completing a single map promised a reward of 90,000 source crystals. Even those with the dullest senses began to perceive the complexity of the undertaking. The resolve of the higher-ups was palpable. willing to offer exorbitant compensation to see this mission through. The entire affair exuded an aura of enigma. What were the imperial authorities scheming? What lay hidden in those depths that they deemed essential? Deep within the trench resides the habitat of the Bat-Snail-Flower clan. When did humanity become so reckless? An elder voiced his confusion that I recall they typically avoided this area, yet now they seem to be drawn here incessantly. Another elder remarked, what could they be after? Do they possess knowledge that compels them to investigate? Perhaps. A chorus of elders exchanged opinions. Elder Galvov, what is your perspective on this matter? The clan leader inquired. I fear our dwelling may have been discovered, Galvov replied, anxiety evident in his tone. Are you certain? The clan leader's voice turned icy. How could they have discovered us? Is there a traitor among us? That seems unlikely. Galvov countered. It must be their own discovery. After all, the previous clan leader was captured not far from our home. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility of those volleyball creatures scheming behind the scenes. What then shall we do? Perhaps we should consider relocating the clan. Galvov hesitated. His suggestion ignited a fierce reaction among the elders. Elder Galvov, have you lost your senses? One elder questioned, indignation evident. How can you even suggest such a thing? Are you truly afraid of those feeble humans? Relocating is no trivial matter. Faced with a barrage of inquiries, Galvov remained silent. Let him finish, the clan leader commanded, and the assembly soon quieted. Esteemed elders, our clan's strength has waned. Galvov sighed, lamenting that the number of formidable warriors has dwindled to a precarious level. The number of Ebonlight warriors is below 20,000, and the Ebonlight champions barely exceeds 3,000 AS for the Ebonlight generals. There are only 7, including our esteemed leader. The mightiest Ebonlight commander has not been seen in 2 centuries. Our clan's power has diminished to a point of profound sorrow. Such a meager force is woefully inadequate to withstand human aggression. But we have countless powerful familiars. The abyss is our domain. They can do us no harm. An elder retorted defiantly. Indeed, as it stands, that is true, Galvov conceded. However, you must understand that those who have perished in the ocean thus far are merely the dregs of humanity. Their true strength remains concealed, yet to be unleashed. Undoubtedly, the presence of so many familiars presents a significant challenge for them. Yet, given their determination, breaching our defenses is merely a matter of time. Can we afford to engage in a war of attrition? How much strength do we have left? They can endure, but we cannot. Hence, despite our reluctance, for the sake of our clan's future, we must exercise restraint. Galvov concluded, if relocation is inevitable, I shall not object. One elder interjected. But what of the ancient source forbidden zone? In an instant, the assembly fell into a prolonged silence as all the elders pondered. Relocation is a significant matter. However, if circumstances demand it, it is not entirely unfeasible. The crux of the issue lies with the ancient source forbidden zone. The abyssal Bat-Snail-Flower clan descends from the ancient civilization of the Borliger dynasty. At its zenith, this formidable civilization spanned over 100 star systems, boasting trillions of inhabitants. Evolving from marine life, they have always thrived in aquatic environments. Even after establishing their own civilization and gaining interstellar capabilities, this tradition remained unchanged. In those days, the Empire's territory was vast and boundless, with colossal underwater cities constructed on every oceanic planet. The Imperial fleet waged wars far and wide, vanquishing countless formidable alien civilizations that trembled before their might. Countless cosmic treasures and resources were continuously offered as tributes to the Empire by those once formidable alien races. This period of prosperity lasted for 30,000 years. The abyssal Bat-Snail-Flower clan was regarded as one of the noblest races in the known universe. Even the Zhan Ying clan could not afford to offend them. However, as the saying goes, prosperity leads to decline. It is a universal truth. 2,000 years ago, war erupted. Demons emerged from the vastness of the starry sea. They were beings driven solely by plunder and expansion, leaving desolation in their wake. Flourishing cities were razed to the ground, and their kin were mercilessly slaughtered. A brutal war raged for a millennium, reducing once thriving star domains to ruins, leading to the Empire's fortunes to plummet. In the ensuing years, the Empire endured a series of upheavals, with many previously suppressed alien races rising in vengeance. The last ruler of the Empire was a brilliant and exceptional leader, in a bid to reverse the tide. He utilized the Empire's dwindling resources to orchestrate a series of strategies, hoping to rejuvenate the Bat Snailflower clan and restore the Empire's former glory. This tribe, dispatched to settle beneath the Muyun Star Sea, was part of that revival initiative. This region concealed a secret base of an ancient civilization, predating even the Abyssal civilization. Its achievements were said to be unimaginably advanced, eclipsing even the Empire at its peak. They were referred to as gods. This base was the final remnant of the source ancient gods in this universe. Acquiring it could greatly aid the Empire's revival efforts. This conclusion was reached by countless scholars after extensive research. Consequently, a powerful tribe was dispatched to this location, dedicating themselves to unraveling the mysteries of the base over millennia. Regrettably, the base's defensive mechanisms were excessively formidable. In thousands of years, they had only once fortuitously accessed the periphery of the base and obtained a few items. The most significant discovery was the celestial meteor chalice, said to be the key to the base. Though this remains speculative, they never succeeded again. Witnessing the tribe's gradual decline, generations of leaders were left powerless. In this current generation, they find themselves on the brink of extinction. To relocate the clan would mean forsaking the ancient source forbidden zone, rendering their millennia of effort meaningless. The dream of revival would evaporate entirely. Humans have arrived, and they are determined to succeed. Although they have suffered significant losses thus far, they possess ample manpower and resources. They can afford to endure, while the Bat Snailflower clan has little left to squander. What a difficult decision indeed. The clan leader sighed deeply. Esteemed elders, it is time to vote. The voting process was remarkably swift, resulting in a tie, each side holding equal votes. Thus, this challenging decision was once again presented to the clan leader. The elders' gazes were fixed upon him. The fate of their clan rested upon his words. After much deliberation, the clan leader finally made a resolution. Let us relocate. We shall first move the majority of our kin, while leaving a contingent of warriors to guard this place. And additionally, we shall summon more familiars. Even in defeat, we cannot allow humans to triumph too easily. When the time comes that we can no longer endure, only then shall we retreat. What do you all think, esteemed elders? The plan was passed without a hint of doubt, and the entire tribe promptly began to mobilize in preparation for the migration. This is your doing, isn't it? Xiao Muhuan questioned angrily. Sister, you can't blame me for this, Lan Shixiao replied with a smile. Who told you to work so diligently? After 2 years, you have surprisingly reached the 8th tier of power. Thus, the higher-ups have decided to promote you. This is indeed good news. Since the previous incident, Xiao Muhuan had grown wary of her, taking Yun Haoyu with her wherever she went and ensuring that Lan Shixiao could not approach her even a step. Lan Shixiao tried various means of coercion and temptation, but Xiao Muhuan remained unmoved, akin to a protective mother leopard, guarding her young with utmost vigilance. Eventually, after much contemplation, Lan Shixiao devised a plan. She reported all of Xiao Muhuan's circumstances to her superiors and, utilizing her connections within the organization, orchestrated a series of maneuvers. Subsequently, Xiao Muhuan received a directive from the organization to take charge of a prosperous star domain in the Glassrock Empire. Once you depart, I will manage everything here, including your little lover. Lan Shixiao laughed with delight. You wish, Xiao Muhuan retorted furiously to so, you intend to defy the organization's orders? Lan Shixiao sneered. Let me be frank with you. The higher-ups are quite displeased with some of your actions. This transfer is a chance based on your recent progress. If you refuse, I need not elaborate on the consequences. Do not bring misfortune upon yourself. I will comply with the organization's orders, Xiao Muhuan declared coldly. However, do not expect everything to go smoothly. In the governor's mansion, in an underground chamber, a clandestine transaction was underway. The spacious room was adorned with thick crimson carpets, and every piece of furniture and decoration was a rare and exquisite item, exuding elegance and opulence. Dozens of young women draped in sheer fabric danced gracefully to alluring music, each one possessing ethereal beauty, their features like exquisite artwork. As they moved, the transparent veils barely concealed their intimate areas, filling the air with captivating fragrances. Observing this scene, the onlookers felt their pulses quicken. Are you satisfied with these girls, sir? Yuan Jinggao asked, wearing a flattering smile as he addressed Andanu. It's acceptable, Andanu replied with a nonchalant demeanor, nodding without enthusiasm, though a glimmer of depravity flickered in his eyes. For days, Yuan Jinggao had been catering to this prominent individual from the imperial capital, providing the finest in food, accommodation, and entertainment. Unique treasures and rare local specialties were delivered endlessly, alongside stunning women of various styles and appearances. Each night, four exquisite maidens were sent to his chambers, a routine that never wavered. Eridanus remained unfazed, enjoying the attention without uttering a word, maintaining an air of inscrutability. However, Yuan Jinggao felt increasingly anxious. The unresolved incident regarding satellite number 3 loomed over them, threatening their positions. This batch of women had been secretly acquired from a major trading house specializing in the slave trade. Each one a breathtaking beauty, intended to please this esteemed gentleman that if you like them, you may take them all. Yuan Jinggao continued, discreetly sliding a crystal card across the table. You have traveled a long way, passing through numerous star domains. This is merely a token of appreciation for your journey, that he whispered, glancing at the 8 zeros on the card, which finally elicited a slight change in Eridanus' expression. Forming a faint smile, your generosity is overwhelming. Governor, it is truly nothing. We all serve the Empire in our capacities, he replied, seamlessly accepting the card and slipping it into his sleeve. Are you preparing to leave? In the room, Yun Haoyu regarded the beautiful figure before him with a mix of anger and confusion that I don't want it to be this way. But Xiao Mu Huan could not meet his gaze. I am unaware of your past or your current identity. If you refuse to divulge it, I will not force you. Yun Haoyu struggled to suppress his emotions, striving for calmness. Yet now, you simply decide to leave without offering a suitable explanation. Have you considered my feelings? Xiao Mu Huan remained silent. In truth, she too did not wish to part ways. However, the organization's orders were beyond her capacity to resist. She had fought for their connection, but to no avail. She had once contemplated bringing him into the organization, believing his talents would earn him recognition and training. But recalling the darkness lurking within, she abandoned that idea. This boy, whose eyes sparkled with crystalline clarity, should not be exposed to such shadows. Perhaps he would change in the future, but not because of her. She wished for him to forever bask in the sunlight. All right, I will tell you. Xiao Mu Huan gently embraced him, whispering in his ear. Seizing a brief moment of distraction, she plunged a steel needle into his neck. As expected, he quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Laying him upon the bed, Xiao Mu Huan summoned the bio-butler and instructed. From today onward, he is your sole master. This residence has been transferred to his name, and the relevant permissions have been set. Inform him upon his awakening. The bio-butler complied without question. Have you completed everything? We must depart. Lan Shixiao entered, her tone unfriendly. Upon seeing the unconscious Yun Haoyu on the bed, her eyes lit up, and she chuckled. Actually, there's no rush, sister. May I borrow this room for an hour? In your dreams, Xiao Mu Huan retorted irritably. Let us go. The ship awaits outside. We mustn't keep Lord Banshiming waiting. She forcibly dragged Lan Shixiao out of the room. Outside the villa, a small black spacecraft was ready for departure. Xiao Mu Huan's efforts bore some fruit. Under the pretense of needing an assistant, she had managed to include Lan Shixiao in the mission. That a few days later, another directive arrived, ordering Lan Shixiao to accompany her. This filled Lan Shixiao with resentment, yet she felt powerless. The two boarded the spacecraft, which swiftly ascended, breaking through the atmosphere within mere minutes. 30 colossal warships, each measuring 2,000 meters in length, anchored firmly in low Earth orbit. Evidently having awaited their arrival, the small spacecraft sped towards the lead warship, entering through a massive hatch on its underside. Within the command room, alongside numerous crew members, stood a robust middle-aged man with thick brows and deep-set eyes, studying a star chart before a light screen. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, stating blandly, Have you arrived? Then let us prepare to set off. The journey to the Glassrock Empire will take over a month. Xiao Mu Huan stepped forward, slightly bowing, and addressed the man with a tone tinged with respect. Lord Banshiming. But the man, named Banshiming, raised his hand to interrupt her. I know what you wish to say, but personnel transfers are not within my jurisdiction. I am merely fulfilling my duties as an inspector, so your pleas are futile. You may continue to appeal to the higher-ups, but for now, we should hasten our departure. Xiao Mu Huan fell silent, disheartened, unaware of Lan Shixiao's gaze, which flickered with malice as she fixated on the central control console. Once the departure command was given, Banshiming returned to his quarters. Finding the atmosphere dull, Xiao Mu Huan intended to step out for a breather. However, as she exited, she felt a slight tremor beneath her feet. Turning around, she saw a blinding beam of white light, several meters in diameter, erupting from a main cannon of the warship, aimed directly at the location of the villa. What is happening? She could not comprehend why the crew had suddenly opened fire. An ominous feeling surged within her as she rushed back into the command room. Lan Shixia had pushed aside the fire control supervisor and was fiddling with the control panel. "What are you doing?" Xiao Muhuan exclaimed, her face paling as she saw the coordinates displayed on the screen. The cannon's target was precisely where the villa stood. The firepower of the battleship's main cannon could scarcely be resisted even by a saint-level expert. "I will kill you!" Xiao Muhuan roared, unleashing a torrent of violent electric arcs. Lan Shixia hurriedly defended herself, summoning a diamond-shaped shield that enveloped her in a white glow. However, the electric arcs fell like rain, rapidly diminishing the shield's brilliance, clearly unable to withstand the onslaught for long. "Have you gone mad? Stop this at once!" she shouted, attempting to flee. The chaotic surge of energy wreaked havoc in the command room, sending crew members cowering in fear. With a crack, the shield shattered, the matrix dissipating as its energy was exhausted. Lan Shixia desperately channeled energy, forming another layer of protection around her. The relentless electric arcs continued to rain down. Xiao Muhuan was determined to see her dead. "What are you two doing? Are you trying to dismantle the battleship?" Just as Lan Shixia found herself cornered, a more potent energy surged forth, separating the two. Ban Shiming stood at the entrance, visibly irate. "Lord Ban Shiming, she destroyed my home," Xiao Muhuan exclaimed in a flurry of anger. "How do you explain this?" Ban Shiming asked, fixing his gaze on Lan Shixia. I merely wish to test the readiness of the main cannon." Lan Shixia stammered, weaving her excuses with a hint of guilt. "Oh, you take me for a fool," Ban Shiming scoffed. Lan Shixia's face flushed crimson, and she fell silent, her confidence shattered. Noticing her compliance, Ban Shiming turned to Xiao Muhuan and said, "Forget it. It's merely a house. It's not a grave matter. Just have her compensate you." "My lord, I must return and see for myself," Xiao Muhuan exclaimed anxiously. "What is there left to see? It's been reduced to ashes." Lan Shixia muttered under her breath. Her words only served to stoke the flames of Xiao Muhuan's fury, her eyes bloodshot as she prepared to lash out again. "Enough," Ban Shiming waved his hand, conjuring dozens of silver chains that materialized from thin air, binding the two of them. "That I do not care what grievances exist between you, but here in my presence, fighting is strictly forbidden." He commanded, "Go to the confinement room and reflect upon your actions. You shall not leave until your destination is reached." The once opulent villa had been replaced by a massive pit, over 100 meters in diameter. The bottom lay a smooth, glass-like substance, the product of extreme heat. Yin Haoyu stood at the edge of the pit, his expression devoid of emotion, silently observing the depths below. "Are you certain she isn't responsible?" After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, his voice laced with an icy chill. "It doesn't seem like her doing," Ruo Lan replied. "Given her usual demeanor towards you, and her behavior after you lost consciousness, she harbored no ill intentions. If it wasn't her, then it must be someone else," he mused, recalling the malicious woman. "It was nearly certain. Very well. I shall remember this debt. Regardless of your organization's affiliations or your background, there will come a day when you will wish you had never been born." His countenance darkened as he gazed into the void, where a fleet was faintly visible, vanishing into the abyss. With Ruo Lan present, the needle had not left him unconscious for long. The moment Xiao Muhuan stepped out, he awoke as the cannon was about to fire. She sensed the impending danger and warned him to evade, thus sparing him from being reduced to ash. However, the villa was utterly destroyed, along with the biomaids, leaving no trace behind. She must think herself dead now. I wonder if she feels sorrow. A twinge of bitterness and sadness welled up within him as he gazed at the gaping pit. With a final glance, he turned away, the pit fading beneath the horizon, marking the end of that chapter in his life. The cerulean sun emerged above the horizon, heralding another brilliant day. A golden dreamlike rose materialized from the clouds, pausing 30 meters above sea level. Inside the control room, Yin Haoyu reclined on the sofa, savoring a glass of red wine. The bio-butler, Zhan Ying, stood quietly by his side. Once the bottle was emptied, he instructed, "When I descend, navigate the ship back. Return to this spot in 12 hours to retrieve me." Glancing out at the deep blue sea, he added, if I do not return, use the communication code I provided to contact that person." All my assets shall be inherited by her. Understood, Master, Zhan Ying replied. Extracting the Abyssal Slayer equipment box, she activated the switch, and moments later, the suit was donned. Just as he was about to exit the cabin, Zhan Ying suddenly said from behind him, Master, take care, and travel safely. Surprised, he turned to her and noticed a glimmer of concern in her usually placid gaze. Could it be that bioandroids comprehend emotions? Or perhaps modern technology is simply astonishing? Seeing him turn, she approached and gently embraced him, saying, Remember, Zhan Ying awaits your return. Her words stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Rest assured, Ida will undoubtedly return. He replied earnestly, embracing her in turn. Her body was warm and soft, indistinguishable from that of a real person. Without a backward glance, he stepped out. Below lay the Phobos Trench, a domain dreaded by many. He gently steadied himself on the surface of the sea, activating the spatial belt to retrieve a 20-meter-long shuttle-like abyssal submersible. Opening the hatch, he entered and, after a moment's contemplation, activated the communicator to call Phone Deming. The familiar voice responded, Brother Hal, are you ready to commence? Indeed. You may initiate the gambling. He declared, I wager 80,000 source crystals on myself. Remember, regardless of how much you win, I expect my share. The voice on the other end paused, then retorted, Damn, you truly refuse to take a loss. Fine, fine. We'll proceed as you wish, but you must return safely. That is of no concern to you. My life is quite resilient. After double-checking the status of the equipment to ensure everything was in order, he powered up the system, and the submersible smoothly descended into the depths. 3 days prior, spurred by Phone Deming and others, he had finally accepted the task. He undertook it in his personal capacity, funding all necessary equipment himself to prevent the company from claiming a share. As they had become largely ineffective in this endeavor, the submersible descended. The hue of the water gradually darkened until the view outside the porthole was engulfed in complete darkness, the onboard lighting activated. Illuminating only a radius of 50 meters, beyond that lay a foreboding void. At a depth of 2,000 meters, light began to filter through, emanating from bioluminescent creatures. Various bizarre organisms, previously unseen, glided gracefully in the distance, hunting oblivious to the intruding vessel. After half an hour, the ominous trench came into view, winding amongst the underwater mountains like a prehistoric serpent. He activated the task briefing on the holographic display, revealing a rough nautical chart of an area approximately 150,000 square kilometers within the trench, subdivided into 500 sections marked in red, with fewer than 100 already turned green, indicating completed surveys. Entering the trench, the submersible continued its descent until it finally reached the seabed, comparing the coordinates with the holographic map. He confirmed he was within the task area. Adjusting his course, he activated the mapping equipment. The submersible traveled at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, cruising 200 meters above the ocean floor. As the external detection devices operated at full capacity, meticulously scanning and recording the terrain data within a 2,000-meter radius. Under the influence of the optical cloaking system, the submersible had transformed into a large fish commonly found in the deep sea. Swimming among the myriad creatures at a depth of over 17,000 meters, the pressure was staggering. Conventionally, this region was deemed a lifeless expanse. Even if organisms existed, they would hardly be of a high order. However, within 10 minutes, he had already encountered several formidable creatures. One sea beast even stretched over 1,000 meters long, blocking his path like a wall. Had he not dodged in time, it would have collided with him. These creatures represented wealth, moving mountains of gold. What a lucrative find, he silently mused. The external species were terrifyingly powerful, yet extraordinarily rare. Capturing even one could fetch hundreds of thousands of source crystals in the outside world. If it were an undiscovered species, the Empire would even offer additional rewards. Of course, he merely entertained the thought. He would never dare to act. This place was notorious for claiming the lives of even saint-level experts. This location is truly perilous. Rual Land's voice conveyed a note of seriousness that I sensed some unusual presences. I fear even I might struggle to contend with them. So exercise caution. Understood, I appreciate the warning. He replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. This sea was not his domain alone. Many others, lured by the prospect of source crystals, were also gambling their fates in various submersibles, skirting danger amongst the fierce creatures. Throughout his journey, he witnessed several incidents where large beasts cornered a submersible, forcing it into a desperate situation, leading to either self-destruction or being easily torn apart, flesh and bone consumed without mercy. Even colossal vessels like abyssal warships could not escape the fate of dismemberment. At best, they might endure for a few more seconds. Chapter 76. Ancient wormhole. Occasionally, fragments of various submersibles and damaged equipment could be spotted scattered across the seabed. He paid them no mind, feeling neither the inclination nor the ability to concern himself with such matters. The submersible continued its patrol and mapping, successfully completing the first task map after 2 hours of uneventful exploration. Changing direction, he began mapping anew when he felt the ascendant star cup hidden within him tremble subtly. What could this signify? He took out the artifact, examining it closely, yet found no explanation. The submersible drifted. The artifact's agitation intensified, almost as if it were attempting to take flight. Checking the coordinates, he noted that he was nearing the center of the task area, and the closer he got, the more pronounced the artifact's response became. Rualan, he called. Something feels strange. Indeed, Rualan replied. When I first acquired this item, the gemstone-like creature likely originated from the sea. This must be their habitat. Is that so? It seems plausible, but why does the artifact react this way? Is it trying to convey something to me? Do not approach that area yet. I have a foreboding feeling. If the creatures in this place are indeed intelligent and formidable, disturbing them could prove disastrous for us. He felt a pang of anxiety and maneuvered the submersible to change direction, distancing himself from that area. Gradually, the artifact's reaction subsided. After several hours, 3 mission maps were successfully charted. That's enough for today, he remarked, glancing at the time. Zhan Ying should have arrived by now. The submersible ascended swiftly, breaching the ocean's surface half an hour later. It was nightfall. Under the shimmering starlight, the ethereal dream rose floated 30 meters above him. With a smile, he stored the submersible in his spatial belt and leaped upwards. Master, you're back. Zhan Ying greeted him with radiant joy. Was the journey smooth? Were you injured? No, I'm fine, he replied gently, stowing away his diving gear. He embraced her and planted a kiss on her cheek, eliciting a shy expression from her. Let us head home, she said softly. Dinner is ready. All right. A streak of golden light cut across the night sky as the spacecraft sped forth. Reaching the ability association in no time, in the face of astonished and incredulous gazes from the high-ranking officials, he presented the chip containing the mapping data. Here are the 4 maps. CFE-063. CFE-064 to CFE-066. Please proceed with the verification. The verification process was straightforward. Walton took the chip and compared it with previously collected data to confirm the authenticity of the maps. Everything checks out. Young man, you've done a commendable job, Walton exclaimed. May I now collect my reward? Certainly. For the 4 maps, you will receive 360,000 source crystals. They will be transferred directly to your account. Please check. After confirming the deposit, he stated, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Will you be accepting further missions? Walton inquired eagerly. Yes, I'll return tomorrow. That is splendid. God bless you, young fortunate one. Walton was overjoyed, finally seeing a glimmer of success after much worry over this task. How could he not be thrilled? General, perhaps I've found a rare talent for you, he mused as he watched the young man depart. Back on the spacecraft, a communication request from phone Deming arrived. As soon as the connection was established, he heard the other party's hearty laughter. Haha. How? Are you back? I knew you'd be fine. You seem in good spirits today. Did you make a fortune? Indeed, he responded, brimming with pride. Those arrogant fellows. I thoroughly outsmarted them. You should have seen the looks on their faces at the Ability Association when they received news of my mission submission. They turned green with disbelief and had to confirm it a dozen times before accepting reality. Ha! Come now, tell me how much you earned. Not much, just a few million source crystals. He finally reined in his exuberance. Adopting a serious tone, you wagered 80,000, and with your cut, you'll receive 736,000. IT will be credited to your account shortly. Do keep an eye on it. So much, phone Deming was taken aback. Recalling how he had toiled for over 10 hours in that perilous place to earn his 36,000 source crystals, while this fellow simply held a gamble and effortlessly counted his winnings. The disparity left him feeling somewhat discontented. However, he was not one to harbor grudges. It was merely a tinge of frustration. Regaining his composure, he asked, well, you certainly struck gold this time. Will you be holding another gambling session tomorrow? Absolutely. How could I not? Now that I've tasted success, I'm eager to continue that I intend to win every last pair of their undergarments. Very well. I'll continue to stake my own. This time, ILL wager 300,000. Additionally, I want an extra 20% cut moving forward. What do you say? The other party's voice faltered, a hint of exasperation creeping in. You're quite ruthless. How can you even suggest that? After a lengthy back and forth, Phone Deming reluctantly conceded. He understood that his substantial earnings were entirely due to Yuan Hao Yu's fortune. Without this fortunate young man, he would likely still be a mere supervisor on some distant cargo vessel. Naturally, such gambling could not continue indefinitely. No one would be foolish enough to keep funneling money into his hands. After 3 to 5 rounds, people would surely learn their lesson. Nevertheless, the wealth he had accrued was more than enough to elevate him to a renowned super-rich status in the Hangluo star domain. Checking his account, he confirmed the funds had arrived and steered his spacecraft to a nearby bank. This was the largest branch of the Imperial Central Bank on Million Star, its exterior designed in the opulent style of the ancient Huagua Palace. Upon entering, he wasted no time and proceeded directly to the VIP room. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A poised and elegant woman welcomed him with a professional smile. Dressed in a golden business suit, her chest bore a small, exquisite jade badge, a mark of high-ranking supervisors. I would like to exchange source crystals, he stated plainly. That of course. How much would you like to exchange? She inquired, raising an eyebrow, her smile unwavering. 1 million. The supervisor's complexion turned pale. What? You don't wish to exchange how much? She asked uncertainly, her previously calm demeanor evaporating. 0.1 million source crystals. Is there a problem? He repeated, handing over his identity card, upon seeing the account balance. The supervisor rubbed her temples, forcing herself to regain composure. Very well. I will process that for you immediately. Please hold on. Her voice trembled slightly. After sending the information to the backend for confirmation, the main control computer would notify the vault for retrieval. The entire process was remarkably efficient. In the few minutes spent waiting, the supervisor's demeanor transformed to one of warmth and familiarity, as if they were longtime friends. Sir, such a substantial amount of wealth may pose security risks. Our company provides a top-tier security team and can escort you home free of charge. Would you be interested? No need for an escort. I am confident in my abilities, he chuckled, privately thinking she had not noticed he was also an ability user. I see that I must have worried unnecessarily. However, our bank has several excellent investment and financial products available. Might you be interested in exploring them? She inquired eagerly. Is that so? He responded non-committally. Indeed, all our financial products are designed and verified by top financial masters, ensuring satisfactory returns. If you wish, we could also create a unique investment plan tailored just for you. Seeing he had not declined, the beautiful supervisor became increasingly enthusiastic. But I'm not very knowledgeable about these matters. Not a problem. You can hire a seasoned financial expert as your financial advisor. I can introduce you to a few. They're all top-tier financial masters in the industry. Her current demeanor resembled that of a door-to-door insurance salesperson. Well, how about you? He teased, amused by her eagerness to me. She was momentarily taken aback, then repeated, What? I meant, would you be interested in becoming my personal financial advisor? He said playfully. Considering your level, you seem quite capable. Conveniently, I have some assets that require management. Would you be willing, sir? Are you serious? She asked nervously, her fair face flushed with excitement. Of course. He affirmed, I truly need a professional in this field, if you believe you're up to the task. Perhaps we could arrange a time to discuss it further. What do you think? Just as she was about to respond, the heavy alloy door of the VIP room slowly opened. 8 high-ranking ability users escorted a massive alloy safe into the room, followed by 2 middle-aged men wearing manager badges. The 2 managers entered multiple passcodes together, and upon opening the safe, 80 bricks of crystal, each over a foot long and 5 centimeters thick, were meticulously arranged on soft velvet cushioning. Chapter 77. The Ancient Source Forbidden Zone, Part 1. A colossal amount of cosmic energy was drawn toward the crystal bricks like a whale drinking water. The onlookers exhibited an unmistakable eagerness. 1 million source crystals equated to 10 trillion credit points. Even first-rate tycoons in the Hangluo star domain would find it challenging to produce such a massive sum of cash all at once. The astronomical wealth lay before them, and few could claim to be entirely unaffected. Sir, this is 1 million source crystals. Please verify, one manager said respectfully. He glanced over and found everything in order, with a gentle touch. He brushed his fingers against a ring on his index finger, emitting a crimson glow that enveloped the crystalline tiles, instantly transporting them into the dimension space. Well then, if there's nothing more, I shall take my leave. He declared, "Sir, your earlier words," the anxious female supervisor inquired as he approached the exit. "Here is my contact code and home address. If you find time, we could arrange a meeting," he smiled and added. "I still do not know your name. May I inquire?" "My name is Meng Xian," she replied softly, her cheeks flushed. "Very well. Miss Meng Xian, remember to reach out when you have the chance." He chuckled heartily and stepped outside. Upon returning home, he took a refreshing shower and indulged in a sumptuous dinner. All right, now secure the villa, activate the defense system, and proceed as per our previous arrangements, he instructed Zhan Ying, who complied without hesitation. In the underground training chamber, Yun Haoyu sat cross-legged, summoning 80 crystalline tiles to appear before him, until he grasped one, its texture reminiscent of jade, cool and smooth to the touch, akin to a woman's skin, radiating a spectrum of hues under the light. "Take what you wish," he said as he toyed with it. A golden light emanated from him, briefly dimming the tile's lustrous surface, resembling weathered stones from millennia past. Gazing at the seemingly inconspicuous bricks, one could hardly fathom that they had just represented immeasurable wealth. Moments later, his consciousness was drawn deep into a sea of awareness. Within that chaotic realm, a small landmass emerged. Its verdant grass like emeralds, adorned with countless unknown wildflowers. The center lay a serene lake, its waters crystal clear, revealing fine white sand at the bottom. Shimmering softly, the woman sat quietly by the lakeside, clad in a pristine white dress, her skin as smooth and flawless as ivory, with perfect unblemished features. Her cascading hair mirrored cascading water, reflecting human silhouettes. Her black eyes, when opened and closed, sparkled with flecks of gold, exuding an air of unassailable dignity. "Is it beautiful?" she asked softly with a smile. He was about to respond when memories of another woman asking him the same question months ago flooded back, stirring a pang of sorrow within him. "Are you saddened?" She sighed. "It is not my place to inquire to know. I am well," he replied with a forced smile. "What is your current condition? How much have you recovered?" "Quite well. Much improved compared to a few months ago," she responded cheerfully. "I can now perform minor spells, but according to the laws of this universe, my absolute power is still only equivalent to that of a first-tier ability user. To reach a higher level, I will need a substantial amount of source crystals. I shall find a way for the source crystals. This mission has a reward of several million," he said nonchalantly, confident in his ability to complete the task with Ruo Lan by his side. The following day unfolded as usual. Upon returning that evening, his account balance had soared into the 7 figures. He visited the bank again, unfazed by Meng Xian's astonished gaze. Calmly exchanging $1 million by the third visit, Meng Xian's eyes burned with fervent admiration. Days turned into weeks, and after 2 months, alongside his gambling winnings, over 30 million source crystals had found their way into his possession. In the entire empire, he was now considered an immensely wealthy individual. Of course, more than half of his gains were gifted to Ruo Lan. The betting game hosted by Feng Deming ceased after just a week, as no one dared to wager against him any longer. Those who had lost heavily now avoided him at all costs. Nevertheless, he had reaped a bountiful harvest. From then on, he no longer needed to venture into the treacherous seas, able to revel in a life of luxury. The only downside was that his newfound fame had reached unimaginable heights. Overnight, he had attracted attention, and tales of the fortunate Yun Haoyu spread like wildfire. Various gossip reporters relentlessly pursued him, attempting to unearth every scrap of his privacy. Yet, evading trouble was not always possible. Certain influential figures had begun to take notice of him. "Are you saying this young man named Yun Haoyu has been undertaking missions for over 2 months? Luo Hanqing asked incredulously. "Indeed, General," Walton confirmed. "Though he possesses only 4 tiers of cultivation, his fortune is enviable. He wanders through perilous territories unscathed. Is it merely luck?" Luo Hanqing pondered, examining the reports present. "It appears so," Walton shrugged. "Of course, if someone claimed those devilish creatures were his kin, I wouldn't doubt it." "Ah, this fortunate fellow," Luo Hanqing mused. "Perhaps I should set aside some time to speak with him privately. Maybe you should recruit him under your wing. He might just be an extraordinary talent." Walton suggested. "That sounds like a splendid idea. Is this your home?" Do you live here alone? It seems quite new. In the living room, Meng Xian observed the decor with keen interest while holding a cup of red tea. Yes, I bought it just a few months ago, Yun Haoyu replied, smiling. Today, Meng Xian wore a light golden, form-fitting knee-length dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her flowing hair was adorned with a delicate gold-red hairpin, and her thigh-high boots sparkled with dark golden diamonds. The embellishments she wore were predominantly in hues of gold, reflecting her apparent fondness for that color. What might seem gaudy on others appeared harmoniously elegant on her, enhancing her refined demeanor. A month ago, Yun Haoyu had decided to formally hire her as his personal financial advisor, assisting in managing his considerable assets and formulating investment plans tailored to his preferences. This was her first invitation to his home as a guest. Since I am now your financial advisor, I must speak candidly. She placed her teacup down and said earnestly, while this house is lovely, it does not match your current status. As a multimillionaire, you ought to possess a more suitable residence. You should consider constructing a palatial villa as your first step into high society for a qualified member of the upper class. Your home should showcase a collection of exquisite jewelry, antique paintings, and the like, lest you be perceived as a nouveau riche. Certain personal habits of yours must also be adjusted. It would be wise to hire a professional image design team to curate your appearance. Hairstyles, attire, personal branding, signature styles, and the selection of accessories, along with daily fragrances and health supplements, all require meticulous planning. As a successful individual with substantial assets, you also need a professional legal team to address various business and personal disputes. For your health, a high-end private medical team should be on hand to monitor your daily routines and dietary habits. Naturally, as an ability user, you must engage experts in genetics and ability training to devise a personalized, unique cultivation plan. All these elements are essential for a cultured, sophisticated individual. However, that is not all. You must also make your presence known in certain circles. For instance, become a VIP member of several prestigious clubs. To exhibit your taste, you should acquire purebred horses, elite hunting dogs, or other valuable pets. Enough. Yun Haoyu initially listened with intent, but as she continued, he grew increasingly uneasy. Are you seriously suggesting that even pet ownership is considered in becoming an upper-class individual? It seems that being the person you describe is quite the challenge. Should I also find several wives? Maintain a harem of lovers, perhaps with a few superstars among them? Not to mention attending masquerade balls from time to time. I never said that, she retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. All right, putting aside other matters, you are correct about one thing. I do indeed need a personal lawyer. Could you assist me in finding one? He felt a twinge of regret for choosing such a girl as his advisor. What on earth was going on in her mind? The wealthiest individual in the Haloro's star domain is this young man. Achilles set down his glass, addressing his aide. Indeed, boss, the aide replied respectfully. He has completed nearly 300 tasks.